Adam rode his majestic-looking black horse through the streets of the Uptown Quarter. The steed was gifted to him by Radon. It was the finest horse bred by the Black Legion. Needless to say, it was a magical beast. The name of the species was Nightmare. Legend had it that they were born from the tranquil darkness of the night itself. They had no special features, except they were extremely fast and sturdy. That, and the fact their mana naturally radiated terror towards whoever gazed at them. Thus the name Nightmare. You don't like the city much, do you, girl? Asked Adam with a smile as he gently stroked the horse's mane. The horse, as if understanding the youth's words, neighed in displeasure. Haha, Adam couldn't help but laugh in amusement. Very well then. Once I've sorted out a few things here, we'll ride down south. How does that sound? The horse's eyes flashed with brilliance and she neighed happily. Good girl, Adam smiled. We'll ride through the Akkadian Empire, visit a few places on the way. Then we'll enter the murky mountains and go to the Southern Federation. Nay, all right, calm down. Adam chuckled. I've to tie a few loose ends here first, so we'll leave in a month or two. It'll be a nice round trip to the Federation and back. Considering your speed, we'll return to Ravenfell long before the tournament begins. As for his responsibilities as the Lord Commander of the Black Legion, he couldn't care less about it. He wasn't going to play by Sabrina Benton's rules. He'd leave everything to Radon before he left. The man wouldn't have any issues. He was, after all, the Lord Commander before Adam. Moreover, the Black Legion would be more than happy to do as he told them, considering he had just given them a very precious mana combat technique. Adam lowered his head and gazed at the horse's dark eyes. His lips curled up into a smile as he asked, "Do you have a name?" Since the horse was a rank 2 magical beast, she had a decent level of intelligence. As such, she could understand most, if not all, of the things the youth said to her. Seeing the hose shake her head vigorously, Adam found her actions very adorable. Very well. He thought for a moment before speaking warmly. You shall bear the name of one of the twin moons of Tron, a reflection of beauty and grace beneath the night sky. From this day forth you shall be known as Luna. The horse suddenly stopped, then stood on her hind legs in excitement. Nay, you like it, eh? Adam chuckled while ruffling the horse's mane. I like it too. Now, let us head to our destination. Flynn Estate, Uptown Quarter. Adam stepped down from his mount and landed on the ground with a light jump. It had to be mentioned that nightmares were quite humongous creatures compared to regular horses. He handed the reins to one of the guards standing at the entrance of the manor. Make sure to feed her. Yes, my lord. The guard bowed respectfully. He then proceeded to pull Luna by the reins, but it proved difficult to do so. When he used force, Luna glared at him, sending a chill down his spine. Luna, Adam said sternly, behave. The horse stepped forward, nudging her broad head against the youth's cheek. She then allowed the guard to take her to the stables, no longer being as stubborn. New mount, Elisande stood at the entrance to her manor, her gaze shifting between Adam and the beautiful black horse. Yes, Adam nodded as he climbed the marble stairs. A gift from the captain of the Black Legion. That's right, Elisande couldn't help but lightly smirk. Behold the new Lord Commander, Count Constantine. Adam rolled his eyes. Don't be like that. Yes, of course, Count Constantine. Elisande teased him further. Where's your father? Is he home? Asked the raven-haired youth as the two entered the manor. Elisande's mood suddenly turned serious. Have you still not forgiven him for what happened? Adam, I told you that he didn't have a choice. Adam shook his head, assuring her, I'm here to make amends. Seeing the confused look on his friend's face, he explained, well, the last time we met I had been very rude to him. You can't really blame me now, can you? He did, after all, abandon us, and you cannot blame him either. Elisande stood her ground. My father is not without flaws, I agree, but he is still my father. Whatever he did it for me. Thinking back to the secrets that lay between Brigham and Kissinger of the Umbra thieves, Elisande continued, whatever he does for the family. Adam deeply looked at her for a few moments before nodding. I understand. Anyways, I'm here to apologize to him. I think that I may have been too disrespectful to him the other day. Elisande snorted in displeasure. You think, Aunt Ely. Suddenly, a couple of children came running toward the two in the main hall. Seeing them, Elisande's expression turned warm and gentle, completely unlike her usual stern demeanor. One moment, she said to them dotingly. She then turned to look at Adam and said, he's in his study on the 2nd floor. I won't be going with you. I promise to spend time with my nephews and nieces. Adam, she added after a brief pause, whatever difference the two of you seem to have, sort it out. With that said, she held the little children's hands and made her way to the other side of the manor, towards the backyard. Seeing Elisande's departing back and listening to the sound of the children's laughter, Adam found it difficult to follow through with what he was planning to do. Elisande was her friend, after all. His black eyes flickered with complicated emotions, and his hands clenched and unclenched several times. He stood there for almost a minute before finally taking a deep breath and making his way towards Brigham's study on the 2nd floor. For you, Elisande, I am willing to give him another chance. Adam walked toward the Flynn patriarch's study on the 2nd floor. On the way, he met several magi from the family who greeted him with familiarity. Adam could be considered a benefactor of the family, after all. Thus, everyone had a great opinion of him and respected him. Not to mention, the youth had also lent them a helping hand when they had declared war against the Umber thieves within the city walls. No one found it strange that Adam was alone within the family manor and that he was heading towards the study. Upon finally reaching his destination, Adam stood before the wooden oak doors. Through his sphere of resonance, he could sense Brigham was inside. None of his emotions or actions missed the youth's sharp senses. He took a deep breath and politely knocked on the door. "Lord Flynn, it's me, Adam." The moment Brigham heard his voice, he paused, reading the documents in his hands. He raised his head, gazing towards the door with extreme dissatisfaction. His face instantly darkened and his eyes flashed with indignation, recalling how the youth had treated him a few days ago at Danley's manor. "What the hell is he doing here?" he thought while gritting his teeth. "Has he not humiliated me enough? How dare he come to my house after how he behaved with me that day?" The Flynn patriarch clenched his fists tightly. The memories from that day kept assaulting his mind. Never in his life had he been disrespected so harshly before, not to mention by a mere brat hundreds of years younger. But he's no mere brat, is he? Reason took hold of the Flynn patriarch. No, he was able to take care of that rank 3 cultist. I don't know how, but he was able to somehow do it. I cannot be careless around him. I must be patient. The next moment, the dark expression on his face immediately disappeared, replaced by a polite smile. His shoulders loosened a little and he answered, "Come in, Adam." Outside, Adam remained standing outside the door with his head hung low. His lips curled up into a bitter smile as he thought to himself, "You still harbor resentment against me, old Flynn? I wonder if the source of this hostility is because of what happened between us a few days ago, or something else entirely." He opened the door and stepped in, revealing a faint smile. "Lord Flynn, I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Not at all." Brigham rose from his seat and welcomed the youth. He offered a handshake. "Firstly, I must congratulate you on receiving the noble title of Count. You deserve it. Furthermore, congratulations on being appointed as the Lord Commander of the Black Legion." Brigham laughed. "I must say, Adam, it is a most distinguished station, in no way inferior to the title of Count, so I've been told. Come now, take a seat." After the two took their respective seats, they stared at each other with polite fake smiles. If anyone saw them right now, they wouldn't have guessed that their last meeting had been full of hostilities. While Brigham was closely observing Adam, the latter was observing him. He could tell that although the old man smiled at him, inside he was filled with spite. The smile never reached his eyes. "So what brings you here?" Brigham asked after gazing at the youth for a few moments. "My lord, I'm here to apologize for how I behaved the last time we met." Adam spoke sincerely. He truly did. For his friend, he was willing to let bygones be bygones and forgive her father. The moment those words escaped Adam's lips, Brigham's eyes narrowed and he involuntarily clenched his fist. However, the next moment, he shook his head with a smile. "It is all water under the bridge, my friend. In fact, I should be the one apologizing to you. I fell for that cultist's trap and ended up abandoning my allies." He paused for a moment before slightly lowering his head. "So please forgive me." Adam deeply looked at the man with complicated emotions. In the end, he faintly smiled. "I would have done the same if I were in your shoes, Lord Flynn." Brigham didn't reply. He simply stared at Adam with the same smile as one that didn't reach his eyes. The raven-haired youth too observed the old man, his heart feeling heavy by the second. After a brief pause, he began, "My lord, there is something else I'd like to talk to you about." "Oh," Brigham said with a raised eyebrow. "Pray do tell. I wish to talk to you about one of the 3 leaders of the Umber thieves." "Kissinger," said the youth. The moment that name escaped Adam's mouth, Brigham's eyes flashed with a very brief moment of ferocity that he quickly concealed. "What did you wish to talk about?" asked Brigham, his voice a tad bit colder. Adam gazed at the old man for a few moments. There was a hint of pity in his black eyes. His lips curled up into a regretful smile as he answered, "Nothing. I wanted to fight alongside you to take him down when we attacked the Umber thieves' stronghold." "Anything else?" Brigham's eyes narrowed. "Nothing at all." Adam smiled. He then waved his hand and conjured a sealed gourd of wine and 2 crystal chalices from his earrings. "This is my token of apology, Lord Flynn." "I hope you will do me the honors," said Adam as he began unsealing the mouth of the gourd right in front of the Flynn patriarch. Brigham gazed at the wine being poured in the 2 chalices with extreme suspicion. Noticing that, Adam said jokingly, however his words still contained immense weight, "Please, don't look at me like that, Lord Flynn. By the mana coursing through my veins, I swear the wine is untainted." "Ha." Brigham Flynn was secretly taken aback. He swore on his mana. Still, he didn't drink the wine. Seeing this, Adam picked up with wine goblet and toasted, "Please accept my heartfelt apology, Lord Flynn." With that, he downed the drink in one go. Only after Adam had drank the wine did a faint smile appear on the Flynn patriarch's face. He held the chalice placed before him and finally took a sip. Apology accepted. That same night, under the concealment of spells, Brigham Flynn covertly exited his manor and made his way toward the Herbalists' Guild in Uptown Quarter. It didn't take him long before he arrived at his destination. However, instead of entering the building through the main entrance, he went towards the alley right adjacent to the building. Suddenly, the side door opened, revealing an old man with white hair and beard. The most noticeable thing about him was his striking blue eyes as well as the insignia of a grade 3 herbalist on his robe. This was none other than the leader of the Herbalist Guild's branch in Ravenfell, the rank 3 manhwarecaps Halbert Dawson. "Duke Flynn, is everything all right?" Halbert asked with a concerned look on his face. When he received word from the Flynn patriarch that he needed to see him for an extremely urgent matter, he couldn't help but assume the worst. Brigham stood before him and spoke in a serious tone. "I fear that my life is in danger." "What?" Halbert's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but look cautiously around the alleyway, wondering if the man had been followed. "It's not what you think." Brigham spoke gravely. "What I mean to say is, I fear that I might have been poisoned again." Halbert's eyes turned bloodshot from rage. "Is it those damn thieves again? How dare they?" He already blamed himself for not being around the Flynn patriarch the last time the latter was poisoned and was nearly about to die. Halbert later even found out that the reason he had even left the city at that time was because of the misdirection of none other than the Umbra thieves. As such, he truly despised this guild of thieves. Brigham didn't directly answer his question. Instead, he said, "Lord Dawson, let us head to your office first." Yes, right away." The old man hurriedly ushered him in before scanning the alleyway one more time and then locking the door. Inside the guild leader's office, Halbert Dawson performed a full-body checkup, going so far as to take Brigham Flynn's blood and tissue samples. Furthermore, he even checked every nook and cranny of the Flynn patriarch's internal systems with the help of his mana that he had honed for hundreds of years. After almost an hour of diagnosis, Halbert glanced at Brigham with a light frown. "Duke Flynn, there are no poisonous elements inside your body. Are you sure?" Brigham couldn't help but ask with a dark expression. Halbert Dawson was slightly offended by that remark. He couldn't help but lean back in his chair and speak coolly. "Duke Flynn, I am a grade 3 herbalist." Realizing his folly, Brigham's expression turned apologetic. "Forgive me, Lord Dawson. I have been quite on edge recently. I truly thought that I'd been poisoned by my enemies again." Halbert's tone softened. "I understand your concerns." He hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Although you aren't poisoned, you aren't entirely in your best shape either." Brigham's brows creased into a knot before realization dawned on him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Time waits for no man." He paused for a moment before adding, "How long do you think I have left?" Halbert thought for a long time before answering. "I'd say about a dozen years if I'm being optimistic." The prolonged exposure to the poison in your body consumed a lot from your lifespan. Honestly, it's a surprise that you even have so many years remaining. I believe when Adam concocted that potion for you all those years ago, he not only cured you of your poison, but also elevated your vitals and immunity. The Flynn patriarch's expression turned complicated. He couldn't help but involuntarily clench his fists as he thought of the raven-haired youth. But the next moment, he shook off such feelings. "Lord Dawson, would you say Adam is a better herbalist than you?" he asked. The guild leader glanced at him with raised eyebrows before falling into deep thought. That is an interesting question." He paused for a few moments before answering. "Well, I would say my skills in herbalism undoubtedly surpass his. But I have to admit, the child's theoretical knowledge is quite deep." Brigham couldn't help but be taken aback. He didn't expect such high praises from the grade 3 herbalist himself. "Deeper than you," a foreboding feeling welled up in his heart. Halbert was taken aback before he began chuckling. "Of course not, Duke Flynn. Although the kid is talented, his knowledge possibly couldn't surpass mine." Brigham secretly exhaled a breath of relief. He then conjured the wine gourd that Adam had gifted him earlier today and passed it on to Halbert Dawson. "I have one last thing to ask of you," said Brigham with a serious tone. "I would like you to see if this wine is poisoned." Halbert Dawson gazed at the wine gourd with furrowed brows. "Duke Flynn, were you truly attacked by the Umbra thieves again?" "I'm afraid so," Brigham lied. Halbert grabbed the wine gourd, then poured some of the wine into a cup. After rigorous testing that involved several alchemical processes as well as ritual magic, he had finally finished testing. He looked at Brigham and nodded with confidence. "I am 1,000% confident that the wine does not contain any poison. How can this be?" Brigham muttered under his breath. Did Adam truly not intend to kill me? When he swore on his mana, he was actually telling the truth. For a brief moment, the old man was overcome by a slight sense of guilt, but he quickly resolved himself. He glanced at the guild leader and smiled faintly. "Forgive me for wasting your time, Lord Dawson. I've become too paranoid in my old age, it seems." With that said, he conjured a bulging pouch of Akkadian gold from his storage artifact and placed it on the table before him. Halbert Dawson gazed at the pouch for a moment before smiling. "I can understand your worries, Duke Flynn." He got to his feet and led him to the side exit of the building. "If you ever need any medical help, do not hesitate to directly contact me." Brigham nodded at the man before casting his concealment spells and making his way back toward his manor. His expression was indifferent and his mind cold and calculating. "I have less than a dozen years left. That should be enough to set several arrangements in place." By that time, Elisan will have also become a mana vortex magus with the help of my mana extraction technique. When he thought of his mana extraction technique, his heart turned cold. That is the single biggest secret of the Flynn family, and must remain within the Flynn family. The distant valley behind Saratoga Castle was occupied by several cottages that were provided to the rank 2 and rank 3 magi by the arcane institution. Each of these cottages came with large patches of land numbering in the tens and even hundreds of acres. The reason why some, if not most, of the magi of Saratoga chose to live in these countryside cottages instead of the bustling city of Ravenfell was because they believed they could deepen their understanding of magic by being closer to nature. Out of the countless cottages that occupied this vast valley, the one belonging to Adam was nestled near the edge of a pond. Beside the pond, he had also grown a small herb field where he grew all sorts of precious and magical ingredients. Since his manor in the city was under construction, he alternated between staying at this cottage and his dorm room in the castle. After visiting the Flynn patriarch, he came to the cottage directly. His mind was riddled with complicated emotions. So he needed some fresh air. He lay down on a large boulder by the pond, gazing at the brilliant stars in the beautiful night sky. Although he had finished setting up some contingency measures in place, he was still having difficulty coming to a decision. His mind would waver every now and then. The chirping of the cricket and the sight of the fireflies glowing in and out of existence created a tranquil scene for the raven-haired youth. As he rested his palms underneath his head, gently supporting it, his mind drifted towards the days he spent in Clover Academy. Those were the good all days, he thought with a light smile, the friends he made and the friends he lost, the enemies he gained and the enemies he slew. His gaze was drawn to a bright star in the night sky, and his eyes rippled with emotions. Jonathan was one of the first friends he'd made in Clover Academy, or rather, in his life for that matter. He was a close friend, however he was no more, and his death was something Adam blamed himself for to this day. It all started with Adam's feud with the boy named Kevin Gracie. In a matter of a few years, the hostility between the two had increased so rapidly that Kevin's father, and the patriarch of his family, and even a professor of the Clover Academy had become involved in it. Because of their feud, Jonathan had died. Moreover, Edward, Lisa, and Valerian had also nearly died after being involved in it. If not for the immense risk Adam took by putting his own life on the line, they would have died too. For years, one single question constantly troubled Adam. If I had killed Kevin Gracie inside the Soaring River secret plane, would things have turned out differently? He would never know the answer to that, and John would never return from the afterlife. Because of Adam's own inability to kill an enemy when he had the chance to, his loved ones had to suffer later. Moreover, he too suffered quite a lot as a result. Never again. Adam found the resolve he was searching for, a ruthless light flashing in his dark, abyss-like eyes. On more than one occasion, Brigham Flynn had displayed hostility towards him, going so far as to even show the intent to kill. He was willing to give the man a chance, considering that Elisan was a very good friend of his. Old Flynn, you are far too ungrateful, he thought in anger. The day Adam heard Alberto speak about Brigham Flynn's greatest secret, he suspected that the old man would try to take care of him later. However, he always gave the man the benefit of the doubt. For a mere mana extraction technique that allows one to reach the rank 4 mana core rank, you would try to get rid of me. Adam couldn't help but sneer at that. He was someone who knew the secrets of the Magus rank, where people didn't even need to rely on the model, physical and material components to cast a spell, where people could bend the laws of the universe to their wills. So what was a mere rank 4 mana core rank to him, or even the rank 5 mana seed rank? However, he could also understand from Brigham Flynn's perspective. To him, to any Magus of Tron for that matter, the mana core rank was the ultimate arcane ceiling. So he could understand why the Flynn patriarch would take such drastic measures to keep the existence of a mana extraction technique that allowed the Magus to reach rank 4 a secret. But so what? Adam was no longer the same boy he was back in the Southern Federation. The war with the orcs, the feud with the Gracie family had greatly changed him. He had already learned from his mistake. Never again. Adam slowly rose to his feet, gazing in the direction of Ravenfell with a determined look in his eyes. There were only a couple of days remaining before the city's forces attacked the Umbra thieves. As far as he knew, 3 rank 3 mana vortex magi from the Council of 7 would be secretly traveling to the Umbra thieves' main stronghold. One of them was no doubt Brigham Flynn. The second was Nylian Fennecourtesy of Adam involving his daughter, Kamara, in the Duskfall incident. As for the third counselor, Adam didn't know. But he did know that it wasn't going to be Sabrina Benton or anyone from her family. Regardless of who it is, I have to operate in caution. There will be too many eyes around, and I would need to have an alibi even stronger than the time I had during the Duskfall incident, the youth thought to himself. Plus, there's also the possible trap by the Cult of Bones that I need to be wary of. Although I have a feeling that they would be abandoning the Umbra thieves, I'm sure they wouldn't be going away so quietly. He turned around and walked to his cottage, preparing to send letters to the other agents of the Brotherhood within the city, discussing the plan of action with them. Regardless of the outcome in the battle against the Umbra thieves, the entire power dynamic of Ravenfell was going to change forever. Council Keep, Downton Quarter, Ravenfell. The 7 councillors of the city sat at the round table with solemn expressions on their faces. Behind them stood all the count, viscounts, and barons of the city. Finally, at the edge of the walls of the circular room stood the magus guards, the scribes, and the important family members of all the nobles present. Today was an important day for the city, as they were going to finally begin their assault on the biggest criminal organizations to have ever plagued the city. Now, however, the time had come to completely eradicate them once and for all. My lords, Sabrina Benton began, her eyes scanning all the councillors present at the table. The preparations are complete. The day has finally arrived. Everyone had solemn expressions on their faces. The Umbra Thieves wasn't just any small-time band of thieves. It was a proper organization with 3 mana vortex magi leading it. It needed to be said that in a battle between rank 3 magi, there was the possibility of quite literally anything happening. It could be a draw, it could be that one side died and the other survived, or it could even be both sides dying. The battle by magi of such caliber was extremely unpredictable. Unless, of course, the difference in the strength between the two was enormous, the outcomes would almost always be incalculable. For this upcoming battle, the council has agreed upon 3 of its members to lead the city's forces, Sabrina continued. First, Lord Flynn, you have been instrumental in the war against the Umbra thieves, so it is only right that you be there to conclude this battle. Brigham Flynn nodded with a solemn look on his old and weary face. It would be my pleasure to erase them. Leave it to me, said the elf at the peak of the mana vortex rank, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. The Umbra thieves had a hand in putting his dearest, eldest daughter at risk. For that, he would never forgive them. The traces of the Cult of Bones had mysteriously disappeared, and the Red Fists had been taken care of. Thus, he could only take out his anger on the Umbra thieves who were suspected of colluding with the other 2. Finally, as for the 3rd councillor who would take part in the battle, Sabrina Benton's gaze landed on an old man who had his eyes closed. He had a head full of white hair and had a sturdy build. Daniel Ransenberg opened his eyes, emotionlessly gazing at the Lord Marshal of Ravenfell. He then nodded every so slightly before closing his eyes again and slipping into silence. Furthermore, Sabrina Benton added, along with the magi led by the 3 councillors, the Black Legion will also be participating in the battle. She paused for a moment before turning sideways. Count Constantine stepped forward. Everyone's gaze landed on a fair young man with striking facial features and piercing dark eyes. He wore well-fitted black robes and trousers that seemed to have been custom-made for battle. Furthermore, he had donned an ash-colored cape that created a splendid contrast with his garments. A black pointy hat occupied the top of his head, concealing half of his face in the shadows of its brim, and each of his ears was pierced by 5 obsidian hoop earrings, giving him a wild and untamed appearance. The councillors had varied expressions when they looked at him. Some looked at him indifferently, some were impressed by his confidence he displayed amidst so many mana vortex magi, while others blatantly showed their disgust at having to share the same air as him. Of course, the tyrant did not care about any of them. Lord Marshal, Adam looked at Sabrina and gave a nod of acknowledgement. Seeing the youth's casual demeanor, Ives Ballard did not hesitate to point it out. He spat maliciously, impudent fool. You are in the presence of the rulers of Ravenfell. Show proper etiquette and bow this instant. Adam had a thoughtful expression on his face as he started to stroke his chin. Rulers of Ravenfell. Interesting choice of words, my lord. I was always under the impression that the ruler of Ravenfell had always been the headmaster of Saratoga Castle. Perhaps I might have been wrong. You. Ives Ballard was furious. The boy simply refused to listen to him. Nalian Fino suddenly chimed in. Councillor Ballard, the Count is right, you know. His eyes narrowed and he added, I thought I had mentioned to you before that the Council of 7 are not the masters of the city. This fucking Saratoga loyalist, Ives Ballard thought to himself in annoyance. He then glanced at the raven-haired youth, full of indignation. Once again, because of this gutter-born boy, I am being embarrassed in front of everyone. I hope you die the most cruel death. At that moment, Adam glanced at him and displayed a polite smile. Lord Ballard, please control your fury. You aren't young anymore, and anger is bad for your health. I have heard stories about angry old fools with one foot in the grave bark back every time a dog barked at them. Anyways, their anger caused their hearts to stop functioning and they died. His smile turned deeper and he added, we wouldn't want a high and mighty counselor such as you to die out of anger now, do we? That would be such a loss. You low-born cunt, Ives Ballard roared. You dare threaten me? Threats? Adam asked innocently. But I'm only worried about your health, my lord. Right at that moment, Sabrina Benton chimed in with a stern look on her face. Count Constantine, apologized to the counselor this instant. Ah, yes, of course. Adam gazed at the old man with a taunting look in his eyes. Forgive me, Lord Ballard, for insinuating that you might die barking at a dog. This mother-fu Ives had enough. However, Sabrina Benton coldly interrupted him. Counselor Ballard, need I remind you where you are? She said in a flat tone. Please show some restraint. Quarreling with a child is the last thing expected of a counselor of Ravenfell. She then gazed at Adam and reprimanded, and you, Count Constantine, would do well to show proper etiquette towards those of higher station. Adam looked at her deeply before bowing slightly. You're right, my lady. I am not well versed in all these matters, so please forgive me. Sabrina Benton nodded before continuing. For this upcoming battle, you and your legion are tasked with something very important. She paused for a moment before speaking in a grave tone. You are to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold and find an opportunity to open a path for the main forces to enter. Can you do it? Adam nodded confidently. Yes, I can. Sabrina Benton looked at the youth with approval. Very well then, choose a small team from your legion. You will head out before the main forces and sow chaos within their stronghold. I am giving you full autonomy in how you operate. Adam interjected, with all due respect, my lady, I will not be needing a small team. I can do it all by myself. At once, this response elicited a collective gasp from the people within the room. Some thought that he was being outright cocky, while others thought he might just be able to pull it off considering his battle records. Sabrina Benton's eyes narrowed. Count Constantine, there is a thin line between confidence and arrogance. I am quite confident in operating alone, my lady, said the youth after a brief pause. He was having trouble thinking whether the woman wanted to send people with him because she cared for his safety or because she wanted to keep an eye on him. Adam doubted it would be the latter. He knew Sabrina Benton to be a highly professional woman when it came to handling the matters regarding Ravenfell. Sabrina Benton deeply looked at the youth and spoke authoritatively, her tone leaving no room for disobedience. Count Constantine, you will infiltrate the stronghold with a small team. She paused for a moment before adding, I shall give you the leeway of deciding who will be in this team with you. Is that understood? Adam deeply looked at her before nodding. Understood, my lady. For the rest of the duration of the meeting, the three counselors who would be participating in the battle discussed among each other their plan of action. Yet during the entire time, there was no mention of the place where the Umbra Thieves' stronghold was located. This was done for obvious reasons. After less than an hour, the meeting was concluded and everything discussed. Adam was one of the first people to exit the room, with the captain of the Black Legion following closely behind him. It was a breath of fresh air for Radon to witness his Lord Commander standing up toned, even insulting the counselor he disliked the most. Truth be told, Ives Ballard and his family were disliked by the vast majority of Ravenfell because of their rude personalities. To see Adam taunt him was a wonderful experience for Radon, and surely for several other aristocrats in the meeting. My lord, the towering, burly figure called out to him respectfully. Have you decided who you're going to take with you? Adam thought for a few moments before asking Radon, I want you to be honest with me. What is the forte of the Black Legion? Extermination, Radon replied matter-of-factly. Yes, but how? Adam pressed, seemingly trying to enlighten his second in command. Surely not through assassination, yes. Radon hesitated before answering, we excel on the battlefield, my lord. Not in the shadows, precisely. Adam nodded. Now tell me, who amongst our brothers flourishes in the shadows in the silence? Radon once again hesitated before replying, I cannot think of one, my lord. That is not the basis through which we recruit members. Excellent, Adam beamed. I give you full reins to command the Black Legion while I go infiltrate their stronghold, understood? Good man. Radon was dumbfounded. Did he just answer his own question? Wait a minute. My lord, the Lord Marshal has instructed you not to go on your own. Adam glanced at Radon with a playful smile. Hush, hush, Lord Captain of the Black Legion. Who says I'm going to go alone? With that said, he walked out of the building, leaving behind his parting words. Don't let me down, Captain. Oops, I mean acting commander. Haha, farewell. Radon stood there in a daze, not sure about how to react. His Lord Commander just didn't seem to care about the orders of the Council of Seven. Harbor Quarter, in the office where the Flynn family operated out of, managing all of their businesses, Brigham Flynn barked out orders to all of his trusted people, magi and merchants alike. After all, he would be away from the city for the foreseeable future. Thus, he had to make sure that all affairs were tended to impeccably in his absence. Brigham arranged everything in order before leaving the building and walking through the bustling docks of the city. The salty smell of the Galestein Ocean assaulted his nostrils, while the sound of seagulls above allowed him to relax his shoulders ever so slightly. Glancing at all the dockworkers, the sailors, and the traders, the old patriarch was reminded of his young days when he had started his mercantile business in Ravenfell. As he stood at one of the more secluded piers, gazing at the bustling docks with a light smile on his face, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from beside him. Reminiscing about the olden days, Lord Flynn, Brigham was extremely alarmed. He didn't even notice the arrival of this person, and from the all-so-familiar voice he knew exactly who it was. He turned his head sideways and gazed at the raven-haired youth who had concealed his appearance with a hooded black cloak. Brigham frowned. "What do you want?" Adam deeply looked at the man and answered, "To prepare you for what's coming." Standing at the pier, Adam and Brigham gazed at each other with a flat expression on their faces. The seagulls soared above, the fish swam under the water, the traders hawked their wares, and the sailors prepared to set sail to the other side of the world. The harbor quarter was as bustling as ever, yet at this moment, all the sounds around the two men on the pier seemed to have faded away. "What do you mean by that?" Brigham asked with narrowed eyes. Adam intently looked at the old man, the wrinkles on his face, his receding hairline, and his murky eyes that had seen the vicissitudes of life. Instead of answering his question, he asked a question of his own. "How old are you, Lord Flynn?" The mana liquefaction rank grants a lifespan of 200-300 years. A mana vortex magus like you, if practiced to the peak of this rank, should have had close to 600 years of lifespan, eh? His lips formed a smirk and he added, "But you never did reach the peak of rank 3, did you?" The following moment, he closely observed Brigham's emotions and continued, "Despite having a mana extraction technique that allows you to practice till the mana core rank." For a split second, Brigham's eyes flashed with ferocity to something that didn't go unnoticed by the Atom. The next moment, he spoke with a dark expression. "Why bring up such a sensitive topic? Are you perhaps?" A chuckle filled with ridicule escaped Adam's lips. "What, you think I want your mana extraction technique?" Seeing the contempt in the youth's tone, Brigham's eyes narrowed. "Then why bring it up?" "Nothing." Adam paused for a moment, his eyes turning deep as he gazed at the distant sea. "I found myself wavering, so I needed to resolve myself." Again, he shook his head, sighing to himself. "Living more than 250 years inside of that illusion in the Raven inheritance has made me soft." Anyways, he looked at the Flynn patriarch and continued, "So I'm guessing you've lived for about 400 to 500 years, yes?" Brigham looked at him with a frown, choosing not to answer. He wasn't able to understand the youth's motive. It was unsettling. "Come on, Lord Flynn, entertain me for a little, will ya?" Adam chuckled lightly. "Would you say that it was a life well lived?" he asked. Brigham exhaled a deep sigh and nodded. "Yes, Adam, it was a life well lived. It had its ups and downs, the goods and the bads, but that is what life is supposed to be." Adam nodded. "And what would you say is the most important thing in your life?" His eyes narrowed and he continued, "Would you say it is your family?" "Undoubtedly," Brigham spoke without hesitation. He gazed at Adam, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. "For my family, I'd be willing to do anything." Adam smiled, this time sincerely. "You know, Lord Flynn, in this aspect, my father was very similar to you." He paused for a moment, turning his attention back towards the sea and his mind towards the past. "Well, he wasn't as rich as you, and he wasn't as powerful as you. He was immortal. He was a farmer." Adam's eyes turned dim as he recalled his father's face. He was a simple man, but he fiercely loved his family and would do anything for them. He turned to look at Brigham and gestured, "Just like you would." The son of a mortal farmer, now a proud count of Ravenfell, Brigham praised from the bottom of his heart. "You have come a long way." He meant those words. He truly admired Adam. The raven-haired youth didn't care about the man's praises. He continued where he left off. "In order to take care of my mother and me, my father chose to participate in a war resulting from a land feud between two nobles. The man had never held a sword in his life, yet he went to fight anyway, for his family. That is how much he loved me and my mother." Adam paused for a moment, his tone turning deep. "My father put his life on the line so that my mother and I didn't sleep on an empty stomach. That's how much we meant to him." "Where is he now?" Brigham asked. Adam's lips curled up into a smile, but there was no happiness in his eyes. "My father never returned from that war, and my mother passed away shortly after." Brigham remained silent, gazing at the youth, wondering why he would tell him his life story now. Adam pointed his finger at the old man and faintly smiled. "You are just like my father, was willing to do anything to protect his family, to ensure that they survived. No matter the cost." He paused for a moment, his smile deepening. "And that is why I respect you, Lord Flynn. I respect the decisions you've made and will make. If my father was in your shoes, he would have probably done the same. If I were in your shoes, I'd probably do the same too." The next moment, Adam's eyes narrowed and he spoke his final words. "That is why I want you to know that it was me." With that said, he turned around and walked away, slowly disappearing amidst the crowd. Brigham gazed at the youth's disappearing back with complicated emotions, wondering to himself, why would he suddenly say all those things to me? What did he mean by that? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He had never heard the youth talk about his family before. Neither had he ever told him that he respected him. So then why did Adam say all of those things to him now? It doesn't make sense, Brigham thought. He turned around and gazed at the Galestein Ocean, watching the ships disappear into the stormy horizons. Recalling Adam's words, Brigham surprisingly found it in him to strengthen his resolve even further. "That's right," he murmured as he clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a determined light. "For my family, I am willing to do anything." Adam walked towards the western gates of Ravenfell, taking in the scenery around him. After all, it would be a very long time till he returned to the city. Although the time it would take to deal with Umbra thieves wouldn't be long, Adam never planned to return to Ravenfell immediately after. He was going to travel to the Southern Federation straight from there. As for his duties as the Lord Commander of the Black Legion, haha, Adam laughed just thinking about it. What a funny joke. About an hour later, when he finally arrived at the towering iron gates, he saw Radon standing near the entrance along with the youth's mount, Luna. "My lord," Radon frantically called out, "are you sure this is wise? The moment you leave these gates all by yourself, the Lord Marshal will be made aware of it. Needless to say, she will be furious." Adam took the reins of Luna from the man while smiling. "Oh, so you haven't reported to her already?" "Of course not," Radon expressed matter-of-factly. "The Black Legion answers to its Lord Commander only." Adam's smile deepened. "Not bad." With a light jump, he effortlessly mounted Luna. As he stroked her mane, he gazed at Radon and stated, "Don't worry about me. I won't be going alone. If Lady Benton questions you, tell her I've taken 2 of Patriarch Flynn's men with me." Radon deeply looked at Adam and then struck his chest in salute. "Understood, my lord." "Hiya." Adam urged Luna to ride through the western gates. The horse moved fast and swift, and within a few seconds, the towering gates and the high walls of the city had now almost disappeared behind them. Adam was slightly taken aback. "You're quite fast, aren't you?" Suddenly, a gray light flashed and Valerian emerged from the youth's spirit sea. He sat in front of Adam and started to gracefully lick his paws. "Not as fast as me." Hearing such a response, Adam couldn't help but chuckle as he ruffled the fur on the little dragon's head, much to the latter's protest. "Who can be faster than a dragon? HMPH. Valerian raised his chin, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. "You are not ignorant after all, brother." Adam pinched Valerian's cheeks while lightly reprimanding him. "You cheeky little bugger. Is that how you talk to your elders? Want me to reduce your monthly allowance, Mayu?" Valerian put on a menacing front, trying to fight back. But the moment he heard about his allowance being reduced, he turned docile. "You're right, Lord Brother. Please forgive me. It will not happen again." The young dragon prostrated. Adam shook his head and chuckled at the little guy's antics. Suddenly, he raised his head, looking sideways. His eyes narrowed and he murmured, "They're here." Several minutes later, 2 figures riding on horsebacks approached him from the distant forest. "Slow down, Luna," Adam instructed his mount. The horse slowed down, just enough for the other 2 horses to catch up with her. The ones riding these horses were figures draped in black cloaks. Both rode on either side of Adam and continued to journey north together. Adam looked to his left and muttered, "Master of tracking." Then he looked to his right and added, "Master of infiltration." His lips curled up into a cold smile. "Are you 2 ready to burn the Umbra thieves to the ground?" The 2 figures removed their hoods, revealing themselves to be none other than the agents of the Twilight Brotherhood, Kale and Lyriel. These 2 magi were perfect for the mission that Adam had been given. Lyriel was an expert at infiltration, forging documents and disguises, whereas Kale excelled at urban tracking. "Let's not completely burn it," Lyriel said with a chuckle. "We need to save enough space for the Brotherhood to establish a few safe houses." Adam smiled. "You're quite confident in taking down the Umbra thieves, eh? Well, we do have 3 counselors of Ravenfell on our side, don't we?" Lyriel asked in amusement. "And we also have you," to which Kale nodded in acknowledgement. Adam shook his head with a smile. "I'd like to stay away from this as much as possible." "Oh," Lyriel was intrigued. "How come? Do you have something else planned?" Adam's smile turned mysterious. "Something like that." He then switched subjects and stated, "I hope you both have made all the preparations. Once the Umbra thieves are taken care of, we can fully focus on the Cult of Bones then." Lyriel nodded seriously. She then retrieved 3 items from her satchel that hung around her shoulder. She gave one to Kale and the other to Adam, while she kept the last one to herself. Adam gazed at the item in his hand with a slight frown. "This. It's made from real human skin," Lyriel casually explained. "Don't tell me." Adam glanced at the elf with an incredulous expression. "You expect me to wear this? Forget it, I'll just cast an alteration spell." "This is more efficient," said the elf. "It's been enchanted to a high degree. Even a rank 3 magus wouldn't find anything amiss, not unless they were proactively looking for it, of course." She paused for a moment before adding, "And I've cleaned them, thoroughly." Adam was impressed. "Not even a mana vortex magus can find faults in it, eh?" He looked at Lyriel and praised, "You really are an expert at disguises." Lyriel smiled smugly. Then she retrieved several parchments from her satchel and handed them to Adam and Kale. "Make sure to study them properly. These will be our new identities for the foreseeable future," she said solemnly. Adam nodded. He then looked ahead towards the north. "I can't wait to get this over with and finally go south." "South?" Lyriel asked with a raised eyebrow. "Is that where you're from?" Adam smiled. "Yes. The south is where my home is." But for now, his journey would take him to the north of the Akkadian Empire, to a place considered by many to be civilization's furthest reach. It was a city of cutthroat mercenaries, vicious pirates, and evil dark magi. It sat on the storm-racked coast of the Ulier continent, where jagged cliffs and treacherous reef claimed the lives of many. A nod to its lawless nature and the wreckage-filled waters surrounding it, it was given the nickname the Shattered Port. This was the city of Blackshore. A lawless city of pirates, mercenaries, and dark magi, Blackshore was situated on the storm-racked coast of the northeastern part of Ulir. Originally, it was a bustling city, however. It fell into anarchy over 100 years ago and has since become a haven for cutthroats, black market dealers, and rogue magi seeking power beyond the reach of law. The city was nominally ruled by a loose council of the strongest pirate captains, crime lords, and spellcasters who enforced their will through force and betrayal. In truth, however, this city was secretly run by the Umbra thieves. Blackshore was the location of their main stronghold. In the eastern part of the city lay the Darkfang docks. It was a decaying expanse of rotting piers, smugglers' hideouts, and taverns built upon half-sunken shipwrecks. This was the beating heart of the city's underworld. This was where ships of infamous pirate ships laid down their anchors. The docks got their name from the jagged and dark, fang-like rocks that jutted out from the sea like the teeth of some ancient monster from legend. These fangs also served as a graveyard not only for ships, but also for people. In this city, those who cheat the wrong people end up fed to the fangs. Their corpses are tied to the rocks, serving as a warning for others. A tall, masted clipper had just anchored at this treacherous dockside. The gangway was lowered, and all kinds of people alighted from it. There were pirates, mercenaries, smugglers, and even merchants. Of course, the merchants that chose to conduct business in such a lawless place were not so reputable themselves. Amongst the people who disembarked from the ship, there were two lean, yet muscular men dressed like how a typical mercenary in Ulir would. One carried dual blades on his back, the other carried one long sword tied to the belt around his waist. Their arms were riddled with scars, and so were their faces. Anyone who looked at them would immediately be intimidated by their appearances. By their scars alone, they looked like people who had cheated death several times. Moreover, they also radiated a dangerous magical aura. Such energy was only found in spellcasters. Although there were countless mortal pirates and adventurers in Darkshore, the number of magi in this city was, by no means, a small number. Everyone in Darkshore knew that magi were not to be messed with, for they were the most dangerous, the most ruthless of the bunch. After all, a magus who set foot in the murky waters of Darkshore would by no means be someone from the righteous faction. These two mercenaries who were clearly magiwalked through the Broadwalk. Wherever they went, people made way for them out of fear. The people not only stared at them, but also the slave that they were dragging in chains behind them. Yes. Despite human trafficking and slavery being banned in the Akkadian Empire, the city of Blackshore operated under its own rules, where anything and everything was for sale. The people at the docks gazed intently at the two mercenaries dragging a beautiful female slave behind them. After all, it was not every day one got to see a tied-up beautiful elf. All sorts of lustful and deranged gazes were drawn toward the silver-haired elf, however. None dared to step forward and intercept the mercenaries. The two scarred men radiated quite a daunting aura after all. However, there were always some braver, simply ignorant people amongst the masses who did not know what was good for them. Or perhaps they were highly confident in their own abilities or the people supporting them. Oi, a group of low-life thugs suddenly blocked the two mercenaries' way. There were about half a dozen of them, wearing mismatched leathers, ragged coats, and salt-coated scarves. Clearly, these people cared little for their appearances, favoring whatever kept them alive in the strong sea winds. Many of them even bore crude tattoos, marking past crimes or debts. The one leading the group was a lean, bearded man with a red bandana around his head. He stepped forward and grinned, displaying his yellowed teeth. You lads have scored quite the little plaything, eh? The two middle-aged mercenaries, one raven-haired, the other brown-haired, gazed at the man indifferently. Not eliciting any response from them, the bearded man with the red bandana frowned. Oi, did you not hear what I said? He strode forward, stopping right before the raven-haired middle-aged man. He then retrieved his dagger and pressed it against the man's throat. Now, do you hear me? He grinned. However, the raven-haired mercenary still remained indifferent. Seeing this, the bearded man's expression darkened. He couldn't help but scream at the raven-haired man's face. We're the brine rats, you hear me, lad. The brine fucking rats. At once, there was a commotion amongst the small crowd that had gathered, waiting for a drama to unfold. Clearly, they had heard of the brine rats. They were a notorious brand of low-life pirates who infested the waters around Blackshore like vermin clinging to rotting ships. Comprised of cutthroats, deserters, and gutter-born rogues, they thrived on smuggling, extortion, and petty raiding rather than grand naval battles. They were known to be cowardly when the odds were against them, but merciless when they had the advantage. The brine rats preyed on the weak, lone merchants, unarmed travelers, and coastal villages to defend themselves. This band of lowlives mostly operated in Blackshore's Darkfang docks, trading stolen goods for coin, drowning themselves in cheap rum, and plotting their next misdeed in dimly lit taverns where even other pirates sneer at their lack of honor. Despite having a sharp dagger pressed against his throat, the raven-haired middle-aged man couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Seeing this, the bearded man with the red bandana muttered coldly, "You think it's funny, eh? Would you still think it's funny when I slit However, the pirate was interrupted by the scarred man, who in their right minds would call themselves brine rats. The man's lips formed a taunting smirk. "Are you stupid? I was going to let you go once you handed me the elven whore," said the bearded pirate, his eyes spewing anger and venom. "But now I must make an example out of you and let everyone know what happens when someone disrespects the huh." Midway through the conversation, the bearded pirate felt something amiss. Along with that empty feeling came the sensation of pain, agonizing pain. It was only then that he realized that his wrist that was wielding the dagger had, at some point, gone missing. Gazing at his sliced-off hand that was spewing blood, the man was silent for but a moment before he started screaming at the top of his lungs. "AAHH." However, his screams too were interrupted when the raven-haired middle-aged man viciously grabbed his face. His grip was so tight that the pirate's jaws immediately shattered. The man stepped forward and spoke coldly. "Many have pointed their blades at me, but none have lived to tell the tale. Tell me, rat." The man's lips curled up into a cold smile. "Did you think you could get away with pressing that dagger at my throat?" Before the pirate could even answer, the raven-haired man had ruthlessly twisted his neck at a bizarre angle, instantly killing the man. As the pirate limply fell at his feet, the raven-haired man gazed at the rest of the group of thugs who had attempted to stop him. "What about you lot? Do you wish to point your blades at me too?" There was pin-drop silence amidst the crowd. When they gazed at the corpse of the bearded pirate with the red bandana and saw the unnatural way that his neck had been snapped, they felt a chill crawl down their spines. At once, there was intense commotion and everyone scurried away, including the brine rats. Seeing this, the raven-haired man laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, where are all of you going? How rude of you. Come here, I wish to make friends." But the people started running even faster when they heard his words. No one wanted to befriend a madman. The other mercenary, the brown-haired man with the dual blades on his back, stepped forward. He gazed at the corpse of the pirate with complicated emotions. Then he looked at the raven-haired man and couldn't help but ask with unease, was this really necessary? Adam turned to look at him and patted his shoulder. Of course it was. In places such as these, it's good to make an example like this. Otherwise, the flies will keep bothering you. With that said, he turned around and walked towards the heart of the city. "Come now, brother. Let us sell that elven slave and make some money. We shall then spend the night boozing and whoring." "Ha ha ha." Kale gazed at Adam's departing figure and couldn't stop his lips from twitching. He then turned around to gaze at the slave, who was in fact none other than Lyriel. When their eyes met, both knew exactly what the other was thinking. Isn't Adam playing his role a little too well? The floating marketplace was, as its name suggested, a floating marketplace where merchants and pirates sold wares straight off the decks of their ships. All kinds of rare poisons, forbidden spellbooks, and magical artifacts could be found here if one had money, that is. This place was a melting pot of illegal dealings, where goods flowed as freely as blood. As the trio traversed their way through this marketplace, they couldn't help but notice that the air here was a mixture of seawater, roasting meats of unquestionable origins, and the pungent aroma of spices smuggled from distant lands. This was a place where lawlessness thrived, and no items were too rare or too forbidden to be sold. Though slavery was outlawed in the Empire, in the floating marketplace flesh was just another commodity. Shackled men, women, and even rare creatures were paraded before the highest bidder. Adam and the two agents of the Brotherhood were currently on their way to meet Blackshore's most infamous slaver, known for her silver tongue and a penchant for cruelty. Her name was Silver Vess, a rank 2 mana liquefaction magus, and the perfect new identity for Lyriel, who was currently pretending to be a slave. Another reason why this trio targeted her was because, according to the intel from the Brotherhood, Silver Vess was one of the magi who sat on the council that ruled the city for the Umbra thieves. Located in a shadowy corner of the market, behind a rotting wooden arch, lay the domain of Silver Mess. It was called the Cajun name, brimming with cruel irony. The trio finally arrived at their destination. From the outside, the cage appeared rather unassuming. It was a building reinforced with black wood and windows sealed with iron bars. A pair of rank 1 magi in mismatched armor lounged by the entrance to the building, their hands never far from the hilts of their blade. Seeing Adam and Kale arrive with a slave in tow, the guards weren't all that surprised. Such sights were quite common. However, when they saw that the slave was a beautiful elven elf, their eyes gleamed with interest. One of the guards, a man with a scar running diagonally across his face, walked towards the trio, his gaze glued to the silver-haired Lyriel. "I bet the boss is going to be quite happy with this one," said he as he reached out to caress Lyriel's cheek. But right at that moment, Kale drew both his bladestone, pointing at the guard who had almost touched Lyriel, while the other pointed at the second guard. He silently gazed at them with his cold eyes. The guards were furious that someone had the audacity to point weapons at them in their own backyard. Before the two of them could even retaliate, Adam stepped forward with a wine gourd in hand and a drunken smile on his face. "Be careful, you bums," he grinned. He then pointed at the slave and added, "That slave right there can kill you with a simple thought." He came closer to the guard with the scar on his face and spoke coldly. She's a mana liquefaction magus. Rank 2. The guards were astonished. If the slave was a mana liquefaction magus, didn't that mean that the two men who caught her would be as strong as, if not stronger than her? When they thought of that, their back was drenched in a layer of cold sweat. After all, these people were on the same level of strength as the proprietor of the cage. Now, won't you take us to your boss? Adam said before taking a large mouthful of wine from the gourd. I'd like to negotiate the price with her directly. You see, it was quite difficult for my friend and me to procure this elf. Why, yes, my lord, right this way. The two guards immediately nodded in fear and apprehension. They then led the trio inside the building. Seeing the two scurry into the building with their tails tucked between their legs, Adam found it hard to contain his laughter. He then gazed at Kale, his drunken smile vanishing momentarily, and mentally spoke to them through mind whisper. No matter what happens inside, no matter what you see inside, make sure to stick to the plan. Kale and Lyriel nodded. They knew that the things that they'd witness inside would not be pleasant. It was a slaver's den they were entering after all. Stepping inside the cage was like walking into a nightmare. The space was dimly lit with flickering lanterns, their dim glows casting eerie shadows against the walls. A long counter of aged mahogany ran along the front, where a bald man as thin as a vulture with sunken eyes and yellowed teeth conducted business with a lazy smirk on his face. In front of him there were several people who had come here either to buy or sell their products. Behind the lanky bald man, there were wooden shelves stacked with iron collars, manacles, and crude bransoms still caked with flesh from their last use. The two guards guided Adam, Kale, and Lyriel past the counter where the true horror lay. Rows of iron-barred cages stretched into the darkness, each barely large enough to hold its occupants. The slaves within varied widely, from captured sailors, kidnapped nobles, war orphans, and even exotic creatures from all across Uriel, and perhaps even from beyond the Galestein Ocean. Seeing such a scene caused Adam and the group's expressions to darken. They noticed that some of these slaves sat in silent despair, while others clung to bars with desperate eyes, hoping for a miracle that would perhaps never come. What happens to these people once they're sold? Kale suddenly asked, trying his best to mask the anger in his voice. People, the guard with the scar on his face asked. Ah, you mean the merchandise. Right, we don't care what happens to them after they're sold, really. We just make sure they're in decent enough shape before the transaction. After that, whether their owners mutilate them, sleep with them, experiment on them, or even kill them, it doesn't matter. At that point, these things become their property so they can do whatever they want to. The trio descended into silence. The guard must have mistaken their silence for piqued interest because he went on to explain with a prideful smile on his face. We, at the cage, boast a selection for every type of buyer out there, he began. There are skilled laborers, for example, smiths, cooks, and scribes. Then we have warriors and gladiators. They're captured mercenaries and pit fighters, really. We also sell elves, dwarves, and gnomes. He paused, gazing at Lyriel with a light chuckle. I might add, the elves are highly sought after in this place. And last but not least, the most lucrative trade of them all, children. Children? Kale asked, his tone oozing with a chill never heard before. Ah, yes, the guard nodded. Personally, I don't condone such transactions, but there are quite a lot of folks out there with a twisted appetite, and children fetch sky-high prices. Okay, that's enough talking, Adam interrupted the man, afraid that if he spoke more, then Kale would cut his head right there and then without hesitation. Just take us to your boss already. Along the way, the group came across a large underground training pit where the slaves, once they were captured, were trained. Disobedience was swiftly punished and the unruly slaves were beaten into submission, or worse. There were magi personally handpicked by Silver Vess, who ensured that the slaves' resistance was nothing but a fantasy. The two guards led the trio up the staircase, towards the second floor. This floor was strictly for personnel only. This was also where the proprietor of the slave business operated out of. After going through several checkpoints, the group finally arrived before a pair of mahogany doors guarded by two more rank 1 magi. The guards talked amongst one another, then one of them entered through the doors while the rest waited outside. Within less than a minute, the guard came out and looked at Adam and Kale with a welcoming smile. The boss will see you now. Adam and Kale were the first ones to enter, followed by Lyriel, who was still in chains. The moment they entered the office, their nostrils were assaulted by a heavy scent of intoxicating perfume. The walls were richly adorned and crimson curtains covered the windows, silencing the outside world, ensuring that whatever occurred within remained a secret. At the center of it all sat Silver Vess, a striking woman with silver hair and piercing blue eyes. She was draped in silk robes and looked extremely alluring. Before Adam or Kale had the opportunity to even greet her, Silver Vess pointed her fair finger at Lyriel and spoke in a seductive yet authoritative tone. I want you all for myself. Adam, Kale, and even Lyriel found themselves at a loss for words. They had done their due diligence on Silver Vess and knew that the woman had eccentric tastes and preferred women to men. However, even they didn't expect her to get down to business right from the get-go. The way Silver Vest was staring at Lyriel, it would appear that the latter had already become her property. She stepped forward, her eyes never leaving the dumbfounded Lyriel, but suddenly, Adam stood between them. He gazed at Silver Vest with an amused smirk. The transaction isn't even complete, and you already want to lay your hands on my product. He stepped forward, looking deeply into Silver Vest's blue eyes. I must say, you are quite rude. When Silver Vest gazed into Adam's dark eyes, she found herself momentarily in a daze. But soon her eyes narrowed, and she coldly stated, Magus, do you know where you are? The moment those words left her mouth, a dozen magi dressed in black suddenly appeared like shadows, standing at the edge of the room. Adam chuckled with a raised eyebrow as he looked around. Not bad. You've trained them well. His eyes then darted towards two areas in the ceiling before landing on Silver Vest. When the silver-haired woman saw Adam looking at those two spots on the ceiling, her eyes narrowed. After all, the areas that he looked at were exactly the places where two more rank 1 magi were hidden. In that moment, Silver Vest knew that Adam was not so easy to deal with as she had previously thought. Realizing this, her entire demeanor changed. She chuckled seductively. Oh, how rude of me. You both have come from so far, yet I didn't even offer you a seat. Silver Vest bowed, revealing ample bosom through the wide neckline of her silk robe. Forgive me, dear customers, but when I saw the elven slave you brought, I just couldn't help myself. When Adam gazed at the silver-haired woman bowing before her, he couldn't help but involuntarily gulp. But he quickly steadied himself, no need to apologize. His gaze was subconsciously drawn to her cleavage as he added, I can understand what you were going through, so no need for the deep apology. Silver Vest laughed in an extremely seductive manner as she gently grabbed Adam's arm, pressing her body against it and leading him towards the seating area. Come, dear customer, she said. Please sit, let us talk business, shall we? With that said, she snapped her fingers and several female slaves entered the room through another door, bringing with them food and wine. It had to be said that all the slaves that had entered just now were beautiful beyond belief. Some were abducted from villages and hamlets, others belonged to noble households that had fallen from grace. It would also appear that all these slaves seemed to have been treated quite well. Their skin was smooth and fair, their hair silky, and their cheeks radiated a rosy blush. Adam couldn't help but think that these slaves were slaves in name only, and that they were being treated even better than all the magi guards employed at the establishment. As you can see, Silver Vest began. I have not a single elf working for me, so you can imagine my excitement when my men told me that you'd brought an elven slave for me. Ah, yes, of course. Adam nodded, shifting his attention to Silver Vest. He added with an impressed look on his face, I can't help but admire your fine selection of women here, Lady Vess. Oh, the silver-haired woman's lips curled up into a seductive smile. Would you perhaps like to spend a night with any of them? I'd be more than happy to help you choose one. Adam's lips curled up into a smirk. Who knows, a hum. Kale awkwardly cleared his throat. Shall we get down to business? That question was directed towards Adam as much as it was directed towards Silver Vess. Tusk, you're no fun at all. Adam gazed at Kale and grumbled. The next moment, before Silver Vest could even ask their names, Lyriel's chains were suddenly undone. She caressed her wrists and neck, complaining, well, that was humiliating. Silver Vest frowned. What is the meaning of this? A foreboding feeling welled up in her heart for some reason, and she instantly put her guard up. Men, surround them, she ordered. However, none came forward. This caused the silver-haired slaver's heart to sink. When she turned to look at all the magi guards inside her office, she found that their eyes had glazed over as they remained standing in a daze. Even her female slaves shared the same fatal of their eyes glazed over as if they were inside an illusion. Silver Vest muttered in astonishment. She couldn't believe that all the men and women inside her office were put under an illusion in such a short span of time. What is the meaning of this? She glared at the newcomers, however, inwardly she was shocked. She didn't even know when or how the illusion was cast. Who else is here with you? That was the only rational conclusion she could come to. That someone else, concealed from her senses, had cast the illusion while Adam and Kale drew her attention. Adam waved his hand casually. My lady, it is just us three. No one else is here, I promise you. Just you three. Silver Vest thought in alarm. Then who cast the illusion? I didn't even see any of them prepare for the spell. Silver Vest now knew that the tables had turned. She was now up against 3 rank 2 magi. Thus, she quickly tried to defuse the situation and ensured that she survived anyway. What is it that you two gentlemen, and her words momentarily slowed down as her gaze was drawn to Lyriel, and she continued, lady, want from me? She'd be a fool to not realize that Lyriel had been pretending to be a slave all this while. Whatever it is that you want, Silver Vest added. Money, spellbooks, magical artifacts, anything. I can offer you anything you want. You only need to say the word. Adam smiled as a black dagger shaped like a raven's feather appeared in his hand. Anything I want. Silver Vest nodded without hesitation. Anything you want. Know that I have enough power in this city to meet your demands. Very well. Adam nodded, his smile deepening. Then I'd like to have your face. When all of Silvervest's guards and the slaves snapped back to their senses, they felt a moment of disorientation before everything became clear. They saw their boss sitting with her legs crossed, casually talking to the two guests who had just arrived. Everything seemed normal. "So I take it that you two have had your fair share of battle since I last visited you," said Silvervest, pointing at the scars on Adam and Kale's face. Silvervest chuckled lightly as she waved her hand. "You don't even need to mention it." Her eyes flashed with reminiscence, and she added, "In fact, I should be the one thanking your parents. If not for them, I wouldn't even be here today." Adam and Kale glanced at each other and then smiled. Silvervest then added, "Well, now that you're here, it is only right that I repay the kindness that your parents once showed me." She paused before asking with an inquisitive gaze, "But I must ask you something first. What brings you two here to Blackshore?" The journey from Fabio Kingdom in the Southern Federation is quite the perilous one, and very long and arduous, I might add. Adam couldn't help but awkwardly scratch the back of his head. "Truth be told, Lady Vess, my brother and I plan to go to the capital of the Akkadian Empire, Akrian, to make a name for ourselves. But during our voyage through the Galestein Ocean, we were attacked by pirates." He paused for a moment, skipping over most of the details, and concluded, "Well, a lot of things happened and we ended up arriving in Blackshore. We then heard from the locals that you also happened to be here, and thus immediately rushed to meet you." Silvervest chuckled while covering her mouth. "Well, isn't that a wonderful coincidence? Now that you've arrived in Blackshore, how about working for me?" Adam was surprised, really. "Of course," said Silvervest matter-of-factly. "Although the two of you have only just advanced to the Mana Liquesfaction rank, you have plenty of battle experiences, do you not?" Adam and Kale nodded. "Well then, how about we do this?" Silvervest leaned forward and continued, "Work under me for a couple of months. When you've established yourself and made enough money, you can travel the Ulier continent and go make a name for yourself. Would you really do that for us, Lady Vess?" Adam spoke excitedly. Silvervest's lips twitched, but she replied with a smile, "Of course I would. I would refrain from handing you everything on a platter, as that would simply make you complacent." Her expression turned solemn. "This is Darkshore. Here you have to fight tooth and nail if you want something." Adam gulped loudly. He stood up and pressed his hand against his chest. "Lady Vess, it would be my honor to work for you." "Why yes, me too." Kale followed suit and got to his feet as well. "Very well then," Silvervest smiled. "For the foreseeable future, you both will act as my sword and shield. Can I trust you boys to handle such responsibility?" "Yes, my lady." Adam and Kale bowed respectfully. "Splendid." She got to her feet with a radiant smile on her beautiful face and walked towards the grand mahogany table on the other end of the office. As she took her seat at the table, she snapped her fingers and ordered coldly, "Everyone leave. I wish to talk to them in private." "Yes." The Magi guards, thinking nothing of it, bowed and left, and so did the female slaves. Silvervest then raised her head, coldly glancing towards the ceiling. "You two as well." There was a brief moment of silence before the voices of two men were heard. "As you command, my lady." After everyone had left the office, there were a few moments of silence as Silvervest looked at Adam with an inquiring gaze. Adam remained silent for a moment before nodding with a smirk. "Yeah, all of them have left." Then he cast a few hand seals, erecting a simple barrier around the three of them. He then took a seat at the mahogany table and nonchalantly put his feet on it. "All right, it's safe to talk now," he said while supporting his head with his hands behind. Silvervest's shoulders involuntarily loosened. She looked at Adam and couldn't help but frown ever so slightly. "Weren't you overacting a little?" "Overacting me?" Adam chuckled lightly as he waved his hand. "Not at all. My acting was perfect, I'd say." Silvervest, or rather, Lyriel Overendar couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Anyways, I think the people closest to Silvervest are convinced with our play." Adam had put all the guards and the female slaves under an illusion spell the moment he had entered the room. After that, he had swiftly dealt with the real Silvervest, carved her face, and handed it over to Lyriel to do her magic. It took the elf about 10 minutes to enchant the face mask and use it for herself. As for the real Silvervest body, Adam had already fed it to one of the snakes from the coil. Needless to say, she would not be missed. "How long until the forces of Ravenfell arrive?" Kale looked at Adam and asked. The raven-haired middle-aged man with scars all over his face stroked his chin in thought. Before answering, "I'd say about a month, give or take." Although the three of them had only taken half the time to arrive at Blackshore, it made sense for the forces of Ravenfell to take more time since they were in a large group. Furthermore, they'd also be taking a different route compared to the trio. "Now that we've established ourselves according to the plan, I'm afraid I won't be able to move around much," said Lyriel. After all, she was pretending to be Silvervest and thus had to operate out of the cage for the majority of her time spent in the city. "Yeah, don't worry about it." Adam nodded. "Kale and I will be just fine." He paused for a moment, his expression turning serious. "You, however, need to be more careful. You are now Silvervest, so act like how she usually would. Do not let your emotions get in the way." Lyriel's lips quivered. Indeed, she couldn't help but ask, "What about the slaves, the children?" "Rest assured." Adam rose to his feet, walking toward the window and coldly gazing at the lawless city sprawling before him. When Blackshire burns to the ground, all the slaves will be liberated. I give you my word. This was not Adam speaking, nor was it the tyrant. It was the Black Vengeance. In the heart of Blackshire stood a black fortress made of ancient stone, stained with soot and time. It once served as a proud lighthouse guiding warships and merchant vessels, but now it had become a domain of corruption. The fortress, known as the Black Spire, was where the rulers of Blackshire operated from. No king or emperor held dominion here. Instead, the city was ruled by a loose council of the most powerful crime lords, pirate captains, and cutthroats. Of course, the truth as mentioned before was that the city was truly ruled by the Umbra thieves. Currently, inside the main chamber of the Black Spire, the 3 leaders of the Umbra thieves had gathered. They were sitting at a vast circular table that dominated the center of the chamber, their expressions extremely grave. One of the 3 people was a clean-shaven old man with a head full of thick white hair and a scar running diagonally across his face, making him appear deeply intimidating. It was none other than Alberto's father and Brigham Flynn's old friend and now his mortal enemy Lord Kissinger. He looked at his fellow comrades, both old men, and couldn't help but speak in a solemn tone. I've received word that the armed forces of Ravenfell 100 Magi Stronghave left the city. A bald old man wearing an eye patch over his right eye spat in anger. Those damned bastards. How were they able to determine our location? I was under the impression that our anti-divination arrangement would prevent even a rank 4 monocore magus from divining our whereabouts. Kissinger looked at his comrade, rank 3 magus Barnabas Booth, and answered first, we cannot be certain if the Ravenfell forces have truly found out our location. It would appear that they have been quite tight-lipped about their operations lately. My spies haven't been able to gather any conclusive clues. He paused for a moment before continuing, and second, even the route that they are taking has been diligently concealed from outsiders. It would seem that the counselors of Ravenfell suspect someone from the top brass to be leaking information outside. At that moment, the 3rd leader of the Thieves' Guild, rank 3 Magus Wendell Cross, spoke, but we are certain about 2 things. 3 rank 3 Magi have departed from Ravenfell, and they are traveling north. Silence descended within the chamber as all 3 leaders of the guild had their expressions continue to darken, thinking about their next move. Although only 3 Magi had been dispatched from Ravenfell, matching their number of rank 3 Magi. However, the destruction resulting from the clash between so many mana vortex Magi would completely decimate Black Sharia city that they ruled and called home. Fuck. Barnabas Booth, the one-eyed magus, slammed the table with his fist and roared at the top of his lungs. How did things come to this? He turned his head and gazed at Kissinger with his one bloodshot eye. Kissinger, this is all your fault. Who told you to go after one of the counselors of Ravenfell in the first place? If you hadn't, then we wouldn't have been in this situation right now. Kissinger turned to look at Barnabas, radiating immense fury. Is this the time to be pointing fingers? If I recall correctly, all of us had agreed on the assassination of Brigham Flynn. Wendell Cross, a man with long white hair, interjected, this is not the time for infighting. He paused for a moment before solemnly asking, do we have any word from the cult? Hearing about the Cult of Bones, Barnabas Booth couldn't help but sneer, that damn cult, working with us when it's convenient and abandoning us when things go south. Is this what an alliance means to them? Damn it all, even us thieves have honor. Both Kissinger and Wendell didn't refute the man. They knew that what he said was the truth. The Cult of Bones had treated them like expendables. Despite knowing this, the Umbra thieves couldn't do a thing about it because the cult had deeper roots and was far stronger than Thier Guild. Might makes right. Some of the guild's spies in Europa even claimed that the cult had secretly conquered the entire continent and that Thier cult leader was a magus with no rivals in this world. Hearing such rumors, how could the 3 leaders of the Umbra thieves dare show their grievances to the cult? Despite whether the rumors surrounding the leader of the Cult of Bones having no rivals in this world were true or not, the leaders of the Umbra thieves knew for sure that the cult had several rank 4 monocore magi as its members. Kissinger's expression turned solemn. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, we must activate our contingency plan. For now, it is better for us to assume that Ravenfell knows our location. Barnabas and Wendell looked at him deeply before reluctantly nodding. Suddenly, the gates to the main chamber were opened, and Kissinger's right-hand man, a magi working under him, rushed inside with a panicked expression on his face. Seeing this, Kissinger was furious. I thought I had forbidden anyone from entering the chamber. Dylan, if you don't have a good reason, then I will sever your head right now. Dylan's back was drenched in a cold sweat, however. He still gathered the courage to speak. My lord, this is extremely important. You must hear me out. Stop wasting my time, Kissinger coldly said as he coated his hand with mana, ready to sever his aide's head any moment now. Realizing this, Dylan hurriedly blurted out, several people from the Cult of Bones have arrived, my lord. They seek an audience with you all. The mana around Kissinger's hand immediately vanished, and he asked with a slightly stunned expression, the Cult of Bones, you say? Wendell's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but laugh boisterously, so they're still here after all, ha 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 ha. He looked at Dylan and asked, "Boy, how many of them are here?" Dylon looked at the man and nervously spoke, "My lord, there are 4 of them." And he paused for a moment before adding with complicated emotions, his eyes a mixture of excitement and dread. "All 4 of them are rank 3 mana vortex magi." The grand doors to the main chamber opened, and 4 men in black robes entered. They radiated an aura of death, decay, and rot, making any weaker magi who looked at them tremble in fear. Kissinger, who was nominated by the other 2 as the spokesperson of the Umbra Thieves, jovially welcomed the 4 cultists, "Esteemed guests, I must admit, it is a great pleasure to welcome you all in our city." He paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with an inquiring light. "Of course, if you had informed us of your arrival before, we would have prepared a grand banquet for you." Barnabas Booth, who was the more straightforward and outspoken person of the 3 leaders of the Umbra Thieves, didn't miss the chance to mock the newcomers. "To be honest, it is shocking that your lot hasn't abandoned the plans for the city of Ravenfell, considering the loss you suffered a couple of weeks ago." The one-eyed magus lips curled up into a disdainful smirk, and he added, "Rumor has it that a mana vortex magus from your cult was done in by a hairless brat. Ha, not only that, but this same brat who is no stronger than a rank 2 magus also dispatched the rest of your cult members in Ravenfell." At once an awkward silence descended in the hall. Now, usually, Kissinger would not take such a remark lightly, and would even reprimand in some manner or the other Barnabas for his behavior. However, what Barnabas said was the truth, and honestly, even Kissinger didn't like the fact that the Cult of Bones was treating them as disposable allies. Hearing Barnabas' snide remarks, the magi from the Cult of Bones were visibly angry at all of them except one, that is, the leader of this group of rank 3 magi from the cult, a young man with pale skin and black hair, and eyes that were a striking emerald, looked at Barnabas and politely smiled. "You are correct, Lord Barnabas." Not just Barnabas, even Kissinger and Wendell couldn't help but feel slightly taken aback seeing the pale young man's demeanor. They had assumed that all the magi from the cult were highly arrogant and cruel. Apparently not. The green-eyed man continued with the same polite smile. "It is because Ravenfell holds such great importance in our grand plan that we simply cannot abandon it." He paused for a moment before continuing, "And the same goes for you, our allies. I do not know how your relationship with Alan Barrett was, but let me assure you, my lords, I am not him. I am someone who respects and values my allies." His lips curled up into a mocking smirk. "At the very least, I won't be defeated by a magus weaker than me." The direction this conversation was going was completely different from what the 3 lords of Umbra Thieves had expected. They were surprised and glad that they were actually dealing with an amiable magus from the Cult of Bones. The previous magus they were in contact with, Alan Barrett, was completely the opposite of the green-eyed man sitting before them. Alan Barrett was cold and arrogant, treating them no different from his servants just because he had the backing of an organization as influential as the Cult of Bones. But this man before them was different. Kissinger immediately shot a glance at Barnabas, gesturing for the old man to stop taunting any further, and that he'd be the one to speak from now on. Then he glanced at the green-eyed man, who seemed to be in his late 20s, and asked with a smile, "My lord, please forgive me, I haven't had the opportunity to learn your name." The green-eyed man smiled. "Malcolm Morgan, my lord." "Ah, I see." Kissinger nodded in understanding. "So it was Lord Morgan." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Pray tell, my lord, what brings you here? Not to mention, you've brought 3 other mana vortex magi with you." Lord Kissinger, Malcolm began, his expression solemn. "I'm sure you know by now that Ravenfell has dispatched their armed forces." Kissinger nodded with a grave look on his face. "Indeed." He paused for a moment before adding, "But we cannot be certain that they are headed our way." Malcolm deeply looked at Kissinger and confirmed, "They are headed your way, Lord Kissinger. I can assure you that." At this moment, Barnabas blurted out that that's not possible. "Our anti-divination method can conceal our location under the scrying of even a mana core magus." He paused for a moment before thinking of a possibility. The one-eyed magus couldn't help but state in shock, "Do you mean to say the Lord of Ravenfell was the one who was able to uncover our location?" But the next second he immediately shook his head. "No, that shouldn't be possible either. Magus Blackwood is not well versed in the school of divination. We've done a thorough analysis of that man's capabilities, so then how?" Malcolm gazed at Barnabas, then at Wendell, before finally looking at Kissinger. He spoke in an extremely solemn tone. "Just like you have allied with us, Ravenfell has also secretly allied with a powerful secret organization." He paused for a moment before speaking with a grave expression. "This organization, they're as old as if not older than the Cult of Bones. Their network is vast and their influence is deep, so it is no surprise that they were able to uncover your true location. An ancient secret organization as powerful as the cult." Kissinger was shocked, and so were the other 2 leaders of the Umbra Thieves. While the 3 tried to digest this newfound information, Malcolm couldn't help but think to himself in ridicule, "Alan, oh Alan, your death was not entirely meaningless after all." At the very least, the cult leader was able to learn of the involvement of the Twilight Brotherhood. Malcolm focused his attention on the present. He looked at Kissinger and said, "That is why the cult has sent the four of us here to help you. After all, we do not know for sure how many rank 3 magi will be present on Ravenfell's side." At once, the three leaders of the Thieves' Guild began to feel the immense gravity of the situation about to unfold in Blackshore. "But rest assured, my lords," Malcolm added, "no matter how many rank 3 magi our enemies have, their numbers won't be greater than ours." He paused for a moment before getting to his feet. "The other reason why the cult leader has dispatched four of us here is because he wants this battle to be swift and wants us to deliver a heavy blow to Ravenfell's forces." The rest of the cultists also got to their feet, ready to leave. The three leaders of Ravenfell stood up as well, seeing them out. "I shall leave the preparation to you, my lords." Malcolm pressed his hand against his chest and gave a light bow. The next moment his eyes flashed with a cunning light. "Oh, and one more thing," he added with a faint smile. "At least one magus from the forces of Ravenfell has already infiltrated your city." "What?" The three leaders were shocked and furious. "Who?" Kissinger couldn't help but press further. Malcolm's smile gradually deepened. "His name is Adam Constantine." That name wasn't unfamiliar to the leaders of the Umbra Thieves. When Kissinger heard the man speak his name, his expression darkened. "It's this boy again. He keeps interfering with our plans." "He's no mere boy, my lord," said Malcolm in a solemn tone. "I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but it was Adam Constantine who killed Alan Barrett as well as the 14 rank 2 magi of our cult 2 weeks ago. It was him." Barnabas was stunned, and so were the other two leaders of the Thieves' Guild. Although they knew that the rank 3 magus from the cult had been killed by a rank 2 magus, they didn't know of the latter's identity. The higher-ups of Ravenfell had tightly concealed this matter in order to indirectly protect Adam. But now, knowing that it was none other than him who dispatched all the magi from the cult during the Duskfall incident, the leaders of the Umbra Thieves found themselves momentarily speechless. If my intel is correct, then Adam Constantine was also the one to cure Brigham Flynn. "Yes?" Malcolm asked with a raised eyebrow. Kissinger couldn't help but intensely frown. "Indeed, it was him. Now you see how great a threat this magus is," asked the emerald-eyed man. "I urge you, my lords, do not underestimate this young man." He paused for a moment before speaking in a cryptic tone. "Alan Barrett underestimated him. Look what happened to him." Wendell suddenly spoke up. "Lord Morgan, what do you think the boy, that magus, is doing here?" To the Umbra Thieves, Adam was no longer a boy, but a man who posed a serious threat to its existence. It could be anything. Malcolm shrugged. The Ravenfell main forces could have sent him to scout ahead of them, or to sow chaos and create an opportunity for them, or... His eyes narrowed and his words turned cold. "To simply assassinate one of you and greatly reduce the guild's combat power." "Assassinate us?" Barnabas roared in fury. "He is looking down on us." "No, my lord," Malcolm respectfully refuted. "If anything, or rather, we are looking down on him. Do not forget, Alan Barrett had a small army of undead, yet he was the one to die." He paused for a moment before deeply emphasizing his following words. "Do not take Adam Constantine for a regular rank 2 mana liquefaction magus. The threat he possesses is not different from a rank 3 mana vortex magus." The chamber descended into silence. The expressions on the faces of the Umbra Thieves' leaders were complicated and dark, but the truth of the matter was, it was indeed as Malcolm Morgan had said. Adam Constantine was a serious threat. Seeing that he had succeeded in having the three take Adam seriously, Malcolm concluded, "Please dispatch your men for a city-wide search. Although I doubt they'd be able to capture him, at the very least, his scope of operations would be greatly hampered." Malcolm smiled politely and lightly bowed once again. "We are allies, Lord Kissinger. It is only right that I do my best to assist you in any way I can." He paused for a moment before looking at all three leaders of the Thieves' Guild. "Now my men and I will retreat to our quarters. When the hour of battle comes, rest assured we will stand beside you and fight with everything we have." The three leaders couldn't help but feel greatly at ease having Malcolm as their ally. He was far better than Alan Barrett. With that said, the Magi from the Cult of Bones left the Grand Chamber, leaving the leaders of the Umbra Thieves to release the order to hunt down Adam Constantine. In a lavish two-story manor a couple of blocks away from the Black Spire, the people from the Cult of Bones had finally settled down after their long journey from Europa. The journey through the Galestein Ocean took more than a year if one traveled by sea, and a few months less if one traveled by a flying dirigible. The fact that these people had arrived in a little more than 2 weeks meant that they had some extremely fast flying mounts with them. Apart from these 4 magi that had come from Europa, the rest of the cult's magi had been gathered from all over the Akkadian Empire. As mentioned before, the Cult of Bones network was vast. Rank 1 mana foundation magi of the cult patrolled the boundary of this manor. Meanwhile, rank 2 mana liquefaction magi were seen patrolling inside the estate. The 4 rank 3 mana vortex magi from the cult rested in the heart of the manor, protected from all sides although they didn't need such security to begin with. One of the magi glanced at Malcolm, who was enjoying a steak dinner, and couldn't help but ask, what was the need to give these people false promises? What are you talking about? Malcolm asked with a slight frown. The magus thought for a moment before speaking. I mean you telling them that we will help them in their battle against the armed forces of Ravenfell. Clearly, that isn't our objective at all. Malcolm glanced at the man and spoke with a chuckle. Would you rather I tell them that we weren't sent here to help them? His voice turned cold and he viciously mocked. You're a mana vortex magus, hundreds of years old. Use your brains. What I meant was you didn't need to go so far as to explain yourself to them, said the man awkwardly. Why should we, from the Cult of Bones, have to explain anything to these low-life thieves? Malcolm raised his eyebrow. So that's what you meant. He resumed eating and replied after several moments. It doesn't hurt to get on the good side of these people, even if we're going to backstab them later. One of the other cultists spoke up. There's 4 of us. Malcolm all rank 3 magi. Don't you think this is an overkill? Malcolm looked at the man and solemnly stated, this is a mission directly given by the cult leader. He paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with a vicious light. Perhaps 2 rank 3 magi could have effortlessly carried out this mission, but I'm not one to take any chances, especially considering what happened to Alin. Malcolm looked at all 3 magi in the room and sternly ordered, I will repeat this over and over again, do not underestimate Adam Constantine. His voice turned cold and he added, our mission is to capture him at all costs and take him to the cult leader. Failure will not be tolerated. And as for the Umbra thieves, Malcolm sneered in contempt. They can burn with the city for all I care. While Lyriel had settled down in the cage, posing as Silver Vess, Adam and Kale had begun wandering the city, gathering crucial intel. Just like any other city, there were several districts in Blackshore. There was the Darkfang Docks, the lifeline of the city. Then there was the floating marketplace where one could purchase anything in Ionia as long as they had money. The Warrens were the sprawling maze of lawless slums, consisting of shanties and crumbling tenements. They were home to beggars, thieves, and the city's lowest scum. The center of the city was where the Dark Spire was located. It was the place where the city's loose council operated out of. As such, it was the most well-guarded place in the entire city. Finally, there was the Ember Heights district. It was the neighborhood surrounding the Dark Spire. It was the only part of Blackshore resembling civilization. This wealthy quarter was home to corrupt merchants, exiled nobles, and high-ranking criminals who had grown rich from the city's illicit trade. Lavish mansions stood side by side with gambling dens, high-class brothels, and herbalist workshops. While outwardly it might appear elegant, betrayal and corruption ran deep behind every polished door. Many members of the Loose Council resided here, including Silver Vess, guarded by mercenary companies and deadly bodyguards. This was the district that Adam and Kale had chosen first for their investigation. It was also convenient for them since now they were Silver Vess' new bodyguards. Thus, it wouldn't be suspicious if they suddenly arrived at her house in Ember Height, considering they had solid proof of formally coming into an employment contract with her. Their proof, none other than all the slaves and magi employed by Silver Vess at the cage. Adam's mission was simple: disrupt Blackshore's defenses, spread disinformation, and cripple its leadership, thus making it easier for the main forces of Ravenfell to strike. Now that he and his team had infiltrated the city, it was time for them to gather intel. And what better place to gather information than an establishment where liquor flowed freely, narcotics changed hands with ease, and desire walked openly. Standing before the grand entrance of the greatest pleasure house in Ember Heights, Kale couldn't help but glance at Adam with a dubious look on his face. Why are we here? Adam patted the man's back and grinned. Why else? For the booze and women. Kahahaha. His answer elicited a round of excited cheers from the people around him who were also entering the fine establishment for the same reasons. Hearing his response, Kale's lips twitched incessantly. Before he could speak another word, Adam grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the entrance. Just shut up and relax, brother. I've been sick of seeing seagulls and ugly sailors for the past few months, Adam loudly said as they walked toward the entrance where the entry manager stood. Gentlemen, the middle-aged man with neatly combed hair and dressed in fine silk robes, greeted the pair. 2 burly bodyguards radiating the strength of a rank 1 magus stood behind him, indifferently gazing at them. This fine establishment accepts reservations only, said the man with a polite smile. I have never seen you 2 before. Are you perhaps tourists? Ah, sort of. Adam grinned. We're new here, but we're not tourists. We've officially become residents of this city after getting employment at. He stepped forward and whispered in the man's ears, the cage. The man's eyes narrowed, but before he could ask more questions, Adam placed a tiny leather pouch on the standing table in front of the man. For your troubles, said Adam with a wink. The man frowned. He covertly grabbed the pouch, checked its contents, and was more than happy. His smile became sincere as he stepped aside. Gentlemen, welcome to Night Paradise. May you have a wonderful time. Adam entered through the doors with a lively expression, meanwhile Kale followed behind him while shaking his head. After the pair had entered, the manager standing at the entrance instructed one of the bodyguards, "Find out whether Silver Vess has hired two brutes recently, whom they seem strong, at least mana foundation magi." His eyes then narrowed, and he added, "If these people are lying, then I'll make sure they don't leave this place." When Adam and Kale stepped inside, the scent of perfume, wine, and burning incense gently assaulted their nostrils. A grand chandelier hung from the ceiling, illuminating the hall in a dreamy glow. A circular stage dominated the center of the floor, where dancers and entertainers performed. Needless to say, the clothes they wore were the bare minimum, just enough to tease the patrons and make them drool for more. In one corner, a live band played music. All around the center stage, there were seating arrangements for customers. It was a sanctuary of indulgence where the wine never stopped flowing, gambling tables promised fortunes, and alluring figures drifted from table to table, selling companionship. Adam and Kale occupied an empty seating area. Moments later, a server arrived before them, and Adam didn't hesitate to order the best wine they had. Don't tell me Kale was dumbfounded. "Did you really come here to get drunk?" Adam rolled his eyes. "Firstly, yes. Secondly, I'm not here to have fun. Trust me, this is business." Kale found it difficult to trust Adam's words. Suddenly, a group of magi dressed in fine robes arrived before them, gazing at them with unkind intentions. Almost all of them were young men, and judging from their appearance and the way they carried themselves, it would appear that they were from rather wealthy backgrounds. "Hey, you two," one of the young men called out, his tone filled with annoyance. "You're sitting at our table. You need to leave." "Oh, is that so? Forgive me, friends. I wasn't told that this table was reserved." Adam feigned ignorance, putting on an apologetic expression, but inwardly he sneered. "I know this is your table." He cast his gaze toward the blond young man standing in the center of the group with a knowing smile. "And you're the one I am looking for." The young man who had spoken just now stepped forward and spoke in a threatening manner. "Now you know this table is reserved, so leave." Adam looked around innocently, then he gazed at the man and replied, "But where do I go, friend? It appears that all the other tables have been occupied." Bam! The man slammed his fist on the table, his expression darkening. "That's your problem now, isn't it? Don't make me repeat myself over and over again. Fucking leave." A tense atmosphere descended between the two groups. Kale glanced at Adam, wondering why he was so adamant about staying at this table and picking a fight with this group of newcomers when they should actually be laying low. Adam stroked his chin, deep in thought. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he grinned. "How about this? Why don't you share the table with us?" Seeing the growing dissatisfaction in the young man's eyes, Adam added with a smirk, "I'll also pay for all your drinks." "You see, my brother and I are new to Blackshore, so it wouldn't hurt to make some new friends now, would it?" The young man who had been quarreling with Adam suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise. He gazed at Adam and Kale's clothes and wondered if they could even afford everyone's drinks at such an expensive establishment. Right at that moment, the entry manager from earlier arrived at the table, seemingly drawn by the light commotion between the group. However, he ignored the group of newcomers and directly addressed Adam and Kale with a fawning smile. "My lords, please accept this freshly brewed wine. It is on the house." Oh, Adam's eyes lit up and he grabbed the bottle. "Freshly brewed, you say?" Of course, the manager bowed respectfully. "Nothing less for Silver Vess men, Silver Vess." When the group of young men heard the manager mention the most infamous slaver in Blackthorn, they were stunned. They looked at Adam and Kale and thought in shock, these two work for her. At once, the one who was arguing with Adam suddenly turned around and gazed at the blond young man standing at the center with an inquiring gaze. Before the blond young man could answer, the manager's gaze was drawn to him, and he couldn't help but remark, "Young Lord Colbert. Ah, forgive me, I didn't see you there." The manager then looked at Colbert's group and then at Adam and Kale, immediately understanding what the reason for the tension might have been. Stuck in a tight spot, he didn't know how to defuse the situation. Adam and Kale worked for Silver Vess, but Colbert also had an equally deep background. Just when he was struggling to come up with a solution, Adam spoke up with a grin. "How about you get a few more bottles to this table for our new friends here?" And by a few more bottles, I mean at least a dozen. "A dozen," the entry manager spoke in a daze. "But my lord, I'm afraid they cannot be complimentary." "Ah, but you'll still give me a heavy discount, right?" Adam's eyes narrowed. "Right?" he pressed with a cold voice. "Why, yes, right away." The middle-aged man hurriedly turned around and left. Adam then glanced at Colbert and his group and smiled amicably. "Now then, where were we?" "Right, my brother and I are new here. It would be nice to get along, no?" Colbert looked at Adam with a stoic face. Soon his lips curled into a faint smile. "Sure, but you're still going to pay for all the drinks, yes? Haha." Adam forced an awkward laugh. "I'm a man of my word." Colbert's group, consisting of half a dozen people, including him, sat at the table, sharing food and drinks with Adam and Kale. Kale wasn't one to talk much, so he simply ate food and observed. Only after several rounds of drinks, when everyone was tipsy, did he learn who Colbert was. Colbert Black was the eldest son of Dean Black, a rank 2 magus and a highly influential merchant in Blackshore. However, it was not Dean Black's wealth that surprised Kale, but the fact that his person was in direct opposition to the current people sitting at the loose council. Direct opposition, as in, he opposed the people and not the council itself. After all, he along with several other influential and infamous people of Blackshore were vying for the position of counselor. I see, Cale thought to himself in realization. So that's why he's targeting Dean Black's son, Colbert Black. This was the true essence of how an agent of the Twilight Brotherhood operated, conducting business through scheming, subtle nudging, and more than a little manipulation. More often than not, the agents of the Brotherhood helped guide the events, rather than becoming a direct cause. They preferred to work in the shadows, discreetly, sending one person to slip in and do a job where an army couldn't. Act as political manipulators and information brokers, working with the common people. Spells and swords were rarely needed when rumors and whispers proved to be more effective. Realizing this, Cale couldn't help but smirk faintly. He then paid attention to Adam's conversation with Colbert. Who would have thought that you were related to the great merchant, Magus Dean Black? Adam laughed in a drunken stupor. Colbert too laughed boisterously, ha ha ha. My friend Mata, who would have thought that you would be related to Silver Vess? Haha, what a wonderful surprise this is. The two put their arms around each other's shoulders and toasted to this new friendship. Adam then looked at the blond young man and said, Colbert know that we've shared drinks, I consider you my friend. Yeah. Colbert nodded his head like a chicken. Adam's drunken eyes flashed with cunning as he smiled. Then, I must tell you about this dirty rumor that one of my men heard about your father. Dirty rumor? Colbert was furious. Who would dare? I cannot divulge the name of that person, oh I cannot. Adam spoke dramatically. He is far too influential, I say. Colbert placed his hand on Adam's shoulder and assured him, my friend Mata, rest assured. The influence of the Black mercantile family is nothing to scoff at as well. My friend Adam's lips quivered. He took another swig of alcohol, seemingly trying to gain courage from the inside the bottom of the bottle. His eyes flashed with seriousness, and he stated, this rumor about your father, I hear it was started by someone working for one of the counselors of Blackshore. Late into the night, after finishing several bottles of liquor, Adam and Cale, and Colbert and his entourage finally stepped out of Night Paradise. Needless to say, all of them were drunk out of their minds. Well, Cale didn't drink and Adam simply pretended to be drunk. Hiccup, Adam burped. My friend, you cannot tell anyone what I told you today. Understood, of course. Colbert struggled to stand straight, but he still managed to show a thumbs up. He then thought of something and spoke with a slur. I own a smoke shop in the floating marketplace. You should come by tomorrow, there's a lot we can work together on. You know, make some extra money, hee. I can only meet you after sunset, said Adam. My brother and I have just started working. Boss will get angry if Wehecup starts skipping work already. Silver Vest Colbert's eyes flashed with slight hints of fear. He walked up to Adam and placed his hand on his shoulder. My friend Mata, you must be careful there. I've heard terrible things about how Silver Vest treats those who don't follow her orders. Hearing the concern in the young man's voice, Adam sneered inwardly. But on the surface, he revealed a grin. Heh, we don't need to worry about that. Silver Vest and us two brothers go way back. Cale nodded from the side. Way back, Colbert was surprised. He thought Adam and Cale were simple bodyguards that the slaver had hired, but only now was he beginning to realize that their relationship was likely to be deeper than it appeared on the surface. The blond young man couldn't help but ask, if you can satisfy my curiosity, friends, how is it that you both? Right at that moment, a loud commotion erupted at the entrance of Night Paradise. Over a dozen magi armed to the teeth stormed inside the establishment, seemingly looking for someone, while a few started interrogating the customers standing outside. Seeing this, Adam and Cale couldn't help but frown as a foreboding feeling gripped their hearts. An armored magus approached their group, his aura intimidating. But when he noticed Colbert Black, he retrieved his aura, his presence now much more polite. Young Lord Black, forgive me for disturbing you, said the armored magus. Colbert frowned intensely, however. It didn't dare to speak rudely to the man. After all, the magus was from the Umbra Thieves. What's going on? He asked with slight dissatisfaction. I've never known the Umbra Guards to storm inside buildings like this before. Did something happen? Yes. The guard nodded. A wanted criminal has entered Blackshore. The three lords wanted him to be found at all costs. That is why we've begun a city-wide search for this man. A wanted criminal. Colbert was taken aback. How heinous must this person have to be for him to have a wanted status in Blackshore out of all places? The guard didn't reply. Instead, he conjured a scroll and unfurled it in front of everyone. The scroll was a wanted poster, and it had the sketch you a young man with raven hair and black eyes, wanted alive. Adam Constantine. Reward 100,000 AG. Colbert's eyes threatened to pop out of his sockets, and his drunkenness almost vanished when he saw the reward on the wanted poster. 100,000 Akkadian gold. He blurted out in disbelief. Just who the hell is this man? Not just him, even his entourage was shocked. But no one was more shocked by the person on the wanted poster. With a dumbfounded look on his face, Adam stepped forward and snatched the poster from the guard's hands. 100,000 gold pieces. He observed the drawing of his face on the wanted poster. The similarity was too uncanny. Whoever drew his face clearly knew him well. But how the hell am I already wanted in this city? He thought to himself in absolute shock. I just arrived here. At once all sorts of possibilities emerged in his mind, causing his eyes to narrow. However, he quickly hid these emotions away, afraid that the guard would find it suspicious. The guard, however, was already suspicious of Adam. Who are you? I don't think I've ever seen you before, said the guard, his eyes flashing with hostility. Adam forced a smile. It is a big city, my friend. Of course you haven't seen me. I haven't seen you either. Just when the armed guard was about to escalate things further, Colbert stepped forward. No need to worry about him. He's my friend. A friend? The guard frowned, turning to look at the blond young man. A moment later he nodded, apologizing for his behavior. Forgive me, my lord. Everyone is quite on edge since the citywide manhunt has begun. This magus, Adam Constantine, is he really that dangerous? Colbert asked. He is, the guard answered in a solemn tone. If the three lords are willing to offer such a high reward, then he is clearly a dangerous man. He thought for a moment before adding, there are also rumors that this man is a mana vortex magus. Rank 3. Colbert was shocked. Is that really true? I do not know. The guard shook his head. Like I said, these are but rumors. But considering that this magus has managed to invoke the wrath of all three lords. He didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. My lord, even if you don't catch this criminal, and only offer information about his whereabouts, you would still receive 50% of the reward money, the guard added. My goodness, Colbert still found this shocking. After all, 50,000 gold pieces was still a significant sum of money for him, who was already considered a wealthy man. 50,000 Acadian gold could buy one a lavish estate in the Uptown Quarter in Ravenfell. I shall take my leave. Please remain vigilant, my lord. The guard lightly bowed, proceeding to the next investigation spot. Meanwhile, Adam, who witnessed all of this take place, had an extremely dark expression on his face. I only just arrived in Blackshore, and the Umber thieves have already found out. It's impossible that they were able to do this on their own. He thought of a terrifying, yet very likely possibility, causing his heart to be filled with rage. It has to be that traitor from Ravenfell. Adam recalled the faces of all those present in council. Keep the day Sabrina Benton discussed the plan to attack Umber Thieves day that he left the city. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous light flashing in them. It has to be one of them. The cage, the floating marketplace. After spending most of the night in Night Paradise, Adam and Kale returned to their current base of operations, the establishment where the previous Silver Vest operated. On their way here, they saw Adam's wanted posters almost everywhere. Furthermore, there were also armed guards who had begun patrolling the streets, looking for the raven-haired youth. Fortunately, the disguises Lyriel had diligently worked on were quite efficient. Adam quite literally walked right past the guards, yet they were unable to truly identify him. Lyriel's skill in crafting disguises was so great that even a rank 3 mana vortex magus wouldn't notice the discrepancies, not unless they were proactively looking for them, that is. Currently, the pair had arrived before the doors to the office on the second floor, their expressions grave. When the Magi standing guard saw them, they made their way, opening the door for them. Both Adam and Kale pretended to respectfully greet Silver Vest, who was sitting at the large desk, casually smoking from a long pipe. As soon as the door closed, all three of them dropped their pretenses. Adam walked forward while weaving a few hand seals, erecting an invisible dome around them that prevented sound from escaping. The moment the barrier was erected, Lyriel spoke up. People from the Umber Thieves were here. Kale's eyes narrowed at that discovery. As expected, what did they say to you? Did they find anything suspicious? Adam asked with a solemn expression. They were rather tame, said Lyriel, thinking of the right word. But that's only because I'm wearing the face belonging to Silver Vest. She paused for a moment before adding with a serious look on her face, but they scoured the whole place clean, thoroughly checking all the guards that work here. And what? Adam pressed, his hands involuntarily clenching into fists. There was immense fury burning in Lyriel's eyes, and she continued. They viciously interrogated all the slaves in this establishment, killing everyone from the latest batch that arrived this morning. Bastards. Adam spat through gritted teeth. Kale gazed at his longtime partner and couldn't help but ask in concern, Lyriel, are you all right? The elf gazed at him with complicated emotions, her lips quivering. I'm okay. She paused for a few moments, trying to gather her bearings. They asked about you too, since technically you both arrived here earlier this morning. Adam started pacing around the room, asking absent-mindedly, yeah, and what about it? For now, you both are clear. But I don't know for how long I can hold them off, Lyriel truthfully answered. The Magi from the Umber Thieves are very serious, it would seem. Kale nodded. Adam's wanted posters have been distributed throughout the city already. But how did they even know about our arrival? Lyriel couldn't help but ask in distress. It's that damn traitor from Ravenfell. Adam spat through gritted teeth. The day I find out who that traitor is, I swear it, I will tear him limb from limb. Kale and Lyriel remained silent. The situation that they had now found themselves in was very dangerous, especially for Adam. Do you think this traitor is a spy for the Umbra thieves, or asked Lyriel? Adam shook his head. I can't be sure. But if I had to make a guess, I'd say it's a spy for the Cult of Bones. The Umbra Thieves doesn't have nearly as much influence to win over a rank 3 magus from Ravenfell. The Cult of Bones, on the other hand, his meaning was clear. The cult was a powerful ancient organization that had deep resources and a network spanning the entire globe. Naturally, they were immensely influential. Not to mention, their wealth wouldn't just surpass Ravenfell's, but the whole of the Akkadian Empire. Damn it. Adam couldn't help but curse out aloud. He took a seat at the table and conjured a gourd from his earrings. He finished the whole gourd in frustration. Then he cleared his mind with the help of the lotus and spoke again. Let us assume that this traitor is a spy of the Cult of Bones. Considering our current predicament, we shouldn't be bothered about this damn traitor. But the cult, Kale and Lyriel's expression turned grave. Until now, the Twilight Brotherhood had expected the Cult of Bones to back out from the playing field. After all, the Brotherhood has been in a secret war with the cult for a long period of time. So naturally, they knew how the cult operated. Based on the cult's behavior and method of operation, the Brotherhood believed that the cult would discard the Umbra Thieves after their plan failed earlier and focus on the bigger picture. However, now it would appear that the cult might not have abandoned the Thieves Guild after all. Suddenly, Adam's brows creased together as he thought of something very peculiar. Wait, why did we assume that the Cult of Bones would not participate in the upcoming battle? The higher-ups in Ravenfell also didn't find anything wrong with this idea. How strange. This was a sound analysis done after taking into consideration their past behaviors, said Lyriel matter-of-factly. Is that so? Adam muttered in a daze. He suddenly had a feeling of déjà vu. But where did this feeling originate from? The raven-haired youth tried his best to recall that memory. The closer he got to the answer, the colder his heart turned. He felt a chill crawl down his spine. When he lifted his sleeves a little and noticed goosebumps all over his arm. He couldn't help but nervously gulp when he finally realized the source of this feeling of déjà vu. I see, so that's what it was, he thought in alarm. This is the same feeling I got when I started to realize the bizarreness surrounding the underground tunnel in Hand City. At the time, all of us were led to believe that the tunnel was somehow connected to Shadowmere despite there being no evidence suggesting it. Adam's sixth sense was warning him about something. The same thing is happening now. All the people from the Brotherhood, as well as Ravenfell directly involved in this battle, were led to believe that the Cult of Bones wouldn't be present in Blackshore, when clearly there was no evidence suggesting it. Hand City Blackshore, it's the same feeling. Adam's eyes narrowed and a terrifying foreboding feeling welled up in his heart. He looked at Kale and Lyriel and spoke in a grave tone. I believe Blackshore is a trap. Sensing the gravity in the youth's voice, Lyriel couldn't help but ask anxiously, why? What makes you say that? She paused for a moment before stating, if it's because of the fact that Umbra Thieves have found out about your arrival, it could be because they have spies in Ravenfell still. It doesn't necessarily mean that the cult is involved. No, it's just Adam thought of the right words to say. He rose to his feet, beginning to pace around once again. It's a gut feeling. I need you both to trust me on this, all right. Lyriel and Kale glanced at each other and saw the apprehension in each other's eyes. Lyriel then looked at Adam and spoke without hesitation. We trust you. Kale then spoke up. So you believe that the cult is still involved in this? Yes, they always have been. From the very beginning. Adam nodded absent-mindedly. This feeling we're being led to believe something when there's no evidence supporting it. The truth stares at us in the eye, yet we are unable to discern it. He stopped, his eyes narrowing. He then turned to look at Kale and Lyriel and solemnly said, it's likely some high-level spell from the spiritual aspect of magic. Spiritual aspect. Lyriel's eyes narrowed. You mean from either the school of enchantment, divination, or illusion? Adam nodded. There are 2 more schools that fall under the spiritual aspect of magic, as well as the physical aspect of magic. This was basic knowledge that any magus knew. Lyriel nodded and named the 2 schools, the School of Summoning and the School of... She paused, her eyes flashing with realization. Adam finished the answer for her, necromancy. Seeing the expressions of Lyriel and Kale gradually worsen, he explained. It is relatively easy for the magi of a particular school of magic to branch out into other schools that fall under the same aspect of magic. He paused for a moment before continuing. I believe what is happening now is a high-level magical spell belonging to the School of Enchantment. Adam also knew about the reason why he was able to realize this bizarreness when even rank 3 magi from Ravenfell and the Brotherhood directly involved in this matter could not. The mysterious White Lotus. Does the lotus passively protect me from spells that encroach upon the spiritual aspect of magic? He thought to himself. That could very well be possible since the lotus has a mysterious connection with the spirit world. But who cast this spell? It is such a powerful spell that even rank 3 magi didn't notice it. It's subtle, yet extremely terrifying. It makes the target believe in things that aren't true and ingeniously conceals the things that are. It is definitely from the school of enchantment, but who cast it? Adam's expression darkened by the moment when he thought of yet another possibility. It's the same feeling I had in Hans City all those years ago. Could it be that these two matters are truly connected? If so, then there's only one possible commonality between the two. The cult of bones, a chill crawled down his spine yet again as he thought of this possibility. If this is really the case, then the cult schemes run far deeper than I imagined. However, it was still his guess in the end. He had no evidence supporting it, but he greatly trusted his instincts. We have to let the main forces know that they could very well be walking into a trap. He looked at Kale and Lyriel with a solemn expression. Do we have any method of contacting them? Lyriel thought for a moment before shaking her head. Yes, but not as quickly as we want. Danley and Elric are still back in Ravenfell, investigating any clues related to the cult, and there's no one from Brotherhood with the armed forces of Ravenfell, or else we could have had an owl deliver the message instantaneously. Damn it, Adam was exasperated, so they'll be unknowingly walking into a trap, and we can't do anything about it, Kale muttered in distress. No, there's still something we can do, Adam muttered as several possible solutions churned in his head. After going through all those options, there was only one that he could rely on, albeit very reluctantly. Adam turned to Lyriel and continued, prepare a secret contingency plan in case all of this goes to shit. He paused for a moment before adding also, prepare a few more disguises for all of us, just in case. Lyriel gulped nervously. She took a few deep breaths and calmed down. This wasn't her first rodeo, after all. What are you planning to do? She asked. Do you want me or Kale to assist? Adam shook his head. No, this is something that I have to do on my own, and I don't know how long I'll be gone for. Could be a minute, could even be a week. In the meantime, I hope you two can carry out your tasks perfectly. Both Lyriel and Kale nodded. Leave it to us. Good. Adam faintly smiled before turning around and leaving the office. I'll be in the underground storage unit by the training pit. Unless it's absolutely important, do not disturb me. With that said, he headed for the underground level of the cage. After several hours of preparing and carving a runic formation, Adam finally finished what he was working on. In the underground storage unit, he stood at the center of a large and very complex formation, making sure the coordinates he had carved were correct and precise. After cross-checking 2 more times, he finally nodded to himself. He sat down cross-legged at the center of the formation. Then he gazed at Valerian, who was lying down by the entrance of the room that had already been sealed by him through rune magic. Val, you know the drill, he said. Mayu, I will protect you. Adam then finally started weaving a long and extremely complicated set of hand seals that took him almost a minute to complete. Following that, the runic formation on the ground lit up with a blinding light. Then the space above the formation was ripped open by an unseen force, and a direct portal to the spirit world was formed. A moment later, Adam's soul body emerged from his physical body like a ghostly apparition. Then, without hesitation, he flew through the portal. His destination, the Coil of Eternity. Somewhere in the mystical land of the serpents, inside an underground cave, a colossal snake with white scales lay atop a smooth, glimmering stone that jutted out of the ground. This serpent had 2 long whiskers sprouting from above his maw, giving him the appearance of someone with a long mustache. The colossal snake seemed to be in deep sleep at the moment, but suddenly his eyelids trembled ever so slightly when he sensed a disturbance in the energy around the cave. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing his yellow eyes and black vertical pupils that had narrowed into slits. Is someone trying to teleport inside my cave? The serpent mused out loud. There were very few beings within the coil who knew his coordinates. Thus, he was wondering just which one of these old monsters it was that wanted to meet him. But even he would not have guessed that the person teleporting here was not from the spirit world at all, but someone from the material world. In a few moments, the space near the boundary walls of the cave trembled and was ripped open by seemingly invisible hands. Seeing a portal that led to the material world forming inside his cave, the colossal serpent's eyes narrowed. A summoner. The next moment, a figure emerged from the portal, dressed in white robes. It was none other than Adam. He first looked around the place, trying to discern whether he had arrived at the right place. When his gaze landed on the towering white mountain before him, he confirmed that the coordinates were correct. As the portal behind him mended itself back, he hurriedly got down on his knees and bowed with his head touching the ground. Lord White, please forgive me for coming to your domain unannounced. The raven-haired youth sincerely apologized in Snackatongue. He was dealing with an entity far stronger than anyone he'd ever met. Naturally, he had to show humility and respect to this being, especially when he needed something from him. Lord White, the ancient white serpent of the coil, was slightly confused. He leaned in with his enormous serpentine head, intently gazing at Adam's soul body. This spiritual energy signature, the snake mumbled. A moment later, his yellow eyes flashed with realization and he leaned back his head. I see. The giant serpent nodded. You are Adam Constantine of Tron. Yes, my lord. Adam still had his head touched to the ground. Rise, young magus, said the serpent. I'm curious, how did you decipher the coordinates to my domain within the coil? I don't recall ever sharing them with you. Adam got to his feet and respectfully replied, my lord, I figured out the coordinates based on my memory. I did come here once before, after all. Figured out the coordinates of a place you visited in the spirit world just once. Lord White hissed in amusement. Perhaps you really were born to be a summoner. The serpent lowered its head, resting it on his body, and slowly closed his eyes. Then one of the countless white scales separated from his body and hovered in the air before Adam. He had no hair on his body except for the long white mustache that drooped past his chin, and his eyes, they were a piercing topaz that shone with wisdom and unquestionable power. The old man took slow steps towards the youth, then tapped the latter's stomach with the tip of his staff. Adam Constantine of Tron, he began, your soul body has become stronger than the last time you came here. How much time has passed in your world since then? He added. About 2 years, my lord, Adam answered politely. Lord White nodded. The rate at which your soul grows strong is quite impressive. It is also very pure, impressive. Adam simply smiled in return. He then waited for the right moment and cautiously asked, my lord, there is something I wish to ask of you off favor. Lord White scoffed at that statement. Of course there is something you want from me. Why else would you come here? Surely not to chat with an old man, eh? Adam felt greatly embarrassed. However, he did as the great serpent told him. He followed the old man out of the cave while remaining silent. He also made sure to remain a step or two behind the serpent, never taking the lead. He didn't dare to. Who knew if a powerful being such as Lord White would take offense to that and scold him? Or worse yet, eat him. The cave tunnel opened up to a bright and verdant landscape. The pair arrived at the foot of a towering mountain, walking straight ahead towards the cliff. A river gently meandered beside them, originating from the mountain peak before plunging into a waterfall over the cliff's edge. Seeing the lush vegetation and the warm atmosphere all around him, Adam's shoulder loosened and he felt greatly relaxed. When the pair arrived at the edge of the cliff, Adam was stunned to realize that there was nothing below except clouds. The waterfall turned to tiny droplets of water before disappearing into the blanket of clouds. Is this? Adam looked around in stunned disbelief. My lord, is this a floating mountain? Lord White didn't reply to his question. Instead, he looked into the distance with a gentle smile. The weather is nice today. Serpents from the nearby underbrush, both big and small, slithered towards the old man and bowed their heads deferentially. Lord White lowered his head to glance at them, his eyes glowing with a warm and gentle light. He conjured mystical white pills from somewhere and fed them to the little snakes. Off you go now, little ones, said he. Once all the serpents left after swallowing the pills, Lord White turned to look at Adam. He observed him intently with his piercing topaz eyes. Adam felt like his back was drenched in cold sweat after being stared at by such a powerful and ancient entity. Just as he was about to speak up, the serpent spoke to him. Your soul body is on the verge of advancing to the next higher realm, said Lord White. He then turned his head in a particular direction, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of reality. And your physical body is but a step away from advancing to the mana vortex rank. Suddenly, he spoke in amusement. Oh. You've used the serpent's seal on your mana channels. Did you come across this sealing arts through Siveron's inheritance? Adam was truly shocked. He couldn't help but mutter in admiration. Lord White, you are able to see my physical body in the material world. You are truly the most powerful magus I've ever met. To be able to see through time and space, and accurately locate one's physical body in the material world. Just how strong and learned did one have to be to achieve such an unbelievable feat? Adam involuntarily found himself kneeling before the old serpent. With his hands resting on his thighs, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, my lord, just how powerful of a magus are you? You wouldn't know even if I told you, said the serpent. Adam's lips curled up into a faint smirk and he ventured a guess. Could it be the supreme magus? Or could it be the rank after that, Emperor Magus? The next moment he shook his head and ventured another guess. No, since you're someone who doesn't require any of the 3 spell components to cast magic, perhaps you're a rank 10 transcendent magus. Lord White turned to look at the raven-haired youth with slight interest. Ho, you are quite knowledgeable for a mere mana liquefaction magus. The serpent thought for a few moments before continuing. I'm surprised Siveron would leave behind such information in his inheritance. He then looked into the distant clouds with a reminiscent look in his eyes. As evil and selfish as he was, perhaps he already felt that his end was nigh, so he left behind everything he knew in his inheritance before he took part in that great battle. The knowledge Adam had was the amalgamation of all the experiences and memories of the great magi, whose souls he had previously devoured, including Magus Siveron Venmir. Of course, he wasn't going to clear Lord White's misunderstanding. What truly piqued his interest, however, was the old serpent's mention of the great battle. This was something he had mentioned the last time they met as well. Adam believed that this great battle that Lord White spoke of was the battle over the White Lotus. Thus he couldn't help but ask, "My lord, may I know what this great battle was about? And how did my predecessor, Magus Venmir, lose his life in that battle?" Lord White remained silent for a long time. He then finally answered, "This battle took place more than 50,000 years ago, at least by the reckoning of the material world. After all, time flowed differently in the spirit world. 50,000 years. Adam was thunderstruck. That was far more than what he had expected. It meant that Magus Julian Stockholm and the rest of the Magi who had fought over possession of the White Lotus died more than 50,000 years ago. I suppose this would come as a surprise to you who hasn't even reached the age of 50, Lord White said with a light chuckle. However, the further the Magus advances in their arcane path, the slower they age. This is because of the mana that elevates their physical bodies and the spiritual energy that elevates their soul bodies. Adam was so stunned by the previous discovery that he didn't even know how to react. After a few moments, he came to his senses and eagerly asked, "My lord, do you know what this great battle was about?" Lord White nodded his head. It was because of the sudden appearance of a legendary artifact rumored to contain the secrets of the soul. He paused for a moment before revealing the name of that legendary artifact, the Eternal Soul Lotus. Adam was absolutely stunned. He sat there in a daze, thinking to himself in shock, so that is the name of the White Lotus. He quickly composed himself and asked the serpent, "That sounds like a very heavy name." "Indeed," Lord White nodded. "It is said to be an artifact as old as the universe itself. Of course, these are only rumors. No one knows how ancient this artifact truly is." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, it has been seen in murals of ancient civilizations and written about in scriptures by the Magi of old, so there might be some truth to those rumors." I see. Adam spoke in a daze. "What happened to all those who participated in that great battle?" "Of course, all of them perished," said the old serpent. "The consequences were immense. Many of the greater universe's most powerful factions lost their top experts in that battle. Chaos followed, igniting a war for power that spanned across countless galaxies. Empires rose and fell in its wake, and billions of powerful Magi died as a result." Adam couldn't help but loudly gulp. He vividly recalled the memory of that great battle. After all, that was the first thing he had seen when he came to possess the Lotus. But even he did not expect the consequences of that battle to be so great. A war spanning countless galaxies, death of billions of powerful Magi. He couldn't help but blurt out in shock. Lord White nodded. "The greed of man knows no bounds." Adam remained silent for a very long time, trying his best to digest this newfound information. He then looked at the old man and asked meekly, "My lord, then what about the artifact?" Lord White chuckled lightly. "Ho ho. Some say that the Eternal Soul Lotus disappeared after the battle and that no one was able to lay their hands on it, while others say it came into the possession of a powerful entity of the greater universe." He paused for a moment before speaking in ridicule. "Regardless of the outcome, the artifact sparked a war that is rarely seen in this universe. Countless millions of planets were destroyed as a result, and the galaxies were dyed in blood. All of this was too much for Adam to handle. He couldn't believe that the artifact he possessed had left behind such a bloody storm in its wake. Just how precious did an artifact have to be for the Magi to go to such great lengths? So he couldn't help but ask, "But my lord, why? Why would people go so far to get their hands on this artifact?" "A sentient being's soul consists of 3 parts, Lord White explained. The first is the part that holds all memories and experiences. This is known as the vessel. The second embodies personality, emotions, and individuality. This is known as the will, while the third is the pure essence of spiritual energy. It is the force that binds the soul to the body. This is known as the spark. The vessel, the will, and the spark are inseparable from each other, and together they make up the soul." Adam paid rapt attention, because this was knowledge that even he didn't know. Lord White continued, "Rumor has it that the Eternal Soul Lotus has the power to extinguish and devour the souls of others. However," he paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with profound reverence. "What truly sets the Lotus apart from other soul-related artifacts is its miraculous ability to purge the soul of its will." Tumultuous waves rose inside Adam's heart, and his mind was a chaotic storm. The soul is made up of 3 parts, the vessel, the will, and the spark, and these 3 are inseparable from each other. But the White Lotus has the miraculous ability to purge the will of the soul, meaning it leaves behind only the memories and experiences of the soul as well as its spiritual energy. That is exactly what I have been consuming within the mysterious space of the White Lotus. Wait. So this is the reason why I haven't gone insane or developed multiple personalities after having devoured so many souls. This is why I was able to retain my true self, my true personality. It's because the Lotus had purged the will from the souls that it had absorbed. Involuntarily, the raven-haired youth's mouth widened in sheer disbelief. So much so that he even ignored the fact that he was in the presence of an extremely powerful magus who could read him like a book. Seeing his reaction, Lord White frowned ever so slightly. "What's gotten into you, young magus?" Adam hurriedly snapped back to his senses, effortlessly coming up with a lie, "My lord, it's just I'm thinking of what would happen to me if my personality, emotions, and individuality were removed from me. Wouldn't I then become an empty husk of my former self?" Lord White chuckled lightly. "Rather a gruesome fate, wouldn't you say?" "Yes," said the youth. "So is that why powerful factions of the greater universe would wage such a large-scale war over it? Because this lotus allows them to extinguish others' souls." The old man's lips curled up into a mysterious smile. "The eternal soul lotus doesn't just allow its wielder to extinguish the soul of others, it also grants the power to absorb them. And once these souls are purged of their will, the extent to which the lotus wielder can strengthen their own soul is limitless," Adam whispered in quiet realization. Lord Wilt nodded with the same smile. "Can you imagine a being whose spiritual energy knows no bounds, or a being who has absorbed the experiences of countless others? Truly a limitless magus." Adam remained silent for a very long time. Only now was he beginning to realize the true worth of the lotus that he had come to possess by a sheer stroke of fortune. In his heart he grew exponentially more cautious so as to never let anyone know about the fact that he possessed such a divine artifact. He looked up at Lord White and asked eagerly, "I'm curious about something. What happens to the people whose soul the lotus devours? What do you think happens to them?" The old serpent shook his head. "Of course, they completely cease to exist." That left a bitter taste in Adam's mouth. There were people he knew, people that he'd fought alongside, that he had once called comrades who had died in his vicinity, resulting in their souls being devoured by the lotus. He controlled his facial expressions, and instead of displaying hope in his eyes, he faked curiosity instead. "Then does that mean they are entirely removed from the cycle of life and death?" Lord White gazed at the youth with an intrigued look on his face. "Oh, but that would imply that beings are reborn after they die. How are you so sure that such a cycle even exists in the first place?" Adam shook his head, smiling wryly. "I'm not sure, my lord, just a guess. Everything in this world follows a cyclical nature. The seasons change and repeat, night is followed by day, and even empires rise, flourish, and fall, only for new ones to emerge. So going by that reasoning, shouldn't there be a cycle of life and death?" "Ho ho," the old man heartily chuckled. "You're quite the perceptive little fellow. But I can neither confirm nor deny whether the cycle of life and death, the concept of reincarnation, holds true or not." He paused for a moment before speaking, his words laced with wisdom. "The law of life and death, the law of fate and destiny, the law of space and time, the law of creation and destruction, the law of knowledge and perception, and finally the law of order and chaos. These laws govern existence. They transcend mere physical mechanics and delve into the very essence of reality itself. As such, these laws, they are not merely difficult to grasp. They are the most elusive, the most unfathomable forces in existence." "I see, my lord." Adam nodded in understanding. He felt like he had become a student once again, learning words of wisdom from an old man. Coincidentally, both of these old men were bald. Suddenly he thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "Lord White, all those laws you mentioned just now, they follow the concept of balanced duality, representing the dualistic nature of existence, the duality of everything?" Lord White silently nodded. Then Adam asked, his emotions slightly conflicted, "Would that mean there is a counterpart to the eternal soul lotus?" The old serpent deeply looked at Adam, his lips slowly forming a cryptic smile. However, he didn't answer the youth's question. "I believe I have already indulged much of your curiosity today, Adam Constantine of Tron." Adam's heart sank and he hurriedly apologized. "Forgive me, my lord, I overstepped my boundaries." However, based on the old serpent's reaction and the intended meaning, Adam was now certain that there existed a similar artifact somewhere in the Magus universe that was similar to the eternal soul lotus. Adam speculated that perhaps they were two sides of the same coin. So then Lord White asked, "Why are you here, young Magus?" "That's right," Adam thought to himself incredulously. He was so invested in the White Lotus and what happened during the Great War 50,000 years ago that he overlooked the main reason he had come to the coil in the first place. Adam took a deep breath and began, "My lord, in the near future I will be facing a very dire situation where my life would be on the line. I will have to face enemies far stronger than me." He paused for a moment before adding, "Thus, I would like to humbly ask your permission to summon serpents that are stronger than me." Lord White deeply looked at the youth before solemnly answering, "I refuse." "You know the rules of the coil, young Magus," said the old man. "A summoner cannot call forth serpents that are stronger than them, even if I provide a large quantity of sacrifice." Adam pressed. Considering the situation unfolding in Blackshore, he was desperate for options that could increase his strength in the short time that he had. However, the old man adamantly refused. Rules of the coil cannot be broken, not by man, beast, or spirit. Seeing the youth's shoulders slouch in disappointment, Lord White asked, "These enemies you are about to face, just how strong could they possibly be?" "Rank 3 mana vortex magi." Adam smiled bitterly. Lord White snorted in ridicule. You need help to deal with a mere bunch of mana vortex insects. Perhaps I might have overestimated your abilities. My Lord Adam couldn't help but protest. I fear there will be several rank 3 magi that I'd have to go up against. They're more than I can handle in my current state. You don't have allies, Lord White frowned. Well, that's what I'm here for, said the raven-haired youth meekly and shamelessly, one might add. Absolutely not, Lord White sternly reprimanded him. You've signed the sacred scroll of coil with your mana. You cannot break its rules. Adam remained silent, his head hung low. At this point, there was nothing else he could do. It's not like he could argue with such an ancient and powerful entity. The reason why he had approached Lord White in the first place was because this ancient serpent was the most benevolent being among all the truly powerful entities residing in the coil of eternity. He was so warm and kind that even someone as evil, cruel, and ruthless as Magus Sivrain Venmir had nothing but respect and admiration for him. Of course, Lord White's strength and magical prowess also played a crucial role in it. Damn it, do I really have no other choice then? Adam thought to himself in great disappointment. Right at that moment, the ancient serpent spoke up. You are but half a step away from advancing to the mana vortex rank. If you are about to be attacked by enemies of the same rank, then I do not understand what is stopping you from advancing. He paused for a moment, asking in slight confusion, and from the looks of it, you have placed the serpent's seal on yourself for a little while now. What is the reasoning behind such absurdity? Adam raised his head and gazed at the old man with embarrassment. He didn't even know how to begin explaining. Alas, the old man's piercing gaze left him with no other choice but to begin talking about the main reason why he had refrained from advancing to the next rank. Several minutes later, Lord White spoke with a look of scorn on his face. Man's greed truly knows no bounds. HMPH. My lord, please. Adam hurriedly bowed, touching his head on the ground. Please don't get mad. I admit that I'm a greedy man. I apologize. The old man sneered. HMPH. You disappoint me, Adam Constantine of Tron, to halt your advancement and even risk your life over a mere arcane tournament in some backwater alley. Truly disappointing. Adam felt like that insult had pierced his heart with a poisonous arrow. Calling Ravenfell a backwater alley. Are you serious? It is one of the 4 pillars of the Akkadian Empire. Adam cried inwardly. Man chains himself not with iron, but with desire, Lord White stated. In his greed to possess more, he binds his own hands, fearing loss more than he craves freedom. Adam's lips quivered when he heard that, and he knew it in his heart that what the old serpent had just said was absolutely right. He had paused his arcane progress just so he could participate in a Magus tournament that took place every 30 years. For what? Precious treasures that the 4 pillars of the Empire and the Baja High Forest had pooled together and set up as rewards. Adam felt deeply complicated when he came to this realization. When did riches and treasures become more valuable than my love for magic? He lifted his head from the ground and looked directly into the ancient serpent's eyes. My lord, you are right. I have been short-sighted. Because of my greed, I overlooked the one thing that I cherish more than life itself, magic. Seeing the sincerity in the youth's eyes, Lord White's tone softened. For a magus, nothing should be more important than magic. The moment they place anything above magic is the moment they cease to be a magus. Adam deeply ruminated over the old man's words, repeating them in his heart over and over again until he had carved them on it. Perhaps it was because Adam was Sivrain Venmir's successor, or simply because the old serpent enjoyed the youth's company, or perhaps both. Whatever the reason, Lord White chose to grant Adam something that would aid him, not only in his upcoming battles but perhaps for the rest of his life. I suppose that thing should belong to you anyway since you're his successor, the old man murmured. Adam was confused. What does he mean? What thing? Whose successor? Is he talking about Sivrain Venmir? Before the youth could even ask about it, he saw Lord White raise his wooden walking stick before lightly tapping it on the ground. And then the entire scenery shifted, and the two had teleported to an unknown location somewhere in the coil of eternity. What? Adam found himself kneeling on an endless grassy plain, and in the near distance he saw a colossal mountain range. Its massive structure was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. He rose to his feet in shock, partly because of the sudden teleportation, and partly because of the monolithic mountain before him, and asked, My lord, what is this place? Lord White stretched his hand, making a grasping motion toward the mountain range, the place where Sivrain's weapon is sealed. Rumble. From a simple motion made by Lord White, the entire mountain range shuddered. Then, boom, a deafening explosion split the air, shaking the skies as a blinding streak of power tore through the mountain peak. Like the wrath of judgment, a magical weapon erupted from the heart of the mountain and rocketed toward the ancient white serpent. Adam watched the magical artifact streak across the sky like a bolt of judgment, leaving behind a trail of mana so dense and powerful that it was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. Other than that, the artifact radiated an otherworldly aura that was overbearing, so much so that the air around it twisted. Within a few moments, the artifact had traversed the vast distance and with a resounding boom, landed firmly in Lord White's grip. "This is the weapon that I helped Siverin create," said the old man with a reminiscent look in his eyes. Alas, he never got to wield this splendid artifact. This Adam was speechless as he laid eyes on the magical artifact. It was a staff exuding an aura of overwhelming dominance, its midnight black body seemingly absorbing the very light around it. At both ends of the staff, dark gold caps gleamed with a tyrannical sheen, as if forged from the molten dusk at the end of the world. Coiled around these dark gold ends were serpents so intricate that their forms appeared almost alive. When Lord White held the staff in his hand, it hummed with unrestrained power. Seeing this, Adam couldn't help but blurt out, "My lord, this is the staff alive." In a manner of speaking, yes, the old man nodded. He held the staff with both hands and positioned it horizontally before him. His yellow eyes gleamed with magical power, and the next moment, the staff started to levitate before him. Then Lord White's fingers glowed with mana and spiritual energy, and he began weaving hand seals, causing runes to appear around the staff, slowly merging with it. "This is a weapon that I forged from the spine of an ancient serpent from the greater universe," the old man explained as he continued weaving hand seals at a slow and steady pace. "This serpent was the harbinger of doom," he continued. "It coiled around mountains and shattered continents with just its weight alone." Apart from its spine, the staff was also made from its other body parts and materials that Siverin had gathered. A long time later, Lord White had finished weaving the hand seals. The runes that floated around the staff had completely merged with it, disappearing from sight. The overbearing aura that it radiated had calmed down considerably. Now, it appeared to be an unassuming weapon that looked completely ordinary to the eye. With a wave of his hand, the magical staff floated towards Adam, levitating right before him. The youth found himself standing in stunned silence. His gaze shifted between the staff and the old serpent several times, and he muttered incredulously, This is for me. I helped Siverin forge this weapon a long time ago." Lord White spoke with a reminiscent smile. Perhaps it was destiny that he never got to wield it in that great battle 50,000 years ago. He looked at Adam and smiled. "Perhaps it is destiny that you get to inherit this weapon that I crafted for him. You are his successor, after all." From Siverin Venmir's memories, Adam knew that Lord White was an exceptional artificer. Thus it came as no surprise that he helped forge a weapon for the man. However, what truly shocked Adam was that Lord White was giving that weapon to him. He asked nervously, "But my lord, this weapon, it was forged for someone like Magus Venmir. How can someone like me wield it? I fear it is too much for me to wield. That is why I have sealed the staff," said the old serpent. "It will grow alongside you, Adam Constantine of Tron." Adam was unable to find the right words to speak. His lips quivered as he gazed at the staff. No doubt it was an exceptionally powerful and precious artifact second only to the White Lotus. He was overwhelmed by emotions, considering the fact that Lord White would go so far as to gift this fine weapon to him. He felt no shame in kowtowing before this ancient and powerful Magus. All he felt was boundless gratitude. "Rise, young Magus," said the old serpent. "This weapon harbors the remnant will of the ancient serpent, so I shall help you tame it." Adam rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Yes, my lord, please tell me what I need to do." Lord White stood in front of Adam with the staff hovering between them. "Place both your hands on the weapon. Leave the rest to me." "Yes, my lord." Adam did as told and placed both hands on the body of the staff. And the moment he did, HIISSSS, an ancient will residing inside the weapon awoke from its slumber. An enormous apparition emerged from the staff, glaring at the raven-haired youth with unrestrained killing intent. It was that of a colossal serpent with dark scales. Its eyes glowed like bright yellow gems that spewed an overbearing aura filled with hostility. The size of this snake was as big as the mountain range the staff had emerged from. In front of it, Adam looked no different than an ant. At once, his body was drenched in a layer of cold sweat, as he came face to face with the remnant will of this enormous snake. But right at that moment, HIISSSSSSSS, an apparition even greater than the dark snake emerged. It had white scales, and its eyes were like the blazing sun. It was none other than Lord White. The aura of Lord White formed an apparition that was significantly bigger and more deadly than the dark snake, its weight causing the surrounding lands to tremble from the sheer might. In front of his might, the phantom of the dark serpent slowly shrunk back inside the staff. After it had completely disappeared into the weapon, white runes surfaced on the body of the staff. These runes glowed with a brilliant light for several seconds before slowly dimming and then completely disappearing. Everything returned to normal. The phantom apparition of the dark serpent was nowhere to be seen. The staff no longer appeared as overbearing as before, and Lord White returned to looking like a harmless old man. However, Adam knew that what he had witnessed was not an illusion. For the first time in his life, he had witnessed with his own eyes the true might of an ancient and powerful Magus. "My lord," that phantom Adam muttered with disbelief, "was that your real strength?" "Real?" Lord White arched an eyebrow in amusement. "Young Magus, have you forgotten that I am but a clone?" Adam froze. Indeed, the old man standing before him was but a clone made from a scale of Lord White's true body. If just a clone of Lord White can release such overbearing power, then what about his true body? The youth thought to himself incredulously. Although I am a clone and was able to swiftly deal with the remnant will of this serpent, you must understand that this little one has been dead for tens of thousands of years, explained the old man. The more time passes, the weaker its will becomes, he concluded. Moreover, this weapon was forged over hundreds of years, made from the most precious ores and minerals that Siverin found in his travels. Adam nodded in a daze. He thought of something and asked, "My lord, you mentioned the body of this staff was made from the spine of the dark serpent." He glanced at the staff, which was only a little taller than him, and couldn't help but remark, "But how come it's so small?" Lord White's lips curled into a playful smirk. He grabbed the staff from the youth's hand and then placed one end on the ground. His lips parted and he muttered a single word in Snackatung. "Expand." Boom. The unassuming staff, which was only a little taller than Adam, suddenly turned into a towering behemoth that pierced through the clouds. At this point, Adam's jaw had turned agape and his eyes had widened in disbelief. Only now did he truly believe that the staff was made from the spine of an ancient serpent said to coil around mountain ranges and destroy continents with its colossal body. Before the youth even had time to recover from his shock, Lord White sent another command in Snackatung. "Shrink." Boom. With a resounding sound that echoed all across the lands, the towering pillar of a staff shrunk rapidly. In but a few moments, it had contracted to the size of a toothpick. Lord White tossed the tiny staff no bigger or thicker than the size of a toothpick toward the youth. "This is one of the abilities of the staff," said he. "It can grow and shrink according to the wielder's will. Of course, since I have placed severe restrictions on the weapon, you won't be able to expand it to the size I just displayed." Adam looked at the toothpick-sized staff in his palms with a dumbfounded gaze. He didn't even hear what the old serpent had just said. A long time later, he regained his senses and commanded in snake tongue, "Expand." Under his stunned gaze, the staff had grown to a size of little more than 6 meters. That was around 3 times his height. "Shrink," he commanded, willing it in his mind to return to the default size. The staff returned to the size it had initially been, a head taller than him. Just thinking about how he could take his enemies by surprise with the staff's miraculous reach, he felt exhilarated. "The other ability is its weight," said Lord White. "Even in its shortened form, its weight is enough to crush boulders. But this is only because I've placed runic constraints on it. The stronger you grow, the heavier its weight becomes." He paused for a moment before adding, "Of course, just like the staff's height, you can freely control its weight. However, its default weight is still considerably heavy, but that shouldn't be a problem for you." Adam felt like he could cry tears of joy as he gazed at the staff like it was his long-lost lover. "There is one other ability," Lord White suddenly said. "What is it?" Adam excitedly asked. The 2 abilities of the staff that he knew were simply amazing. He couldn't wait to learn about the third. "Throw it as far as you can," said the ancient snake. Adam nodded. Then without hesitation, he used all his strength and threw the staff. The weapon tore through the air and landed at the foot of the mountain range in the distance. Looking at the place where the staff had landed, Lord White arched an eyebrow in slight surprise. "Your strength is not bad." He then turned to look at the raven-haired youth and spoke, "Now command it to return." Adam recalled the way Lord White had called forth the weapon when they had earlier teleported here. Then he stretched his right hand and made a grasping motion, solemnly commanding, "Return." Boom. The ground underneath the weapon rumbled, and then with another resounding explosion, it shot into the sky and tore through the air before firmly landing in the raven-haired youth's grip. "Ha ha ha." Adam laughed loudly, his eyes flashing with immense joy. He was like a child who had found his favorite toy. In the minutes that followed, Adam casually swung the staff around. Sometimes he swung the staff horizontally, other times he thrust it forward. He rotated the staff before him, creating a spinning barrier, and then delivered an overhead smash, slamming the staff to the ground and causing it to split apart. Adam glanced at the weapon and grinned from ear to ear. "I wonder if I can incorporate the techniques of the Hand of Doom into this." The ancient serpent hummed and then casually weaved a simple hand seal. The staff in Adam's hand hummed with magical energy, and suddenly he could feel a deep connection to it. "The staff is now bound to you," said Lord White. "When you return to the material world, make sure to carve your mana signature into it. That will be a time-consuming process, but in the meantime you can still wield it like it were your own." "Yes, my lord," Adam stated, his dark eyes flashing with anticipation. Suddenly he thought of something and couldn't help but ask the ancient serpent, "My lord, does this staff have a name?" Lord White slowly nodded, his lips gradually forming a smirk. "Staff of Calamity." Back in the material world, in the underground storage unit of the cage, the space suddenly tore open and Adam's soul body shot out of it, carrying with him a black staff. As the portal to the spirit world mended itself back, Adam's soul body and physical body merged together, becoming one. The raven-haired youth slowly opened his eyes, looking around in silent scrutiny. Everything seemed to be fine in the storage unit. Nothing was out of place. His gaze was drawn towards the chubby gray cat guarding the entrance of the room, his lips curling up into a warm smile. "Val," he called out gently. The young dragon opened his groggy eyes, yawning intensely. He turned towards Adam and spoke in slight surprise. "Oh, brother, you are back. How long has it been?" the youth asked. The furry gray cat got on all fours and then stretched his body for a few moments before answering. "I think about a little less than 3 weeks." Adam's pupils constricted and he thought to himself in alarm, 3 weeks. I was with Lord White for no more than an hour, yet so much time has passed in the material world. He made a note to himself to never visit the spirit world again during times like these. However, he could also argue that if he hadn't gone to that mystical dimension this time, he wouldn't have been able to acquire the Staff of Calamity. "Did anything happen while I was gone?" he asked the young dragon. "Did Kale or Lyriel come to look for me?" Valerian shook his head, yawning again. "Nothing happened. Can I go back inside now?" Sleeping on the floor was very uncomfortable. "I want to sleep on the petal." The petal. Adam was lost in thought, the eternal soul lotus. 20 years after acquiring this artifact, he finally got to learn a little about its history and what it was truly capable of. It was a legendary soul-type artifact. But that raised another question. Why was Valerian so drawn to it? Could it be that his species is related to the spiritual aspect of magic? He wondered. There were many species within the dragon race, yet those with a connection to the soul or the spirit were exceedingly rare. Despite Adam absorbing the memories and experiences of several experts from the greater universe, he wasn't aware of any dragon that shared the same characteristics as Valerian. Truth be told, the ability to reside within his spirit sea was a very bizarre ability to begin with, and this was not because Valerian was Adam's familiar, but because this was an inherent ability of the young dragon. Alas, there was nothing Adam could do to get more information about Valerian's species. It was not like the young dragon himself knew it. However, as Valerian continued to grow older, he would magically come to know more about himself and his lineage. Such was the power of the bloodline of the mighty dragons. "Val, I need you to do something for me," the youth stated solemnly. "What, again?" Valerian grumbled, turning over and laying down on his back, kicking his limbs in the air. "I just stood guard for 20 days. Brother, what else do you want me to do?" "Valerian, I will hit you." Adam glared at the young dragon. The furry little guy glanced at the youth with narrowed eyes. Then he turned away from him, facing the door. "No." Adam could only heave a helpless sigh. "Fine, what do you want? You increase my monthly allowance." "Fine." Adam could only relent. Valerian jumped toward the youth, fondly licking his cheek. "Brother, what do you want me to do?" Adam rolled his eyes. "Go back up. See what Kale and Lyriel are up to. If possible, help them. Or else remain hidden. Okay? Understood." The youth then got to his feet, walked toward the metal door of the storage unit. First, he made sure that no one was nearby and that it was safe. Then, he undid all the runic security mechanisms he had set in place. He opened the door slightly and allowed the little guy to leave. "If anything serious happens, make sure to notify me," he said solemnly. The young dragon nodded his head and then bolted through the gap in the door. After seeing his dear familiar disappear into the dark corridors, Adam locked the door, activating all the runes again. He had to ensure that no one would disturb him, especially considering what he was about to do was very critical. He wiped his face, removing his disguise completely. Then he removed his robes and tossed it to the side. He grabbed the black staff that he had kept on the ground and put it away inside his obsidian hoop earrings. The youth then continued to alter the runic formation on the ground, ensuring that it served his new purpose. From a formation that allowed him to enter the spirit world, he changed it to one that gathered the ambient mana in the air and funneled it towards him. Also, he added concealment runes to the formation. Finally, after more than an hour, the new runic formation was complete. He sat down cross-legged at the center of it. His body was bare, his breathing was steady, and his eyes were determined. For a brief moment, his expression revealed slight regret and disappointment. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. "I really wanted to participate in the Grand Magus tournament." The next moment, however, he resolved himself. For a magus, nothing should be more important than magic. His dark eyes blazed with fire and he began weaving a complex set of hand seals. A minute later, he grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, gazing at it with narrowed eyes. Then, the fingers on his right hand glowed with mana one after another. A moment later, Adam cast another hand seal with his free hand, causing black ink in the shape of tiny serpents to become visible in his abdominal area. Adam moved his right hand and pressed his mana-infused fingers on the serpentine ink, circling around the surface of his stomach area between his kidneys. Then, he spun his hand, unsealing his mana channels. At once, the runic formation began to devour large amounts of mana from the surroundings. At the same time, Adam revolved the 5 elemental codex and started extracting the mana into his body. His mana channels that had once turned stagnant now overflowed with mana. The mystical energy slowly started to transform into liquid and flowed in an orderly pattern. Out of chaos, order emerged. Then, it began forming a whirlpool in Adam's abdominal region, constantly revolving and gathering into a single point. A supernatural and overbearing aura radiated from the youth, whipping his hair in the wind stirred by his own energy. His eyes blazed with a brilliant light, for he knew that this was the moment. The ascent to the mana vortex rank had begun. On the second floor of the cage, where all the administrative operations were carried out, Lyriel, still in silver vests, disguising Kale, were in the former's office, going over their plan of action. Lyriel pointed at several points on the map sprawled out on the wide mahogany table and solemnly stated, "These are the places we can expect a scuffle to emerge in the following days. All we need to do is spark the fire." She gazed at Kale, who was standing with his arms crossed and with a solemn look on his face, and asked softly, "Kale, are you all right?" In the last few weeks, the two had witnessed how the Magi of the Umbra thieves had wantonly slaughtered innocent people in their search for Adam. Men, women, and even children, none were spared from the blades and spells of those Magi. Yet Adam was nowhere to be found. His wanted poster had been stuck to almost every wall, pole, and pillar in the city, yet there was no progress. As the days continued to pass by, the Umbra thieves became more and more ruthless in their approach. Sometimes, they would even go so far as to kill rank 1 Magihu were residents of Blackshire, suspecting them of helping the criminal known as Adam Constantine. Although this was a particularly bad outcome for the people of the city, ironically enough, it turned out to help Lyriel and Kale in their plans no matter how much the latter despised it. "These people are no different from beasts," he said. "I've seen the look in their eyes before. When they kill the women and the children, they don't do it out of necessity, but because they take joy in it." That look in their eyes, Kale gritted his teeth in rage. "It's the same as those bandits that attacked my village all those years ago. I will never forget it. These Magi from the Umbra thieves, they are no different from those cutthroat bandits." Lyriel's lips quivered. She knew exactly what Kale was talking about. Decades ago, before he had been recruited by the Brotherhood and embarked on the path of Amagus, his village was attacked by a group of bandits. These bandits killed his parents, his siblings, and everyone he cared for, and looted everything. They didn't stop at just that. After everything was done, they burned his village to the ground. When Kale found out about the fate of his family, he was overcome by rage. He raided the bandits' hideout all on his own and massacred every one of them. Despite not knowing how to wield a sword or to swing a fist, he killed every last one of them for what they did to him, for what they took from him. Those bandits preyed on the weak and derived enjoyment from killing them. It was like a thrill of sorts, something that they wouldn't receive from liquor or drugsonly murder. The Umbra thieves were no different from them. Despite Blackshire being a haven for criminals, cutthroats, and pirates, there was still a small percentage of mortals who lived there. It wasn't their fault that they were born in such a place. Yet in the past 3 weeks, so many of them were killed without the Magi from the Umbra thieves even blinking an eye. Kale fully blamed the vicious Umbra thieves for this. But deep in his heart, he couldn't help but partly blame Adam as well, even though he knew that it wasn't his fault. If anything, it was the fault of the traitor from Ravenfell. Yet, despite all of that, he couldn't help but wonder just where Adam had gone for the past few weeks when the city was flowing with the blood of the innocent mortals. Kale Lyriel's lips quivered. She walked around the table and warmly hugged him. She caressed his face and gently said, "It's going to be all right. We will avenge them, I promise you." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lyriel took a step back, returning to her usual cold demeanor. She turned towards the entrance and flatly asked, "What is it?" The guard outside the door hesitated to speak. "There's a talking cat here who wishes to see you, boss." Talking cat? Lyriel frowned. Could it be Adam's familiar? She gazed at Kale and saw him silently nod at her. Then she walked toward the door and opened it herself. Outside, she saw a chubby gray cat sitting on the ground, gracefully licking his paw. Why does he look so arrogant? She thought, stepping aside and making way for the cat to enter, much to the guard's astonishment. She looked at the guards and coldly reprimanded them. "Quit dawdling around. Have you never seen a cat before? Get back to work." "Why, yes, boss." With that said, she shut the door and walked to her table. Seeing Valerian already climb the table and sit on the sprawled-out map, she couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you Adam's cat?" The chubby cat's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lyriel with a threatening glare. "I am not a cat." Not only Lyriel, but even Kale didn't know how to react. Next, they saw the chubby cat lift his furry chin and proudly proclaim, "I am the great Valerian." A few moments of silence ensued. Valerian mistook the couple's awkwardness for something else, thinking to himself, "As I thought, my halo of greatness is so bright that they've turned dumb and mute. As expected of me." Seeing the smug smile on Valerian's face, Lyriel asked a little awkwardly, "Where is Adam?" Valerian continued to gracefully lick his paw, answering lazily, "He just returned." "From where?" Kale pressed. "The spirit world." Kale's eyebrows creased together in confusion. The spirit world? Why would he go there? For a weapon, the gray cat spoke succinctly. "And did he get this weapon?" Lyriel asked. Valerian silently nodded. "Why isn't he here now?" Kale couldn't help but ask, feeling slightly agitated. Valerian turned to look at him and flatly said, "Brother is doing something very important. What could be more important than this?" Kale was now clearly agitated. The gray cat's following words caused both Kale and Lyriel to be absolutely and utterly shocked out of their minds. He is advancing to the Mana Vortex rank. Hearing the young dragon's words, the two agents from the Brotherhood couldn't believe it. They didn't even know how to react to such a wild statement. Yet knowing how Adam was, it wasn't completely out of the question that we would be advancing to the rank 3 Mana Vortex rank. But at the same time, they found this extremely shocking. Because as far as they knew, Adam was not even 35 years of age. How could someone in their mid-30s become a Mana Vortex Magus? It was completely unheard of, to say the least. Lyriel hurriedly walked to Valerian's side and grabbed him by the arms, bringing him close to her face. Valerian, is that the truth? Mayu, the young dragon, was taken aback by the woman's sudden reaction. He leaned back, trying to get away from Lyriel. Put me down, I am the great Valerian. How dare you? Valerian, answer me, Lyriel pressed. This was completely unlike her usual demeanor. The fact that Adam was making an advancement to rank 3 was completely out of her plans. If this was really the case, then they would have to greatly alter their plans. Moreover, their chances of succeeding would also significantly increase. Although there would be some unexpected risks, it would be worth it. Seeing the seriousness in the silver-haired woman's eyes, Valerian relented. Yes, brother is advancing to the Mana Vortex rank. I suppose it should take him a few days. A few days? This time it was Kale. How can the advancement to rank 3 be so easy that one can complete it within a few days? At the very least, the advancement should take him several months. Valerian turned to look at the man and spoke in a bored manner. Brother was already ready to advance several months ago. He had sealed his mana channels and stopped practicing mindfulness. Now he's just continuing where he left off. Several months ago, Kale spoke in a daze. Valerian nodded, his lips curling into a smug HMPH. My brother is the most talented magus in this world. Of course, you cannot comprehend him through ordinary means. Lyriel set down the chubby cat on the table. Through ordinary means, she murmured. She then looked at Kale and asked in a daze, did Adam not become a Mana Liquefaction Magus at the age of 20? Kale nodded. He also took down the rank 3 werewolf in Stratford, and most recently, the rank 3 cultist in Ravenfell, and he was still a rank 2 Mana Liquefaction Magus. Valerian's lips curled up into a cocky smirk. Now you understand my brother's greatness. Kakaka, no, I must correct myself. No one can understand my brother's greatness, except for me, the great Valerian. Both Lyriel and Kale gazed at the chubby cat with awkward looks. It was very strange to see a round and furry cat repeatedly calling himself great. Anyways, Valerian returned to his usual lazy demeanor, lying down on the table as his tail swayed around gently. Brother has instructed me to help you, although I would prefer not to be bothered. HMPH. Lyriel and Kale showed strange expressions on their faces. They were not really expecting a cat to help them deal with the Umbra thieves. They quickly studied the map once again. Lyriel's eyes flashed with brilliance as she placed several flags on certain locations through the map of Blackshore. These 3 places, she murmured. With the help of those father and son merchants, Dean and Colbert Black, we can create some scuffles here. Kale nodded solemnly. We can expect these skirmishes to blow out of proportions very quickly considering the rumors we've been spreading in the past few weeks. In the past 3 weeks, the two had spread several rumors that stated that the current rank 2 magi who were sitting on the loose council were planning to deal with the other rank 2 magi who were hoping to politically fight them for their seat on the council. Of course, this also meant that when the plot was inevitably uncovered, the Black Mercantile Company would be the first one to go down. But this too was part of the plan. This week, said Lyriel. We must set everything in motion in the next few days before Adam advances, or exactly around the time he advances. It will be difficult to pinpoint the exact timing, said Kale. He thought for a moment before deciding 2 days. In 2 days we will make our move. He looked at Lyriel and solemnly stated, the disguise has been prepared, yes. Lyriel nodded. Good, I'll be the one to enter the skirmish, he said. Once I've managed to draw enough attention, you can make your move on Blackshore's fleet. But you must be very careful. You will be on your own, but so will you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Lyriel protested. We have no other choice. Kale shook his head. We are 1 man less, and we cannot disturb Adam while he's in the midst of advacating. He's the most crucial member of our team, and so I must be the one to spark the civil war. Lyriel hesitated greatly, her lips opening and closing several times as if she wanted to protest. However, she knew that in their line of work, there was no room for personal feelings. The mission always came first. What's this about Blackshore's fleet? Valerian asked suddenly. Lyriel looked at the seemingly harmless chubby cat and stated in passing, we are going to burn their ships and sink them into the depths of the Galestein Ocean. While the whole of Blackshore was under the impression that the armed forces of Ravenfell would attack them on land, the truth was far from it. This was the reason why the armed forces of Ravenfell were taking so much more time to reach Blackshore. Once Lyriel and Kale took care of Blackshore's fleet, nothing stopped the armed forces of Ravenfell from burning the city to the ground. If it's just burning the ships, I can do it, Valerian said nonchalantly, still licking his paw in a graceful manner. How? Lyriel didn't believe a cat could do something like that. Heh, Valerian let out a chuckle filled with smugness. The next moment he jumped off the table, and while he was in the air, transformed into a towering winged panther. Under the stunned gazes of the couple, he spread his black feathered wings wide, gazing at Lyriel with a haughty look in his eyes, because I can fly. Ember Heights, Blackshore. In one of the two-story lavish mansions in this luxurious part of the city, the four rank 3 magi of the Cult of Bones had gathered in the main hall, discussing their mission. Malcolm Morgan, the one leading this group of cultists, sat at the head of the long mahogany table with a solemn look on his face. He had his elbows resting on the table, his fingers interlocked. Still no sign of him. All three cultists shook their heads. One of them spoke up. We thought that having the Umbra thieves kill the innocent residents of the city would force him to appear before us, but I suppose we were mistaken. Adam Constantine is a ruthless man, said Malcolm. If a person did not care about how many lives were sacrificed in his pursuit of accomplishing a goal, then that made him highly dangerous. Malcolm gazed at the man who had just spoken and asked, have our scouts relayed back any information? No, the man shook his head. We've spread out over a dozen people in the surrounding lands, constantly on watch for Ravenfell's armed forces, but till now there has been no development. Malcolm turned to another cultist. What about our scouts at sea? Nothing. The man shook his head. The pale-skinned and emerald-eyed Malcolm rose to his feet, a solemn expression appearing on his face. He walked towards the window and gazed at the distant clouds, his eyes narrowing. Looks like the counselors of Ravenfell have started to realize that there is a mole amongst their upper echelon. The man turned back around, gazing at his comrades. Still, that doesn't change our mission. The moment Adam Constantine appears, we subdue him and take him to Europa with us. All three people nodded. One of them suddenly asked, Magus Morgan, I don't understand, where did the cult leader's sudden interest in this boy come from? Malcolm looked at the man with narrowed eyes, coldly stating, it is not our place to question his will. Another man spoke up, we are not questioning his orders. We will carry them out no matter what it takes. But don't you find it curious that the cult leader would dispatch 4 mana vortex magi just to take care of a mere mana liquefaction magus? Then, the third man chimed in, could it be that the cult leader wishes to recruit Adam Constantine? Malcolm looked at all his comrades before finally choosing to concede a little. I dare not try to understand our great master's plans for the future. All I know is that he has taken great interest in the boy. As for what he wishes to do with him, I do not know. Everyone had solemn expressions on their faces. Each one of them had been part of the cult for hundreds of years. As such, they were quite surprised by the cult leader's sudden interest in Adam. They had never known the master of the Cult of Bones to place so much importance on an outsider so that he would send out so many rank 3 experts to capture him. What about the Umbra thieves then? Asked one of the cultists. Malcolm sneered in disdain. Those thieves have served their purpose. Whether they live or die is of no consequence, although I highly doubt that they are going to make it out of this alive. Regardless, we will have nothing to do with them. He paused for a moment, his lips curling into a cunning smirk. I've received word that Ravenfell has dispatched 3 rank 3 magi this time. There are sure to be casualties on both sides. It would be nice if these 3 old fools from the Umbra thieves managed to take out some of the mana vortex magi from Ravenfell. That would make our work easier in the future. Ah, right, one of the cultists interjected. Malcolm, you have been following the situation here in Ulier for a while, yes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the organizations that our cult had invested in Ravenfell, aren't they all out of commission now? And Umbra thieves will soon be out of the picture, said another one. Malcolm walked back to the table, taking his seat. His lips formed a condescending smirk as he answered, you all underestimate the great master's plan. He has set eyes on Ulier for a long time now. His plan had been set in motion hundreds of years ago. He paused for a moment, looking at everyone in the eye, before continuing with a wide grin. Our plan for Ravenfell during the Grand Magus tournament is merely a small piece of a much larger puzzle. The cult leader's grand design extends far beyond Ulier or Europa. It encompasses the entire world. The rank 3 cultists gazed at each other, their eyes sparkling with brilliance. In a world ruled by the Cult of Bones, they would be the ones to wield true power. Malcolm's expression turned grave and he added, but for the cult leader's grand plan to come to fruition, each of us must carry out our roles successfully, starting with the capture of Adam Constantine. Inwardly, however, he couldn't help but feel greatly envious of his target. He had been serving the cult leader for hundreds of years, surmounting bloody obstacles to finally get a hint of acknowledgement from him. Yet this youth named Adam Constantine appeared out of nowhere and instantly caught the cult leader's attention. It happened after the death of Alan Barrett, he thought. Could the cult leader have seen something in Adam? Could it be that he wants Adam to join the cult? No, that is very unlikely. Adam Constantine is an agent of the Brotherhood, and the cult leader is known to have great enmity with this organization. I have even heard rumors that it was the cult leader who killed the founder of the Twilight Brotherhood. Alas, he wasn't able to completely eradicate the Brotherhood because of this organization's extremely secretive nature, as well as the several arrangements that its mysterious founder had left in place. So then why is the cult leader so interested in Adam? This was something that he couldn't figure out, nor would he have any opportunity to figure out that answer in the future, because the person he had dismissed as merely a mana liquefaction magasomion he believed would be easy to capture and take to Europa was now on the verge of becoming a mana vortex magus. The four rank 3 cultists, and even their army of undead would fail to capture him. In the fateful battle that would come to be known as the Blackshore Incident, an army would perish, and a legend would be born. In the distant Galestein Ocean, about a day's journey off the coast of Blackshore, two massive tall-masted ships fighted across the water. They were headed towards the lawless city of Blackshore. The ship's towering masts seemed to pierce the clouds, and its sails were enchanted with magical runes that propelled the ship forward despite the absence of strong winds. The vast hull, made from blackened wood, seemed to drink in the light of the twin moons, giving the ship an eerie, almost otherworldly presence. At the deck of the ship, an old man wearing dark green magus robes stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Despite his calm outward appearance, his heart was gripped by nervousness. Brigham Flynn's eyes squinted, his gaze traveling countless miles into the horizon. His hand clenched involuntarily, thinking of the inevitable battle he would have to take part in. How many years has it been since I've fought on the front lines? 100 years, 150, he sighed, his head lowered. I have gotten complacent in my old age. I have gotten complacent in a lot of things. His gaze narrowed when he thought about the person who awaited him at his destination. He used to be his friend, almost like a brother. That was until they stumbled across an inheritance left behind by an ancient monocore magus. That was the turning point in their relationship, from brothers to mortal enemies, over a mana extraction technique that, while grant its wielder great power. Brigham steadied his breath, his eyes flashing with ruthless resolve, no matter what. Kissinger must die no matter what it takes. I will ensure he dies today. The secret that Kissinger, one of the 3 leaders of the Umbra thieves, knew was far too valuable. Brigham could not allow him to live knowing such a secret. That is why, all those centuries ago, he had attacked Kissinger within the inheritance ground, planning to kill him so that no one in the world would know his secret. But fate often played cruel jokes on mortals. Not only did Kissinger survive that ordeal, he even managed to advance to the rank of Mana Vortex Magus and become one of the leaders of a large criminal organization known as the Umbra Thieves. Moreover, the man had also sent his own son as a spy to work under Brigham. Alberto's worked under Brigham for more than a century. The latter treated him like his own family. But in the end, Alberto's had been the one to have exploited that trust and continuously poisoned him in small dosages over a long period of time. Thinking of the time when he was teetering on the edge of life and death, Brigham couldn't help but sigh. Kissinger, you would sacrifice your own son for your schemes. I would sacrifice the world for my children. And then there's that young man. Brigham thought of the last conversation he had with Adam, and that young man's father sacrificed himself for his family. The old patriarch raised his head, gazing at the dark clouds in the night sky with a bitter smile on his face. He thought to himself, the 3 of us share such different relationships with our children. But if I had to be honest, Adam's father was the more honorable man, far more courageous than you or I could ever hope to be, don't you think, Kissinger? Brigham shook his head, chuckling wryly. Why am I thinking of all of these things now? Have I truly gone senile? When he thought of Adam, his heart churned with conflicting emotions. The young man was the most gifted magus he had ever known. If it wasn't for this raven-haired youth, he would have succumbed to Alberto's poison and truly died. Yet, because he was able to survive and Alberto's schemes were caught, Adam had become privy to his most closely guarded secret. This was the very reason why Brigham was traveling to Blackshore to kill Kissinger. It was a secret far too valuable for him to risk having others know of it. This secret of his was the most treasured heirloom of the Flynn family. It was the mana extraction technique that would allow his descendants to reach the glorious stage of the mana core rank. The mana core rank was the highest known arcane station, not only in the Ulier continent, but in the entirety of Tron. The founding emperor of Acadia was a magus of the mana core rank. The current emperor of Acadia was a magus of the mana core rank. All the leaders of the 4 pillars of the empire were mana core magi. The king of Baja High Forest was a mana core magus. This was a mana extraction technique that would allow his descendants to join the ranks of these legendary magi and carve the Flynn name in the annals of history. So how could he risk others knowing such an immensely valuable secret? 2 people other than Elisand and himself knew of the existence of this mana extraction technique, and there was no way Brigham was going to leave it up to fate, hoping they would keep his secret. He had to take matters into his own hands. Forgive me, dear boy, he thought, but the moment you became aware of this secret, your fate had already been sealed. I know that this is selfish of me, ungrateful of me to do this to you whom I owe my life to. However, this is something I must do for the better future of my family. I cannot risk it. Just like your father, I too must make this sacrifice." His eyes flashed with viciousness, and he steeled his heart. For the betterment of the Flynn family and to ensure they climbed never-before-seen heights, he would bloody his hands 1,000 times over. He was willing to sacrifice his principles, his morals, his everything if it meant that his family would thrive in the future. The weight of a brighter future, he was willing to bear it all by himself on his old and feeble shoulders. This was his resolve as a father. This was his resolve as a patriarch. However, when he thought back to his last conversation with Adam once again, he couldn't help but begin to frown a little. Traces of a foreboding feeling started to surface in his heart as he wondered, but what did he mean by that? He still couldn't understand. As the two ships slowly closed in on the coast of Blackshore, Adam's last words continued to relentlessly repeat inside Brigham's mind. "I want you to know that it was me." On the other ship, drifting side by side with the one Brigham was on, the atmosphere was as tense. The tall masted ship was filled with rank 1 and 2 magi, and the one leading them was none other than one of the counselors of Ravenfell, rank 3 Manhwarecaps magus, Daniel Ransenberg. Daniel, an old man with short white hair and a burly physique that was the opposite of Brigham's frail constitution, looked in the direction of Blackshore. Although the city wasn't visible to him because of the darkness and the fog, he knew that they would arrive by sunset. And once they arrived, only blood and carnage awaited them. The man then turned toward the other ship, his gaze drawn to Brigham, who was standing on the deck, lost in thought. Daniel's eyes narrowed, his thoughts a mystery. "Lord Ransenberg, we found 2 more. A rank 2 magus approached him, respectfully reporting. Daniel turned to the man, looked him in the eyes, and silently nodded. That was all the man needed to know before he turned back around and instructed a few other magi to bring forth 2 men dressed in black, their clothes completely drenched from having just come out from underwater. These 2 men were made to forcefully kneel before the counselor. Both had looks of fear and unwillingness in their eyes. "My lord, these are the scouts from Blackshore," said the magus. "Although judging by their pale and cold skin, I would say they have embarked on the path of necromancy, making it very, very likely that they're from the cult. What do you think, my lord?" Daniel's eyes narrowed. He was not expecting the cult members to still have a presence in Blackshore. Until now, all the scouts they had come across and dealt with belonged to the Umbra thieves. However, these 2 belonged to the cult of bones instead. Daniel's eyes flickered with a strange light. He unsheathed the weapon hanging from his waist and raised one of the captive's chin with the tip of his blade. He looked deeply into the man's eyes. It was a young man, probably in his 20s. He had pale skin and his pupils flashed with immense horror. Despite feeling such emotions and the primal fear gripping his heart, he did not utter a word. Neither did he beg for mercy, nor did he divulge where he was from. Daniel's lips parted and he coldly muttered, unwilling to speak in the face of death despite the terror blanketing your heart. He raised his hand and swung his sword, his face emotionless as ever. Thud, thud, 2 severed heads fell on the wooden deck of the ship. Daniel flicked his blade, getting rid of the blood and filth on it before sheathing it calmly. He closed his eyes and stood unmoving as a mountain. His lips parted again and he muttered, brainwashed by the cult. At once a terrifying, foreboding feeling descended upon all the magi on the ship. They looked at each other and could see the panic and apprehension in each other's eyes. All this while, they were under the impression that they were going to fight the forces of the Umbra thieves in Blackshore. Although there was still a very minuscule chance that there might be the presence of the cult of bones, they had completely overlooked that matter. It was as Adam had speculated. Someone had cast a large-scale, high-level spell from the School of Enchantment. "My lord, does that mean we might have to face both the Umbra thieves and the cult of bones in Blackshore?" asked a magus, his tone oozing with nervousness. "But do we even have enough people on our side?" asked another. Daniel Ransenberg remained silent, his calm demeanor subconsciously affecting the magi around him and causing them to calm down as well. Then he opened his eyes and turned towards the other ship. "Inform Brigham of this development. I shall go meet Nilian." "Yes, my lord." At once the magi scattered. Some made their way toward Brigham's ship, while others moved back to their stations and began to prepare for the impending bloody battle. Daniel Ransenberg then crouched low, exerting strength in his legs. Then he jumped, reaching the ship's crow's nest effortlessly. Then he leaped again, this time piercing through the clouds. As he cast simple spells to boost his ascent, his eyes narrowed and the image of a shadowy figure emerged inside his mind. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, just what were you thinking? Darkfang docks, Blackshore. In one of the many rotten piers facing the Galestein Ocean, 2 figures stood side by side. One of them was a burly man with long brown hair, and the other was a man with blonde hair. However, he looked extremely effeminate. These were none other than Kale and Lyriel in disguises. Gazing at the fog-laden horizon, the former muttered solemnly, "When the sun rises, they should be here." "According to my estimates, I think so too," said Lyriel. They turned around, their gaze drawn to expansive dockside. It was filled with buildings of all shapes and sizes. Beyond the rows of warehouses and shipyards was the floating marketplace. Tonight, this entire place would be set ablaze. Are the father and son merchants ready? Asked Kale. They should be. Lyriel nodded. Even if they aren't, there are still several contingencies left in place. Good. Kale turned his attention towards the piers, where several ships were anchored. His gaze traveled past the city's fleet and landed on the towering rocky cliff on the other side. Is Valerian ready? He asked, his voice laced with slight doubts. Yes, Lyriel nodded with complicated emotions. We have no other choice but to trust him. She paused for a moment before adding, rest assured, I've left hundreds of potions of explosions with him. Kale took a deep breath and nodded. All right, let us trust in him. He then held Lyriel's hand, gently squeezing it. His lips formed a smile and he asked, ready to burn another rotten city to the ground. The woman matched his gaze and smiled back. With you by my side, I wouldn't fear, even if I had to burn the world. Then the two agents of the Brotherhood strode towards the city. Meanwhile, on the towering cliff overlooking the city's dockside, a chubby gray cat stood proudly. The cat had donned a red star earring in his furry right ear. Moreover, he was also wearing gold-rimmed, round eyeglasses. He took a tiny step forward, gazing contemptuously at the dozen or so tall masted ships through his piercing topaz eyes. The cat lifted his furry little chin a little and snorted in an aloof manner. The time has come, he said coolly. Tremble before the wrath of the dragon, you wretched mongrels. Floating Marketplace, Blackshore. Inside a two-story mercantile hall that belonged to one of the current members of the Lewes Council, Alfred Meny, there was a large crowd gathered in the main room. The owner of the building, the rank 2 magus, Alfred Meny, looked at the group of people standing across from him and his men with a deep frown on his face. Dean, what is the meaning of this? He said, his tone laced with hostility. You dare bring all your guards into my domain. Is this a declaration of war? Dean Black, another famous and influential merchant in the city also, someone aiming for the position of a seat at the Lewes Council, displayed a professional smile. My friend Alfred, he began, I am not here to declare war or anything of that sort. Then what the hell are you doing with all your men here? Alfred growled. Dean turned to his son, Colbert, and nodded. The youth stepped forward and displayed the same polite smile as his father. Lord Meny, he began. As you might have already noticed since the past couple of weeks, there is going to be massive unrest in the following days. Alfred Meny's expression turned dark. Of course, he knew what the youth was talking about. He was a merchant, after all, and had developed a skill to read the flow of the market and even society. Due to external factors, there will be many political scuffles between the Magi currently sitting on the Lewes Council of Blackshore and the Magi who are aiming to become concilers, he continued. And that is why you're here with all these men, is it? Alfred Meny spat coldly. Lord Meny, Colbert smiled. We are merchants, not ruffians. We indulge in benefits, not blood. Alfred's eyes narrowed. What are you getting at? Dean Black stepped forward. Instead of going against each other, why not work together and ensure that both of us can maintain a strong foothold in the dark days to come? There's a lot of benefits to be had if we allied with one another. Dark days to come, Alfred frowned. What do you mean? You may not know this, but we have it on good authority, and by that I mean someone very influential from the Lewes Council, that the power balance of Blackshore is going to shift drastically, said Dean. As such, why don't we merchants form a coalition? There is strength in numbers and wealth, after all. Alfred thought for a few moments before asking, his eyes laced with suspicion. And who is this influential person from the council you're talking about? Dean's lips curled up into a confident smirk. Silver Vess. Alfred was stunned. The infamous slaver, that's where you got your intel from. Although the Lewes Council was made of several rank 2 magi, there was still a great difference in their strength and influence. Silver Vess was someone who was in the upper echelons of the council. Indeed, my friend. Dean Black nodded, his expression smug. Suddenly, one of the rank 1 magi standing behind Dean and Colbert Black, listening intently to their conversation, felt something amiss. His eyes gradually glazed over and he lost control over his body. Then he slowly and covertly unsheathed the dagger strapped to the side of his waist, walked behind Colbert Black and stabbed him. Rest assured, this partnership, Colbert's words got caught in his throat and his pupils constricted. He felt a sudden sensation of pain radiating from his lower back. The injury wasn't life-threatening, but it completely caught him off guard. The youth turned around and saw that one of his men, a rank 1 magus, had stabbed a dagger straight into his waist. He was overcome by rage. Right at that moment, the rank 1 magus pulled out the bloody dagger and screamed, Lord Alfred, I have done as you said. When Dean Black witnessed the scene of one of his own men stabbing his son in the back, he was enraged. The first thing he did was gather mana in his hand and strike the man down, killing him in one swift motion. Then he glared at Alfred Penny, his eyes spewing madness and fury. You bastard. I came here to form an alliance, yet you bare your fangs at me nonetheless. How dare you? He grabbed his son's shoulder and pulled him back behind him. Then under the dumbfounded gaze of Alfred Meny and his men, Dean ordered his people, men, finish these bastards. Dean, wait. Alfred tried to defuse the situation. I don't even know that man. However, his words fell on deaf ears as a brutal melee had already begun between his and Dean's men. Meanwhile, Colbert Black tended to his injuries after he'd retreated a few steps. Seeing his father and his men fight Alfred Many and his men, he couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it, this was supposed to be an alliance. How did it turn out this way? Suddenly, he recalled the words of Adam, or rather, the man whom he knew as Mata. He had mentioned to him that on this night, there would be small skirmishes happening between the Magi, currently sitting on council, and the Magi fighting for their seats. Mata had told him that these skirmishes would be escalated to full-blown civil wars that would plunge the city into fire. Looking at what was transpiring in front of him, Colbert's back was drenched in a cold sweat. It was only now that he realized that he had been manipulated. By the time he realized this, it was already too late. Two shadowy figures on Burley, and the other Pedite appeared behind Colbert Black like ghosts. One grabbed his mouth and slit his throat, the other repeatedly stabbed his stomach. Before Colbert's body limply fell to the ground, a loud voice echoed in the mercantile hall. Young Master Colbert has been murdered. Alfred Many's men killed him. Colbert's father, Dean Black, turned around, his gaze landing on the lifeless and bloodied body of the son. No, he roared in anguish, his eyes burning with the desire for revenge. He turned back around and launched himself at Alfred Many in a suicidal charge. Die. While a deadly melee was taking place inside the two-story building, Kale and Lyral still in their disguises silently escaped the hall, heading towards their next destination. Every step they took caused the embers of civil war to spark to life in the lawless city of Blackshore. The fire had been sparked, and soon the entire city would turn into a blazing inferno. In the span of only a few hours, several places in the Darkfang docks and the floating marketplace were now burning both literally and metaphorically in the fires of war. Almost all the rank 2 Magi currently sitting on the loose council now found themselves embroiled in a deadly scuffle with Magi who were opposing them for the seat. These fights were birthed from mere rumors. When it started, no one would have thought that such harmless rumors would result in such fierce battles. Yet now it was evident for all to see. Add to that the enchantment spells that Lyral would cast from time to time would tip the outcome in her favor, just like what she did with Dean Black and Alfred Many. Standing at a high vantage point, looking at the large-scale skirmishes going on below them, Lyral asked, "What do you think, Kale? This should be enough." Yes. Kale scanned the docks and the marketplace with his piercing, cold eyes. He then muttered, "The people from the Umbra Thieves aren't here." If there was anyone he wanted to be punished, it would have to be the Magi from the Thieves Guild. Witnessing the atrocities they had committed in the past few weeks, he was full of anger and hatred for them. The pair turned their gazes in the direction of the city center, at the towering black structure overlooking everything, the dark spire. "Those thieves are holed up in there," he said. "Even if the city burns to the ground, they will not show up." Lyral couldn't help but speak in a grave voice. It was as Adam said. "This really is a trap for the armed forces of Ravenfell." She turned to Kale. "What should we do now?" Kale thought for a very long time. He turned his attention towards the rocky cliff overlooking the dockside. Then he turned his head again, gazing in the direction of the cage. In the end, he helplessly sighed. "We have done what we can. The two of us can only do so much." Lyral nodded, gazing at the Darkfang docks and the floating marketplace burning in the flames of war. She added, "This should help reduce Blackshore's numbers." Kale nodded. "For now, let us trust in our comrades." He then looked at Lyral and added, "There's one more thing we can do." "The slums?" Lyral asked with an arched brow. Kale nodded with a faint smile. "Most of the Blackshore's mortals are inhabiting the slums. We can help them evacuate before the entire city turns into a battleground." Lyral nodded with determination. "Understood. Let's go." The two figures gradually disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind the flames of war to illuminate the city in a bloody glow. Ember Heights, in the lavish mansion where the members of the cult currently resided, Malcolm and the rest stood on the balcony, gazing at the distant dockside and marketplace burning in flames and hearing the sounds of fighting coming from there. Malcolm's lips curled up into a smile. He's finally shown himself. "Adam, you mean?" asked another cultist. "Who else?" Malcolm chuckled. "Shall we make our move now?" Malcolm remained silent for a few moments. "He's a cunning fellow. If he sees us, he will flee." And he might just succeed, but one of the cultists couldn't help but protest in frustration. "He's just a mana liquefaction magus. Why are you so guarded against him?" Malcolm turned to look at the man and asked a question. "Do you know what the cult leader told me before I left?" "What?" "Adam Constantine's understanding of teleportation is truly deep. Even if he cannot fight us head-on, he has the ability to escape from us at any given moment," said Malcolm. His eyes narrowed and he coldly added, "So this is the last time I'm going to tell all of you, do not fucking underestimate Constantine." Suddenly his eyes narrowed as he sensed something, or rather someone. He turned his head in the direction of the dark spire and saw three figures dressed in black robes, radiating powerful mana signatures, approaching them at fast speed. "Heh," Malcolm sneered, "so they're finally here." In but a few moments, the three leaders of the Umbra Thieves had arrived before the Magi from the cult. Barnabas Booth, the old man with an eye patch over his right eye, roared, "Is this the work of that brat? How dare he?" Malcolm looked at him with a calm smile. "Lord Booth, I believe it is indeed Adam Constantine's doing. How long has he been planning this?" Wendell Cross muttered in exasperation. All the rank 2 magi on the loose councils have now become occupied in their own battles. Kissinger, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up in a somber tone. "That is not what we should be focusing on right now." He turned to look at his fellow leaders of the guild, and continued, "This is but a diversion. It is an opportunity created for Ravenfell's armed forces to make a move. That is what we should be focused on. I believe they are not far, my lord," Malcolm called out. "I must inform you that I haven't received any words from my scouts out at sea in the past couple of hours, have you?" Kissinger shook his head, his expression extremely solemn. He looked at Wendell and Barnabas and spoke in urgency. "We must deploy the city's fleet and meet them at sea. What if they attack from land?" Wendell voiced his opinion. "It could be a pincer attack, for all we know. The scouts in the western regions have sent reports recently stating that everything is clear on Thier End," said Kissinger. "We must divert our attention towards the naval battle." He then turned to Malcolm and urged, "Lord Morgan, I hope we can depend on your assistance so that we can swiftly deal with the Magi of Ravenfell. Even though we have more rank 3 Magi on our side, the longer the battle drags on, the more variables may arise." "Of course, my lord," Malcolm smiled politely. His smile soon turned cold, and he added, "Not to forget, we also have an army." Kissinger nodded with a solemn expression. He then turned to the rank 2 Magi from the guild standing outside the manor, awaiting his orders. "Ring the bell. Have all the ships set sail." Boom, 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 boom. He never got the chance to even finish relaying his orders. Much to his shock and anger, he saw that the grand, tall-masted ships anchored in the Darkfang docks were being engulfed in fiery explosions. One by one, the ships were blown to smithereens, shattered by the dozens of potions of explosions raining down upon them. And the cause of this chaos, but of course, the great Valyrians. The potions of explosions continued to fall from the sky, accurately landing on the decks of the tall-masted ships below. One after another, the ships were consumed by the flames, blown to smithereens. The unfortunate ones who happened to be on the ships were, well, quite unfortunate. A large black feline creature with black feathered wings soared above the Darkfang docks, releasing potions from its space-type storage earring. Valyrian had transformed into his winged panther form, his body sleek and darker than the night itself, providing him with the perfect cover. It was the hour of dusk. The sky was the darkest shade of black, yet there were hues of orange and purple slowly emerging from the horizon. Valyrian looked toward the horizon of the Galestein Ocean, his topaz eyes narrowing. "Brother said that there would be ships arriving from the sea. Before they arrive, I must destroy Blackshore's fleet. HMPH. The great Valyrian will make my brother proud." He flapped his wings, circling around the shoreline of the city before positioning himself high up in the air, right above the next ship. Then he dropped dozens of potions of explosions on the vessel. So many potions bursting all together at once caused a chain reaction, allowing the intensity of the explosion to compound. "Heh," Valyrian smirked. "Explosions are nice." Ember Heights, back inside the lavish 2-story manor where the Magi of the cult were residing, everyone was standing on the balcony, watching the ships exploding one after another with varied expressions. The cultists had indifferent expressions on their faces. Forget the fleet, they wouldn't even bother if the entirety of Blackshore burned to the ground. After all, their objective was different from what the leaders of the Thieves' Guild believed. The 3 leaders, Kissinger, Barnabas, and Wendell, had extremely dark expressions plastered on their faces. The bald old man with an eye patch over his right eye, Barnabas Booth, roared in fury. "Those bastards of Ravenfell, how dare they?" He stepped forward, about to leap in the direction of the docks and kill the one responsible for the explosions. But right at that moment, a firm hand gripped his shoulder, preventing him from acting recklessly. "What?" Barnabas spat, his eyes spewing venom. "Let go, Kissinger. I'll deal with that flying beast this instant." Kissinger calmly shook his head. "It might very well be a trap." The one-eyed Magus tried to retort but was unable to. In the end, he snorted in immense displeasure and chose to remain standing in place with his arms crossed and a very malevolent expression on his face. Kissinger stepped forward, ordering the handful of mana liquefaction Magi from the Umbra thieves standing below. "Go, take care of the beast." The rank 3 mana vortex Magi on the balcony could sense that the flying beast had the strength equivalent to a Magus at the peak of rank 1 mana foundation rank. Yet, Kissinger chose to send 5 rank 2 Magi after it because he believed it was very likely to be a trap. "As you command, my lord." The Magi of the Thieves' Guild respectfully nodded before rushing towards the dockside. Wendell Cross looked at the dozen or so large ships that made up Blackshore's fleet burning in flames. He couldn't help but shake his head wryly. Half the city burns, yet these ungrateful bastards do nothing to protect it. Of course, he was talking about the rank 1 and 2 Magi who lived in the city of Blackshore. A lawless city would only produce lawless residents. "My lord," Malcolm said politely, however. His intended meaning was anything but polite. Did you truly expect them to prioritize the safety of the city before their own benefits? He asked, a light smirk forming on his lips. Inwardly, he mused to himself, as expected of the Brotherhood. This is exactly how they operate. Wendell Cross gazed at the man with a dark expression. However, he didn't reply. This was not the time for quarreling. Kissinger stepped forward, intently staring at Malcolm and the three other cultists. My worst fear has come to pass. This city will now become a battleground. People will die. He paused for a moment, his brows creasing together. I need to know what your plan is, your true plan. Malcolm gazed at the man with slight surprise. He couldn't prevent the smirk from widening on his lips. All right, Lord Kissinger, I shall be honest with you. Our first priority is not to help the Umbra thieves, but to exterminate the forces of the Ravenfell no matter what it takes. He lied with a smile. Heh, as I thought. Kissinger snorted. Then that still makes us allies at the end of the day, does it not? We do have a common enemy, after all. Indeed, my lord. Malcolm's eyes narrowed, forming upside-down crescents. He suddenly turned his head in the direction of the sea, his expression turning grave. They are here. Yes, Kissinger nodded with a solemn expression. Damned bastards of Ravenfell. He then looked at his fellow comrades, Wendell and Barnabas. All right, brothers, it is time to bathe in the blood of our enemies. Barnabas grinned from ear to ear, cracking his knuckles. He stepped foot on the railing and was the first one to leap towards the dockside. One by one, the leaders of the Umbra thieves soared above the cityscape, leaping towards the Darkfang docks. Meanwhile, still on the balcony, the three members of the Cult of Bones gazed at Malcolm calmly standing with his hands behind his back. How should we proceed? One of them asked. Have all our rank 1 and rank 2 magi assist them, he commanded. He added after a moment, tell them to assist from behind and not join the front lines. Ravenfell has arrived with a decent amount of firepower, it seems. At once, the order was given for the close to 100 magi from the Cult of Bones to help the magi of the Umbra thieves battle the armed forces of Ravenfell. After the orders were relayed to the rank 1 and 2 magi of the cult, Malcolm looked at his fellow rank 3 magi and nodded. All of you disperse. Form a four-pronged net. Assist the Umbra thieves in passing, but your first priority should be to locate Constantine. The three rank 3 magi dispersed the following moment, leaving behind Malcolm standing on the balcony, gazing in the direction of the Galestein Ocean. The intel states that the Ravenfell forces consist of 200 magi, and half of them are the elite magi of the Black Legion. Malcolm muttered under his breath with a confident smile. But you only have 3 rank 3 magi. His emerald eyes flashed with immense bloodlust, and he added, whereas we have 7 rank 3 magi leading an army of 300 rank 1 and 2 magi, not to mention an even bigger army of undead. Ravenfell, your doom is imminent. After sinking the last of the tall-masted ships, Valerian was in a very happy mood, his expression filled with pride. Heh, as expected of me, the great Valerian. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and he felt an impending sense of danger. Trusting his draconic instincts, he retreated his wings back inside his shoulder blades and rolled mid-air. As soon as he did, several poison-coated daggers brushed past his feline body, missing him by a hair's breadth. Valerian's heart was gripped by panic, and he hurriedly looked in the direction of the port where the daggers were thrown from. There he saw 5 magi dressed in black robes, radiating mana signatures far stronger than him. Oh no, he blurted out in horror when he saw them throw a dozen more daggers towards him. He was falling in mid-air and had already retracted his wings inside his body. The daggers were aimed with such accuracy that they were sure to pierce him as he fell from the skies. His vertical pupils constricted, and he willed it in his mind to transform once again. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his large body started to shrink at a rapid pace until he transformed into the size of a regular cat. As Valerian fell from the skies and into the sea, he willed it in his mind once again as he tightly closed his eyes. Then, a small pair of feathered wings protruded from his back. He spread his wings wide and glided in the direction of the cage. His heart was gripped by immense nervousness and fear as tears started to well up in his topaz eyes. From an enormous flying panther to a small flying cat, Valerian flapped his wings as fast as he could. There was no way he would be a match for 5 rank 2 mana liquefaction magi. At that point, there was only one technique he could rely on. It was his trump card. He sent a mental transmission, inwardly screaming in a voice full of emotions, "Brother, save me." Meanwhile, the 5 magi from the Umbra thieves who had been attacking Valerian from the ground suddenly found themselves unable to believe their eyes. They had never seen a magical beast go through a transformation so quickly. From a panther to a cat, it took Valerian less than a second to transform. To these magi, such a feat was unheard of. But little did they know, Valerian belonged to a race of magical beasts that were divinely gifted in the magic from the School of Alteration. It was something they were born with and naturally had immense talent for. Follow the cat. One of the magi from the Thieves' Guild snapped out of his daze. It will lead us to the perpetrator responsible for all this mess. Then, the 5 magi started to chase after Valerian with ruthless determination. Minutes later, the three leaders of the Umbra thieves arrived at the Darkfang docks. When they looked at the fire and destruction around them, they felt immense anger bubbling in their hearts. Furthermore, seeing the few corpses strewn around on the streets, as a result of the intense battles taking place between the people sitting on the loose council and the people aiming for their seats, they felt even more furious. Barnabas, unable to contain the wrath overflowing in his heart, took a deep breath and roared, "You mindless cunts, stop fighting." His boisterous voice echoed through every corner of the dockside, immediately halting the chaotic battles that were unfolding. "All of you are being manipulated," Barnabas continued, his tone filled with rage, "made to fight amongst each other when the enemy is at our doorstep." The Magi looked at each other, anger and hatred still visible in their eyes, but none of them dared to continue fighting in the presence of the three overlords of Blackshore. "All of yous," Barnabas screamed at the top of his lungs, pointing in the direction of the sea. "Prepare for battle." The moment he'd said that, two enormous tall masted ships suddenly became visible. It would appear that the ships had used high-level concealment spells because they were already within firing range. Moreover, the sails of these ships had the insignia of a raven spreading its wings on it. The armed forces of Ravenfell had arrived. However, that was not all. Another ship slowly came into view, its concealment spell gradually being lifted. However, unlike the previous two ships, this one didn't drift on the surface of the water. Instead, it soared in the sky. Standing on the deck of the flying ship, Nalian Fino, the rank 3 mana vortex magus and one of the 7 counselors of Ravenfell, pointed his finger at the city below. His eyes were cold and his words dripped with murderous intent. "Fire. Boom, 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 boom." All 3 ships, 2 in the water and 1 in the air, started bombing the city with its cannons. However, unlike regular cannons, the projectiles these ships were firing were, in fact, enhanced magic missiles. At once, the coastline of Blackshore was enveloped in a rain of magic missiles, covering this part of city with unparalleled firepower, blanketing it in flames. Meanwhile, Valerian sped through the narrow streets of the floating marketplace. Sometimes he would run on the ground, other times he would soar over the buildings. The 5 magi from the Umbra thieves were still in pursuit, throwing not just daggers but all sorts of magical spell projectiles at him. Finally, after what felt like forever, the cage finally came into view. Valerian's eyes lit up and he hastened his speed, and within a few moments, he had bolted through the entrance of the building. The magi of the Umbra thieves suddenly stopped at the entrance of the cage. They gazed at one another in confusion. "Isn't this Silver Vest's domain? Why did that beast come here? Could it be?" Silver Vest is in cahoots with the enemy. The second they arrived at this conclusion, their hearts were gripped by anger. Then they entered the building, continuing their pursuit. Moments after the 5 had entered the building, a dark-robed magus with pale skin and cold eyes emerged from a nearby alley. He had been secretly following Valerian as well, hoping the cat would lead him to his target. This magus was none other than a rank 3 mana vortex magus from the Cult of Bones. "I see," he said, his lips forming a cold smirk. "So that's where you've been hiding." The cage floating marketplace. As the 5 rank 2 magi of the Umbra thieves stepped foot inside this establishment, they were suddenly overcome by nervousness. It seemed to stem from the bottom of their hearts. Fear, panic, horror. For some strange reason, their skin was covered in goosebumps and their backs drenched in a layer of cold sweat. It was as if they had entered the den of ferocious beast, a slumbering beast, and what they were about to do was no different than awakening the beast from its slumber. "Hey, you feel that?" one of the magi whispered, fear slowly gripping his heart. "Yeah, what's this strange feeling? It's like I don't know, should we turn back around?" The 5 of them moved through the pathway that housed steel cages on either side. Blood, pieces of flesh, and tattered clothes were strewn all across the floor. "Where are the slaves?" asked one of the magi. "Were they all killed?" asked another. "I'm not sure. So many people were slaughtered in the last couple of weeks. Did some of our men visit this place and kill all the slaves?" No one knew the answer. They didn't know if the hundreds of captured slaves that were held captive in the cage were dead, or if they had fled. For now, they didn't bother about it any further. Their objective was simple: follow the cat and find the perpetrator who was most likely responsible for the chaos ensuing above. "Where did the beast go? I heard sounds coming from there," said a magus, pointing at the stairwell that led to the underground training pit. "Let's go. Be vigilant at all times. Keep your material components ready. If it's truly as we think it is, then Silver Vest and her men must be lying in ambush." Despite the foreboding feeling in their hearts, they strode forward, one step at a time. After all, they were under the impression that they would only have to deal with 1 mana liquesfaction magus and a handful of mana foundation magi, or so they believed. Following behind them in the shadows, the rank 3 mana vortex magus had a very grave expression on his face. His sense of danger was far more pronounced than the 5 magi before him could perceive. "What is this strange feeling?" he thought. "It's as if I'm entering the domain of a predator." A primal feeling of terror washed over him, and for a moment he hesitated whether to venture further inside. His instincts screamed at him to turn around and immediately leave this place. The cultist paused in his footstep, gazing intently into the depths of the building. A drop of sweat trickled down the side of his forehead. I'm impossible. Just what is this terrifying feeling? This tyrannical aura, is this even human? He didn't know the origin of this predatory aura. But he had this strange feeling that a pair of bloodthirsty eyes with vertical pupils was coldly gazing at him, eyeing his every movement, ready to strike him down given the opportunity. The man loudly gulped, instinctively taking a step back. He lowered his head, his eyes flashing with shock. I'm afraid. The next moment he came to a decision. He weaved a simple hand seal, causing his shadow to come alive and allowing a ghostly apparition to emerge from it, a wraith. Follow those 5 magi and inform me of their findings, he mentally transmitted a command. The wraith, who had donned a tattered black robe and had the upper body shaped in the form of a humanoid and lower body shaped like a phantasmal tail, bowed in deference. It then turned around and silently followed behind the magi from the Umbra thieves. Meanwhile, the rank 3 cultist gradually retreated into the darkness. Darkfang docks, Blackshore. After bombarding hundreds of magic missiles for over a minute, the 3 counselors of Ravenfell finally gave the order to stop. The docksides were enveloped in thick layers of flames, with dust and debris flying off everywhere. It was difficult to see the devastation caused by the bombardment of the 3 ships. When the dust settled, the scene that greeted the forces of Ravenfell caused their expressions to turn grave, especially for all the rank 2 magi. As for Nalian Fino, Brigham Flynn, and Daniel Ransenberg, they had expected such a situation. After all, a city such as Blackshore, which was the main stronghold of the Umbra thieves, would naturally have some defenses set up to prevent enemies from invading. An expansive dome made of pure mana came into view once the dust cleared. This mana shield, a result of magic from the School of Warding, was able to defend against the hundreds of magic missiles. Although the shield was now full of cracks, it still remained standing, protecting the lawless city of Blackshore from the armed forces of Ravenfell. Seeing such an outcome, the Magi of Blackshore roared in exhilaration. One moment they thought they'd die under the rain of magic missiles, but the next moment they found themselves alive and kicking. With adrenaline coursing through their veins, they raised their weapons in the air and pointed them at the 3 ships, roaring in defiance. They were ready to battle. In a clash of steel and spells, they were ready to bring forth a torrent of blood upon their enemies. While these rank 1 and 2 magi were celebrating, the 3 leaders of the Umbra thieves weren't, for they knew that the shield wouldn't hold for long. As if confirming their thoughts, the sky above the Darkfang docks started to gradually darken. Within a few moments, thunderous booms emerged from above. The counselors of Ravenfell had made their move. Standing at the decks of their respective ships, they simultaneously weaved hand seals. A few moments later, 3 large magic circles appeared in the air above the docks. The 3 magic circles then combined into one enormous magic circle, and then came the wrath of Ravenfell. Rank 3 spell, Summon Lightning. BOOMMM. A thick pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, as if the gods themselves had brought down fury upon the city of Blackshore. The mana shield protecting the city immediately shattered into countless pieces under the terrifying power of the rank 3 combination spell. However, it had managed to do its job of protecting the city before completely dissipating into tiny motes of light. As the shield protecting their enemies disintegrated into nothingness, Nilian unsheathed his sword and pointed it downward. Kill them all. Valerian ran through the maze like paths of the underground level of the cage. The 5 magi were still hot in pursuit. He could hear their footsteps getting closer and closer. No, the young dragon started to panic. He was no match for 5 rank 2 magi. The moment they caught him, he would be truly done for. He had to reach the storage unit where Adam was before it was too late. Within the next minute, he had finally arrived in front of the metal door. Brother, it's me. Open the door, he started screaming out loud, pacing in front of the mental door in sheer panic. Behind him, the sound of footsteps got closer and closer. Valerian's heart started to pound wildly. He had never felt such fear and nervousness before. He got on his hind legs and started scratching the metal door with his claws. Brother, please open the door, hurry. Yet there was no response. There's the beast, quick, catch him. The 5 magi from the Umbra thieves had finally arrived, standing only a few meters away from the young dragon. Their faces displayed malevolent expressions as they gazed at the helpless little cat. Tears started to stream down Valerian's furry face and he began to desperately claw at the metal door. Because of the runes inscribed on it, forget Valerian, even a rank 3 magus would have to put in some effort to pry it open. Brother, help me, he screamed in utmost desperation. Just when the 5 magi were about to catch hold of him, Valerian's teary eyes suddenly widened. They displayed shock before finally being replaced by happiness and relief. The next moment, the young dragon turned into a gray flash of light before disappearing behind the metal door. Before he disappeared, however, he left behind his parting words, his voice cold and oozing with anger and hatred. All of you are dead. The 5 magi from the Thieves' Guild were dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. Just a moment ago, the gray cat was right before their eyes, just waiting to be killed by them. But now, all of a sudden, it had disappeared, and its method of disappearance was also quite bizarre. They had never seen someone teleport away or disappear from sight by transforming into a flash of light. What? Impossible. Where did he go? The five of them stood before the metal gate with stunned expressions. Finally, they noticed something strange. The runes inscribed on the door lit up one by one. They glowed with a brilliant light before gradually dimming out of existence. Then the door slowly opened. The five magi involuntarily retreated a few steps back, their expressions vigilant to the extremes. All of them drew their weapons, pointing them forward. "Come out, you bastard. We know you're responsible for causing mayhem above ground. You think the three overlords are going to let you go? Quickly surrender yourself." No response was heard from beyond the metal door. It was pitch black inside. The magi couldn't see a thing. They looked at each other in confusion as well as nervousness. Right when they were about to speak once again, a gentle voice sounded from the depths of the storage unit. "Little Val, you did well. Now leave the rest to your big brother." Then from the depths of the darkness, a hand emerged. Then it swiped horizontally. Before they knew it, the heads of the five ranked 2 mana liquefaction magus were cleanly severed from their necks. It was a quick death of punishment far too light for making Valerian cry, but death nonetheless. The hand didn't stop there. It then made a grasping motion. Following that, a wraith hidden in the shadows was forcefully pulled into the hand's grasp. Wraiths were intangible creatures with ghost-like physiologies. It was difficult to catch a hold of them. However, the hand was coated with a layer of pure spiritual energy, making the action of grabbing the wraith very effortless. The hand squeezed the wraith's neck, causing it to shudder in absolute fear. "I see," came the voice from beyond the metal door. A rank 2 undead summoned by a necromancer. The following moment, the hand clenched into a fist, ruthlessly destroying the very essence of the wraith, killing it instantly. After that, the hand retreated back into the darkness. The sound of deep, rhythmic breathing could be heard from inside. Every inhale caused the ground to tremble, and every exhale caused violent winds to blow outwards. The 5 Elemental Codex, the Astral Tyrant Manual. These two seamlessly worked together to bring about unprecedented changes in Adam's body. Pure mana coursed through his channels, brimming with magic and vitality. The mana had already transformed from a gaseous state to a liquid state. It flowed in an orderly pattern, forming an energy whirlpool at his core. The mana constantly revolved, gathering to form a single point. It was like a miniature version of a spiraling galaxy, constantly swirling inwards. 2 brilliant orbs of light glowed in the dark. Adam's eyes shone like the brightest of stars in the universe as he expanded his sphere of resonance to its maximum output. In a few moments, he knew exactly what was transpiring above ground. "So it has begun," he said in a calm voice. Then from the darkness, a figure emerged, taller, stronger, and more confident than before. The figure wore dark trousers, fitted properly for fluid movements, and sturdy leather boots. A flowing black magus robe draped over him, completing his imposing presence. And finally, his trademarked black pointy hat. Adam took a few steps forward. His eyes appeared darker than before, as if they contained infinite mysteries, but also unimaginable terrors. The aura he was radiating involuntarily caused the air around him to twist and the ground beneath him to crack. He was still not used to it, after all. He still had to consolidate his newfound strength. Adam conjured a tiny black stick from his obsidian hooped earrings. This item easily fit inside the palm of his hands. Then his lips parted and he calmly muttered in Snackatung, "Expand." In the blink of an eye, the tiny stick transformed into a staff more than 2 meters long. It was a staff exuding a tyrannical aura, its black body seemingly absorbing the very light around it, and resonating deeply with Adam's mana and spiritual energy. Dark gold caps forged from twilight occupied both ends of the staff. Coiled around these dark gold ends were intricate carvings of serpents, their forms appearing almost alive. The Staff of Calamity. With a faint smile on his face, Adam gazed at the staff gifted to him by Lord White. He was greatly looking forward to using it. He spun the staff in his hand and took a step forward, ready to join the battle. The youngest rank 3 mana vortex magus in the history of Tron had made his move. Darkfang Dox, the Magi of Ravenfell, led by Nalian Fino, Brigham Flynn, and Daniel Ransenberg, alighted from their ships and started wreaking havoc. Although the mana shield had protected them from becoming directly struck by the lightning, they still had to endure the aftereffects. Due to that, several rank 1 Magi lost their lives in an instant as the Magi from Ravenfell struck them down. The rank 2 Magi were still able to fare better than the others. As brutal melee ensued between the Magi of Ravenfell and Blackshore, the rank 3 Magi from each side stood in the middle of the urban battlefield, silently facing each other. Baranaba's Booth, Wendell Cross, and Kissinger of the Umber Thieves. Nalia Fino, Daniel Ransenberg, and Brigham Flynn of Ravenfell. The 6 Magi stood before each other, gazing into each other's eyes with blatant hostility. Brigham Flynn looked at Kissinger, whom he hadn't seen in centuries, and revealed a cold smile. "It has been a while, old friend." Kissinger's eyes narrowed, almost spewing venom. Look at you, Brigham, a mighty noble lord of Ravenfell, eh? Tell me, do you still think about how you betrayed me all those years ago and left me for dead? As he spoke his last words, he traced the scar running diagonally across his face with his fingers. So this is what a righteous magus truly stands for, eh? He then looked at Daniel and Nilian, his lips forming a taunting smirk. Beware, you too. Brigham here might backstab you if it benefits him. After all, that's exactly what he did to me. Brigham Flynn's expression darkened instantly, and when he noticed Nilian and Daniel casting side glances at him, he involuntarily clenched his fists. Barnabas Booth, the one-eyed magus, suddenly chimed in. Ah, Kissinger, so this is the man you told us about, the one who was like a brother to you. But in the end, he tried to kill you just to get his hands on some magical artifact. This is the one, yes. Wendell Cross nodded. That is correct. He then cast a contemptuous gaze at Brigham and mocked, as expected of these two-faced righteous magi. Something tells me he would even sell his daughter for his benefit. How dare you? Brigham Flynn's eyes blazed with fury and he roared. He was about to rush towards this old man who had dared to speak ill of his daughter, but at the last moment he was stopped by Daniel Ransenberg. The stoic old man gazed at him with narrowed eyes and muttered, Brigham, we are outnumbered. Do not be a hindrance. Brigham slowly calmed himself down. He harumphed in displeasure. Meanwhile, Nilian scanned the surrounding battlefield. The magi of Ravenfell were already outnumbered to begin with. Now more magi were pouring in from the streets of Blackshore, putting up a fight against them. The cult of bones, he coldly muttered under his breath. He then took a deep breath and screamed at the top of his lungs, Come out, mana vortex magi of the cult. A brief moment of silence ensued on the urban battlefield before the magi on both sides resumed fighting against one another. Blades and spells clashed against each other, resulting in blood flowing in streams and corpses being strewn across the streets. Yet, the battle waged on. The only advantage that Ravenfell had was that all 200 of its armed forces consisted of seasoned rank 2 mana liquefaction, magi members of the Black Legion included. Amidst the sound of battle cries and explosions, 3 dark-robed figures with imposing auras suddenly appeared on the roof of a building several tens of meters behind the 3 leaders of the Umber Thieves. The one standing in the middle, a pale-skinned man with emerald eyes, gazed at the elven counselor of Ravenfell and smiled, Nilian Fino, the prodigy of Saratoga. It is a pleasure to meet you. Nilian's eyes narrowed and he coldly stated, Identify yourself, Magus. The emerald-eyed man pressed his hand against this chest and gave a light bow. Malcolm Morgan, a proud Magus of the Cult of Bones. His gaze shifted from Nilian to the 2 other old men from Ravenfell. He then spoke in a polite and very convincing manner, Esteemed counselors of Ravenfell, look around you. You are severely outnumbered. There is no way out for you. Death is the only outcome if you choose to put up a fight. He paused for a moment before adding, his voice loud enough for everyone on the battlefield to hear, That is why I am giving you all a chance to lay down your weapons and surrender. I am giving you my word that if you surrender, no harm will come to you. Think about your families waiting for you back at home. You have the power to choose whether you return to them alive or as corpses. Several magi from the forces of Ravenfell hesitated. They glanced at their comrades standing beside them and could see the uncertainty in each other's eyes. However, it was only for a moment. They soon resolved themselves and continued to fight their enemies with everything they had. They were proud magi. They were proud warriors. They would not surrender. Each of the counselors had varied expressions when they witnessed the rank 3 magi from the cult make themselves known. Brigham Flynn, for one, was shocked that there were actually 3 more mana vortex magi in Blackshore. For a brief moment, nervousness flashed in his eyes, and he feared that there was a possibility that he might not leave this battlefield today. Nilian Fino, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression on his face as he gazed at the new enemies. However, his eyes were cold and solemn. Lastly, Daniel Ransenberg, surprisingly, showed the most emotions of everyone in the group. His expression had darkened, and his eyes spewed fiery venom. Malcolm Morgan coldly gazed at the 3 counselors as well as the rest of the magi of Ravenfell. His lips parted and he sneered, So you have chosen death. His lips then curled up into a cruel smirk. All the better for us. In the following moment, all 3 rank 3 magi from the cult, standing atop the rooftops, simultaneously weaved a series of hand seals. They pooled their mana and combined the spells. Rank 3 spell, Summon Undead. Floating Marketplace. Adam calmly stepped out of the cage. The rays of the early morning sun rising from the horizon illuminated his visage, making him feel a little refreshed and faintly smile. It's a wonderful day to shed blood. He turned to look towards the Galestein Ocean, specifically towards the dockside. There he could see several ships burning. Those belonged to the Blackshore fleet. 2 ships were anchored right next to the docks, their sails proudly displaying the insignia of Ravenfell. Another ship floated in the sky through arcane means, its sails also displaying the same insignia. Hearing the sounds of steel and spells clashing against one another, Adam knew that the war between the 2 forces had already begun. He then turned his head in the direction of the slums. Through the sphere of resonance, he could sense that Kale and Lyriel were alive and well, helping the mortals of the city to evacuate. Looks like they'll be just fine, he thought. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he quickly turned his head in the direction of the Darkfang docks. Just then he sensed a very malevolent aura filled with death, decay, and rot emanating from that direction. Even though he was a great distance away from it, he knew exactly what this aura was. He had felt this before when he had faced Alan Barrett, a rank 3 magus from the Cult of Bones. There are 3 of them and 3 from the Umbra Thieves facing against 3 counselors from Ravenfell, he muttered under his breath. Moreover, now that the Mana Vortex Magi from the cult had summoned their undead army, the armed forces of Ravenfell were terrifyingly outmatched. He could only imagine the expressions of panic and horror on the faces of his fellow Magi from Ravenfell. Adam sighed, sending this many powerful Magi from the cult just to deal with 3 counselors from Ravenfell. Isn't this a bit of an overkill? Or is there something else you guys want? Towards the end, he turned his gaze towards a certain dark alley. I know you're there, Necromancer, he added. A few moments passed, but nothing happened. However, Adam continued to intently stare in that direction, his eyes narrowing. Suddenly, the shadows in that alley seemed to come alive, and an ominous figure with pale skin walked out. He wore dark magus robes and gazed at Adam with shock. The terrifying aura coming from the depths of that building the man began. It was you, wasn't it? Adam ignored his question as he spun the staff in his hand and rested its shaft on its shoulder. Why has the cult sent 4 rank 3 Magi to this shithole? Do you people truly hate the Magi from Ravenfell that much, or do you have other motives? He paused for a moment, letting out a light chuckle. Clearly, the cult didn't send this many Magi to help the Umbra Thieves, did it? The more this man noticed Adam's calm behavior and speech mannerisms, the more unease he felt in his heart. Add to that the terrifying aura he felt earlier, as well as his rank 2 wraith that had been effortlessly killed, and he couldn't help but think of a horrifying possibility. However, he refused to believe it. It was simply impossible. He spoke with a shaky voice. Are you Adam Constantine, one and only? The raven-haired youth nodded. The necromancer gulped. What is your rank? Why can't I sense it? Adam rolled his eyes in a bored manner. You stupid ape, it is common knowledge that Magi in the same rank will be unable to sense the mana fluctuations emanating from one another unless they cast a spell or proactively reveal their mana signatures. I'm impossible, the necromancer blurted out in shock. Are you telling me you're already a mana vortex magus? Impossible, you're not even 40. No, you're not even 35. Adam's eyes narrowed. You seem to know quite a lot about me, eh? The next moment, he turned his head in the direction of the docks. All right, things are getting rough out there. Time to go. Stop right there. The necromancer quickly reined in his emotions. His eyes flashed with bloodlust and he spat. If you've just advanced to the mana vortex rank, then it means you still haven't gotten used to your strength. Quickly surrender yourself. Adam looked at the man, amused by his words. I would have taken care of people like you even when I was a rank 2 magus. Although it would have taken me some planning and time. He paused, his voice turning disdainful. Now that I'm a rank 3 magus, what makes you think I'll surrender to you? Don't be cocky, boy. The necromancer spat through gritted teeth, slowly raising his hands and weaving hand seals. If you don't surrender, then I will make you walk. Adam appeared before him like a phantom and ruthlessly grabbed his face, nearly breaking the man's jaw with his strong claw-like grip. At the same time, he also disrupted his spell. You talk too much, he said to the necromancer. Then, he crouched low, applied mana to his legs, and shot into the sky while grabbing the necromancer by the face. Darkfang docks, hundreds of undead creatures, including skeletal figures, zombies, and golems, rose from the shadows and surrounded the forces of Ravenfell. The ghastly aura the undead creatures were emanating caused their enemies to shudder in fear. Seeing the countless enemies surrounding them, most of the Magi from the forces of Ravenfell gradually lost their will to fight. The 3 counselors wore extremely solemn expressions. The rank 3 Magi hadn't even had the chance to enter the fray when all of a sudden they were surrounded by an undead army. They had never expected the Cult of Bones to have attacked them with such a mighty force. Standing on the rooftop of the building, Malcolm Morgan displayed a cruel and malevolent grin. I gave you a chance to surrender and return home to your families, but you chose death, and now I shall grow my undead army yet again. Suddenly his words got caught in his throat when he sensed a presence approaching them at a quick speed. Not only Malcolm, but all the rank 3 Magi present turned their attention in the direction of the sky. There they saw a vaguely visible figure descending towards them. BOOMM. A few moments later, something fell from the sky. All the Magi gazed at the small crater that had just now formed on the battlefield. When the dust cleared and it became visible just what had fallen from the sky, the faces of the rank 3 cultists, as well as the leaders of the Thieves' Guild, darkened. Lying in the center of the crater was a black-robed man with pale skin. It was none other than the 4th necromancer from the Cult of Bones. Although the man wasn't dead, his situation was quite miserable after having been tossed from such a height. Suddenly, all the rank 3 magi on the battlefield felt an extremely tyrannical aura descending from the sky. It was undoubtedly the aura of a mana vortex magus, before they knew it. Bomm, this time, a thick and towering pillar descended from the sky and landed on the battlefield. Atop this pillar, a lone figure gracefully landed next, dressed in black robes and a pointy hat. Adam stood proudly on top of the Staff of Calamity, gazing at the thunderstruck expressions of his enemies and allies. He scanned the battlefield, and when his gaze landed on the hundreds of undead creatures summoned by the mana vortex magi of the cult, his lips curled up into a cold smile. Let us level the battlefield, shall we? His eyes flickered with excitement as he raised his hands and wove a set of powerful hand seals. After all, you're not the only one with an army. Then an ancient and bloodthirsty aura descended on the battlefield, causing everyone to involuntarily shudder in fear. Heed my call. An immense surge of mana radiated from Adam as he cast his grand summoning spell, Serpents of the Coil. Nalian Fino was shocked by the sudden turn of events. He was standing right beside the towering black pillar that had golden caps on both ends, watching the intricate carvings of serpents as well as the faint runes shimmering under the light of the morning sun. He could immediately tell that this was a very precious treasure, far more valuable than anything he'd ever seen. But something seemed strange. Where did he get this artifact? That was his first thought. How did he become a mana vortex magus so quickly? That was his second thought. It was also one that was ringing inside the minds of all the magi on the battlefield. It didn't matter whether they were from Ravenfell or Blackshore. To be able to witness the birth of the youngest rank 3 mana vortex magus in the history of Tron was a surreal experience entirely. Regardless of these magi's allegiances, only one thing bloomed in their hearts: admiration. Even Brigham Flynn, who had conflicting emotions when it came to Adam, couldn't help but feel deep respect emerge from the bottom of his heart. He now knew that with Adam's help, their chances of surviving this brutal bloodbath had increased significantly. Daniel Ranzenberg gazed at Adam with a shocked look on his face. He had kept his eyes on this youth for several years now, and even he didn't believe that the youth was capable of such a miraculous feat. To be able to become a mana vortex magus before the age of 35 was an unprecedented achievement. The name of Adam Constantine would forever be remembered by the people of this land. He would be hailed as a generational genius, a prime example of what a magus should aspire to become. But for that he would first need to survive this battle. A dead genius is no different than any other dead man. Daniel Ranzenberg's expression turned dark, and he turned his attention towards his enemies while Adam was completing his summoning spell. More specifically, he was looking for the rank 3 magus, who was in a very miserable stateth one who had just been tossed from the sky. Finally, his gaze landed on the pale necromancer. The man was coughing blood from his mouth and was slowly getting to his feet. Daniel Ranzenberg's eyes flashed with a ruthless light, and he unsheathed his blade. The next moment he bolted towards the weakened necromancer, preparing to behead him in a single motion. Clang! Right at that moment, Wendell Cross appeared before the necromancer, wielding his dual daggers and blocking the man's attack. His lips curled up into a cold smile and he stated, "What's the rush, Magus Ranzenberg? How about you play a little with me?" Daniel Ranzenberg's eyes narrowed, seemingly remorseful of missing the chance of killing the rank 3 necromancer from the cult. The next moment, he radiated an overwhelming force of mana and engaged in a brutal melee with Wendell Cross, one of the 3 leaders of the Umbra Thieves. Blades and spells collided against one another as the two gradually shifted their battle to a different part of the city. In truth, it was Daniel Ranzenberg who had guided their battle elsewhere, fearing that the resulting chaos would severely harm the Magi from Ravenfell. The moment Daniel had missed his chance of killing the cultist, Nalian Fino immediately pounced on that opportunity. Alas, by then the pale-skinned man had already recovered. Clang! The necromancer easily blocked the elf's sword attack with his powerful gauntlets. "Don't look down on me, filthy bastard." Nalian's eyes narrowed, spewing immense killing intent. Then he raised his free hand to cast a spell. But right at that moment, the one-eyed leader of the Umbra Thieves, Barnabas Booth, also joined the fray. "They say you're the prodigy of Saratoga, eh?" said the bald, one-eyed old man, readying himself to deliver a deadly blow. "Let us test that out, shall we?" Nalian's expression grew solemn, however. He did not retreat. He was confident in taking care of 2 rank 3 magi all by himself. After all, he was someone who was at the peak of the mana vortex rank. He drew his second blade and easily blocked the one-eyed Magus's attack. Then he turned his head and looked at Brigham Flynn before solemnly stating, "No matter what, do not leave Adam's side." With that said, he and the 2 magi attacking him shifted to another part of the city, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Although these 2 counselors did not want to leave their positions, they had no other choice. If they chose to battle on the dockside, there would be severe collateral damages that would negatively affect their soldiers. Brigham Flynn was gripped by nervousness and he couldn't stop his knees from trembling. "Damn you," he cursed. How was he supposed to buy Adam enough time to cast the summoning spell when there were 3 rank 3 magi from the cult and 1 rank 3 magus from the Thieves' Guild standing before him? He looked at Adam, who was calmly gathering mana with his hands clasped together, and roared, "Hurry, boy." Adam lowered his head and cast a cold and disdainful glance towards the old patriarch. Just a simple glance was enough to cause a chill to crawl down Brigham's spine. The old magus didn't have much time to think about the intent behind that gaze when all of a sudden Kissinger attacked him. "You dare look away in such a situation." He swung his poison-coated daggers at the old man, but at the last moment, Brigham was able to activate the magical artifact that he was wearing around his neck. The one-time amulet shattered into pieces as it erected a powerful mana shield around him, effectively saving his life. Kissinger, however, did not give up. His expression turned maniacal and he kept hacking at the old man. "Today I will have my revenge, you backstabbing cunt." Due to the heavy onslaught of attacks, Brigham too was forced to move away from the dockside. Now all that remained there were Ravenfell's rank 2 magi, but they were busy fighting the forces of Umbra thieves and the cult, as well as the hundreds of undead creatures. Even the magi from the Black Legion didn't have enough breathing room to even think about assisting their Lord Commander. Seeing the lone figure of Adam standing on that strange dark pillar, Malcolm Morgan spoke with complicated emotions. "No matter how much I overestimated you, I still ended up severely underestimating you, Constantine." He paused for a moment before adding, "I finally see why the cult leader is interested in you." The next moment, he waved his hand, instructing the 2 rank 3 magi beside him, "Restrain him." Without hesitation, the 2 necromancers from the cult gathered a large amount of mana in their hands and pounced at the dark-haired youth. Within a few moments, they had crossed the large distance and were but inches away from him. However, just when they were about to pin him down, Adam's lips curled up into a smirk. Everyone on the battlefield watched with bated breaths as the 2 rank 3 magi from the cult closed in on Adam, who was busy preparing his summoning spell. The magi from Blackshore showed ecstatic expressions, while the looks of the magi from Ravenfell turned grave and distraught. Just when the 2 rank 3 magi were about to actually pin Adam to the ground, something unexpected happened. The magi's hands passed straight through Adam's figure. As the 2 cultists phased past the youth with shocked expressions on their faces, his figure, as well as the towering pillar, dissipated into gray wisps of smoke. An illusion, a terrifying, foreboding feeling welled up inside Malcolm Morgan's heart when he saw this scene take place. He was now standing alone on the rooftop. He had already sent the 2 magi who were with him earlier to deal with Adam. Intense warning bells started to ring inside Malcolm's mind, and the sudden fear of death washed over him. Relying solely on his instincts, he gathered all the mana he could muster from his reserves in that short time and coated his upper body with it. Then he quickly turned around, facing the source of danger, and there he was, the dark-robed magus with the pointy hat. Adam revealed a cold grin, his dark eyes flickering with mischief, and as he looked at the fear in Malcolm's eyes, his grin grew wider. Then he silently swung the staff of calamity. Bam. At that moment, Malcolm could feel his ribs start to crack and pierce his lungs. If he hadn't protected himself with mana at the last split second, he feared that his entire upper body would have been blown away. Such tyrannical strength. That was the only thought he could produce before he shot towards the distance. The impact of the staff slamming against his body caused the air around him to tear apart, creating a shockwave. Malcolm flew away like a rag doll, his body ruthlessly smashing through one of Ravenfell's ships on the way, completely decimating it, before flying into the sea. At once, a deafening silence descended on the battlefield. The Magi saw how Malcolm's body skipped across the surface of the water several times before plunging over hundreds of meters away from the dockside. Then everyone turned their heads in the direction where Malcolm was previously standing. Now Adam stood there with his staff resting on his shoulder. His free hand weaved the final hand seal of the grand summoning spell, and he loudly proclaimed, "We are the Legion of the Endless Coil, bound by blood and fang. From the depths we rise, our scales gleaming with the fury of war. Venom flows in our veins, poison lingers on our tongues. With every strike our enemies wither, their screams swallowed by the dark. No blade can sever us, no fire can burn us, no chains can bind us. We slither unseen, we strike without mercy, we conquer without end. Our coils crush kings, our fangs humble gods. Through shadow and storm, through fire and flood we remain. The earth trembles beneath us, the sky shudders above. For we are the serpents of war, and none shall stand against us." The following moment, the incredible amount of mana radiating from Adam coalesced together and formed an enormous portal behind him. One could see infinite mysteries and colors radiating otherworldly terror through the dark portal that led to the unseen dimension of the spirit world. The moment the portal was formed, a primordial ore started to seep out from it, stretching to every corner of Blackshore. Every person in the city could feel this primal aura. It was as if they had been transported back in time. An uneasy feeling gripped their hearts that they were no longer the creatures standing at the top of the food chain. Adam raised both his hands, his presence and aura no different than a harbinger of doom. He grinned from ear to ear as he felt countless pairs of predatory eyes gazing at his back from beyond the portal, waiting for his command. Serpents of the coil, he proclaimed with tyrannical authority, his words allowing no room for defiance. This is your cry for war. War, 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 HISSSSSSS. From the portal, countless serpents emerged. Some were small, while others were enormous. Their strength ranged from rank 1 to rank 2. Close to 1,000 snakes arrived from the coil of eternity, their eyes gleaming with hunger for blood, flesh, and bones. They had heard the call of their summoner. Now all that awaited was destruction. Seeing so many terrifying serpents fill every inch of the Darkfang docks, forget the magi of the Umbra thieves and the cult of bones, even the forces from Ravenfell felt a chill crawl down their spines, and they were completely unable to move their bodies. Adam's lips parted and he declared in Snackatung, the magi representing the symbol of the raven must not be harmed. As for the rest, poison them, devour them, slaughter them all. A collective hiss was released from all the serpents, the blood-curdling sound reaching not just all corners of Blackshore, but even the surrounding lands for several miles. Without a moment of delay, the serpents had begun their slaughter. At that point, the forces of Ravenfell did not even need to participate in the battle. They were too scared to after seeing their vision occupied by all kinds of terror-inducing serpents. The undead creatures summoned by the cultists were no match for the serpents at all. And neither were the living armed forces of Blackshore and the cult. Adam then turned his attention to the two rank 3 necromancers, standing on the battlefield, looking around in shock and dismay. Your turn to die, the raven-haired youth coldly declared. He lodged his staff on the roof of the building before tossing 2 red crystals in the air before him. The crystals slowly started to break down into fine pieces as Adam began weaving a series of hand seals. Then the crystal particles sparked to life, and 2 magic circles were formed. Rank 3 spell, Great Fireball. 2 enormous flaming spheres with a 1-meter radius shot towards the necromancers. The 2 magi hurriedly cast spells and erected a barrier in a timely manner, but much to their shock, they found that the fireballs dissipated into gray smoke the moment they arrived before them. Another illusion. The 2 cultists didn't have time to even think as Adam had suddenly appeared before them like a ghost. Bam, bam, he swung his staff twice, sending both magi hurling in the same direction Malcolm had flown earlier. Adam then toured to look at the second in command of the Black Legion and instructed Radon, make sure all the enemies here are dead. My serpents will aid you. As for those rank 3 cultists. The youth turned towards the Galestein Ocean, looking into the distance. Leave them to me. Without waiting for the man's response, Adam stretched his hand in the direction of the enormous portal to the spirit world that was still active. His lips curled into a smile and he made a grasping motion. Come, serpent. I know you've been itching for a bloody battle. HIISSSSSS. A resounding cry far more deadly and terrifying rang from within the portal, and a black serpent with bloodthirsty topaz eyes slowly emerged from it. This serpent was bigger, stronger, and more vicious than any of the creatures that were summoned before, and the aura it radiated. It was no weaker than the strength of a rank 3 mana vortex magus. As the serpent's enormous body emerged from the portal, everyone standing in the vicinity felt their hearts turn cold. This was a true predator. Just a single glance at it caused the Magi's bodies to uncontrollably tremble. The serpent radiated an aura of danger and terror so deep that it was unlike anything they'd ever witnessed. Just being in its presence caused some of the weaker Mana Foundation Magi to lose consciousness. The pressure was far too much for them to bear. Even some of the weaker serpents that had been summoned showed signs of fear in the presence of this powerful creature. After the serpent arrived on the battlefield, Adam willed the portal to the spirit world to close. The enormous serpent, its obsidian scales reflecting the light of the sun, and its topaz eyes glimmering with intelligence, slithered across the urban battlefield and finally arrived before Adam. This was the summoner who had called him from the coil. It curiously glanced at the raven-haired youth. Then its gaze landed on the staff he was wielding, causing its black vertical pupils to constrict. The snake lowered its head, bringing it right before Adam. Despite standing in such close proximity to the terrifying creature, the youth showed no signs of fear whatsoever. Instead, he looked at it with a faint smile like he was welcoming an old friend. The black serpent's body was more than 50 meters long, and despite lowering itself and bringing its head towards the ground, its height was still tall enough that Adam had to raise his head to meet eyes with it. The serpent's gaze flickered between Adam and the staff repeatedly, curiosity sparkling in his topaz eyes. It then gazed at Adam and spoke in Snackatung, fearless. Then, it shifted its gaze to the staff of Calamity and added, SSSS strong. Heh. Adam chuckled, spinning the staff in his hand and then resting its shaft on his shoulder. You like my new weapon? It was a gift from someone from the coil. A gift. The snake's curiosity was piqued and it couldn't help but ask. From who? I'll tell you all about it later, Adam assured the snake, For now, how about we take care of those necromancers? I get to kill them, you get to eat them. Win-win. The serpent raised its head, looking into the near-distant sea. It could sense 3 mana signatures of powerful individuals there. However, instead of feeling fear or nervousness, its eyes shone with excitement and a hunger for war. It lowered its head again, bringing it closer to Adam. All 3 mine to eat. Deal. Adam nodded. He paused for a moment before asking with a smile, your name? SSSSS Sackle. Constantine, the youth introduced himself as well. Adam Constantine. Sackle lowered his giant scaly head even lower, allowing the youth the honor to ride on it. Constantine, he said, let us go to war. Adam grinned as he leaped atop the serpent's head. Without even needing to send an instruction, Sackle slithered towards the dockside and plunged into the water. Then, at a terrifying speed, it swam towards the 3 magi of the cult. The magi who had W-tinused the entire scene of Adam summoning a rank 3 creature, and then heading to face off 3 mana vortex magi were stunned into silence. These magi of Ravenfell could not believe that they would get to see such an outcome in today's battle. A moment later, they could feel their blood pumping from exhilaration. They were ecstatic to know that a powerful warrior like Adam was on their side. Radon, the second in command of the Black Legion, suddenly raised his blade and screamed at the top of his lungs, warriors of Ravenfell, victory is but within reach. Fight alongside the serpents of war. Show no mercy to the enemies. Today we shall bathe in their blood, for Ravenfell, for Lord Constantine, for the Dark King, H-O-O-Ah, H-O-O-Ah, H-O-O-Ah. In another part of the city, Nylian Fino was battling the one-eyed Magus, Barnabas Booth of the Umbra Thieves, and another rank 3 Magus from the Cult of Bones. The moment Adam had summoned the serpents from the coil, a terrifying and primal aura had spread to all parts of the city. This caused Nylian and his 2 enemies to momentarily pause their battle. Even from where they stood, they could sense what was happening on the battlefield by the dockside. They had seen how Adam had effortlessly attacked 3 cultists and sent them flying toward the sea, effectively shifting their battle far away from the city. Moreover, they had also seen the youth summon a giant serpent whose strength was no different from theirs, and head to the sea to battle Malcolm Morgan and the 2 other mana vortex magi with them. Nylian turned to look at his 2 opponents and smirked, well, how about that? The tables have turned. Barnabas Booth had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Worse than him was the necromancer from the cult. The main advantage that a necromancer possessed was the overbearing number of undead creatures that they employed, easily overpowering and outnumbering their opponents. However, now not only had Adam offset their greatest advantage, but had even managed to summon more serpents than their undead creatures. This shouldn't have happened, the cultist muttered under his breath. We didn't know that Constantine could summon an army of serpents. Nylian's eyes narrowed at that remark, and he couldn't help but coldly state, what are you cultists planning? The necromancer turned to look at the elf and spat, you don't need to know such. But before he could even finish his sentence, Nylian had already arrived before him, hacking his mana-infused blade at the man's neck with terrifying killing intent. However, Barnabas Booth had also launched an attack, aiming straight for the elf's head. At the last moment, the one-eyed Magus fist passed through the elf's head, but it was only an after-image. Through exemplary footwork alone, Nylian had dodged the attack and now had both enemies exactly where he wanted. He positioned himself in mid-air and cast a deadly spell. Rank 3 spell, Wind Blades, and before they knew it, the 2 magi were drowned in a tempest of blades that bore through their bodies. Nylian landed on the ground, his eyes flashing with a vicious light. Without waiting for a moment longer, he shot forward into the torrent of wind blades. His twin blades gleamed with a cold light, and he turned into a westerly flash of light. The elf came to a stop on the other side of his enemies, his blades dripping with blood. Thud, the rank 3 mana vortex magus from the Cult of Bones was instantly beheaded by Nylian's attack. As for Barnabas Booth, although he was alive, his body was riddled with deep scars as a result of the elf's spell. Nylian Fino turned around and pointed his blade at the one-eyed magus. His lips parted and he coldly declared, your turn. In the coastal waters of Blackshore, a pale hand suddenly emerged from underwater. Then the hand pressed against the surface of the water, allowing the rest of the body to emerge and then magically stand on the surface of the sea. Rank 3 spell, Water Stroll. As the name suggested, this spell allowed the caster to walk on water. Malcolm Morgan calmly stood on the surface of the water, his expression dark and terrifying. He gazed in the direction of Blackshore, specifically at the dark figure that was rapidly approaching him. Constantine, he spat through gritted teeth. Truth be told, he had not expected the youth to advance to a mana vortex rank before the fight began. He believed that he had been very cautious in how he approached this mission personally given to him by the cult leader, and that is why he had brought 4 other rank 3 magi along with him, not to mention the large undead army that each of them commanded. But despite taking so many precautions, he still fell short. Not only was Adam now a magus of the same station as him, but he also commanded an army of serpents that was far greater than the undead army that he and the three other rank 3 cultists commanded. Combined, this made him wonder in absolute shock just how much mana did Adam have in his reserves. After all, for a summoned creature to be sustained in the material world, the summoner needed to spend their mana. Moreover, the output of mana significantly increased with the increase in the number of summoned creatures, and if the creature was on the same level as the summoner, then the mana expenditure was exponential. Adam had not only summoned countless rank 1 and 2 creatures, but also an enormous serpent who had the same strength as him. Suddenly, Malcolm turned his head in the direction one of his comrades was fighting Fino. His eyes narrowed because he sensed his mana signature abruptly being snuffed out. He knew what this meant. His eyes narrowed and he coldly muttered, "Now there's only 3 of us left. Damn that elven bastard. He truly lives up to the name of the prodigy of Saratoga." Right then, 2 of his comrades approached him from the side. Both of them had been sent hurling here because of Adam's attacks. "Malcolm, that staff he wields." Yes, the emerald-eyed man solemnly nodded. "It's not your average magical artifact. The only way to deal with it is to constantly have yourself enveloped by mana. It would be better if you could dodge his attacks, but I find that highly unlikely." The other necromancer chimed in, "How are we to restrain him now? If we fight with that intent, we'll be the ones to die. Besides..." His voice trailed off as he hesitated for a moment before adding, "As much as I hate to admit it, I don't think we can contain him with just the 3 of us. We need..." Malcolm interrupted him. "Malik is dead. Fino killed him just now." The expressions of the 2 necromancers grew dark. Malcolm continued, "Barnabas Booth will not last long against the elf either. As for Wendell Cross, he too will be killed by Daniel Ransenberg as more time passes. That old bastard of Ravenfell is stronger than he lets on. And as for Kissinger, he has a high chance of killing Brigham Flynn. The latter is pathetically weak." He paused for a moment before coming up with a battle plan. "We fight Adam and slowly shift the battlefield in the direction Kissinger is fighting. Just to be safe, we can't take any more risks." "Understood, understood." The 2 cultists nodded. Suddenly, one of them asked, "What about that black serpent? It looks dangerous." Malcolm thought for a few moments before tossing an octagonal disc at one of them. "Don't worry about the serpent. I'll buy you some time. Summon the aberrant knight." The expressions of the 2 necromancers grew extremely solemn. If they were summoning this creature, then that meant Malcolm was very serious about their present circumstance. It meant that Malcolm Morgan had decided to go all out. With that said, Malcolm strode forward, calmly walking on the surface of the water, leaving behind his words, "No matter what, focus on the ritual and summon that grotesque monster as fast as you can." Adam, standing atop Sackel's head, suddenly started to frown. Through his sphere of resonance, he could sense that the 2 of the necromancers had begun conducting ritual magic. They were summoning something. Or rather someone. A foreboding feeling gripped Adam's heart. "Sackel," he called out. "Yes," the serpent hissed. "Dive underwater and disrupt whatever those 2 magi at the back are planning," he instructed. "Understood. And be vigilant at all times," the youth cautioned. The following moment, Adam leaped off of the serpent's head. In midair, he weaved a set of hand seals and cast rank 3 spell, Water Stroll. Just as he landed on the surface of the water, the enormous black serpent had already submerged underwater and was swimming towards the 2 necromancers at lightning speed. Meanwhile, Adam finally came face to face with the man leading the group of magi from the Cult of Bones. The raven-haired youth pointed the staff at him and coldly asked, "You said your leader is interested in me. What does he want? What is he planning in Ravenfellno, in Ulier?" Malcolm Morgan revealed a faint smile and said, "The cult leader has grand plans for the whole of Tron. You should feel honored, Constantine, that he has taken an interest in you." He paused for a moment, spreading his arms wide and passionately speaking. "Thus, I will offer you this opportunity on behalf of my great master. Join our cult, and you will have all your wishes come true. Join your cult and have my soul sold to the devil." Adam sneered, his tone oozing with contempt. "You necrophile mongrels aren't worthy to stand on the same side as me." He raised his chin and spoke arrogantly, in fact. "How dare you breathe the same air as me?" Malcolm's expression turned dark and he coldly stated, "You've become quite arrogant now that you've advanced to the mana vortex rank." But soon his lips curled into a smile. "I won't fall for your taunts, Constantine. I have studied you, your tactics, and your style diligently. I know exactly how you operate." Right at that moment, with a loud splash that echoed all around them, Sackel emerged from underneath the sea, baring his fangs, and pouncing on the 2 necromancers who were engaged in a summoning ritual. HISSSSS. At the same time, Malcolm's smile turned cold. "Also, did you think you were the only one who could summon a rank 3 creature?" Moments before Sackel was about to attack the 2 necromancers, another titanic creature with a bloodthirsty and overbearing aura emerged from the sea, pouncing at the snake. ROARRR. A monstrous shark close to 30 meters in length emerged from the water, baring its threatening jaws at Sackel. This was a megalodon, an ancient species of white shark that roamed the Gleestean Ocean. These monstrous sharks were some of the largest predators in the ocean and were said to grow to the strength of a monocore magus in some cases. Much like other sharks, megalodons were constantly in motion and driven by a voracious appetite. They had thick hides that were sturdier than many magical armors in existence, and their speed they were some of the fastest sea creatures to ever live. Sackle's topaz eyes narrowed into slits. This great shark was extremely fast, and he wasn't able to notice its presence in time. However, he was still a serpent who had experienced countless battles and life-threatening situations. Thus, he was only surprised for a mere moment before his eyes flashed with bloodlust. HIISSSS. He changed his target from the two necromancers to the megalodon, deeming it the greater threat of the two. He unnaturally twisted his body and evaded the shark's attack. Then it coiled around the shark, constricting it ruthlessly. A moment later, poison started to see out of its fangs, and it viciously bit into the shark's body. However, the megalodon's hide was far too durable. Sackle's fangs were unable to pierce deep enough for his poison to take immediate effect. It was then that he knew that the shark was a troublesome opponent, and that it would take some time to deal with it. Sackle cast his gaze at Adam and hissed in Snackatongue, "Constantine, I must deal with this creature first." Adam, keeping his attention still on Malcolm, nodded. "Yeah, take your time, I got this." He paused for a moment and added, "Don't take too long, though." Sackle coiled around the megalodon even tighter, gradually releasing a deadly poison from his maw and sinking his fangs deeper into its hide. Realizing the immense danger it was in, the titanic shark roared in defiance and plunged into the depths of the ocean where it had the greater advantage. Large waves rippled on the surface of the water as the two behemoths dove underneath. The two necromancers continued to conduct the summoning ritual, their target of summoning unknown but terrifying. A megalodon, eh? Adam gazed at Malcolm with calm eyes, not at all fazed by what had transpired earlier. "Is that how you and your lackeys arrived here from Europa, or were you always in Ulir to begin with?" Malcolm smiled, speaking to Adam as if he were an old friend. "We were sent here by the cult leader on short notice. Truth be told, we had different plans for the Umbra thieves in Blackshore, but after your spectacular performance in Ravenfell, those plans changed." Adam's eyes narrowed. "Alan Barrett," he muttered. Malcolm's smile turned cold. "Yes, Alan was an arrogant fool. He underestimated you and died a dog's death, but I, on the other hand." His world trailed off as he slowly raised his hands and conjured a pair of circular bladed weapons with a sharpened outer edge. They were commonly known as chakrams. "I have made sufficient preparations to take you to Europa with me," Malcolm continued. "So what's it going to be, Constantine?" The emerald-eyed man got into a fighting stance, radiating a dangerous aura. "Will you obediently do as I say, or do I have to drag you by the throat and take you to the great master?" Hearing his words, Adam heaved a long and helpless sigh. "You cultists are truly beginning to annoy me. I am so tired of dealing with you lot." He spun his staff and got into a fighting stance as well, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. "All I wanted to do was participate in the Grand Magus tournament, but you bastards ruined it." With that, the youth bolted towards the necromancer. He gathered mana at the tip of his staff and brought it down on the man's head with all his might. The veins on Adam's hands bulged with power as he swung his staff vertically. Malcolm's expression, too, turned extremely solemn as he raised his chakrams in a defensive position. Bam! Malcolm spurted a mouthful of blood and was brought down to his knees by Adam's raw strength alone. Not only did he have to block the youth's attack, but he also had to maintain his balance on the surface of the water. Such tyrannical strength, Malcolm thought to himself. The next moment his eyes flashed with a crafty glint, and he blew a needle straight at the youth's face. Adam's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly tilted his head to the side. Despite that, the needle managed to graze his cheekbone. The youth couldn't help but grimace and immediately draw back several steps. The small area that the needle had grazed had now started to burn away as if being eroded by acid. In a matter of few moments, the skin in that area started to rot, followed by the muscle. Adam quickly retrieved a crystal vial from his earrings and emptied out all its contents in the affected area. Finally, the spreading of the rot was contained. Adam coldly gazed at Malcolm and couldn't help but ask, "Necrotic acid? Quite potent, I must admit." You meanwhile, the emerald-eyed necromancer was shocked that Adam was able to deal with the acid so effortlessly, especially considering the fact that the acid was something concocted by a rank 4 monocore magus skilled in herbalism. "I knew that you were a skilled herbalist, but I didn't think your capabilities were this great," Malcolm muttered as he too drank a potion to heal the internal damage he received from Adam's previous attack. "The more I fight you, the more I realize why the great master has." However, his words were interrupted when Adam suddenly appeared before him like a phantom. His eyes were cold and his words oozed with bloodlust as he thrust his palm towards Malcolm's chest. "Shut your mouth, just die." Hand of Doom, spectral palm strike. Once again, Malcolm felt like he was under the cold embrace of death. Adam's speed was simply too great, and his attacks too ruthless. It was too late for him to cast any magic spells. All he could do was resort to one of many last-ditch resorts, magical artifacts that he had brought along with him. Bam! The necromancer was blown away by the attack, his body skipping across the surface of the water close to a dozen times before plunging into the depths. Adam remained standing in his position, however. There was a deep frown on his face. Although his attack had connected, something felt off. Defensive artifact, he murmured. But the next moment he rushed towards the other two necromancers. Now that Malcolm was momentarily out of the scenario, he had to take this opportunity and prevent these two from summoning whatever it was that they were. He had a bad feeling that if he allowed them to complete the summoning, it wouldn't end well for him. Especially considering the fact that he was already up against 3 rank 3 magi. This was already too much for him to handle, as he had only just advanced and hadn't consolidated his newfound powers yet. Adam leaped off the surface of the water, spinning his staff mid-air before hammering it down on his enemies. With another resounding boom that echoed all around the place, the youth's staff once again connected, causing water to splash and large waves to form. But once again, Adam felt something amiss. His eyes narrowed as he saw his staff resting against a mana shield that had surrounded the two necromancers. The two didn't even bat an eyelid and continued to proceed with the summoning ritual, confident that Adam couldn't get past the barrier. Meanwhile, the shield protecting them only showed a few cracks. That was all. This is far stronger than a rank 3 warding spell, Adam thought to himself as his expression turned grave. These damned cultists sure have a lot of powerful artifacts with them. His expression darkened and he couldn't help but think, dealing with them is going to be more difficult than I'd imagined. For the next few moments, he continued to slam the mana barrier with his staff over and over again. The small cracks on its surface gradually covered the entirety of the barrier. Finally, Adam got into Poisotin to land the final critical blow, but just when he was about to swing his staff, his eyes narrowed and he hurriedly retreated. Just a split second after he had drawn back, several thick ice spears emerged from underwater and shot through the area where he had been earlier standing. Then Malcolm Morgan jumped from underneath and firmly landed before the two necromancers. His clothes were naturally drenched, but his face was unnaturally pale. It would seem that Adam's previous attack had done some damage to him, after all. He coldly gazed at the raven-haired youth in the distance, showing utmost vigilance. If he was careless even for a moment, then he would be the one to die here. As much as he hated to admit it, Malcolm knew that he was no match for Adam all by himself. Without shifting his gaze away from his opponent, he screamed in frustration, "How long are you planning to take?" "Almost done," said one of the necromancers. The foreboding feeling in Adam's heart grew heavy. He gritted his teeth and once again shot forward, gathering a large amount of mana at the tip of his staff. Seeing this, Malcolm had no other choice but to meet him head-on. He covered his chakrams with mana and bolted forward as well. The clash between the two magi caused large tidal waves to erupt, rippling outwards in all directions. This disturbed the other two necromancers only a little. After exchanging several blows with Malcolm, Adam was finally able to deliver a perfect sidekick to the man's solar plexus, knocking the wind right out of him and hurling him into the far distance. Malcolm flew across the surface of the ocean, coughing blood from his mouth, finding it extremely difficult to breathe. However, his lips formed a wide grin. He knew he had brought enough time for the summoning ritual to succeed. Just before he plunged into the depths of the water again, he looked in the direction of the two necromancers and roared, "Summon the aberrant knight now." Adam's heartbeat grew faster and faster as he ran across the surface of the water, going as fast as his body would allow him. Just one more hit and the shield surrounding the two necromancers would be destroyed. Then all he needed to do was take care of those two and disrupt the ritual. Within a few seconds, he had already arrived before the barrier. He roared as he swung his staff, bringing it down on the shield one last time. Bam! The defensive shield finally shattered under Adam's relentless attacks effect that would take just about any knowledgeable magus in Tron by surprise. After all, the youth was only a mana vortex magus, but the magical shield was a result of an artifact with a rank 4 mana core spell inscribed on it. The two necromancers stared in horror as Adam stood before them, radiating an overbearing amount of bloodlust. They would have never expected the barrier to be broken, however. Their job was done, the summoning ritual was complete, and even as Adam's staff came crashing down on them, the grins on their faces never faded. The two necromancers were thrown into the distance by Adam's attacks. However, the youth was in no mood to celebrate because even he knew that he was late. Boom! A pillar of dark energy emerged from the octagonal disc that the two necromancers had been working on earlier, causing Adam to involuntarily back away just from the sheer pressure. When the pillar of light dissipated, a towering humanoid figure in armor came into view. It was more than 3 meters tall and radiated an extremely ferocious and deathly aura. It was an undead creature, and its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light of madness. Its face, the only thing not covered by his black armor, was covered in stitches, as if the faces of several different monsters were sewn together to form a single grotesque face. A flesh golem, Adam muttered with a grave expression. A rank 3 flesh golem made from different body parts of mana vortex magi. The armored golem's gaze landed on Adam, and it instantly designated him as the target that it must kill. The next moment, it conjured a broadsword and roared at him. Not just that, the two necromancers from earlier had also now joined the battle, standing on each side of the golem and staring at Adam with cruel intentions. Finally, Malcolm emerged from underwater and took his position behind the youth. His lips curled into a cold smirk, and he said, "You should have agreed when I asked you nicely. Now I will make you wish you were dead." Adam did not respond. He stood straight, tall and dauntless. The staff spun in his hand as he prepared for what would be the toughest battle he had ever faced in his life. He raised his chin and boldly declared, "Very well. Then I too shall unleash every spell in my arsenal. And know this, when this is all over, only I shall remain standing, proud, victorious." Adam did not hesitate at all to utilize everything he had. Every magical spell, every combat technique that he knew of, he would now proudly display and conquer his enemies. He willed it in his mind, and the Staff of Calamity disappeared from his hand. The next moment, a red crystal appeared in one hand, and a gourd of wine appeared in the other. The youth flicked the red crystal and started weaving hand seals at such great speeds that his arms turned into a blur. As the red crystal dissipated into tiny fragments, Adam took a large mouthful of wine. His eyes flashed with ferocity, and a small, barely visible magic circle materialized in front of his lips. Then Adam sprayed the wine through the spell model and bathed the red crystal fragments before him. Rank 3 spell, Adam's Flaming Breath. A thin crimson line shot forth from the youth's mouth, crossing the distance between him and his enemies in but a split moment. Then the line transformed into a large wave of flames that threatened to devour the necromancer's whole. From the moment his staff disappeared to the tidal waves of flames arriving upon his enemies, no more than a second had passed. Malcolm's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the sheer size of this spell. The flaming wave was more than 20 meters in height, and being so close to it, they had already begun to heavily perspire from the heat. "Quick, erect barriers." He roared, his voice laced with panic and urgency. All three necromancers simultaneously weaved hand seals and pressed their palms to the water's surface. Right in the nick of time, they were able to finally cast their spell. Rank 3 spell, Water Wall. A thick and large wall of water, bigger than even the flaming wave, emerged before the necromancers in a timely manner, protecting them from Adam's vicious spell. It was a deadly yet beautiful clash of fire and water. When the two elements collided with one another, they instantly canceled each other. It was important to note that it took the combined spells of 3 mana vortex magi to offset a single spell cast by Adam. Such was the might of the tyrant. The clash of spells resulted in smoke forming and enveloping the waters in a radius of tens of meters. In a matter of moments, the visibility on the shoreline had significantly dropped. Malcolm and the rest did not have even a moment to rest when suddenly the smoke before them parted, not just in one place, but over a dozen places. About 20 enormous flaming spheres pushed through the smoke in the sky and flew toward them with unmatched fury and accuracy. Rank 3 spell, Adam's Fireball Barrage. When his enemies gazed at the fireballs covering the sky, for a moment, they felt as if they had already died. That moment was as ethereal as it was terrifying. Amidst the fireballs, Adam descended upon them like a deity delivering final judgment. The hems of his clothes flapped behind him and his arms were stretched forward, his palms shaped into claws as he directed the fireballs towards his enemies. It was a breathtaking scene. There's no defense against such a power. Malcolm couldn't help but come to that conclusion. At once, he gave the order, "Sink into the water." Everyone except the Golem Knight sunk into the sea to escape Adam's wrath, thinking the fireballs would have no effect underwater. Or so they believed. Boom, 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 boom. The fireballs dove into the water and followed after the magi from the cult. Despite being submerged in the element that was their bane, the heat radiated from them barely decreased. Instead, Adam's dark eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent, and he increased the output of mana. The water started to bubble, and within but a moment, instant steam started to rise from the surface of the water. One could even see 20 enormous spheres burning with unmatched intensity underwater, lighting up the dark. Adam landed on the surface of the water, conjuring his staff once again. His expression was grave as he gazed at the flesh golem that was still standing on the surface. This creature hadn't gone underwater with the rest and had chosen to instead tank his spells. As a result, the golem's armor was melted in several places, but apart from that, it looked fairly unharmed. Now that the necromancers had been momentarily taken care of, Adam could finally focus on this aberration and take care of it once and for all. Roar! The golem, with the strength of a mana vortex magus, roared at Adam before bolting towards him with unnatural speed. Adam's eyes narrowed, his pupils flashing with a cunning glint. Then he disappeared from his spot, rushing towards the golem, choosing to meet him head-on. The golem readied his attack, drawing his broadsword back and aiming to ruthlessly cut the raven-haired youth in half. Just when the distance was right and the two were right before each other, the golem let out a bestial scream and swung his broadsword with a speed that made it difficult to keep track of. Adam's eyes slowly widened and his pupils dilated. He revolved his sphere of resonance to the maximum output, allowing him to perceive everything around him in slow motion. He noticed the sharp edge of the broadsword slowly itching towards his chest with boundless bloodlust, aiming to cleave him in two, but he didn't react. Not yet. The timing had to be perfect. 20 inches, 15 inches, 10 inches, 5 inches, 1 inch. Just when the blade was but a couple of inches away from Adam's body, his eyes narrowed into slits and he guided the mana coursing through his channels to augment his lower body. Then he burst forth with his fastest speed. Adam vanished from his position, causing the golem's broadsword to cut through nothing but his after image. Then he reappeared above the armored aberration, twisted his body mid-air, positioning the Staff of Calamity vertically right above his opponent. His lips parted and he coldly muttered in Snackatongue, "Expand, BOOM." The staff expanded, transforming into a towering pillar more than 100 meters in height and tens of meters in width in the blink of an eye. It then plunged into the depths of the ocean, taking the golem along with it. Naturally, the aberrant creature would not be able to deal with the sheer weight of the heavy pillar all by himself. All he could do was unwillingly be submerged into the depths, bearing the weight of the staff for as long as his undead body would allow him to. When Adam saw that the creature had tanked his fireball barrage earlier, he instantly knew that it would take him a long time to deal with it. This would allow the necromancers several chances to deal with him, since his mind would be mostly occupied with the golem. And that is exactly why they had summoned it. So the best plan of action he could come up with was to restrain the golem with the weight of his staff. Adam turned to gaze in the direction his fireball barrage had earlier landed in. That entire patch of area was steaming hot, and the surface of the water was still intensely bubbling. Seeing this, Adam's lips curled up into a sneer. He flicked his hands, instantly donning the pair of black gauntlets that Blackie had once gifted to him. Several moments later, 3 figures dressed in black emerged from the water. Their faces were pale, and their skins displayed reddish burn marks despite being drenched. Heh, Adam scoffed in ridicule. Foolish bastards. Who do you think you're up against? Malcolm Morgan had an extremely dark expression on his face. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the golem being dragged into the depths of the water under a towering black pillar. Recalling the golden caps on both ends of that pillar, he couldn't help but think of the weapon that Adam was wielding. And seeing the staff no longer in the youth's possession, the suspicion in Malcolm's heart grew stronger. That pillar that was your weapon, so what if it was? Adam raised his chin, showing a taunting smirk. Where did you get that weapon? Malcolm asked in a cold voice. From your lover, Adam taunted him further. Turns out she was just pretending to be a woman. Did you see the size of that pillar? I must admit, she's even more manlier than you. Malcolm's expression turned cruel and menacing and he spat through gritted teeth. You're looking down on us, boy. And what are you going to do about it, you necrophile bastard? Adam grinned from ear to ear. The next moment, without even waiting for the other side to respond, he quickly weaved another series of hand seals at an extremely fast rate. For this next spell, he wouldn't need a material component because it was all around him. After completing the physical component of the spell, he slammed his foot on the surface of the water, causing a large magic circle to materialize. Rank 3 spell, Surging Wave. Following moment, a 30-meter-tall wave materialized before him, taking shape slowly and gradually, then flowing towards his opponents at daunting speed. Malcolm harumphed in arrogance before instructing his allies to deal with the spell. Together, all 3 of them weaved hand seals and pressed their palms against the surface of the water. Ice started to form from the point of contact and spread outwards at lightning speed. Within a few moments, even the tidal wave surging towards them was covered in ice. Before Adam's spell could even come near them, it had already frozen stationary. Malcolm's eye flashed with ruthless determination and he shot towards the frozen wave, all the while weaving hand seals of his own. Then he reached the bottom of the ice wave and pressed his hands against the cold wall before him. A large magic circle lit up on the wave, following which the frozen wall cracked apart. Then it transformed into hundreds of ice spears. These spears swirled in midair and shot towards Adam, who was standing on the other side. The arcane interplay between the two parties had only taken place for a second or two. In that short duration, already so much had happened. This was what the battle between Mana Vortex Magi was like. If one side lost focus for even a split second, then the situation would be dire. Seeing the hundreds of ice spears flying towards him with unmatched power, Adam couldn't help but praise Malcolm's ingenuity when it came to spell casting. Sometimes, a magus didn't need model components for their spell if they were knowledgeable enough to use their environment as the components for spell casting. Adam's lips curled up into a smirk and he muttered, "Yes, this is how it should be." He then gathered an enormous amount of mana into his palms and thrust them forward, generating two large overlapping walls of oscillating mana. Hand of Doom, Great Barrier. Crash. The hundreds of ice spears were blocked or deflected by the swirling barrier of pure mana Adam had erected before him. Behind the barrier, Adam was grinning from ear to ear. He had never had this much fun casting spells before. Additionally, the more rank 3 spells he cast, the faster he would be able to consolidate his newfound strength as a mana vortex magus. After he had effectively taken care of Malcolm's attack, he noticed the small shards of ice that were fluttering in the air as a result of those ice spears crashing against his mana barrier. His eyes flashed with a bright light, and he immediately cast another series of hand seals. The small pieces of ice in his surroundings started to tremble in mid-air before being enveloped in small magic circles. Rank 3 spell, Sleet Tempest. The next moment, freezing rain and sleet enveloped the necromancers with unmatched ferocity. The small ice shards tore their clothes and bored into their skins. However, this alone was not enough to deal with them. After all, they still had defensive artifacts in their use. But suddenly, the 3 cultists felt their backs turn cold as a terrifying, foreboding feeling gripped their hearts. They raised their heads and gazed into the sky through the obscure sleet storm, and noticed that the clouds were churning with fury. Under their shocked gazes, the entire patch of dark sky above them lit up with a blinding light the next moment. Adam pointed his finger at that dark patch of sky, then swiped it down, drawing the wrath of nature onto his enemies. Rank 3 spell, Summon Lightning. Thunder. Back in the city of Blackshore, the battle between Nylian Fino and Barnaba's booth was drawing to a close. All the streets, buildings, and any structure around their battlefield had been reduced to rubble. One could even see several burnt craters formed from the destruction of their spells. The elven counselor of Ravenfell had already taken care of one of his opponents, rank 3 magus from the Cult of Bones. Now all that remained was the one-eyed old magus who was one of the 3 leaders of the Umbra Thieves. While Nylian had sustained hardly any injuries in this battle, the same couldn't be said about Barnaba's booth. Moreover, the man's right arm was also missing. It was only a matter of time before he died. Nylian Fino stood proudly before the man, his blade pointed at him. His lips parted and he flatly muttered, "You fought well, magus." "Fuck off," Barnabas grumbled weakly. "Just shut up and let me die in peace." Nylian's eyes narrowed and he asked, "Any last words?" But before the one-eyed magus could answer, their attention was suddenly drawn towards the ocean. Thunder, a terrifying, resounding sound echoed from that direction. Nylian had turned his head just in time to see a massive pillar of lightning descend from the sky. His expression turned solemn and he couldn't help but think, Adam. Just what kind of battle are you fighting there? For the last several minutes, he had been hearing extremely loud explosive sounds coming from the youth's battlefield. It even seemed that there was no resting time between each spell. Nylian couldn't even begin to wonder just how intense the fight taking place there was. Furthermore, he had also previously sensed the arrival of a very dark and deathly magic energy, which he assumed to be yet another undead summon, except this one was far more powerful than anything the necromancers had summoned before. He was shocked to learn that Adam was even able to last for this long. Regardless, he had to finish things up quickly before he could even think of assisting the raven-haired youth. Just as he was gazing at Adam's battlefield, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. Then he ruthlessly swung his blade. Thud, a severed arm clasping onto a poisoned dagger fell to the ground. Nylian turned to look at Barnabas with a cold and indifferent expression. The man had just tried to land a sneak attack on him despite being on the verge of death. The elf couldn't help but admire his tenacity. Thus, he asked again, "Any last words?" Barnabas Booth gazed at his severed hand with a bitter smile. There was no pain or agony reflected on his face. No, it only reflected regret. He heaved a deep sigh and lowered his head, softly muttering, "Make it quick." Slash, with another thud, the one-eyed magus' decapitated head fell to the ground. Nylian cast only a brief gaze at it before shifting his attention to the other battlefields in the city. The battle between the armed forces of Ravenfell and Umbra Thieves and the Cult of Bones was almost concluding. Moreover, when Nylian saw the brutal and bloodthirsty methods that the summoned serpents utilized to kill and devour their enemies, he couldn't help but wonder, just where did Adam contract so many creatures from? The outcome of that battlefield was already decided. The elf then turned his gaze toward the battle between Daniel Ranzenberg and Wendell Cross. The battle between these 2 mana vortex magi seemed to be at a stalemate, but Nylian could tell that it was only a matter of time before Ranzenberg clutched the victory. After all, he knew the man to be a powerful and dependable magus. Even though he might appear old, Daniel Ranzenberg was, in fact, one of the more powerful magi on the Council of Seven, so Nylian decided to not involve himself in that battle. Then he turned his attention towards the last battlefield's battle between Brigham Flynn and Kissinger. His eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but recall what Kissinger had mentioned at the beginning of the battle about Brigham Flynn betraying others for his own benefit. Everyone in the council knew the Flynn patriarch to be a greedy fellow, so they were hardly surprised by Kissinger's claims. But now was not the time to let personal feelings get in the way. Nilian was a rational man, so he didn't give in to those feelings. He noticed that in their battle, Brigham Flynn was on the losing end and was faring poorly against Kissinger. However, Nilian knew that the Flynn patriarch was also in possession of several artifacts. Although that did not guarantee his survival, there was nothing Nilian was going to do about it. He had already come to a decision. The survival of Adam Constantine is more critical for the bright future of Ravenfell and Saratoga, he solemnly muttered under his breath. His gaze crossed several miles before landing on Brigham Flynn, who was in an extremely miserable state as he fought his arch-nemesis, Kissinger. Nilian's expression grew grave, and he ultimately decided to leave the Flynn patriarch on his own. He had decided that Adam's survival took precedence over Brigham's, so the next moment, he bolted in the direction of the Galestein Ocean, fully intending to assist Adam Constantine in his battle against the remaining cultists. The surface of the ocean snaked with lightning for a long time. Adam's previous spell had wreaked quite the havoc. If it wasn't for the several defensive artifacts that Malcolm and the two necromancers had on them, their current situation would have been much worse. Despite that fact, they were still greatly injured by the lightning spell. All three of them stood on the surface of the water, small arcs of lighting snaking across their slightly charred clothes and body. The three of them gazed at the perpetrator with dark expressions on their faces, their eyes oozing with bloodlust. Adam was sitting on a piece of frozen boulder held up in mid-air by several magus hands. His one leg was dangling in the air while the other was folded. He rested his elbow on the folded knee and then rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the cultists in amusement. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he turned towards the city. There he could see a figure running across the surface of the water at breakneck speed, leaving behind tidal waves in his wake. Recognizing who this person was, the youth's lips curled up into a smirk. He then turned to Malcolm and the two necromancers and flatly stated, "You sense that, don't you?" The cultists turned in the direction of the figure rushing towards them with boundless fury, their expressions turning extremely solemn. Adam rose to his feet and declared the arrival of his ally. That is the man known as the Prodigy of Saratoga. Adam jumped from the floating ice boulder, then canceled his spell, causing the magus hands to disappear and the boulder to plunge into the ocean. A moment later, a strong gust of wind blew, heralding the arrival of the elf with ash-blonde hair and silver eyes. The elf's white robes fluttered in the wind as he stood beside the raven-haired youth. His eyes were cold, and his expression indifferent. His blades were drenched in the blood of his enemies, causing Malcolm and the other necromancers' expressions to turn grave. Nilian Fino calmly looked at the three cultists. Needless to say, their states weren't the best. Then he turned to Adam. Although the youth was unharmed, Nilian noticed that his breathing was slightly strained. "You have done well, Adam," said the elf sincerely, his voice calm and gentle. He then thought of something and added, "Despite being the same rank as me, you are still my junior from Saratoga, so don't expect me to address you as Lord." Adam couldn't help but chuckle at that remark. "Of course, Lord Fino. As you've said, you are my senior from Saratoga, so I also won't be calling you by your first name." "HMPH, cheeky brat," the elf muttered under his breath. He turned his attention towards the three cultists and pointed his blade at them, scum from the cult. "You couldn't even take on a child, yet you dare stand tall before me, you arrogant bastard," Malcolm growled. However, he couldn't come up with a retort to the elf's statement. It was as he had said. Despite fighting for so long, they still hadn't managed to harm a hair on Adam's body. If anything, it was the exact opposite. Damn it, he thought angrily. This is turning worse by the second. It's all because that bastard managed to restrain the golem at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, we would have long since dealt with him. His eyes narrowed, his gaze lingering on Nilian Fino. And him being here means not only Malak, but even Barnabas Booth is dead. Damn it. Right at that moment, Adam turned to the elf and asked, "Lord Fino, how do you wish to proceed? Should we divide the enemies? You take half and I take half." Nilian was silent for a moment before asking a question of his own. "A few minutes ago, I sensed an extremely hostile and deathly aura from this place. But now it's not here." "Yes, it was a rank 3 undead creature." Adam nodded. "A flesh golem made from the corpses of several manhwarecaps. Then he pointed at the bottom of the sea. "I've managed to restrain it there. Truth be told, I believe that is the reason I've been able to go toe-to-toe with these cultists till now. That golem, after all, is extremely durable and can tank rank 3 spells without batting an eyelid." "Is it still alive?" Nilian asked with narrowed eyes. Adam nodded, casting his vigilant gaze towards his enemies. "I can feel it struggling to get free." He paused for a moment before adding solemnly, "I fear it's only a matter of time before it emerges again. Would you like to take care of that thing instead?" Nilian thought for a brief moment before nodding. "Very well, leave the golem to me. I trust you can handle these three, you bastards. Malcolm roared in absolute fury. How much are you going to keep looking down on us? Splash! Adam didn't even give the man the chance to finish his words as he stretched his hand and summoned his weapon. Under the stunned gaze of Nylian Fino, a towering black pillar more than 100 meters in height shot out from the depths of the sea, its body glimmering under the rays of the morning sun. Adam's lips parted and he coldly muttered in snake tongue, "Shrink." Under the bewildered gazes of everyone present, the towering pillar shrank from 100 meters to slightly less than 3 meters as it flew straight into Adam's grip. The youth spun the staff in his hand, and without hesitating a moment longer, dashed towards Malcolm and the two cultists, leaving behind his parting words for his ally. "Lord Fino, I shall leave the golem to you." Nylian saw the raven-haired youth bravely charge towards his enemies. There was no fear in his eyes whatsoever. Seeing such a display, he couldn't help but come to admire him. Earlier, he had conflicting feelings towards Adam, given that the youth had manipulated his daughter into attending the Duskfall masquerade for selfish reasons. Although he had put his precious daughter's life in danger by taking her there in the first place, he had also made sure to protect her from any harm, thus the reason for his conflicting emotions. But now that he saw him fearlessly battling the enemies of Ravenfell with all his might, he had come to finally respect him. Not just that, but the fact that Adam had become a mana vortex magus before the age of 35 was already enough to commend his abilities. People called him the prodigy of Saratoga, when in fact the real prodigy was right before his eyes. His lips curled into a faint smile as he shook his head. "No, labeling you with the word prodigy would be an injustice. You are something far greater." Nylian's expression gradually turned solemn as he shifted his attention to another part of the sea. His eyes narrowed when he sensed a terrifying and powerful presence making its way up to the surface at great speed. Yes, this is a strong one, he thought, his eyes flickering with excitement for a bloody battle. Within moments, the grotesque aberration emerged from the depths of the water, its expression filled with rage and madness. ROARRR. The golem was furious after being restrained at the bottom of the sea for so long, without being able to do anything to free himself. He looked around with his bloodshot eyes, searching for the culprit. Then his gaze finally landed on Adam, who was swinging his staff around and battling the three cultists. The golem let out another bestial roar before bolting in that direction, aiming to brutally kill the youth. However, he had only taken a couple of steps forward when his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he noticed a cold blade arrive at his throat, dangerously close to cleaving his head from his body. The attack had arrived so suddenly that the golem hadn't even realized it. Then came the ominous words as if spoken by the Death Reaper himself. "Allow me to kill you a second time." Golem's bloodshot eyes widened as they reflected the cold blade quickly approaching him, carrying with it the aura of death, something he was familiar with. Nylian's eyes had narrowed into slits, his pupils gleaming with a ruthless and bloodthirsty aura. His blade was only inches away from cutting the golem's head off. But at the last moment, the golem unnaturally pivoted his body and raised his arm, blocking the elf's attack. The blade cut through the golem's armor, flesh, and muscle, then finally stopped at the bone. HMPH, Nylian snorted in displeasure. Sturdy indeed. The next moment, he jumped and placed his feet on the golem's chest. Then with a powerful force, he thrust his legs, causing the golem to fly away across the surface of the water, while he backflipped in the air and landed gracefully several meters behind. His previous attack was powerful enough to decapitate another rank 3 mana vortex magus. However, before the aberrant night, it proved to be futile. "I can see why Adam chose to restrain this creature at the bottom of the sea," the elf thought to himself. But instead of feeling fear or panic, his lips curled into a smile, and his eyes flashed with blazing fighting intent. "I never thought I'd be able to cast that spell I've been working on for so many decades," he muttered under his breath. He bit onto the hilt of his sword and started weaving hand signs in a slow yet steady rhythm. Following that, his palms lit up with a resplendent green light, and he bathed his blade in it. Rank 3 spell, Zephyr's Blade. Green magical energy swirled around the elf's sword, the winds whipped by it strong and sharp. However, this was not the spell that Nylian had been working on. No, this was far too tame compared to what he had been truly working on. That spell tested his knowledge and understanding of not only the esoteric arcane arts, but also the philosophy of the way. After decades of trial and error, he was finally able to create such a deadly spell. However, he had found no opponent to test it out on. The might of the spell was so great that his opponents would die before the spell had even shown its true splendor. After all, this spell bordered on the strength of the mana core rank. As someone who took great delight in fighting and spell casting, Nylian was often disheartened that he never got to truly execute the spell that he had spent so much time and effort creating. But today the time had come. He pointed his wind magic-infused blade at the grotesque creature standing in the distance and arrogantly said, "I hope you won't be a disappointment." The golem was silent. He deeply gazed at the white-robed elf, then at his forearm that had a deep cut in it. Fury bubbled up within his bloodshot eyes, and he turned to Nylian once again and roared in anger and madness. Following that, another pair of thick, grotesque arms emerged from his back. They wriggled in the air for a few moments before clenching into tight fists, signifying the golem's control over them. But that was not all. A moment later, the golem conjured 3 more weapons sewn for each of his hands. Now he wielded a broadsword, a double axe, a mace, and finally a war hammer. Only after he had conjured all of his weapons did he let out a bestial cry and bolted towards the elf. Nylian, on the other hand, was momentarily taken aback seeing his opponent grow 2 more arms and conjure several more weapons. But soon he started to grin from ear to ear. Yes, finally I can go all out. His current demeanor was completely unlike the courteous and pragmatic side that he usually displayed as a counselor of Ravenfell. No. Now he was no longer a counselor of Ravenfell. Now he was Nylian the Fighting Magus. The Magus hailed as the prodigy of Saratoga. He conjured his second sword and cast Zephyr's blade on it as well. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he rushed towards his opponent, meeting him head-on. Clang! The 2 figures clashed against one another, sending shockwaves all around them. Not only that, but the solid impact resulting from their weapons had also caused large tidal waves to form. Nylian's muscles bulged with raw strength, and the veins in his arms started to throb as he blocked the golem's attack with both blades. However, the aberrant knight had an extra pair of arms. Seeing that the elf was already occupied with his attack, the golem's eyes flashed with a cunning light, and he attacked with his 2 other arms. The mace and the double axe came crashing down at Nylian's head with unmatched ferocity and accuracy. If even one of the weapons landed, the elf would, for sure, die. Nylian's expression grew extremely solemn as he saw the weapons enlarge in his vision. At the last moment, his lips curled into a smirk, and just when the weapons were only inches away from his face, he disappeared like a ghost, leaving behind a trail of wind. No spell, no combat technique, just pure speed. In a fraction of a second, the elf had maneuvered gracefully around the golem and positioned himself behind him. Nylian then raised both his blades, increased the output of mana, and delivered a vicious downward swing. Slash! Augmented by wind magic, his blades effortlessly cut through the golem's arm that was wielding the mace. Realizing this, the golem immediately drew back. Although there was no fear in his eyes still, there was caution. Extreme caution. He vigilantly gazed at the elf standing calmly as green-colored wind swirled around his blades. Then he gazed at his cleaved arm and couldn't help but growl in frustration. He didn't feel any pain, no, but he did feel extremely agitated. The golem once again got into a fighting stance and faced Nylian. However, unlike the last time, he didn't recklessly rush towards him. Nylian, on the other hand, smirked seeing the golem's change in demeanor. He pointed his blade at the grotesque creature and coldly muttered, 1 down, 3 to go, and then, I shall bring the storm. On the other side, Adam swung the staff around him, replicating the Great Barrier technique from the Astral Tyrant manual as he deflected the ice spears coming at him from all directions. For the last few minutes, he was trying to utilize his staff to employ the techniques of the extremely versatile Hand of Doom, but something just didn't seem to click. He frowned to himself for a moment or two before it finally dawned on him. I see, that explains it. Then he quickly weaved a hand seal and teleported, completely disappearing from his spot, leaving behind a thunderous booming sound. Rank 3 spell, Thunder Step. This was the advanced version of the Foggy Step that allowed the caster to teleport anywhere within 90 feet. Watch out! Malcolm roared in alarm when he saw the youth disappear. He was already so exasperated that he and his allies weren't able to get an upper hand in this battle. Especially with the arrival of Nylian, the scales had already tipped in their opponent's favor, and his greatest trump card, the aberrant knight that he had gone through so much trouble to create after killing half a dozen manhwarecaps, had now become utterly useless. Malcolm's biggest mistake in this battle was not that he underestimated Adam. No, he had made sufficient preparations and was fairly cautious against this youth, unlike his predecessor, Alan Barrett. Emerald-Eyed Man's biggest mistake was that he had underestimated Nylian Fino. Not only had the elven counselor of Ravenfell effortlessly taken down 2 rank 3 manhwarecaps before arriving onto this battlefield, now he was even barely having any difficulty while dealing with the flesh golem. This made Malcolm wonder, was Nylian really a rank 3 magus? However, he did not have much time to think about such matters, as he suddenly felt a cold sensation creep inside his heart. Intense warning bells started to ring inside his mind, and he got this strange feeling of déjà vu. He immediately coated his body with mana and turned around, facing the source of the danger. That's when he saw the raven-haired youth teleport right next to him and violently swing his staff at him. Bam! This time, Malcolm's rib cage cracked in several places, and he spurted a mouth full of blood as he was sent flying into the air. Adam had sent him hurling towards land. Not in the direction of the city, however. It was towards the vast and green plains at the clifftop that overlooked the sea. His attack was powerful enough to send him flying for several miles. The other two necromancers couldn't believe their eyes when they saw this. They could not comprehend the sheer strength required to pull off such a feat, but they too didn't have long to think about this matter when they suddenly heard another thunderous clap. At that moment, they knew that Adam had teleported again. In the blink of an eye, the youth arrived behind them like a ghost and grabbed their heads, almost digging his fingers into their skulls. Then he applied strength to his legs and leaped off the surface of the water, vaulting in the direction of the land where Malcolm had flown earlier. The youth was not worried about Nylian Fino being unable to handle the flesh golem. From the mana signature the elf radiated, Adam could tell that he was not far from advancing to the mana core rank. As such, he was extremely confident that Nylian would take care of the aberrant knight. Now, all that remained was for him to take care of the three cultists and then tie up some loose ends. Boom, boom, with two successive sounds of explosion, the two cultists were thrown to the grassy clifftop from the sky. Being handled in such a way was a great humiliation for them, but that was the least of their worries now. "Get up," said Malcolm as he approached them from behind, wiping the blood dripping from his mouth. Malcolm, this man, one of the cultists, got to his feet and gazed at his comrade in sheer panic. Is this really the strength of someone who has only just advanced to the mana vortex rank? The other cultist chimed in. Could it be that he's been a rank 3 magus for a long time but had been fooling all of us? Malcolm shook his head with a solemn expression, his gaze fixated on the figure rapidly descending from the sky. The energy fluctuation around him is chaotic, suggesting the newly transformed liquid mana in his body hasn't truly settled down. The emerald-eyed man flatly muttered, his expression turning grave. He is definitely a newly advanced mana vortex magus. His eyes flashed with certainty. Then how one of the cultists gulped. How is he stronger than the rest of us? That doesn't make sense. Perhaps Malcolm began. This is the reason why the cult leader is so interested in him. Boom, Adam finally landed on the clifftop. He swung his staff in one hand and pointed his other hand at his enemies, taunting them to come at him. It was frustrating to fight on water, don't you think? He asked with a smirk. Here, I can go all out, and so can you. You are far too arrogant, Constantine, Malcolm coldly muttered. Bringing us here will be your downfall. The next moment, he conjured a white skull, same one that Alan Barrett once possessed, and instructed his allies, bring yours out now. Everything we have in our arsenal, we must use it. The following moment, the other two cultists also conjured the same skull-shaped artifact. Then they pressed all three to the ground, simultaneously activating it. Macabre Domain. A spell from the school of necromancy that spread an aura of darkness and terror all around the caster, further strengthening any other spells from the same school. Darkness enveloped a large area on the clifftop, completely enveloping Adam. Then dark miasma covered the ground as the three necromancers cast a combined spell yet again. Rank 3 spell, Summon Undead. As hundreds of skeleton soldiers, zombies, ghouls, and wraiths emerged from the dark miasma, Malcolm gazed at Adam and coldly stated, "We couldn't cast this spell on the water, but you made it easier for us now." He paused for a moment, his eyes spewing anger and hatred. Your arrogance will be your downfall, Constantine. Adam, on the other hand, looked around at the darkness all around him with a solemn expression. This spell, could it truly be? Then he looked at Malcolm and spoke indifferently. We'll see about that. He planted his staff on the ground, then weaved a long and complex set of hand seals. A large amount of mana radiated from him as he used it as fuel for his grand summoning spell. Clap. A resounding clap echoed all around the clifftop as the youth clasped his hands together and finally cast his spell. Rank 3 spell, House of Cards. Inside the city of Blackshore, the battle between the rank 1 and rank 2 magi had almost drawn to a close. As for the undead creatures that had been summoned, they could not be killed in the most direct sense. However, they could still be devoured, and that's exactly what the serpents did. Even though the enemy force was filled with undead creatures, they still had vital force flowing in them. Just as death was a part of life, so too could life be found in death. And that's all the serpents needed to devour their prey and absorb their essence. When Radon, the second in command of the Black Legion, saw the way these serpents dealt with the undead creatures, he felt a chill crawl down his spine. Just how was the commander able to tame these creatures? He wondered. No, the more important question is, where did he even find so many serpents? But the one thing that trumped all of his emotions was the fact that the commander of the Black Legion was now a mighty mana vortex magus. This was unprecedented in the history of Ravenfell. All other commanders before Adam were mana liquefaction magi, and lorded over the most elite rank 2 magi of the city. Furthermore, Adam could now be considered the youngest magus to become a mana vortex magus in not just Ravenfell or Ulier, but the entirety of Tron. Serving under such a person could be considered a great honor, especially for the battle-hardened elite warriors of the Black Legion. Lord Radon, look, one of the magi nearby called out to him, pointing in the direction of the clifftop. The burly man turned his head in the direction of the clifftop in the distance. He had noticed earlier that Adam and 3 other magi had arrived there from the ocean to continue their battle. Now when he gazed in that direction, he witnessed a large black dome enveloping their battlefield. The aura of death and terror emanating from the pitch-black, translucent dome was so intense that Radon and the rest of the magi in the city could feel their hearts turn cold. The second in command couldn't help but subconsciously gulp as a drop of sweat trickled down the side of his forehead. Just what kind of spell can cause such a disturbance? That is definitely not a simple rank 3 spell. My lord, one of the magi called out. Do you believe Lord Constantine will be all right? Radon was silent for a few moments before he nodded his head, his eyes flashing with conviction. Have faith in his strength. If there's anyone that can go against such wicked power, then it's him. It's definitely him. The next moment, a loud and resounding boom echoed all around the city. The sound was then followed by the ground intensely trembling, causing several buildings in the city to collapse. And the source of this commotion was none other than the black dome on the clifftop. To be more precise, it came from within the deathly dome. Then something so spectacular and mind-boggling occurred that none who witnessed it would ever be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. Radon's eyes widened in absolute shock, and he could feel his back drenched in a layer of sweat. As he gazed in the direction of the clifftop, where the dark dome was, he couldn't help but mutter in shock and horror. Is that Lord Adam's doing? His voice trailed off into a whisper. Is that really the strength of a rank 3 mana vortex magus? The battle between Daniel Ranzenberg and Wendell Cross momentarily paused. The former had received only slight injuries, whereas the latter was grievously injured and bloodied in several places. It was clear which direction the outcome of this battle was leaning toward. However, because of the sudden commotion, the two couldn't help but look in the direction of the clifftop. There, past the transparent black dome, they saw Adam summon an unbelievable structure that was seemingly only slightly weaker than the combined spells of the 3 necromancers. This type of spell, they had never seen something quite like it before. It was a spectacular spell. Daniel's eyes flashed with a strange light as he cast his gaze upon that grand structure conjured by Adam. But the next moment, his eyes narrowed when he saw Wendell Cross take advantage of this opportunity and make a run for his life. Daniel cast one final glance in the direction of the clifftop before pursuing the leader of the Umbra Thieves. There was no way he was going to let the man live. Atop the clifftop, Malcolm and the 2 necromancers had extremely dark expressions on their faces when they witnessed Adam cast his spell. He had summoned a 3-dimensional house of cards. It was a defensive structure made of enormous playing cards. It had a square base of 30 meters on each side, and the structure had 3 floors with 10-meter-high ceilings. The second floor was 20 meters on each side, and finally, the topmost floor was 10 meters on each side. Ramps connected the interior of each floor, and empty doorframes connected the interior and exterior of each level. The moment Adam had witnessed the hundreds of undead creatures rising from the darkness, he cast this defensive structure and retreated to the center of it, leaving the doors open for his enemies to enter. And so they did. All the undead creatures flooded the house of cards from all 4 sides, but strangely enough, once they entered, all sounds from inside ceased to exist. Regardless of how much the macabre domain strengthened their spells, inside the house of cards, Adam Constantine was king. Do we enter? Asked one of the cultists, gazing at Malcolm with unease. The emerald-eyed man gritted his teeth and finally came to a decision. We can't keep waiting out here forever. We need to get this over with before the rest of the enemy magi arrive. With that, the 3 rank 3 cultists entered the grand and imposing house of cards along with their undead summons. At the heart of this conjured magical structure, Adam's lips curled into a cold smile when he sensed his enemies enter. He silently weaved another complex set of hand seals and pressed his palms to the floor. Rank 3 spell, Hunger of Malthor. Otherworldly darkness spread through the interior of the house of cards, and from this darkness, unknown horrors from the spirit world descended. Spirit world, a place of infinite mysteries, but also unimaginable horrors. In the deepest parts of this ever-expansive mystical realm lay a domain of darkness and gluttony called Malthor. The creatures that resided here were said to devour light itself, their hunger forever unsatiated. Hunger of Malthor was a spell from the School of Summoning that established a direct portal to the domain of Malthor. Then the caster would summon the horrifying creatures that resided in that domain and unleash them upon their enemies. However, this came with a price. The creatures of Malthor did not differentiate between enemies and allies. For them, everything and everyone was nothing but food. All they cared about was to satiate their insatiable hunger. Furthermore, the caster also had to be careful of the location where they opened the summoning portal. For in the domain of Malthor, the deeper one went, the stronger the creatures became. So despite now being a mana vortex magus, Adam didn't dare to open a portal anywhere dangerous. He still stuck to the periphery of the domain, only summoning up to rank 2 creatures. The reason why he didn't summon a rank 3 creature of Malthor, this was tied to the biggest disadvantage of summoning the grotesque creatures from this domain: mana expenditure. Compared to most other summons, when a caster summoned a creature from Malthor, they would have to almost expend twice the amount of mana. Moreover, Adam had also depleted more than half of his mana reserves until now. Casting one spell after another caused his mana to rapidly exhaust. Still, he had more than enough mana to take care of all his enemies and still have some left in his reserves. This was perhaps the greatest boon he had received from forming a familiar contract with a mighty dragon. His mana reserves were so great that they significantly surpassed the mana reserves of a magus with a grade talent. Of course, whether it was anywhere near the mana reserves of the legendary S-grade talent remained to be seen. The moment all three necromancers and Thyr undead creatures entered the House of Cards, Adam cast a simple hand seal and sealed all exits. No one was leaving this place alive. Then an otherworldly darkness spread through all three floors of this grand defensive structure, covering the white glossy playing cards in a layer of shadows. What is this? One of the necromancers couldn't help but blurt out when he saw this terrifying change take place moments after he entered the pyramid. A chill crawled down his spine and he found himself speaking in a hushed voice. How does that man know so many spells? Didn't he just advance to rank 3 magus? Could it be he had been long since preparing for this moment? His voice gradually trailed off into a faint whisper because he realized he was the only one in the corridor. The man's heart started to pound, slow at first, but gradually beating wildly. He had entered the House of Cards with Malcolm and another cultist, he was sure of it, but now he was alone. A drop of cold sweat trickled down the side of his forehead. Malcolm, Zora, he called out to his comrades but found no response. Whoosh, suddenly a gust of wind blew behind him. He hurriedly turned around, just in time to see shadows flickering at the end of the corridor. There he saw something or someone moving. Who goes there? He roared, his teeth clattering subconsciously. It would take a lot for a rank 3 mana liquefaction magus to become afraidly afraid. But here he was, inside a structure made of playing cards that he had never seen before, enveloped in a darkness that he had never felt before. He was a necromancer, yes. As such, he was familiar with all that was dark. Death and decay were supposed to be his allies, and darkness his mantle. Yet in this House of Cards, he found his allies slowly abandoning him. Growl, he suddenly heard the sound of an unseen creature. The sound it produced from its guttural maw caused the necromancer to involuntarily shudder. The man hurriedly turned around and without a moment's hesitation, cast a spell. Bright magic circle materialized before his palm, an array of dark energy shot out from it. Rank 3 spell, Great Frailty Beam. The spell flashed through the corridor in the blink of an eye and landed all the way on the other end. Its effects immediately decomposed the wall that was made of playing cards, but much to the cultist's shock, he found that the wall was soon covered in a layer of primal darkness, returning everything to seemingly normal. Just what is this place? He muttered in absolute horror. Every moment that passed caused his heart to be filled by fear. This was an otherworldly fear, something he had never felt before. The fear was so pronounced that he couldn't even form a coherent thought. While he was reeling in from his horror, looking around the dark corridor in apprehension, shadowy tendrils silently emerged from the ground and wrapped around his limbs. The man's attention was so heavily diverted that he didn't realize he had been restrained on the spot until the shadowy tendrils had reached his torso. Rank 3 spell, Shadow Bind. The man screamed in fear when he found himself unable to free himself from the shadowy tendrils. Amidst his struggles, a tall figure wearing dark robes and a pointy hat emerged from the darkness behind him. He stretched his hand to tightly cover the necromancer's mouth. Then with his other hand, he repeatedly stabbed the man in the chest with a dagger that was shaped like a raven's feather. The necromancer's eyes turned bloodshot and his body trembled as he was repeatedly stabbed in his lungs. But there was nothing he could do about it. While he was being stabbed, from the corner of his eyes, he could faintly see dozens of pairs of eyes and gaping maws with jagged teeth emerge from the darkness all around him. These pairs of bloodthirsty eyes looked at him with yearning, and the gaping maws of unseen horrors salivated as they sensed his blood. The man wearing the pointy hat finally stopped his assault on the necromancer before canceling Shadow Bind and retreating into the darkness once again. But before the necromancer could even fall to his knees, the abyssal maws of horrifying creatures around him had already dug into his flesh and bones. In mere moments, the rank 3 magus from the Cult of Bones was utterly devoured. No trace, no echo, no nothing. Yet the hunger of Malthor stirred still. Ravenous and unfulfilled. The entire first floor of the House of Cards was riddled with hundreds of undead creatures, consisting of skeleton figures, zombies, ghouls, wraiths, and other patchworks of flesh made whole. They clawed at the walls, trying to find their way in, or out. Inside this grand pyramid, their sense of direction was completely muddled. All they could do was mindlessly claw at any solid structure they could lay eyes on. But these undead creatures were easy prey for the unknown horrors that resided within these walls. Meaty tendrils emerged from the floor, the walls, and the ceilings, wrapping around all the undead creatures despite their intense struggles. The tendrils produced mouths big and small, their jagged teeth gleaming with cold light. These teeth dug into the flesh and bones of the undead creatures, killing them one bite at a time. Adam walked through these ominous corridors with his hands clasped behind his back. Through his sphere of resonance, he could sense the remaining enemies that were still inside. He had just taken care of one. Now only two remained. Suddenly his eyes narrowed when he saw a dozen or so meaty tendrils with eyeballs sticking out of them reaching out toward him. HMPH. He conjured his staff and swung it casually, pummeling the otherworldly tendrils into tiny pieces of meat. Despite that, these small pieces of flesh continued to squirm. They coalesced to form thick, meaty appendages once again. However, this time they didn't dare approach him. Instead, they coiled around the countless undead creatures on this floor, constricting them, killing them, devouring them. These are the real undead beings, Adam thought to himself as he saw the tendrils slowly eat away at whatever remaining essence that the summoned undead creatures had within them. The only drawback is they dare to bare their fangs at their master. Adam shook his head as he made his way to the second floor. There, another necromancer awaited. After he had taken care of that one, he would finally take on the strongest of them all, Malcolm Morgan, whom he had isolated on the topmost floor. Zora, the other rank 3 magus inside the House of Cards, was faring no better than the magus who had just recently died. Despite the creatures from Malthor being no stronger than rank 2 in strength, he was still being overwhelmed. The first reason was their sheer quantity, and the second was the natural aura of fear that these creatures radiated. These ravenous beings that were born in the deepest pits of hunger and despair naturally emanated an aura so vile and terror-inducing that it caused their enemies to be unable to think properly. If hundreds of these creatures were summoned together in one place, then their auras would compound, and the effects would be no less than the rank 3 spell, Fear. That was a spell from the School of Illusion that was an advanced version of the rank 2 spell, Chimerical. It projected a phantasmal image of the target's worst fear, making them so frightened that they were barely able to think. And in a high-stakes battle between manhwarecaps, the inability to make quick and rational decisions would be severely detrimental to the magus. In the worst cases, it could lead to death. Still, Zora fared slightly better than the other cultist who had just died. This man had at least managed to surround himself with his undead creatures, using them as meat shields. Suddenly, the man heard footsteps coming from behind him. In a state of sheer panic, he hurriedly turned around and ordered the undead creatures to attack, and at the same time, he weaved hand seals to cast a spell. "It's me," came the cold voice of Malcolm Morgan. He had a dark expression on his face as he stomped on several meaty tendrils emerging from the ground. "Malcolm." Zora showed an expression of relief when he saw his comrade. But soon his eyes flashed with apprehension, and he couldn't help but ask, just what is this place? Where did these tendrils, these eyes and mouths come from? The emerald-eyed man had a deep frown plastering his face as he made his way through the undead creatures surrounding Zora and stood next to him. He coldly gazed at the dark walls of the corridor, as well as the grotesque creatures made of flesh and eyeballs spurting from the corners of it. "This man, Adam Constantine," Malcolm began. "He has many spells in his arsenal, especially this House of Cards and these terrifying tendrils. I don't know just where he found them." He paused for a moment, his expression turning grave. "He holds a valuable secret, a very valuable secret. That would explain why he is instantly able to grasp so many rank 3 spells despite becoming a mana vortex magus only just now. Could it be?" Zora muttered in shock. "Could it possibly be an inheritance of an ancient magus?" Malcolm nodded with a solemn expression. "Perhaps this is why the cult leader is interested in him. To be more precise, he is interested in the secret that Constantine possesses." He turned to Zora and asked, "What do you think?" "I don't know." Zora shook his head. "None of us can comprehend what goes in the mind of our great master." Suddenly, he frowned. Something seemed odd about Malcolm. After all, he had never once dared to understand the cult leader's thoughts or decisions. He was someone who blindly followed the cult leader and never questioned his authority. Yet here he was, asking him something that he would never. "I see." Malcolm nodded. "So none of you seem to know." Before Zora could even react, he saw Malcolm reach out toward him and place his hand on his shoulder. Then under Zora's stupefied expression, Malcolm's body was covered in gray smoke, and when the smoke receded, Malcolm was no longer there. Instead, it was a raven-haired youth in dark robes and a pointy hat. Rank 3 spell, True Illusion. A spell that created an illusion completely real to their true counterparts, including the sound, smell, and even temperature. Constantine. Zora was thunderstruck. He didn't even realize that it was an illusion. Another thing he didn't realize was that while he was talking to Malcolm, several meaty tendrils with eyes and maws had emerged from the ground and ensnared him. Adam's eyes narrowed and he coldly muttered, "You are useless." "You." Unprecedented fear rose from the pits of Zora's stomach, realizing the immense danger he was in. "What are you trying to Stabbed with his other hand, Adam lodged Nighthalo straight through the cultist's lower jaw and watched the tip of the dagger jut out from the top of his head. Without casting another glance, the raven-haired youth walked away, leaving behind the rank 3 magus to be slowly eaten by the creatures of Malthur. He then slowly ascended to the 3rd floor where his final prey awaited. 2 down, 1 to go. On the 3rd floor of the House of Cards, Malcolm Morgan wielded his chakrams and continued to hack at the meaty tendrils that reached out to him from all sides. Out of all the cultists trapped in this pyramid, he was faring the best. He was also the only one still alive. He had summoned his strongest rank 2 undead creatures and had them protect him while he conserved his strength and mana. Never in his wildest dreams had he ever expected such a summoning spell to exist. Not the House of Cards, no, the hunger of Malthur. These undying creatures put his undead creatures to shame. No matter how many times Malcolm or his summons destroyed the meaty tendrils, they would always come back together, form new and grotesque appendages, and attack him all the same. Malcolm was beginning to believe that these tendrils could never be destroyed. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled and started to shift. He immediately grew vigilant and ordered his undead summons to stand closer to him. Then, under his narrowed gaze, the ground on the 3rd floor expanded, and towering pillars also made of playing cards rose from the ground, supporting the arched ceilings above. At the far end of the floor, a small platform rose from the ground, and on it, a grand throne made of playing cards came into being. Next, meaty tendrils surrounded the throne, and from the darkness in the backdrop, several pairs of ominous eyes emerged, blinking coldly. Not only that, even several maws came into existence in the darkness behind the throne. They revealed their sharp fangs and their forked tongues. On the throne sat a figure wearing a pointy hat. When Malcolm's gaze landed on this person, his expression darkened and he spat through gritted teeth, Constantine. Adam gazed at his enemy with a cold and indifferent look on his face. Do you have other rank 3 summons? Malcolm's eyes narrowed, but he didn't reply. Instead, he chose to remain silent. I'm asking because I wish to try out something, and Adam's lips curled into a taunting smirk. I'm afraid you alone won't be able to handle it. Malcolm gritted his teeth in rage. He hated being looked down on. He wanted to refute. But seeing where he was, inside a grand hall made of playing cards and surrounded by darkness and unknown creatures of horror, he swallowed his words. He took a deep breath, regaining his calm once again. I take it that Zora and Nir are dead. Adam silently nodded. You are strong, Constantine, very strong. Malcolm sincerely praised. I can now truly understand why the great master wants you. You keep saying the same thing, Adam stated coldly. Why is your cult leader interested in me? What does he want from me? Seeing the youth's expression, Malcolm started to grin. If you let me go, I promise to tell you everything. Do you truly think I'll let you go? Adam scoffed. He rose to his feet and descended the stairs, calmly walking towards his opponent. Now summon your strongest undead creatures. I know you've been wanting to. I can sense the mana fluctuations of 2 more rank 3 artifacts from you. Adam then threw 2 broken skulls at Malcolm's feet. These were the artifacts he took from the other cultists' corpses. These artifacts not only had macabre domain inscribed in them, but also had summon undead. Furthermore, it even acted as storage to house said undead creatures. Such powerful artifacts required a deep knowledge of rune magic, and also the school of necromancy and the school of summoning. Only a powerful magi well-versed in those would be able to create such artifacts. Malcolm's gaze landed on the crushed skull-shaped artifacts at his feet, his expression grave. To be able to destroy these artifacts meant that Adam possessed an artifact that was even more powerful. The staff, Malcolm's mind flashed with that thought. He had already started to feel it, but after entering the House of Cards and coming face to face with the unknown horrors inside this pyramid, he knew for certain that he was no match for Adam. Even if he had the aberrant knight with him right now, something told him that he would still not be able to best Adam. Thus, he had made his decision. Flee, however, he didn't display that intent to the raven-haired youth. Instead, his eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and he retrieved 2 more skull-shaped artifacts from his inner robes. Except these skulls didn't belong to humans. No, they were bigger and looked more ominous. Moreover, they also had 2 tusks protruding from their lower jaws. Constantine. Today, either you die or I die. Malcolm roared angrily as placed the artifacts to the ground and expended more than half of his remaining mana into them. A wave of ominous energy spread all throughout the floor as the 2 skulls seemingly came to life. They cracked open and from them, 2 towering creatures emerged, undead orcs, to be more precise. Rank 3 undead orcs. Seeing the orcs radiate a strong magical energy, Adam couldn't help but display a grin. Now this is more like it. He then donned his black gauntlets and conjured the Staff of Calamity. He got into the fighting stance of the Astral Tyrant manual. Finally, he was going to incorporate the techniques of the Hand of Doom using his staff. Meanwhile, Malcolm took a step back and instructed the orcs at the top of his lungs, kill him for me. ROARR. The undead rank 3 creatures let out bestial roars as they both conjured large battle axes. Then, with bloodthirsty eyes, they dashed towards Adam. This was the final showdown. Both the orcs radiated such bloodlust that it was almost unbearable to breathe. Within moments, they were standing right before Adam, and the blades of their axes were inches away from hacking him into pieces. Slash, but their weapons passed through Adam's body seamlessly. Following that, the youth's body dissipated into gray smoke. Rank 3 spell, True Illusion. Malcolm's eyes widened in abject horror, and his mind kept screaming at him that his life was in immense danger. His heart turned cold when suddenly, out of nowhere, he heard Adam's cold words sounding from behind him. Staff of Doom. One hit. In the near-distant shoreline of the city, the battle between Nylian Fino and the Flesh Golem Knight was gradually drawing to a close. Through sheer skill alone, the elf managed to cut off 3 of the creature's hands. Although the latter profusely bled from all over his body, it did not show any signs of pain or distress. A true undead creature to the bone. However, in the bloodshot eyes of the aberrant knight, hints of fear and panic were slowly starting to creep in. When it had been summoned, it had been given only one single directive to kill the enemies. Now, despite his summoner Zora and near having already died, the directive continued to echo inside his head, relentlessly. Either he killed the enemy or he died trying. Again, Nylian's breathing was a little strained as he gazed at his opponent who had received cuts from his blades all over his body. Despite that, he remained standing and facing him, albeit fearfully. "You are one tough creature, I will give you that," said the elf, pointing one of his blades at the golem. Then he turned his gaze towards the clifftop. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly when he saw a massive house of cards in the shape of a pyramid standing there. What a spectacular spell, he couldn't help but remark. Then he thought of something as he recalled his conversation with the headmaster of Saratoga Castle, Marcus Blackwood, some time ago. Could it be that he received this spell from the Raven inheritance? The headmaster told me that the final reward that Adam received was something that he deeply yearned for. Perhaps Adam yearns for arcane knowledge and spells more than anything else. As expected of a genius, I suppose. His lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. But the next moment, his expression froze when he suddenly felt 2 more powerful auras, no weaker than the flesh golem he was currently facing. Nylian's expression darkened and he wondered, "Don't tell me." That cultist had more mana vortex rank undead creatures up his sleeve. He then turned to face his opponent, his expression turning extremely grave. "I thought I could play with you a little more," he said, his tone laced with slight disappointment. "But it turns out I cannot, I must make haste." The next moment, he cast a simple hand seal while still holding onto his blades. Following that, green wisps of wind magic swirled around his feet. Then the elf shot towards the golem at an incredible speed. His speed was so fast that it bordered on the art of teleportation. One moment, he was standing in front of the golem. Then he disappeared. The following moment, he reappeared several meters behind the golem, his blade stretched forward, leaving behind a thin trail of green energy behind him. Roar! The golem roared to the skies when he suddenly found his last arm severed from his body and plunging into the ocean. Then Nylian turned around and kept away his blades inside his storage artifact. Following that, his expression turned solemn, extremely solemn as he sacrificed several material components. After that, he brought forth his hands together, weaving an extremely complex set of hand seals that took him close to half a minute to complete. Fortunately, he had left his opponent in a state that prevented him from retaliating or obstructing his spell-casting process. Finally, the elf had completed the physical and material components of the spell that took him decades to perfect after countless trials and errors. His lips formed a grin and his eyes flashed with anticipation. Then he conjured his blades again. He took a deep breath and shot towards his opponent. The elf's figure turned into a blur, and in a fraction of a moment, he had arrived before the golem. However, instead of attacking him directly, he began sprinting around him, swinging his blades, producing strong currents of wind. Gradually, a large magic circle materialized on the surface of the water. Finally, all 3 spell components were complete. This was Nylian Fino's grand spell that combined magic from the School of Invocation, School of Summoning, his mana combat technique that utilized blades, and finally his understanding of the way. A destructive vortex of violently rotating green winds, having the appearance of a funnel, slowly rose from the surface of the sea. The vortex completely engulfed the flesh golem and soon pierced the sky. Rank 3 spell, Nylian's Blade Tornado. The strong winds generated by the tornado were in the shape of blades similar to what the elf was wielding. Thousands of these wind blades viciously swirled around his opponent, digging into his armor, flesh, muscles, bones, and even organs. Nylian finally came to a stop, his breathing now more labored than before. He retreated a few steps and watched his masterpiece slowly bloom to life. His lips curled up into a smile, and he couldn't help but remark, "Marvelous." The green tornado had gradually dyed a shade of crimson as the thousands of blades cut into the flesh golem's body. When the tornado gradually ceased, nothing remained of the aberrant knight. The surface of the water he was previously standing on was now colored red. A moment later, small drops of blood started to fall from the sky. Nalian's white robes were soon colored in specks of crimson, but he did not care. He flicked his blades, cleaning the blood stains on them and then sheathing them. Then he turned around and walked towards the clifftop where Adam's battle was taking place. His back was straight just like his blades, and his expression was proud and aloof. In the battle between the rank 3 flesh golem and the elf, the latter emerged victorious. Furthermore, this was the third mana vortex magus that he had slain today. He had further consolidated his ever-growing strength from his consecutive battles today, and was now even closer to the next great stage, the mana core rank. After his grand exploits today, his name would spread far and wide across the lands of Ulir. Apart from the moniker, the prodigy of Saratoga, Magi would now call him by another name, a name that would strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. Nilian of the Red Wind. Inside the House of Cards, while the 2 rank 3 undead orcs assaulted Adam, who in fact turned out to be an illusion, the real Adam had already appeared behind Malcolm. The raven-haired youth had a cold look on his face as he drew his staff into position, applied the principles of the Hand of Doom into it, and let out a devastating blow, while at the same time rotating the weapon. Staff of Doom, 1 hit. Malcolm had never felt such immense danger to his life before. He knew that this was not something he could evade, neither was this something he could block. He gritted his teeth, and at the last moment he leaned to the side. The staff that was about to pierce through his chest now instead impaled his shoulder. Bam! The sheer destructive force of the attack was so strong that Malcolm's shoulder blade was blown to smithereens, viciously severing his arm from his body as if it had been ripped apart by a monster. Malcolm Morgan screamed at the top of his lungs as his eyes turned bloodshot. Having a body part severed by a clean cut of the blade would hurt significantly less compared to what he had just gone through. The man had been attacked by a blunt weapon with such destructive capabilities that his arm had practically exploded as it separated from his torso. Malcolm dropped to his knees, clutching at his shoulder stump that was gushing with not only blood but small fragments of bones and even pieces of flesh. It was an extremely ghastly injury, to say the least. On the other hand, Adam was slightly taken aback when he saw Malcolm escape death. It was understandable, however. Malcolm Morgan was the leader of this group of rank 3 magi sent from the cult, so naturally, he would be stronger than the rest. But what truly surprised Adam was how seamlessly the technique of the Hand of Doom merged with his staff. He wondered if this could be possible with any weapons, or only staff-like weapons that were known for their versatility, just like how adaptable bare hands could be in battle. However, this was something he would have to think about at a later time. For now, he needed to deal with Malcolm and his undead, and then there was one more thing that he had to finish. The youth leaped towards the kneeling necromancer, swung in the air, and hammered his staff down vertically. This time he was aiming to kill Malcolm Morgan once and for all, but at the last moment. Clang, the 2 undead orcs appeared before their summoner and blocked Adam's staff with their own weapons. Adam's sheer strength caused the orcs to groan in misery and kneel on the ground. However, they had earned enough time for Malcolm. The emerald-eyed man cast a hateful gaze towards Adam and spat through gritted teeth. "I will make you pay for this, Constantine. Mark my words." With that said, he conjured a scroll from his storage artifact. Then, without waiting for another moment, he injected his mana into it and tore it in half with his mouth. Following that, an incorporeal door appeared behind Malcolm. The man cast one final glance filled with apathy towards the raven-haired youth before withdrawing into the door, leaving behind his parting words, "This is not over, Constantine." Adam's expression turned extremely dark. At that moment, he was reminded of Kevin Gracie, whom he was unable to kill when he had the chance. Because of that simple mistake, he had to face terrible consequences. He had lost his close allies because of that simple mistake, almost lost the people whom he cherished the most, and on more than one occasion almost died himself. Never again. Adam's expression turned ferocious, extremely ferocious. However, he knew there was nothing he could do against that spell. He could not stop it. After all, the magic scroll that Malcolm had just torn had a very advanced spell inscribed on it. Rank 4 spell, Dimensional Door. Thus, Adam did the next best thing. He gathered spiritual energy into his hand and flicked a small wisp of this energy towards Malcolm. Before the door completely disappeared out of existence, the wisp of spiritual energy entered through it and burrowed inside Malcolm's body. As the dimensional door disappeared, along with Malcolm Morgan, a terrifying silence descended on the 3rd floor of the House of Cards. Then came the immense fury radiating from Adam, twisting the very air around him. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "That damned necrophile bastard, he's even more cautious than I am." He then cast his gaze at the 2 undead orcs kneeling before him. Then he casually swung his staff and hurled them towards the other end of the floor. Following that, he cast a simple hand spell, causing the House of Cards to tremble. Then the ceiling of this grand pyramid gradually dissipated to countless small playing cards before ultimately vanishing into thin air. Sunlight seeped into the interiors of the Grand Pyramid that was slowly sinking into the ground. Moreover, Adam had also cancelled the spell, Hunger of Malthor. Now that all the undead creatures in the pyramid had been taken care of, it didn't make sense for him to continue to expend his mana by having these two spells activated. As the House of Cards completely dissipated into numerous regular-sized playing cards and disappeared out of existence, Adam and the two orcs now found themselves standing on the vast grassy field of the clifftop. Adam gazed at the undead orcs with a cold and indifferent face. "I don't have enough time to experiment with my staff techniques with the likes of you now," he said as he viciously planted his staff on the ground beside him. Then he sacrificed several red crystals and weaved a complex set of hand seals. Following that, a dozen magic circles materialized in the air, and from them large flaming spheres emerged. Rank 3 spell, Adam's Fireball Barrage. With a simple wave of his hand, Adam willed the dozen great fireballs to hurl towards the orcs. In front of such a mighty attack, there was no escape. They could only stand there and try their best to tank the attacks with their undead bodies. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, multiple explosions compounded together and formed an even greater explosion that drew everyone's attention to the clifftop. Seeing the two undead orcs squirming about in a sea of flames, Adam's eyes narrowed. He was still not done. The youth cast another complex set of hand seals and cast his final spell at the orcs. A dozen magic circles appeared in the air above him, and from them, pure orbs of mana materialized. Then the orbs of pure mana swirled in mid-air at great speeds, forming an extremely potent penetrative force. Rank 3 spell, Adam's Magic Missile. With another wave of his hand, Adam willed the magic missiles to fly through the air with unmatched accuracy and bore into the undead orcs' bodies. They entered their cold and sturdy bodies and came out from the other side. With another wave of Adam's hand, the magic missiles turned around in mid-air and flew toward the undead orcs once again. Adam continued to guide his spells over and over again until the undead orcs' cold bodies were riddled with several holes. They fell to the ground, twitching and unable to move. Despite having their brains destroyed by the magic missiles, the two continued to show signs of activity. To truly kill an undead creature, one had to completely eradicate every inch of them. However, Adam didn't have time for that. He turned his head towards the sky. That was the direction his wisp of spirit energy had gone. Meaning that was the route Malcolm Morgan had taken to escape. "Valerian," Adam called out. A gray light flashed and a little gray cat appeared before the youth. Seeing Adam's solemn expression, Valerian too turned serious. "Brother, transform," said the raven-haired youth. "We're taking to the skies." Valerian's lips curled up into a grin, his topaz eyes flickering with excitement. An aerial battle at last. With that said, Valerian's body slowly started to transform, growing larger and larger with each moment that passed. From a chubby gray cat, he had transformed into a towering and majestic black panther. Then his shoulder blades trembled and enormous, black feathered wings grew from them. ROARR. Valerian, now fully transformed into a winged panther, raised his head and roared to the skies in excitement, his eyes blazing with fire. Adam calmly looked at the towering creature before him. A moment later, he looked Valerian in the eye and asked, "Val, what about your scales? Can you control them?" "I can try, brother." Valerian nodded, his voice now deep and gruff. The young dragon closed his eyes, his brows furrowing with each passing second. But gradually his expression returned to normal, and then gray scales started to emerge from his skin. They covered every inch of his body except for his black wings. Now Valerian looked like a gray-scaled panther with black feathered wings. His appearance now was similar to his true dragon form, however. No one would suspect him to be a dragon if they saw him as he was now. They would simply assume Valerian belonged to a rare species of armored flying panthers. "Nicely done, Val." Adam nodded in approval. Then he leaped onto the young dragon's back and instructed, "Now soar through the clouds as quick as you can. I will guide you." "Yes, brother," Valerian grinned. Then with a flap of his wing he took to the sky. Suddenly Adam turned towards the city, towards a particular battlefield. His eyes flashed with a ruthless glint and he said to Valerian, "Fly towards the city once. Take a round in the air." Valerian leaned his body mid-air, flapping his wings and flying towards the city. Just as the two had taken towards the sky, Nylian Fino arrived on the clifftop. Sensing the intense mana fluctuations in the surroundings, he could tell that a big battle must have taken place there. His gaze was drawn towards Adam and Valerian, and he muttered under his breath, "Where are they going?" His eyes narrowed. Could it be they are pursuing the enemy? Nylian walked towards the charred patch of ground and found two humanoid figures whose bodies were riddled with holes. Moreover, their skin was also charred. Seeing them still TW-titching, the elf could tell that these were undead creatures. They hadn't died despite suffering such grievous injuries. However, they were rendered immobile. "Adam must have been in a hurry," Nylian muttered under his breath. "It would appear he is truly pursuing the enemy." He weaved hand seals and then drew his blades, swinging them at the two rank 3 undead orcs. Rank 3 spell, Nylian's Blade Tornado. In a matter of moments, the two undead creatures were engulfed in the violent tornado of blades before all that remained of them was nothing but blood mist. He then walked to the edge of the clifftop, looking at the city of Blackshire before him. The battle was almost over. The rank 1 and 2 magi of the Umbra Thieves and the Cult of Bones had all been dealt with. Daniel Ransenberg and Wendell Cross had taken their battle outside the city, and it appeared that the latter was going to die any moment now. The battle between Brigham Flynn and Kissinger, however, did not seem to go in Ravenfell's favor. Nylian's eyes narrowed when he noticed that. His battle was practically over, and he had taken care of all enemies on his side. He was certain that Daniel Ransenberg would also emerge victorious against his opponent as well. As for Adam, Nylian was most confident in this youth. He believed that Adam would overcome any obstacle that lay before him. Thus, he wasn't worried about the youth pursuing any remaining enemies from the cult, so all that remained was helping Brigham in his battle. Nylian leaped off the cliff and moved towards Brigham and Kissinger's battlefield, aiming to lend him a helping hand. Meanwhile, Adam sat atop Valerian and flew close to the city skyline. Seeing all the magi of Ravenfell standing on the ground and looking up at him with excitement and admiration, he raised his staff in the air and screamed at the top of his lungs. "Brave warriors of Ravenfell," he roared. "Victory is ours." The magi in the streets of Blackshire felt their blood pumping at Adam's words. They raised their fists and weapons in the air and screamed like there was no tomorrow. H-O-O-A-A-H, H-O-O-A-A-H. H-O-O-A-A-H. Adam then weaved a complex series of hand seals, canceling the summoning spell that he had kept activated all this while. One by one, the snakes, after having their fill of flesh and bones, disappeared from the streets of Blackshire, returning to the coil. Adam and Valerian then flew over Brigham and Kissinger's battlefield. Kissinger had an extremely ugly expression on his face, thinking he had to do everything he could to escape while there was still some chance. Brigham Flynn, on the other hand, was ecstatic. He thought Adam had come to lend him a helping hand. Finally, he could conclude this bloody battle, however. The Flynn patriarch's expression suddenly froze when he saw Adam and Valerian fly past their battlefield. "No," Brigham roared, "come back." At that moment, Adam lowered his head and cast a cold glance at the Flynn patriarch, causing a chill to crawl down the latter's spine. Adam's lips slowly curled into a cruel and vicious smile as he silently performed a simple hand seal. The moment Adam completed the hand seal, something inside Brigham seemed to have awakened from deep slumber. A few days before Adam left Ravenfell, inside Brigham Flynn's study on the second floor of his manor, the youth conjured a sealed wine gourd and 2 chalices. "This is a token of my apology, Lord Flynn," he said. "I hope you will do me the honors." With practiced ease, the youth began unsealing the mouth of the wine gourd in front of the old patriarch. Then he gracefully poured the wine into the 2 chalices. Brigham's eyes flashed with extreme suspicion when he saw Adam pour wine into the cups. He couldn't help but think in alarm, what is he trying to do? Is the wine poisoned? This damned bastard. Does he think I'll drink the wine? How naive. Noticing the frown on the old man's face and the suspicion flickering in his eyes, Adam's following words came out in a joking manner. However, those words held immense weight and were nothing but the truth. "Please, don't look at me like that, Lord Flynn," the raven-haired youth began. "By the mana coursing through my veins, I swear the wine is untainted." Brigham Flynn was stunned. He swore on his mana. Does that mean the wine is genuinely not poisoned? A mana oath was a very sacred vow. Even the most powerful of magi would not dare to lie while swearing on their mana, for if they did, their mana might forsake them. Now, Brigham was utterly certain that Adam hadn't poisoned the wine because he swore on his mana. Still, being the shrewd and cautious patriarch that he was, he still didn't drink it. Seeing this, Adam chuckled. He then picked up a wine goblet and toasted, "Please, accept my heartfelt apology, Lord Flynn." With that said, the youth downed the whole drink in one go before placing the chalice back on the table. Only after Adam had drank the wine did a faint smile appear on the Flynn Patatiech's face. He had now confirmed that the wine did not contain any toxins. But still, he planned to visit the guild leader of the Herbalists Guild later at night and get the final confirmation from the Grade 3 herbalist himself. Brigham grasped the chalice placed before him and finally took a sip. Apology accepted. Adam displayed a warm smile when he saw that, silently nodding at the old patriarch. He then lowered his head, hiding the cold glint that flashed in his dark, abyss-like eyes. "I swore on my mana that the wine wasn't poisoned," he thought, but the chalice was another matter entirely. Mounted atop Valerian, Adam cast a cold glance filled with killing intent at the patriarch of the Flynn family, Brigham Flynn, who was fighting Kissinger below. Seeing the look of happiness on the old man's face, thinking that he was about to receive assistance from him, Adam couldn't help but scoff in disdain. "Fool." He calmly raised his hand and silently performed a simple hand seal. His lips curled into a cruel and vicious smile as he thought to himself, "Old Flynn, I gave you many chances. But you let your greed dictate your actions. Trust me, I know. Because I am a greedy man myself." The moment he finished casting the seal, something inside Brigham awakened from its deep slumber. It was the poison. As such, even Halbert Dawson, a grade 3 herbalist and the leader of the Herbalsits Guild in Ravenfell, could not hold a candle to him. Naturally, the poison that Adam had concocted would go unnoticed by Halbert Dawson. What Adam had poisoned Brigham with was not technically a poison in the most literal sense, in that this poison did not damage the physical body. Instead, it polluted one's mana and caused it to momentarily stagnate after the poison was activated. And the activation mechanism of the poison, it was the hand seal that Adam had just performed. The raven-haired youth cast one final glance at the old patriarch before directing Valerian to fly toward the skies in pursuit of Malcolm Morgan. Meanwhile, on the ground, the moment Adam had activated the poison, Brigham Flynn felt like he had lost something inside of him. Something very dear, something extremely precious to him. His hands trembled as he stood frozen on the spot. He raised his hand and clutched his chest, his expression overcome by immense shock and grief. "My mana," he murmured, his eyes tearing up. I can't feel it." All the strength in his body seemed to have left him at that moment. Along with that, something else too left him. Hope. Without mana, a magus was nothing. Now Brigham was nothing. This was the most cruel punishment that a magus could ever hope to receive. Although the effects of the poison were temporary and the old man's mana would eventually recover, Brigham didn't know that. He thought that his body now would forever be devoid of the mystical energy that made him a magus. Moreover, having such extreme negative feelings in the midst of battle was extremely detrimental. His opponent, Kissinger, someone who had fought countless battles and lived for hundreds of years, how could he not grasp this opportunity? He first turned his head in the direction of the clifftop. From there, he noticed that Nalian Fino was rapidly moving toward his battlefield. There's enough time, he thought. Kissinger's eyes flashed with terrifying resolve as he turned towards his mortal enemy, Brigham, who seemed like someone who had lost everything dear to him. He didn't know what had happened. But he didn't care. This was the perfect opportunity. The man wielded his poison-coated twin daggers and shot toward Brigham Flynn with unmatched ferocity. Stab! Brigham coughed a mouthful of blood, his pupils dilating. He felt two daggers pierce his heart. He raised his head and gazed at the culprit, Kissinger. The leader of the Umbra thieves, with a diagonal scar across his face, grinned from ear to ear. Oh, the sweet taste of revenge. He viciously pulled the daggers from Brigham's chest and kicked him to the ground. He would have preferred to watch the man die, but his escape took precedence. Kissinger cast one final glance at Brigham Flynn before dissipating into shadows and vanishing, leaving behind his parting words. Goodbye, old friend. Brigham Flynn's body gradually started to turn cold. The blood gushing from his chest, however, gave him warmth. It was a beautiful contradiction. The sound of battle drifted into his ears as his gaze was drawn toward the lazy clouds swimming in the blue sky. Gradually, everything started to fade away and the light in his eyes dimmed. Elisande. He thought of his daughter, who would become the next head of the family. I leave everything to you. I wish I could have seen you one last time. Tears streamed down his face and his vision grew blurry. He began to wonder just what led to his mana suddenly spiraling out of his control. Suddenly, an image of a raven-haired youth wearing a pointy hat appeared in his mind. Thinking of him, Brigham's eyes gradually widened. With the last of his strength, he muttered, I see. Before he truly embraced death, the old patriarch of the Flynn family recalled Adam's final words to him. You are just like my father, was willing to do anything to protect his family, to ensure that they survived. That is why I respect you, Lord Flynn. I respect the decisions you've made and will make. If my father was in your shoes, he would have done the same. If I was in your shoes, I'd probably do the same too. That is why I want you to know that it was me. By the time Nalian Fino arrived at this part of the city, where the battle between the Flynn patriarch and the leader of the Umbra thieves had taken place, it was already too late. He gazed at Brigham Flynn's cold corpse, his eyes flashing with conflicting emotions. The elf never did like his principles and morals as a merchant, however. He was still part of the Council of Seven, and as such was his comrade. Thus, it wouldn't be false to say that he was affected by Brigham's deathbait very slightly. Nalian knelt beside the corpse and gazed at Brigham's face. Seeing the trails left behind by his tears, he muttered under his breath, Brigham, it would appear that you died with regrets. He heaved a heavy sigh and then gently shut Brigham's eyes, wiping his tears away in the process. The least I can do is look after your family, so rest assured. Nalian got to his feet, his expression turning ruthless. He gazed in the direction Kissinger had escaped in and coldly muttered, I will ensure that your killer meets the same end as you did. Just as he finished saying those words, his body was covered in swirling green winds and he disappeared from his place, in pursuit of Kissinger. High up in the sky, above the ocean of clouds, Malcolm Morgan sat atop an enormous skeletal bird. This was his final trump card, a rank 2 undead summon. Although this creature did not have great fighting capabilities, what it truly excelled at was speed. Malcolm had chosen this undead creature to be his escape mount if things turned south. However, even he did not expect things to go so awry. Not only had Adam Constantine advanced to a mana vortex magus, but Malcolm had even underestimated Nylian Pheno, whose strength could be considered to be at the peak of the mana vortex rank. Damn it all, he cursed through gritted teeth as he applied one healing potion after another to the ghastly wound on his shoulder. He hadn't expected that he would have to escape the battle in such a state. His face was pale, his mana nearly depleted, and his strength completely exhausted. Looking back to the mission given by the cult leader to him, it was a complete failure. 2 rank 3 cultists were killed by Adam, and another one was killed by Nylian Pheno. Not only that, Malcolm was sure that Adam must have already dealt with the 2 rank 3 undead orcs. Additionally, Nylian would have also finished the rank 3 flesh golem. Moreover, he had also killed Barnabas Booth before. Just thinking about the kill count between these 2 magi, Malcolm's heart turned cold. Adam and Nylian alone had killed 7 rank 3 magi. As for the rest of the magi from the Umbra thieves, Malcolm couldn't care less. Except for him, every rank 3 magus from the cult was now dead. Fuck, he grunted in pain and frustration. His eyes flashed with a ruthless glint and he thought to himself, I must first recuperate. Then I will contact the cult in Europa and give them this crucial intel. Adam Constantine is a far greater threat than we thought him to be. And then there's Nylian Pheno. He closed his eyes, finally having come to a decision. I'll rest first and regain my strength, then I'll make my move. Suddenly his brows creased together. He opened his eyes, his expression gradually covered by a frown. He lowered his head ever so slightly and tried to sense his surroundings properly. Just then he thought he had heard something. A few moments later, his eyes widened. He heard the sound of wings flapping coming from behind him. Turned around and the sight that greeted him caused him to be thunderstruck. He hurriedly maneuvered the skeletal bird to evade the incoming attacks. Rank 3 spell, Adam's Fireball Barrage. Malcolm's eyes widened in horror when he saw the dozen fireballs being hurled at him with unmatched accuracy. Damn you, Constantine. He roared in indignation as he turned around, tightly grasped the reins of his skeletal mount, and skillfully evaded all the fireballs. Roar. Valerian's roar came from behind him. Surprisingly, the young dragon's flying speed was on par with the rank 2 skeletal undead. His topaz eyes flashed with excitement, and he flapped his wings faster and faster. Adam placed his hand on the young dragon's head and asked, Val, what do you think? Can you take care of that ugly bird? Valerian was silent for a few moments before his lips curled up into a menacing grin and he displayed his sharp fangs. You can leave him to me, brother. Heh, Adam smirked. As expected of my little brother, he then turned towards Malcolm, who was desperately fleeing, and coldly added, very well then, let us hunt down our prey. With that said, he retrieved several more crystals and red feathers from his earrings. After sacrificing the material components, he quickly weaved a complicated series of hand seals. Following that, a dozen magic circles bloomed to life before his eyes, and from them beautiful birds emerged. Rank 3 spell, Flaming Birds of Prey. A dozen birds made of flames came to life as they flapped their wings and flew towards Malcolm. It seemed that these birds were sentient creatures as they flew in random directions before surrounding Malcolm and his skeletal mount. Seeing the dozen birds come crashing down on him, Malcolm's eyes turned bloodshot and ferocious. He took out a white ball from his storage artifact before expending most of his remaining mana in his reserves. Just as he activated the artifact, the flaming birds had arrived, and then all of them exploded into brilliant tongues of flame. Boom, 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 boom. After several moments when the explosion died down, all that remained was a large ice sphere falling from midair. The ice quickly melted and dissipated into droplets of water, revealing the skeletal bird and an extremely pale Malcolm inside. Now, the emerald-eyed man barely had any mana left. Despite the pain and fatigue, he gritted his teeth and controlled the skeletal bird to fly away as fast as it could. He had to escape, but right at that moment. Roar! Valerian pounced on them from above. Valerian's topaz eyes flashed with a predatory light as he bared his sharp fangs, stretched his claws, and dove straight at the prey from high up above. The moment Malcolm heard this bestial roar, a chill crawled down his spine. He raised his head just in time to see Adam wielding a staff, riding an armored gray panther with black wings and pouncing at him with intense killing intent. The emerald-eyed man gritted his teeth, his eyes spewing hatred. No matter what he did, Adam just wouldn't leave him alone. He used his only remaining hand and tightly clasped onto the reins of the skeletal mount, trying to evade the incoming attack as hard as he possibly could. But it was all futile. Bam! The young dragon smashed into the skeletal undead, wrapping his claws around its upper body. Then he opened his gaping maw and sunk his teeth into its spine. The skeletal bird struggled intensely under the onslaught of the young dragon. It flailed its wings around, trying its best to get free, but that proved extremely difficult. After all, the skeletal bird, although a rank 2 summons, excelled at flight and speed. However, Valerian. He was a mighty dragon. Seeing the little guy fight so valiantly, Adam's heart was filled with pride. With a wide grin on his face, he turned to look at Malcolm, who was desperately struggling to cling onto the reins of his mount with just one hand. Adam's expression turned ruthless and he positioned himself on Valerian's back. Then he leaped towards his enemy. When Malcolm noticed Adam falling toward him while readying his staff, his expression darkened. "You fucking madman, do you have a death wish?" Both of them and their summons were falling from the sky, and the ground was over 1,000 meters away from them. Despite that, Adam was crazy enough to leap off of his flying mount and hurl toward him. Seeing the staff enlarge in his vision and the vicious smile on Adam's face deepening with each passing moment, Malcolm knew that he had to risk it. There was no way he was going to get hit by that staff again. Last time, he had lost his arm. This time, he might lose his life. Thus, he gritted his teeth and let go of the reins as he leaped away from his flying skeletal mount, narrowly evading Adam's staff. Now, both he and Adam were falling from the sky. However, he still had access to another flying undead summon. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed with a crazed glint. "No matter what, I will survive this battle," he screamed inwardly. But the next moment, his eyes widened, almost threatening to pop out of his eye sockets. He saw Adam get into position mid-air and viciously throw the staff at him. Whoosh! The staff tore through the air and flew towards the necromancer at great speeds. In the blink of an eye, it was already before him. At the last moment, Malcolm conjured his weapon chakram from his storage pouch, leaned his body sideways in mid-air, and parried the incoming staff. Bam! Although he was able to deflect the staff, as a result, his chakram shattered into pieces by the sheer force of Adam's throw. Not just that, Malcolm felt his entire remaining arm go numb. He even had this feeling that his bones might have cracked in several places, but he didn't even have a split second of respite. From the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of Adam gliding towards him with a mad look in his eyes, and before he knew it, Adam had ruthlessly tackled him in mid-air. While a brutal melee was unfolding between the two of them, high above the sea of clouds, the same held true for Valerian and the skeletal bird. No matter how much either of them tried, they weren't able to go past one another's defensive capabilities. The bird, with its weak talons, could not pierce through the draconic scales of Valerian. Valerian, on the other hand, could not break through the sturdy skeletal frame of the rank 2 creature. As they fell from mid-air, their battle had reached a stalemate. Valerian's eyes flashed with worry when he saw Adam falling through the sky. He knew that his brother didn't have any flying spells, only a levitating spell. But even if Adam used the latter, falling from such a great height would have disastrous consequences. Thus, Valerian either had to let go of its prey and save his brother, or he could take care of his prey and then save his brother. The second option was naturally the best, but since there was nothing he could do about it, he was inclining towards the first option. Suddenly, his topaz eyes flashed with a crafty glint and he thought to himself, "I still have those left. I wonder if that will work." Without hesitating for a moment longer, he willed it in his mind, and he transformed into a gray cat at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of a sudden, the skeletal bird found itself clawing onto nothing. Under its stunned gaze, Valerian ran across its body with nimble, cat-like movements while dropping one crystal vial after another into the bird's enormous ribcage. These round crystal vials contained a crimson liquid, potion of explosion. After putting nearly 50 potions of explosions into the skeletal bird's ribcage, Valerian agilely scaled its humongous spine and leaped away. The chubby gray cat stretched his limbs and fell from the air with a smug look on his face, leaving behind a large skeletal bird, whose ribcage was now filled with highly explosive potions. Valerian turned his head around and cast one final glance at his prey, HMPH. As if on cue, the very next moment, the rank 2 skeletal bird was engulfed in a devastating explosion. BOOMM. Couple of 100 meters below, Adam and Malcolm, who were brawling in midair, were taken aback by the sudden explosion in the air. Adam turned around, his expression filled with panic, thinking something might have happened to Valerian, but the scene that greeted him caused him to be stunned. Following that, his lips curled into a smirk. "Nicely done, Val." He then turned around, his expression turning vicious. "Now your turn." The youth tightly clasped Malcolm's shoulders, his claws digging into his flesh. Then he pulled his head back and delivered a nasty headbutt. Bam! However, Adam still wasn't done. Bam, bam, bam. He headbutted the man until the latter's face caved in. At this point, Malcolm was barely hanging onto consciousness. Adam's expression turned ferocious and he grabbed the man's neck with one hand. Then with his free hand, he grabbed Malcolm's only hand and viciously tore it from his body. Malcolm was jolted awake from that immense pain. Seeing him scream in pain and misery, Adam displayed a wide grin. "Now let's see you cast any more spells." His gaze was then drawn to Malcolm's storage pouch fastened to his belt. He reached out for it and put it away. "I'll be taking this one too." Then he stretched his hand and made a clawing motion as if he was calling out to something. Whoosh! Within a few moments, the Staff of Calamity returned to him, landing firmly into his grip. He looked at Malcolm one last time and solemnly stated, "You were a worthy opponent." Then he jumped off of his body, twisted in the air, and swung his staff at the man. Bam! Like a meteor falling from the sky, Malcolm was sent hurling towards the ground. And even before he reached land, Adam knew that the man had already died. Adam calmly descended from the sky, gradually picking up speed. However, he wasn't nervous in the least, for he knew that his little brother was coming for him. Whoosh. Valerian, now in his winged panther form, arrived in the blink of an eye and positioned himself beneath Adam, catching him in the air. Adam fondly rubbed the young dragon's furry head. "I'm proud of you, Val." Valerian grinned, flapping his wings and flying towards Blackshore. Adam lowered his head and gazed at the ground. There he saw Malcolm, or whatever was left of him anyway. In this final aerial battle, the victors were Adam and Valerian. The city of Blackshore now lay in ruins. The sun finally shone on this lawless city that once acted as the hub for cutthroats, thieves, and pirates. As the streets of the city lay covered in blood, corpses, and rubble, a new power emerged, Ravenfell. After eradicating the Umbra thieves that used this city as their stronghold, the forces of Ravenfell would go on to rebuild the city. One day in the future, when all the reconstruction is completed, this city would be inaugurated as a subsidiary city of Ravenfell, and its name would be changed to Ravenshore. While the forces of Ravenfell currently in the city celebrated their victory over the evil magi of Umbra thieves and the Cult of Bones, there were some who were consumed in grief. Around the corpse of Brigham Flynn, the dozen or so magi of the Flynn family had gathered, incessantly sobbing. The Flynn patriarch was not just their leader, but almost their father Figuerosomion, whom they looked up to. Yet now his corpse lay cold, unmoving. The magi from the Flynn family drowned in grief, yes. However, in the deep recesses of their hearts, anger and resentment bubbled up against their patriarch's killer, Kissinger of the Umbra thieves. They learned that the culprit had escaped the city after murdering their patriarch, and that Counselor Fino had chased after him. However, until now, they received no response from the counselor. The magi suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming towards them. They turned in that direction with hopeful eyes, but their eyes dimmed when they realized it was Counselor Ransenberg. The old counselor of Ravenfell took slow and steady strides and arrived before the corpse of Brigham Flynn. He deeply looked at his comrade's face before heaving a deep sigh. "Rest peacefully, old friend." Hearing his words, the magi of the Flynn family couldn't hold it in any longer and started sobbing even louder. One of them approached Daniel Ransenberg with reddened eyes and softly asked, "My lord, what about the other leader of the Umbra thieves, the one named Wendell Cross?" Daniel turned to look at him and then silently nodded. Without uttering a word, he waved his hand, conjuring the corpse of the man from his storage artifact. "I see," said the magus. "Then that leaves us with Kissinger only." Right at that moment, a gust of wind blew, followed by the sudden arrival of Nilian Fino. "My lord, Lord Fino." The magi of the Flynn family gathered around the elven counselor, hoping to hear good news. However, Nilian looked each of them in the eye and shook his head apologetically. Kissinger got away. Hearing those words, the magi from the Flynn family felt as if they had been submerged in an ocean of cold water. Learning that their patriarch's murderer was still on the loose caused them to be overwhelmed by negative emotions. They felt lost, they felt helpless, but Nilian assured them, "I promise you all, Brigham's death will not be in vain. We will find Kissinger. We will find him and kill him." All the magi of the Ravenfell forces had now gathered together, mourning the loss of one of its counselors. But despite being so heavily outmatched and outnumbered in this battle, to begin with, the fact that they had only lost one rank 3 magus and clutched the victory could be considered a miracle. Suddenly, every magus gathered heard the sound of wings flapping. They simultaneously turned their heads in the direction of the sky. There they saw a dark figure flapping its wings and descending towards them. A few moments later, when they realized who this person was, their eyes lit up with excitement. Especially the magi from the Black Legion. Radon's eyes turned bloodshot from all the anticipation bubbling in his heart. He took a deep breath and roared at his fellow magi from the Legion. "Men, HOOAH, the magi struck their chest with their fists. "Welcome your Lord Commander." Radon continued in a loud and animated voice. HOOAH, the youngest mana vortex magus in the history of this world. HOOAH, the Dark King, Adam Constantine. Radon spread his arms wide and roared to the skies as Valerian finally landed before them. The magus of the Dark Legion formed 2 lines, welcoming their Lord Commander. HOOAH, 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 HOOAH. Their cheers and their fists thumping their armors combined together and caused a sound so loud that it caused the ground to tremble ever so slightly. Adam leaped off of Valerian's back and walked toward the other 2 counselors. His back was straight like an arrow, and his chin was raised at a slight angle as he calmly took long and confident strides. With every enemy he killed, his confidence grew, and so did his legend. Arriving before the 2 counselors, Adam waved his hand and conjured the torn-off arm in the storage pouch of Malcolm Morgan. "That is all that remains of him," he said in a low voice. Seeing the remains of the last cultist, all the magi burst into cheer. 7 the magi from the Flynn family. But the magi from the Black Legion screamed the loudest. They now knew that although their Lord Commander had only just advanced to the Mana Vortex rank, he had already killed 3 Mana Vortex Magi today. Dark King, Dark King, Dark King, Dark King. Their voices grew so loud that they could be heard miles away from the city. In the end, Adam had to raise his hand and calm his men down. He walked towards the corpse of the Flynn patriarch, his eyes slowly starting to tear up. He heaved a long sigh and knelt beside the corpse. Lord Flynn, he softly muttered. He paused for several moments as if thinking of the right words to say. He clenched his fists and solemnly proclaimed, "I will avenge you. I promise." The Magi from the Flynn patriarch roared in fury. They deeply resonated with Adam's words, and so from loss came renewal. Ravenfell lost a rank 3 Mana Vortex Magus, but it gained another. Adam was the youngest person in the world to have become a rank 3 Magus. This elevated not only his status as a once-in-a-lifetime genius, but also Ravenfell, who nurtured such a prodigious talent. The raven-haired youth's exploits in the Blackshore event would spread far and wide in the days to come. This would be proactively done by Ravenfell not just to elevate Adam's status in the Akkadian Empire, but to also let those hiding in the dark and bearing Their fangs know that there is now a powerful Magus in Ravenfell, a Magus so powerful that he was able to defeat 3 rank 3 Magui on the same day that he advanced to rank 3 himself, a Magus so powerful that people gave him the moniker of King, the Dark King. Soon, the name Adam Constantine would echo through every corner of the Ulir continent, revered as an example of a splendid Magus for generations to come. From this moment on, his legend would ascend to heights never before imagined. Around the same time, the Ravenfell forces secured their victory in the Blackshore incident. A small group of Magi arrived in the Southern Federation. They had come all the way from the Europa continent. In the outskirts of Bihal town, this group of Magi, wearing hooded robes, made their way through field of crops towards the oak tree in the distance. The hooded figure at the forefront led the group on the meandering path through the sea of golden wheat crops, until at last they reached the 2 grave markers beneath the oak tree's shade. She stood in silence before the grave for a very long time, then bent down and gently placed a bouquet of red flowers at their base. Turning towards the north, she lowered her hood. Her bright red hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, revealing a strikingly beautiful face and piercing crimson eyes. A brilliant smile bloomed across her lips as she whispered, "My dearest Adam, I've kept my promise. I have returned." She paused for a moment, her eyes flashing with reminiscence, before adding softly, "And I hope you've kept yours and become a splendid Magus." End of Volume 4, Legend of Constantine. A tall masted ship sailed alongside the eastern shoreline of the Ulir continent, traveling southward. Every week, ships would sail between the Akkadian Empire and the Southern Federation. Other than flying dirigibles, this was the only method of transportation between the two lands. After all, the Murky Mountains separated the southern continent from the rest of the Ulir continent. This mountain range was full of dangers, so much so that even rank 3 Mana Vortex Magi would prefer to avoid it. It was home to countless magical beasts, many of them having strength equal to a Mana Vortex Magus. There were even rumors that there were a handful of beasts equivalent to Mana core ranks in these mountains. However, such claims were never proven. Perhaps it was a tale woven by people to prevent others from recklessly entering this dangerous place. Or perhaps Magi did indeed come face to face with such a powerful beast, but never lived to tell the tale. No one knew. The majority of the people, Magi and mortals alike, preferred traveling by ship between these two places, as flying dirigibles were rather expensive. Moreover, the skies above contained as much danger as the waters below. Underwater magical beasts and flying magical beasts were abundant in nature, after all. It had been more than a month since the Blackshore incident had concluded. With the victory of the Ravenfell forces, the city became a subsidiary of Ravenfell and was named Ravenshore. Nalian Fino and Daniel Ransenberg led the surviving Magi back to Ravenfell soon after. When word of their victory reached the city, needless to say, the Council of Seven was ecstatic, and so were the residents of the city. After all, they had finally managed to get rid of one of the biggest criminal organizations to have ever plagued their city. Furthermore, they had also dealt a heavy blow to the Cult of Bones, an organization they believed to be even more powerful and dangerous than the Umbra Thieves. But when they heard news about Brigham Flynn's demise, they were immensely saddened, especially the Flynn family. They had lost their patriarch and the city had lost a counselor, but there was always a silver lining in every misfortune. Such was the way of the world. A new Mana Vortex Magus rose to glory in the aftermath of the Blackshore incident. He was the youngest Magus to ascend to the grand station of rank 3. This was a feat unheard of. This person single-handedly defeated 3 rank 3 Magi from the Cult of Bones. Moreover, it was said that he even took care of 2 more rank 3 undead creatures summoned by them, and it went without saying that this young Magus could summon an army of serpents numbering more than 1,000. The people bestowed him the title of king. One had to know that in the Ulir continent, there was only one emperor, and that was the rank 4 Mana Core Magus, the emperor of the Akkadian kingdom. There were no aristocratic titles designated as kings or queens. As such, for people to grant a magi the title of king spoke volumes about their magical prowess and physical capabilities, and it had been done in the past. Magi were given this title based on their immense talent, potential, and accomplishments. There had been a few rank 3 magi in the history of the Akkadian kingdom who were given the moniker of king, but none were as young as the Dark King, Adam Constantine. Words of his exploits were spread all over the continent. This was spearheaded by none other than the upper echelon of Ravenfell. They proactively did their best to spread this information as wide and as fast as they could. Firstly, it was because they wanted to send a message that they now had a new mana vortex magus, and a very powerful one at that. Secondly, with the Grand Magus tournament arriving in less than a year, such news would not only increase the prestige of Saratoga Castle, but also the city of Ravenfell. The world would know that the youngest man to have ever become a rank 3 mana vortex magus at only 35 years of age was a student of Saratoga and a resident of Ravenfell. While words of the Dark King's grand accomplishments were spreading to every part of the continent, the man in question was nowhere to be seen. As soon as the battle at Blackshore had concluded, Adam had informed Nilian Fino and Daniel Ranzenberg that he was going on a vacation and that he didn't wish to be disturbed. However, before leaving, he assured them that he would return to Ravenfell before the Grand Magus tournament began. Currently, Adam was on this tall-masted ship that was sailing towards the Southern Federation. More specifically, this merchant vessel was heading to the Nahua continent in the Southern Hemisphere, but before that, it would make a stopover at the city of Sails, Hand City. Adam comfortably lounged on the yard horizontal spar attached to the mast, from which sails were hung off the ship. A large clay gourd lay beside him as well as a ceramic flat cup. He gazed at the clouds drifting in the sky in a drunken stupor, imagining them in the shape of various animals. Lord Magus, there's another one. A portly middle-aged man dressed in lavish clothing, standing on the deck of the ship, called out to him. The ship belonged to this portly merchant, and Adam was hitchhiking. Of course, since he refused to pay money for the ride, he agreed to protect the vessel from any dangers along the way. Adam yawned lazily, then willed the Lotus to clear the drunken fog blanketing his mind. His eyes regained clarity in a split second, and he turned towards the front of the ship. There he saw a large octopus emerging from the water, its strength equivalent to a mere rank 1 magus. Realizing this, the raven-haired youth felt bored again. He pointed his finger at the octopus and shot a magic missile at it. The spell flew through the air at such speeds that it turned nigh invisible, only leaving a trail of faint blue energy. Within a few moments, the magic missile pierced the octopus's head and came out the other way, instantly killing it. Adam lay back down on the thick wooden yard, gazing at the clouds while drinking wine. He grumbled under his breath, "Tusk, just how long are they planning to make me wait? It's already been a month." As if answering his question, the space beside him trembled and a portal to the spirit world formed. From it, a white owl arrived, carrying a package. Adam's eyes lit up. Finally, took you long enough, but this was just the beginning. More portals formed around him as more messengers from the Twilight Brotherhood arrived. Each of them were carrying packages, big and small. Seeing the gifts and the rewards slowly starting to pile up before him, Adam grinned. Now, that's more like it. The bottom of the hierarchy within the Twilight Brotherhood consisted of rank 1 mana foundation magi, known as acolytes. They were responsible for preserving arcane knowledge. Their main goal was to deepen their magical studies, and not many dangerous missions were given to them by the higher-ups. Above them were the rank 2 mana liquefaction magi, known as agents. They carried missions of surveillance, reconnaissance, and infiltration. They were considered as field agents and were the backbone of the organization. Directly above them were the rank 3 mana vortex magi, known as Twilight Wardens or simply Wardens. Although all Wardens within the Twilight Brotherhood were mana vortex magi, not all mana vortex magi were Wardens. Those who wanted to become Wardens not only had to become a rank 3 magus, but also gain the approval of the counselors above them and the agents below them. Adam was currently in this situation. They were the true leadership of the Twilight Brotherhood. They were a small governing body made up of rank 4 mana core magi, known as the Council of Dawn. Furthermore, each of them was the head of their respective faction within the Brotherhood. To receive formal approval from them meant joining their faction, something that Adam did not wish to do yet, for if he did, he would be involved in the organizational politics, which he had zero interest in. But there was another reason why he didn't join a faction yet. He had joined the Twilight Brotherhood because of Berger, and now, the gnome was in the midst of advancing to the Great Mana Core rank, so it was only natural for Adam to join whichever faction Berger was in. Seeing over a dozen owls appear before him, Adam knew that most of them carried gifts from the people of the various factions, hoping to persuade him into joining them. While a select few owls carried packages that contained the Brotherhood's rewards for finishing the last mission and dealing such a heavy blow to the cult, Adam didn't know the exact history between the Twilight Brotherhood and the Cult of Bones, but knew that they absolutely loathed the cult. So when they learned that he had killed 3 rank 3 mana vortex magi of the cult, they showered him with praises and gifts. Furthermore, giving him access to many secret libraries across Ulir that contained esoteric arcane knowledge. Thinking about it, Adam couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Those old fogies from the Brotherhood are so simple-minded. Kill a couple of cultists and they make you a rich man. After they had delivered the packages, the owls hooted at the youth before returning to the spirit world. Adam had an extremely excited look enveloping his face. He had specifically told the Brotherhood that he would like to have the founder's journals as his reward. While they thought he was going to fruitlessly try and decode the language written in those journals, he would, in fact, be effortlessly reading through all the secrets that the founder left behind. The last time he had read the founder's journal was after he had defeated the rank 3 werewolf in Stratford. After reading those journals, Adam was certain about one thing. The founder had definitely recorded the method to leave Tron. After all, the mysterious founder of the Twilight Brotherhood was not born in Tron. He was born on a different planet in the greater universe and had only happened to arrive here by accident. Adam speculated that if there was a way for the founder to arrive on this planet, then there was definitely a way for him to leave this planet and venture into the greater universe. He couldn't remain on Tron for the rest of his life. After all, the mana ceiling here was limited to only rank 4, meaning that he could not ascend past the mana core rank. So if he wished to pursue the higher arcane arts, he would have to leave Tron in the future and journey to the greater universe. That is why Adam did whatever he could to complete the Brotherhood's missions and receive a copy of the founder's journals as reward. Furthermore, there was one other method that Adam could think of, one that could provide him with a clue to leave this planet. The Soaring River Secret Plane. Adam vividly remembered this place in the Southern Federation. After all, it was the first secret plane that he had entered and also the only one he had entered till now. The overseer of that secret plane, the Joker, had once told him that the magus who created the secret plane, Matthias the Free, had ventured into the greater universe, visiting many magical civilizations there. When Matthias realized that his death was soon approaching, he chose to return to his homeworld of Tron and leave behind his legacy for the residents of this planet. The Soaring River Secret Plane was the legacy of Matthias the Free. Adam flicked his hand, conjuring an ivory-colored playing card that had the figure of a joker painted on it in mystical ink. His lips curled into a smile, and he muttered under his breath, "Perhaps I should give him a visit as well." This was the calling card that the Joker had given him many years ago. It also served as the key to the secret plane. He put away the ivory card back inside his earrings. Then he shifted his attention to the several packages that lay around him. With an excited smile, he went through all of them one by one. Some contained precious ores with high conductivity to mana, while others contained magically sealed rare ingredients that could be used to concoct powerful potions. There were also numerous rank 3 spells sent by the people from the various factions within the Brotherhood. Moreover, there were also various combat techniques. However, none of the gift packages contained any mana extraction techniques, for they were the most valuable and could be only imparted to him if he joined their faction. After putting away all the gifts he received, Adam finally opened the sealed package that contained his reward for his accomplishments in the Blackmore incident. Unwrapping them, his gaze landed on 3 leather-bound diaries. All 3 of them were copies of the founder's journals written in Ethor's most commonly used language of the greater universe. With bated breaths, Adam reached out for the diary on top and finally started to read it. I awoke this morning beneath the blue-leafed canopy of the Baja High Forest, where the trees hum when you sleep and whisper when you dream. The air tastes faintly of mint and magic. It reminded me of the time I visited Elderwood in my home planet. Sunlight streams through leaves the color of sapphire, dancing across moss like tiny golden spirits. I am reminded of my home once again. In Mirandor, even the silence was alive. I wonder, will I ever be able to return to my world? Will I ever get to see my wife and children again? Today I befriended a mighty sea turtle from Galestein. Its strength was equivalent to many a mana core magus. Despite all that power, the turtle was the kindest and most gentle creature I have ever come across. Tebu is his name. It reminds me of a city built upon the back of a fish in the deep seas of Mirandor. They call it Aranthal. It drifts across the waters, anchored only by the songs of its inhabitants. When the city's bell tolls, it is not just time that is marked, but weather and mood as well. The peoples of Mirandor are as varied as the moons that orbit it. The Emberkin of the volcanic isles wear obsidian masks and breathe steam. The Veilbirds live in drifting settlements, shrouded in a permanent fog, their forms ever shifting, their names whispered and long forgot. I once shared tea with a woman who did not speak, yet told me the story of her life with a smile and a single touch on my shoulder. Such are the wonders there. Oh, how much I miss my home. The magic in Mirandor is not merely a force. It is a language, a breath, a memory. In Mirandor, you do not cast a spell. You remember it, and in the remembering it becomes real. Some spells are so old that no one lives who remembers them anymore, so they lie sleeping in the bones of mountains and the dreams of dragons. Bartholomew is a splendid magus. In all my travels, he is the most talented magus I have come across in Tron. His curiosity and thirst for the arcane is deep, and his mind is a realm of myriad wonders. Discussing the mysteries of the way with him is something I greatly enjoy. His gift in spell casting is profound enough that even if he were to be born in Mirandor, I believe he would still be hailed as a genius. Alas, it is his greatest misfortune to be born in such a distant planet where mana is so sparse. I'm afraid he can never become a rank 5 mana seed magus. Neither can I owe such a tragedy. As I lay on the grassy plains of Yenlu, gazing at Selene and Luna, I am once again reminded of my home. I remember, on one fateful night, one of Mirandor's moons wept silver rain. It happens once every couple of generations, and the droplets carry prophetic visions. I stood beneath it, eyes closed, and saw a land covered in death and darkness and an army of undead marching across it. A warning, a gift. Mirandor never gives answers, only questions wrapped in wonder. But now that I think of that vision, I believe that it was fate that led me to Tron. A land covered in death and darkness, and an army of undead, perhaps not now, but in 100 years, 1,000 years. I must make arrangements and prepare for that day. This world is my second home. I must do everything in my power to protect it. The 8th code of the Twilight Brotherhood: defend against evil, confront darkness and malevolence wherever it rises. After almost a century of studying the celestial phenomenon in this solar system, I have come to discover something truly heartbreaking. The next planetary alignment is thousands of years away. I'm afraid I will not live to see that day. Oh Selene, oh Luna, why must you remind me of Mirandor every time I look at you? So close, yet forever out of reach. My love, my children, please forgive me. I can never be home again. Out of the 3 diaries, only one contained the founder's personal journal entries. The other 2 contained his notes on rune magic as well as other fundamental arcane knowledge. By the time Adam had finished reading the journal, the sun was almost about to set, and the twin moons had already taken to the sky. He couldn't help but turn towards Selene and Luna, gazing at them with a slight frown. What did he mean by Selene and Luna reminding him of his home planet? He thought, perplexed. What did the founder discover after studying the solar system? What is the significance of the planetary alignment? After reading the founder's journal, more questions emerged in Adam's mind, but he was finally able to confirm one thing. The Twilight Brotherhood was indeed an organization that spanned multiple planets. Moreover, he also found out the name of the planet the founder had come from. Mirandor, the youth muttered under his breath. Adam closed his eyes and leaned back, recalling the memories of the experts from the greater universe. In the greater universe, the planets were categorized into 3 tiers based on their density of mana. They were low tier, mid tier, and high tier. The density of mana in each of these planets determined how far a magus could advance in their arcane path. For example, low-tier planets in the greater universe could only allow a magus to reach rank 6. Mid-tier planets allowed one to reach rank 8, whereas high-tier planets allow the magus to reach rank 10. Adam opened his eyes and a brilliant light flashed in them. Mirandor is a high-tier planet, and not only that, Mirandor was considered the greatest, if not one of the greatest high-tier planets in the greater universe. But none of that would matter if I'm unable to leave Tron, he thought with a grim expression. From reading the founder's journals, he was able to learn some things very important, however. Adam involuntarily turned towards the twin moons, gazing at them deeply. From the journals, it was evident that they held deep meaning to the founder of the Twilight Brotherhood, that, and the mystery of the planetary alignment. Selene and Luna bear secrets to leaving Tron, he thought. They hold the key to the vast expanse and the boundless wonders of the greater universe. Modeled after the ancient elven city of Faepor, the capital of the Nightingale Kingdom, Moon City, was a magical and architectural marvel in the Southern Federation. It was the most famous city in the Federation. The people here called it the Jewel of the South. People from all 4 major races could be found here living in harmony, unlike most other cities in the Federation, where there was a lot of segregation based on racial appearances. This city was a beautiful union of man-made structures and lush vegetation that grew vibrantly in every corner. A small group of magi on horseback arrived at one of the 2 main gates of the South Ward. Tall boundary walls guarded the city. They were thick and sturdy. The outermost wall was the shortest, and each subsequent wall increased in height. Knights in silver armor patrolled the walls, their expressions stoic and vigilant. When one of them noticed this group of 5 magi approaching the city gates on horseback, he walked up to them, gesturing them to stop. "Halt," he said, "state your purpose of visit." When the silver-armored guard's gaze landed on the red-haired woman on horseback, he couldn't help but be mesmerized by her appearance. She was by far the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his entire life. In fact, she was even more beautiful than the prettiest elf he had seen. Anna, realizing that the guard was ogling at her, frowned. Her eyes narrowed and she cast a cold gaze toward the man. The guard's heart turned cold and he felt a chill crawl down his spine. His body involuntarily trembled and he quickly lowered his head. As drops of sweat trickled down his forehead, he couldn't help but think in alarm, just who are these people? They are dangerous. Ho-Ho, an old man with shoulder-length white hair and a thick beard of matching color, guided his horse to stand between Anna and the guard. He knew the princess very well. He was afraid she might burn the man to ashes for looking at her the wrong way. "Young man, it is quite impolite to stare at a noble lady like that, don't you think?" said the old man, his tone laced with slight amusement. "Forgive me, my lord." The armored guard hurriedly apologized for his mistake. "I did not mean to." "Please forgive me. Ho-Ho, I know you did not mean to." The old man stroked his beard, his expression gentle. "Now then, we're here to meet a student of Clover Academy." Student of Clover Academy. Another guard stepped forward. By now, most of the guards at the city gate had realized that these people were all magi. Thus, they displayed utmost caution and respect towards them. "My lord, are you perhaps related to this student?" But of course, the old man smiled. The guards talked among one another for a few minutes before a few of them rushed inside the city. Meanwhile, one of them came up to the old man and respectfully said, "My lord, your group may enter the city, but on one condition. You must allow us to escort you to Clover Academy." HMPH, a middle-aged man with a finely trimmed mustache and a goatee, crossed his arms and spoke in displeasure. "What's with so much scrutiny for such a small city?" "Mind your words, Darrell," said a silver-haired woman who was mounted atop a horse right beside Anna. "We're in a foreign land. Try not to be rude and incite unnecessary trouble." "What?" Darrell was stunned. "Are you accusing me of stirring up trouble, me?" "Darrell," the old man turned around, gazing at the man with a flat expression. "Behave." Darley turned towards the old man, thinking of retorting. But in the end he looked away, harumphing in annoyance. He chose to remain silent. Although the old man might appear kind and gentle, he was in fact the most powerful person in the group, a rank 3 mana vortex magus. The old man, Caspar York, turned back around and spoke to the guard in a polite manner. "Young man, we agree to your terms. But first we would like to settle down at an inn. You see, we've been traveling for a long time and require rest." This was something magi rarely did while conversing with mortals, considering most of them thought the latter were no different from cattle. "My lord, there is a guest house within the Clover Academy's campus grounds. This guest house is strictly for the students' guardians, friends, or family members," said the guard. Oh, Caspar's brows arched. "And would 4 separate rooms be available?" "Yes, my lord." The guard nodded respectfully. The guest house within the campus ground is also one of the best inns in the city since it is directly run by the academy. "Very well, young man." Caspar revealed a faint smile. "Lead the way." As the group of magi from Europa passed through the city gates, a cacophony of sounds entered their ears. The sidewalks were full of people from different kinds of races. Besides humans were the tall and beautiful elves, the stout and hardy dwarves, and even the small and jolly gnomes. The 4 magi were slightly taken aback by the atmosphere inside the city. Although in Europa there were several cities that allowed people of all races to reside side by side, the atmosphere couldn't compare to the one here. "Young man, is there a festival going on?" Caspar asked the guard who was walking beside him. The guard showed a prideful smile. "My lord, although there isn't any festival at the moment, the occasion isn't any less." He turned to the group and asked excitedly, "I'm sure you must have heard of the Dark King, yes?" "Yes, of course," Caspar nodded, stroking his beard. "They say he's quite the prodigious young man, a talent rarely seen once in a lifetime." His eyes narrowed ever so slightly and he couldn't help but voice out his opinion, "But I find it difficult to accept that he is only 35 years of age." "But my lord, he truly is." The guard spoke excitedly, strongly defending the Dark King. "How are you so sure?" HMPH, Darrell glanced at him with contempt. Throughout their journey from Bahal Town, they have been hearing the name of the Dark King at every hamlet, town, or city they stopped by. The people claimed that he commanded an army of serpents and could easily beat powerful magi with a simple wave of his hand. Some even outrageously claimed that he was a giant with 4 arms. But what irked him was the fact that they claimed the Dark King was only 35 years old, yet already a mana vortex magus. This was simply too good to be true. After all, even the most talented of magi advanced to the rank 2 mana liquefaction rank in their 20s and 30s. Yet this Dark King was already a mana vortex rank at 35. That was preposterous. "That's because the Dark King once called Moon City his home." The guard puffed out his chest and proudly claimed. He was a student at the Clover Academy and graduated when he was only 20 years of age. Mind you, only 20 years old. And he had already become a rank 2 magi by that time, mana liquefaction magus at the age of 20. The group of magi's expression turned solemn, their eyes flickering with shock and disbelief. The guard continued, his smile becoming even wider. "And that's not all. The Dark King graduated from the Clover Academy 15 years ago." As Caspar and Darrell argued with the guard about the veracity of the Dark King's age and his time at the Clover Academy, Anna enjoyed the scenery of the city. She couldn't care less about the Dark King. nor was she interested in her prodigious talent and how quickly the man had become a mana vortex magus. The princess of the Ignisra kingdom had come to the Southern Federation for one purpose and one purpose only, to reunite with Adam and take him to her kingdom in the Europa continent. She believed Adam would have a much better future there with her supporting him. Besides, she had already made a formal petition to the crown, declaring her intent to adopt Adam into the royal family. Although she had faced a lot of backlash from the Regency Council and even her father, the king, in the end, she managed to persuade her mother. And once the queen of the Ignisra kingdom had decided on a matter, there was nothing even the king could do to stop it. Thinking about how they would soon reunite, Anna couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. I wonder how far you've progressed in your arcane path, she thought. There was another reason why Anna insisted on adopting Adam into the royal family, apart from the fact that she thought of him and treated him as her little brother. Once Adam was part of the Fireborn family, he would then be able to receive the mana extraction technique that the family members practiced. This in turn would allow him to walk further down the arcane path. Anna believed that Adam would still be a rank 1 mana foundation magus at the moment. Given the opportunity to practice the mana extraction technique she used, it was a given that Adam would eventually become a mana liquefaction magus. Furthermore, if he was talented enough, even reaching the rank 3 mana vortex rank wasn't out of the question. But little did she know. The road the group was currently traveling on was called South Lunar Avenue. It connected the South Ward to the Lunar Bridge, which in turn connected it to North Lunar Avenue in the North Ward. The North Ward was an opulent district where the royal palace was located. Furthermore, it also housed the manors and compounds of the nobility of Nightingale Kingdom. Meanwhile, the majority of the South Ward was occupied by the Clover Academy's sprawling campus. "This is not a bad place at all," said the silver-haired woman with a gentle smile on her face. "I could see myself settling down here, marrying someone strong and handsome, and starting a family." Ada Bray, Anna's childhood friend and a rank 2 mana liquefaction magus, spoke with a dreamy expression on her face. "Say, Anna, let's stay here for a week or two and then return to Europa." Anna couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. "But I thought you were planning to marry and settle down here." "I was afraid I would have to deliver this scandalous news to Duke Bray myself when I returned." Ada rolled her eyes. "Now wouldn't that be ideal?" She looked around the cobblestone streets of the city. The sidewalks here were packed with people and stalls. One thing she noticed was the abundance of trees. There was vegetation flourishing almost everywhere she looked. Some trees were taller than buildings, some buildings were taller than trees, and others were buildings that were in fact trees. She saw little children wearing black pointy hats and pretending to be the Dark King while playing with one another on the streets. Ada couldn't help but marvel, a mana vortex magus at the age of 35. My goodness. She revealed a dreamy smile yet again and added, "If only I could find someone like that. Won't that person be the perfect husband material? Even better, wouldn't it be wonderful to have the Dark King as my husband? I'm certain he is a man amongst men." Hearing her words, Anna couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. Her friend Ada had always been like that since they were little kids. She would fantasize about princes in shining armor and talk about marrying them and having several kids with them. Yet, when a prospective man did approach her, Ada would ruthlessly reject him, making sure to viciously insult him and break his confidence. "They are probably lying about the Dark King's age," said Anna after a brief moment. "I find it rather difficult to believe that a person could become a mana vortex magus at such a young age. There is no one like that even in Europa. But what reason would they have to lie?" Ada asked curiously. Anna shook her head. "I'm not certain, but if I had to guess, it might be related to the Grand Magus Tournament in the Akkadian Empire. They say the Dark King is a student of Saratoga. Perhaps the Arcane Institution wants to use the Dark King's name and supposedly his young age to increase their status and prestige amongst other similar institutions in the Empire, letting them know that Saratoga was able to produce such a phenomenal magus." HMPH, Darrell chimed in. "That could indeed be the case. I refuse to believe someone so young could become a mana vortex magus." Ada glanced at him and ridiculed. "No, Darrell, you just refuse to believe someone younger than you could become a mana vortex magus. That is not the case at all," Darrell protested angrily. Darrell Quinn was Anna's brother-in-law. The man's sister had married her elder brother. Although the man appeared rough and unruly, he was considered one of the most talented magi in the Ignisra kingdom. So naturally, it hurt Darrell's pride when he learned that there was someone younger than him who was one entire rank stronger than him. Thus, he refused to believe the Dark King's age. As the group chatted amongst one another, under the guard's guidance, they soon arrived at the entrance of the famous Clover Academy. The entrance of the academy was dominated by a large marble archway. The name, Clover Academy, was carved on it in a grand manner. Vines crawled up the columns of the enormous archway, giving it a floral touch. Many young students wearing olive-colored cloaks with the 4-leaf clover insignia could be seen entering and exiting the main gates. "My lords, my ladies, we have arrived at the great Clover the Guard, who is guiding them," suddenly found his words caught in his throat, because he found someone completely unexpected standing at the entrance of the academy. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw an old woman with gray hair and light blue eyes, wearing traditional magus robes, standing at the entrance of the academy and glancing at them with a light smile. Headmistress Godfrey, the guard blurted out. Helen Godfrey, the headmistress of the Clover Academy, approached the group. She turned to the guard and nodded. "You may leave, I'll take it from here." "Why, yes, my lady," the guard nervously replied before leaving. Headmistress Godfrey then saw Caspar alighting from the horse and standing before her. Her lips curled into a faint smile. "When I noticed a powerful magus approaching the academy, I couldn't help but come to greet you personally." Caspar pressed his right hand on his chest and gave a light bow. "We apologize for our sudden arrival, Lady Magus." Helen nodded ever so slightly. "May I know the reason for your visit?" "Yes, we have come here to meet a student studying at your academy," Caspar said with a smile. Oh, Helen was slightly taken aback. She was not aware of any student currently in the academy who shared a relationship with a mana vortex magus, so she couldn't help but become suspicious of this traveling group. "May I ask who?" she asked, her eyes narrowing. Anna got off her horse and walked up to the headmistress. "His name is Adam," she said. "Adam Constantine." Hearing her say that, Headmistress Godfrey frowned. She looked at everyone in the traveling group before her gaze settled on Caspar. A few moments later, she turned to Anna and asked in a low voice, "Why are you looking for Adam, may I ask?" "I wish to fill in his paperwork for an early graduation," said Anna. She paused before adding, "I wish to take him home." Home. Now, Headmistress Godfrey was even more confused. "But Adam is an orphan." "That he is," Anna nodded, patiently explaining. "But he is my adopted little brother." Adopted. Helen Godfrey slipped into silence, seemingly recalling something. After a few moments, she looked Anna deep in the eye and asked, "Considering you've come here to meet Adam, I am assuming you don't know what is happening." This time it was Anna's turn to frown. "My lady, what do you mean?" she asked politely. No matter her station as the princess of a kingdom, the woman in front of her was a powerful magus, and that demanded her to show basic respect while conversing. Did something happen to Adam? With that, she turned around and guided the group through the campus. On the way, several students and professors stopped by and respectfully greeted Helen while glancing at Anna and her group curiously. "My lady, what did you mean by that?" Anna stepped forward, asking with concern. "When I first saw your group, I suspected you to be one of those people who claim to have some relationship with Adam," the headmistress began. "In the past few weeks, there have been several instances like that." "Lady Magus, could you please explain?" Caspar asked curiously. "Helen," said the headmistress, introducing herself to him. "Helen Godfrey. Lady Godfrey, it is a pleasure to meet you." The old man smiled. "I am called Caspar York." Helen nodded before continuing her explanation. "Many have come, claiming to be Adam's family members." She paused, recalling a certain incident and chuckling. A few women had also arrived at the Clover Academy, claiming to be Adam's wives. Then all of them started quarreling amongst themselves. When the group heard this, they were dumbfounded, especially Anna. She couldn't help but ask, "My lady, what has been Adam up to?" "Oh, sweet child," Helen looked at her and sighed. "It seems that you truly do not know." "Don't know what?" Anna thought to herself. "Just what is this woman talking about?" "Well, if it hadn't been for Lord Caspar here, I would have assumed your group to be the same as the many others that came before you," said the headmistress. "Still, I would like to confirm it for myself," she added. She guided the group into the administrative building, then up the stairs, until finally they arrived at her office. "Please, take a seat," she said as she sat at the large mahogany table. As Anna and her traveling group took their seats, Headmistress Godfrey retrieved a paper file from the drawer. Opening the file, she read the contents of one of the papers. Then she looked at Anna and asked flatly, "You said you were Adam's elder sister." "That is correct, my lady." Anna nodded with a solemn expression. "State your name," the headmistress muttered, her tone low but firm. "Anna Fireborn." Hearing her answer, Helen Godfrey's lips curled into a gentle smile. "So you weren't lying after all," she said, pushing the document towards Anna. The red-haired young lady picked up the document and began reading its contents. It was the personal information form that Adam had to fill in when he was admitted to the Clover Academy 20 years ago. At the bottom of the form, in the Guardian Details section, Adam had jotted down the name Anna Fireborn. Seeing this, Anna's lips curled into a warm smile. Attached to the form was Adam's photograph, which was taken the day he had joined the academy. Anna brushed her fingers across the surface of the black and white photograph and gently said, "Yes, that is him." She turned towards the headmistress and eagerly asked, "My lady, I wish to meet Adam. Also, I would like to discuss with you the possibility of him graduating." Helen Godfrey found Anna's words very amusing. "I'm afraid that will not be possible, child," she said. Anna frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Why not? Did Adam do something?" Helen looked Anna in the eye and said with a smirk, "Adam has already graduated from the academy. He is no longer in Moon City. He is also no longer a Mana Foundation Magus." Everyone was stunned. "He has already become a Mana Liquefaction Magus." Anna was wildly taken aback before being filled with joy. Ho ho, not bad at all. Caspar York stroked his beard, laughing merrily. He turned to Anna and asked, Princess, how old did you say Adam was? He should be around 35 now, said the red-haired woman, her eyes flashing with pride. Amana liquefaction magus in his mid-30s, Darrell nodded, crossing his arms. Now that is something believable, and also quite admirable, he hurriedly added, secretly glancing at his sister-in-law. Lady Godfrey, may I ask where he is now? Anna asked excitedly. Seeing the group's interaction play out, Helene found it very amusing. She answered with a chuckle, he has shifted to Ravenfell, dear. Adam now studies in one of the 4 pillars of Acadia, Saratoga Castle. Anna was now even more astonished. He is now a student of Saratoga Castle. Saratoga was famous even across the Galestein Ocean. In fact, all 4 pillars were renowned across the world. She never thought that Adam would actually become a student of one such arcane institution. Headmistress Godfrey decided to divulge shocking news to them. Yes, she nodded with an amused smirk. Adam graduated from Clover Academy 15 years ago and then started pursuing the higher arcane arts in Saratoga Castle right after. Suddenly, Anna and the rest of the group found their expressions frozen as a wild possibility emerged in their minds. Graduated from Clover Academy 15 years ago, student of Saratoga Castle, 35 years of age. Don't tell me Caspar York, the old rank 3 magus, spoke in a shaky voice. I am possible. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Darrell's forehead. Meanwhile, Ada covered her mouth in absolute shock, unable to utter a word. Helene Godfrey looked at each of them and revealed a knowing smile. Then she turned to Anna, her smile deepening and her eyes flickering with pride. Your little brother now goes by another name. You should know what that is by now. Anna felt like her entire worldview had crumbled as she found herself speechless for a long time. Finally, her lips parted and she muttered in a daze, the Dark King. Tall masted merchant ship anchored at the dockside of Han City's harbor. Dozens of ships were moored in the dockside. Some were from the Akkadian Empire, while others were from the Nahua continent. As Adam alighted the ship, walked across the wooden gangway, and guided his horse, Luna, to the dockside, he could see at least 50 ships docked at the harbor. Truly the city of sails, he murmured. Brother, have you been here before? Valerian, perched on his shoulder and gracefully licking his paw, asked curiously. Yes, it was a long time ago, Adam answered. It was before you were born. I had come here with Edward and Lisa. Brother, Valerian lightly tapped the youth's cheek. Do you think Edward and Lisa must have already reached Ravenfell by now? And what about Aquila and Aeneas? They'll be coming too, right? Adam glanced at his dear familiar and smiled warmly. Yes, they'll be there. You'll get to meet your friends when we return to Ravenfell. Valerian was so excited he started clapping with his front paws. After all, Aquila and Aeneas, Edward and Lisa's familiars, were born around the same time as him and were his childhood friends, so he couldn't wait to meet them and play with them again. But it's going to be a while before we go back home, okay? Adam added. There's some work that I need to finish here. Okay, Valerian beamed. Everything is fine as long as I'm with you, brother. Hearing his response, Adam's heart was warmed. Cheeky brat. But he knew Valerian very well and couldn't help but ask, so what is it? What do you want this time? The young dragon giggled, rubbing his paws together as a crafty glint flashed in his topaz eyes. Brother, since we are on vacation, shouldn't you give me some money to spend? Adam rolled his eyes. And what about the money I gave you last month? Wait, it hasn't even been a month. Brother, I am saving that money for our future. Valerian spoke with a deadpan expression. I must not spend it, no. As the 3 of them walked through Han's Harbor, they were met with the curious and terrified gazes of all those who walked by. Curious because Adam's height was more than 2 meters and he looked like a giant among the local men. The Astral Tyrant Manual also constantly pushed his body to reach the optimal level, and this included his appearance. So people, especially women, who set eyes on him couldn't help but stare at him for a moment longer. Now terrified because Adam was holding onto the reins of an enormous horse and guiding him through the crowd. The nightmare was bigger than any horse the people here had ever seen. Furthermore, Luna naturally radiated an aura of horror, causing the passersby to not even dare step closer. As Adam, Luna, and Valerian slowly walked toward the heart of the city, they drew the gazes of everyone who passed by. Some of the children, the bold ones, even came forward and mischievously pulled the hems of Adam's clothes. And when Adam gazed at them, they looked at him with bright eyes and waved. The raven-haired youth, when he was not fighting, had a very calm and balanced aura that drew people to him. This was the result of him practicing the 5 elemental codex. The 5 fundamental elements that made up the world now revolved within his body in absolute harmony, fusing and forming a type of mana that was pure and well-balanced. Adam smiled warmly at the kids. He even retrieved some sweets and fruits from his earrings and handed them to them. Needless to say, the children were ecstatic. He then gazed at his dear familiar with an arched brow. Saving it for our future. Is that the best excuse you could come up with? Mayu, Valerian gasped in surprise. Brother, it is not an excuse. Rowan keeps telling me that I must save money no matter how much money I make. I cannot squander them all. Brother, trust me, I love gold saving gold, I mean. Yes, that's what I mean. Anyways, trust me. Adam's shoulders started to heave up and down and he burst into laughter. He felt like Valerian could have a bright future in theatrical plays. He conjured a small leather pouch from his black hooped earrings and handed it to the young dragon. Don't waste it. Valerian placed his paw on the leather pouch, and the next moment, it vanished inside his red star earring storage artifact that Adam previously used. Mayu the young dragon fondly licked Adam's cheek. Brother, I am going to tour the city on my own. All right, Adam said warmly. Don't leave the city. Okay. The next moment he hopped off his shoulders and merrily ran through the street, soon disappearing amidst the crowd. Adam was not bothered about the young dragon getting lost, or him being unable to find him. Firstly, he could rely on the strong connection they shared because of the familiar contract. Secondly, after advancing to the mana vortex rank, Adam's sensory capabilities had also vastly increased. With the help of the White Lotus, he could now use the sphere of resonance to a much wider degree, making it easier to locate Valerian or anyone for that matter, provided he knew their mana signature. All right, girl, looks like it is just you and me now. Adam gently patted Luna's head. The horse stepped forward and nudged her head against his chest. I know. Adam nodded. Once I finish my work here, we'll leave the city. Then you're free to run as long and as fast as you want, okay? Luna had been feeling very claustrophobic being on the merchant vessel for so long, and even now, being amongst so many people in the city was not to her liking. She wanted to run across the expansive grassy plains of the Southern Federation. The horse neighed, her black eyes flashing with anticipation. Seeing that, Adam smiled. We won't take a ship back to Ravenfell. You'll be the one taking me and Val across the whole continent. Adam and Luna continued to move towards the deeper part of the city, towards Clover Academy's branch. The raven-haired youth's expression turned solemn, and he thought to himself, I think the agent from the Brotherhood here is named Elorion. Right, Elorion Thornton. He's a mana liquefaction magus and also a professor at the Clover Academy. All right then, it's time to meet him and begin investigating that underground tunnel that I came across 20 years ago. The Clover Academy's branch in Hand City, unlike their main campus in Moon City, consisted of only one large 4-story building. All operations were carried out from within this building, and this was also the place where the students were taught. Needless to say, it was a humongous building. On the top floor that served as office spaces for the professors, ranked 2 magus, Elorion Thornton, slowly walked towards his private office in the southwest corner of the floor. He was a professor specializing in the School of Invocation. Moreover, he was also the agent of the Twilight Brotherhood tasked with finding out any intel about the underground tunnel that the Clover Academy was researching. Opening the door to his private office, he entered with a relaxed smile on his face. He had already finished teaching his students and had the rest of the day off. Thinking of his several wives waiting for him in his manor in the Western District, his smile couldn't help but turn wider. Ah, life is good, he muttered under his breath as he took his seat on the high-back leather chair. It had been over a decade since he had been stationed here by the Brotherhood. Before this, he was working as an undercover spy for an organization that had been practicing dark magic and using the common folks of the lands as its test subjects. Needless to say, compared to his previous work, his work now as a professor at Clover Academy was like the difference between the mud and the clouds. When he was not teaching the kids at the academy, he would carry out research in the underground tunnel, and when he was not doing that, he would be having fun with his wives in the city. Good, life is good. The man happily chuckled as he grasped the feather quill and began signing the documents on his table. Having a good time, are we? Suddenly, out of nowhere, an emotionless voice echoed inside the office room, catching Elorion by surprise. His hands paused and a deep frown formed on his face. Next, his eyes narrowed and he slowly raised his head. The man knew that the intruder had some skills, or else he would have been able to notice the person's presence when he entered. However, Elorion didn't think that this was something that he couldn't handle. After all, he was a mana liquefaction magus, and even the ruler of the city, who was also the strongest magus in the city, was the same rank as him. Elorion's gaze landed on a young man with a thick beard on his face. He was sitting on a couch in one corner of the office. He wore dark robes and a dark pointy hat, its brim casting a shadow on his face. The young man had his legs crossed in a very nonchalant manner, treating this place as if it belonged to him. He had clasped his hands and interlocked his fingers, staring at Elorion in a bored manner. May I ask who you are? Elorion muttered cautiously. Something about the young man's calm demeanor irked him. It was as if nothing in this world could bother him. Moreover, what really caused him to feel alarmed was the fact he couldn't sense the man's aura at all. Usually, he could tell if a person was a magus or a mortal, but with him, nothing. Adam curiously glanced at the portly middle-aged man with burgundy hair and a trimmed mustache and beard. He wore luxurious clothes and had gold rings adorned on each of his fingers. He even wore a necklace studded with a magical gem around his collar. So flashy, he thought in amusement. So you were the one who sent me the letter, eh? He asked. The letter, Alorion frowned. There were several letters he had sent to several people in the past few years. You're not being very specific, he began, but his words got caught in his throat when Adam interrupted him. In twilight we find truth, said the raven-haired youth with a calm and steady tone. Alorion's eyes gradually widened. This time he carefully observed the youth before him. Dark robes, dark pointy hat, dark eyes. He also claimed that I sent him the letter. Could he be? The portly man hurriedly got to his feet. He touched his forehead with his right hand index and middle fingers, then he lowered them, drawing an arc and placing them above his chest. In shadows we seek wisdom. Adam hummed with his eyes closed, leaning back on the couch. Alorion Thornton, agent of the Brotherhood, we finally meet. Alorion's heartbeat started to rapidly speed up. He walked around his table and nervously approached the raven-haired youth. My lord, he loudly gulped. Are you the Dark King? Adam silently nodded. Hearing his confirmation, Alorion got down on one knee and placed his hand on his chest. He deferentially lowered his head and spoke with utmost respect. My lord, it is an honor to meet you. Everyone in the Twilight Brotherhood, from the lowest of acolytes to the Council of Dawn overseeing everything from the top, was familiar with the legends of Adam Constantine. He went by many names: Black Vengeance, the Tyrant, and most recently the Dark King. This man was the youngest person in the world to advance to the grand station of Mana Vortex rank. Even labeling the word genius was doing him an injustice. His battle prowess was already considered to be at the peak of the Mana Vortex rank despite having only recently advanced, and he was said to command an army of 1,000 serpents. So when Alorion finally came face to face with this man, he couldn't help but feel excited, fearful respect, and immense admiration. Rise, Adam said calmly, his eyes still closed. Yes, my lord. Alorion rose to his feet, his back straighter than an arrow. He didn't dare to speak unless he was spoken to. He didn't even dare to breathe. Adam slowly opened his eyes, looking at the portly man standing before him. His lips parted and he asked coolly, what is the status of the research done in the underground tunnel? Alorion thought for a few moments before respectfully answering, my lord, there still haven't been any breakthroughs in our research. After studying the tunnel as well as the vampire's lair, we have only been able to learn about superficial knowledge on shadow magic and summoning magic. Adam's eyes narrowed. And you found nothing about Shadowmere? Yes, correct, my lord. Not even inside that black and white tunnel. Adam pressed, the weight in his heart growing by the moment. Nothing, my lord. Alorion sincerely said, we just know that the tunnel leads to Shadowmere. Apart from that, we haven't found any conclusive evidence. It's just like the situation in Blackshore. Adam thought to himself, his expression turning grave. Someone has cast a high-level enchantment spell. This spell leads people to believe something when there's no evidence supporting it. It's that same bizarre feeling. The truth stares you in the eye, yet you are unable to discern it. Hand City and Blackshore. The two are definitely connected. Adam felt the same bizarre feeling here in Hand City and also in Blackshore. Despite there being no evidence suggesting it, he, along with everyone else related to this specific incident in Hand City, thought that the underground tunnel leading to the vampire's lair had some connection to Shadowmere. The same happened in Blackshore. Despite there being no evidence suggesting that the Cult of Bones would not participate in the battle, everyone from Ravenfell, the rank 3 magi, thought that the cult had withdrawn. This led to the forces of Ravenfell becoming heavily outnumbered when they arrived at Blackshore. If it wasn't for Adam advancing to the Mana Vortex rank, everyone from Ravenfell would have perished in that battle. This was a high-level spell from the School of Enchantment that was altering the perception of people en masse. It was a subtle, yet very insidious spell. Why is it that only I was able to figure out this discrepancy in both places? Adam thought. It has to be because of the White Lotus. I can't think of any other reason. And the one to cast this spell has to be someone from the Cult of Bones, but this kind of spell. So naturally he could also identify the spell that was being used here. The youth's brows furrowed, his expression turning grave, but such a spell should not have been possible here. First, there was Macabre Domain, and now this. No doubt this is the doing of the cult leader. Adam found himself involuntarily taking a deep breath. The next moment, he extended his sphere of resonance to the maximum output, covering almost the entire city. He could instantly locate Valerian, who was touring the market district of the city. Other than that, he also confirmed that he was the strongest being in the city. Realizing this, he couldn't help but subconsciously heave a breath of relief. If this is truly related to the mysterious cult leader, then I must be extremely cautious, he thought to himself. And it is very likely that this is, in fact, related to him. He turned his attention to the portly middle-aged man and asked, you mentioned the existence of runes in the tunnel. Were you able to decipher them? Alorion shook his head, displaying an apologetic expression. No, my lord. Those are some highly advanced runes and beyond my comprehension. I did, however, send a copy of those runes to the Ulier headquarters. And any reply from them? Adam asked. No, my lord, I see. The raven-haired youth slipped into deep thought. Highly advanced runes carved on the walls, eh? Could these runes be responsible for teleporting people from the surface to the underground tunnel? Perhaps something else. Only after studying them will I be able to come to a conclusion. What's the situation in the underground tunnel? Ilorion respectfully answered, My lord, the place is under strict security by the Magi of the Clover Academy. However, they are only Mana Foundation Magi. From time to time, several Rank 2 professors will visit the place and try to uncover the secrets of summoning magic and shadow magic left behind by the deceased vampire. Moreover, we have also found that before that vampire had gone into slumber, he used to be a Mana Vortex Magus. So a lot of his research is still left in the underground chamber. What about the headmistress? Adam asked. How often does she come here? Helen Godfrey was the only Mana Vortex Magus he had to worry about in Hand City. She was an old Magus and a very powerful one. Very rarely, my lord, said the man. And even if she does come, she usually spends her time in the tunnels, studying the advanced runes and trying to decipher them. Adam silently nodded, slipping into his realm of thoughts once again. Perhaps the headmistress has also noticed the peculiarities in the runes. Now that I've become a Mana Vortex Magus, perhaps the Brotherhood's headquarters will allow me to look into the research they've carried out on the advanced runes. But it's strange that they would keep such a tight lid over that research. He got to his feet, instructing the man, All right, Ilorion, take me to the tunnels. My lord, right now. The man was taken aback. Shouldn't we go at night when there are fewer people around? Don't worry about that, the youth assured him as he weaved a simple hand seal, slowly disappearing out of his senses. They won't notice me. Ilorion stood still with his mouth agape for a few moments before hurriedly walking towards his table, grabbing a few parchments, and rushing out of his office. He spoke in a hushed tone before he exited, My lord, please stay close to me. With that said, he and Adam left the Clover Academy building and headed towards the underground tunnel. After passing through the peculiar wall at the end of a certain cobblestoned alley above ground, Adam and Ilorion were teleported to the underground tunnel. Gazing at his black and white surroundings, Adam was reminded of the time he, Edward, and Lisa, along with some of the Magi of Hand City, had entered this tunnel to fight the vampire and his undead creatures. It feels like a lifetime ago, Adam thought to himself with a faint smile. He followed after Ilorion, who seemed like he had arrived here to study the tunnel. There were rank 1 Magi from the academy stationed every 50 to 100 meters, standing guard. All of them respectfully greeted Ilorion when he passed by. Of course, none of them sensed another person following behind the portly man. After several minutes, Ilorion stood before a certain roped-off section of the tunnel, walking closer to the wall and muttering under his breath, seemingly talking to himself. Right, this is the one the headmistress was studying. Perhaps I can learn a thing or two as well. He then began jotting down notes on the parchment papers. Understanding the meaning behind the man's words, Adam stepped forward to study this section of the tunnel. His eyes narrowed and his pupils dilated. His observation capabilities were significantly boosted as he activated the sphere of resonance and focused on the wall before him. He could see highly advanced runes intricately carved on the walls. The language used was different. It felt chilling, ominous, and otherworldly. The moment Adam's gaze landed on these runes, his heart turned cold. Although he didn't technically know the language the runes were written in, he was familiar with them as he had seen them in the memories of a few experts from the greater universe. Adam suddenly recalled the dark ritual magic that was used in the summoning magic in the Duskfall Masquerade back in Ravenfell. His eyes narrowed and his expression grew dark. He had seen the language in the memories before. Furthermore, the existence of this language here further solidified his speculations that the Cult of Bones was involved in Hand City. Adam's worst fears had taken form. After all, the runes were etched in a language he recognized. It was the tongue of devils. The devils from the 9 hells of Inferno. Adam's expression turned extremely dark and he involuntarily clenched his teeth. Those damned cultists, he cursed inwardly. All the secret reports and intel gathered by the Brotherhood state that the cultists have been in cahoots with the devils of hell for a long time now. It was evident when I saw the sacrificial ritual in the underground chamber of the Duskfall estate. But this. The youth's eyes narrowed, his gaze boring into the runes etched onto the walls. Just what the hell are they planning? These runes are highly advanced, and even I can't understand anything at all because they are written in the devil's tongue. He knew exactly why the runic language was translated into the devil's tongue. It was so that none who chanced upon it would be able to decipher it. Furthermore, he could think of another reason why the cult would go so far. On the off chance that no matter how minuscule the chances were understood not only devil tongue, but also had a deep understanding of rune magic, then they would be able to alter whatever it was that the cult was planning here. These bastards, I have a very bad feeling about this, Adam thought to himself, his heart gripped by an extremely foreboding feeling. Then there was also another layer of security added to this, and that was the high-level enchantment spell that altered the perception of the people in the vicinity. Whatever it is the cult is planning, he thought. It is big and it is dangerous. Damn it, just how long have they been at it? Suddenly, his eyes gradually widened when he noticed something, and that is why he was able to notice this. He took another step forward, brushing his fingers against a certain area of the wall. The carvings etched in that particular area of the wall looked fresh, almost as if someone had only recently finished carving those strange symbols on the wall. Adam's heart turned cold, and he sent a mental transmission to Elorion through Mind Whisper. Who did you say comes here to study the runes? Elorion was momentarily startled when he heard a foreign voice echo inside his mind. Then he secretly weaved a hand seal and cast Mind Whisper, replying to Adam. Apart from a few old magi of the academy, only the headmistress seems to spend the most time here. He paused for a moment before adding, right, come to think of it, I don't think I've heard any reports about the headmistress ever visiting the vampire's lair at the end of the tunnel. She always spends her time in this black and white tunnel, studying these strange esoteric symbols. This gave rise to some rumors among the faculty of the academy, my lord, that these strange symbols contain arcane mysteries, and that is why the headmistress is always studying them whenever she comes here. Adam's expression was ghastly, to say the least. Headmistress Godfrey, he thought in disbelief. No, that can't be, I refuse to believe it. How often did you say she comes here? He asked Elorion again, his voice shaky. Even the portly man could tell that something was wrong when he heard the youth's voice. To him, Adam seemed angry, very angry. Elorion couldn't help but gulp nervously as he straightened his back. My lord, she comes here once every couple of months. Adam remained silent for a long time, his gaze never leaving the fresh markings on the wall. Whoever it was that carved these symbols recently did their best to hide the fresh markings, and it would have worked if it were any other magus, but Adam's observational capabilities were far too great, even more so after he advanced to the mana vortex rank. No, I can't just make random guesses based on no evidence, he mused. Does anyone else come to these tunnels? Any powerful magus besides the headmistress? He asked mentally. Elorion thought deeply for a moment before respectfully answering, no, my lord. Not to my knowledge, no. Adam silently nodded before departing, leaving behind his parting words to echo inside Elorion's mind. All right, that will be all. If I need anything, I'll call for you. Elorion remained standing on his spot for a long time. Unbeknownst to him, his back was drenched in a layer of cold sweat after holding a conversation with Adam. After he made sure that the youth was gone, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeves. That was taxing, he thought. His gaze was then drawn to the wall before him. The man squinted his eyes trying to uncover something ganathing, but he couldn't. Just what did the Dark King find for him to become so furious, he wondered. Hans Lighthouse, one of the most famous landmarks in the city of Sales, this towering lighthouse stood at the end of a long arm of narrow, rocky land that separated Hans Harbor from the misty sea. It served as the beacon of hope for sailors and a monument of identity for the residents of Hans City. Adam sat on the domed roof of the lantern room situated at the very top of the lighthouse, gazing at the bustling city before him. He took large mouthfuls of wine from the clay gourd, yet the frown on his face did not ease. The image of the kind and elderly woman who introduced him and many kids like him to the magical world of mysteries surfaced in his mind. Professor Godfrey, the youth's lips quivered. He didn't want to believe it, but the thought had already taken root inside his mind. He finished the entire wine and hurled it towards the sea in frustration. No point jumping to conclusions, I need to first confirm it, he thought to himself, his expression grave. He cleared the lotus to clear the fog of intoxication covering his mind. His eyes flashed with a bright light as he slowly closed them. When he opened them again, he had arrived at the mysterious space within the white lotus. Surrounded by bright motes of light all around him, Adam felt like he had returned home after a long and tiring journey. There is one way to confirm my speculations, he muttered under his breath. He turned his head and gazed at a certain orb floating in the distance. This orb of light radiated a dark and ominous aura, similar to the aura emitted by the runes in the tunnel. Adam had come across this sphere of light several years ago, but there were two reasons that he still had not consumed it. Firstly, the size of the soul was too big for him to devour. At the time, he figured that he had to become at least a rank 3 mana vortex magus to absorb the soul. Secondly, and most importantly, he believed that even if he did become a mana vortex magus, he would never abossib this soul bequeath of the dark and repulsive aura that it radiated. At the time, Adam feared that absorbing the soul of such a wicked and ominous being might have some effect on him. No matter how minute the changes would be, he didn't wish to absorb it. Now, however, he could come up with two reasons why he must absorb this soul. Firstly, the aura it radiated had some similarities to the aura generated by the blood ritual magic in the Duskfall Masquerade, as well as the devil tongue inscribed on the walls of the black and white tunnel. Adam was almost certain that this soul once belonged to a powerful magus from the 9 hells of Inferno. This devil must have participated in the great battle over the eternal soul lotus more than 50,000 years ago and must have lost his life as a result. His second reason was related to the conversation he had with Lord White. As Adam floated in this ethereal space inside the lotus, surrounded by thousands of orbs of light, big and small, his eyes flashed with newfound understanding. He now knew that a sentient being's soul consisted of three parts. The first part held all memories and experiences. It was known as the vessel. The second part embodied personality, emotions, and individuality. It was known as the will. The third part was the pure essence of spiritual energy, the force that bound the soul to the physical body. It was known as the spark. The vessel, the will, and the spark were inseparable from each other, and together they made up what is known as the soul. However, the eternal soul lotus had the miraculous ability to purge the soul of its will, leaving behind only the vessel and the spark. When Adam gazed at the sea of floating brilliant orbs around him, he knew that all of them were devoid of will. And that was the very reason why Adam had managed to retain his personality and individuality despite having consumed so many of these souls. Come to think of it, the youth muttered under his breath, his lips curling into a wry smile. I was quite reckless back then, consuming all these souls like they were sweets. If it weren't for the miraculous ability of the White Lotus, he might have gained several personalities by now and would have turned insane. No wonder why thousands of experts from the greater universe would wage an epic battle over this artifact. He now truly understood the value of the eternal soul lotus. Not only did it allow him to strengthen his own soul by devouring the spark from other souls, but it also allowed him to absorb everything contained in the vessel of the souls. He arrived before the soul of the Magus, whom he speculated to be one of the powerful devils from hell. Now that he knew nothing would happen to him psychologically after devouring this soul, he grew more confident in absorbing it. Moreover, he had to devour it either way. For he believed that this soul would allow him to learn the devil's tongue. Once he truly learned the language, he would then be able to better understand the purpose of the runes in the underground tunnel. Only then would he be able to find out about Headmistress Godfrey's involvement, or if she was even involved in this great conspiracy in the first place. Everything began with him consuming the soul of this devil. Adam's dark eyes flashed with ruthless resolve, and the next moment, he thrust both his hands inside the giant orb of light. The fifth layer of hell, Nivharan, was a realm of bottomless ocean. It was covered in ice sheets that were a couple of miles thick and covered in huge icebergs. The famous river Jijal, which separated the living from the dead, cut across the ice and formed an expansive channel. It was strange for a river to run through an ocean, maintaining its own integrity along the way. But such was the magic of the river Jijal, as well as the mystical fifth layer of hell, Nivharan. It was a realm where ice and cold were empowered, while fire and heat were diminished. Besides the bitter cold in the river Jijal, Nivharan was said to be the home of bloody backstabbing devils. It was an uncaring hell, a place that ripped away all love and compassion. The magical civilizations in Nivharan were restricted to the dominant surface known as ice flows. There were flows large enough to serve as the foundation for expansive cities. Of course, such areas were ruled by the strongest of devils, masters of magic. While all the powerful devils of Nivharan lorded over armies of countless creatures and ruled over several cities, there was one devil who everyone, except the ruler of Nivharan, feared, an unknown devil, a vagabond. There was a name whispered in shadows, spoken only in hushed voices because none alive knew his name. He was not a creature of fire and fury, nor did he stride into battle prepared in spells and steel. No, he was far more insidious. He remained in the background always, an apparition behind the throne, a shadow behind a war general, a whisper in the mind of mortals. Empires crumbled, rebellions arose, and alliances shattered. Yet through it all, the devil never once showed his face. His magic was parasitic, both literally and metaphorically. He conjured invisible leeches, arcane parasites that latched onto souls, weaving into their thoughts, their desires, their fears. A merchant who suddenly turned traitor, a prince who betrayed his family, and a hero who murdered his own allies. None knew they were puppets. No one knew his form. Some said he wore 1,000 faces. There were no sightings, no signs, only patterns. In the aftermath, when the dust had settled and the corpses had turned cold, only one truth remained. He had won, he always won. He didn't need to conquer the world, for he owned it already. His name was the Devil of Secrets. There exists a tale buried in the frost-bitten archives of Nivharan. It was a tale not often told because even devils feared what it revealed. Long ago, the Devil of Secrets had turned his eyes towards the throne of the fifth layer of hell. Its ruler was a cold and ancient being, rumored to be older than the first frost ever formed. Seated upon a throne of frozen traitors, the ruler of Nivharan held dominion over oaths broken, loyalty shattered, and hearts turned to ice. To the Devil of Secrets, this being was a prize. If he could sink his parasites into the ruler's soul, he would gain access to a vast network of infernal powers, rulers, generals, and informants, ensnaring all through his chain of command. The ruler of Nivharan, silent and still, seemed like the perfect target. Thus the Devil of Secrets made his move. In the shadows between moments, he released his parasites. These were things of whispers and worms, leeches that fed not on blood but trust. He sent them crawling to the deepest reaches of the ruler's castle, concealed in shadows older than darkness itself. But the ruler of Nivharen was no fool. The parasites never reached their mark. As they drew near, each one of them froze, encased in black ice. And then the ruler spoke. Enough, he said. A single word was spoken through the howling cold winds of betrayal, and the devil of secrets, for the first time in his life, felt fear. Yet the ruler did not strike him down. Instead, he did something no one could have foreseen. The ruler of Nivharen offered the devil of secrets a mission, and the latter had to complete it in return for having his life spared. What the mission was, no one knew, not even the other rulers of hell. The devil of secrets, having finally seen the true power of the ruler of Nivharen as well as his magnanimity, agreed to go on this mission. For nothing was more important than his life itself, or that's what he believed at the time. Devil of Secrets vanished for a time, drifting away from the realms of the damned, pursuing some task in the darkest corners of the Magus universe. The ruler of Nivharen had sent him to retrieve a legendary artifact rumored to contain the secrets of the soul, the eternal soul lotus. In his long journey across the universe, the Devil of Secrets came to learn more and more about this legendary soul-type artifact, and the more he learned about it, the more desire for it grew in his heart. For the first time in his long life, he felt something else replace his deep desire to live. It was greed. If he could come to acquire the eternal soul lotus, it would boost his parasitic magic exponentially. If he practiced his arcane arts to the extremes in conjunction with this artifact, then there was nothing in this world that could stop him, not even death itself, for at its core, his parasitic magic that he had spent a lifetime to create and perfect revolved around the essence of the soul, and the eternal soul lotus was the greatest soul-type artifact in the universe. Had to have it, no matter what. Even if it meant betraying the ruler of Nivharen, he would do it, over and over again. But before him lay an insurmountable obstacle. No, it was not the ruler of Nivharen who sent him to retrieve the artifact. It was the one who currently possessed it, Magus Julian Stockholm. This human was known throughout the Magus universe as the greatest genius to have ever lived. Countless magi bearing the title of geniuses had challenged him, but all of them had died. Magus Stockholm stood upon a mountain of corpses belonging to geniuses, his back straight and his chin raised high. He was mighty, he was aloof, he was an unreachable existence, and it was this same person who had now gotten his hands on the eternal white lotus. With it, he was undefeatable, but even he could not fight off thousands of magi all by himself. The Devil of Secrets parasitized numerous magi, making them do his bidding while he remained in the shadows, patiently waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Seeing the thousands of corpses strewn around the plain, he couldn't help but feel fear, but he also felt respect and deep admiration for Magus Stockholm. This was truly a Magus among magi, as expected of the greatest genius of the universe, thought the Devil of Secrets. He emerged from the shadows, revealing his presence to all much to their shock. After all, they didn't even know he had existed until now. His presence had been a secret. Draped in a shadowy cloak, the Devil of Secrets raised his hand and declared, Magus Julian Stockholm, you are truly worthy of the title of the greatest genius. Magus Stockholm, his face pale and bloody, turned towards him. He noticed that this person had no facial featureless, no mouth, ears, nose, nothing. Where his eyes should have been, a pair of polished horns jutted out, curving upwards. Devil Magus Stockholm spat through gritted teeth. He turned to look at all the Magus that were still alive and proclaimed, all my life I have pursued the peak of magic, and although I will perish today, I have no regrets. One day someone will inherit my will and carry on my dream. His lips curled into a cold smile and he continued, but now that you all have come all the way here, might as well accompany me to the afterlife. Hearing his words, the Devil of Secrets felt an intense foreboding feeling grip up in his heart. Before he or any of the other magi could react, a terrifying otherworldly pressure descended on them, making them tremble in sheer horror. That's when the Devil of Secrets saw the source of this pressure. An ethereal white lotus had appeared in Magus Stockholm's hand. The following moment, the space in a radius of 1,000 miles froze as the lotus bloomed. A terrifying vortex formed with the lotus at the center, and tiny void cracks appeared in the space all around. The might of the eternal soul lotus had caused the space to collapse. The Devil of Secrets found his thoughts become sluggish, and soon he was barely even able to think. His eyes slowly started to turn listless as his soul was gradually devoured by the lotus. Just as the last vestiges of his consciousness were slowly absorbed by the legendary artifact, he gazed at the holy white petals of the lotus one final time and muttered a single word, beautiful. The Devil of Secrets closed his eyes. Adam Constantine opened his. He looked at the city of sails sprawling before him and muttered softly, a single bloom of ghostly white, it opens only in the dark of night. No spell is cast, no blade is drawn, just silence, soft, and breath is gone. No scream, no pain, no final cry, just beauty blooming as you die. The raven-haired youth rose to his feet and raised his head to glimpse at the distant stars in the universe. "Indeed, devil," he said. It was a beautiful death. The sun had set, casting the sky in a shade of black and red. Selene and Luna had risen above the horizon, casting their ethereal gaze on the city of sails. This time, when Adam cast his gaze toward the twin celestial bodies, his eyes flashed with complex emotions. Standing at one of the piers on the dockside, he silently gazed at the twin moons as he sipped wine from the gourd occasionally. He now knew that the twin moons held the key to venturing into the greater universe. Will I have to one day travel to the moon? Such a thought couldn't help but surface in his mind, causing him to let out a light chuckle. He shook his head ever so slightly before turning around and heading back to the heart of the city. Although he had just absorbed a relatively large soul in the mysterious space of the White Lotus, surprisingly enough, he didn't feel much pain mentally. It would appear that the Lotus strengthens my soul passively every time I break through a Magus rank, the youth speculated. Additionally, I can also consume the smaller orbs of light in the mysterious space. The rate at which my soul can become stronger is astounding. However, even he knew that his soul body could only grow as strong as his physical body would allow it. But since he had only just advanced to the mana vortex rank, there were still a lot more white orbs he could devour until he felt full. There was still another way he could strengthen his physical body, allowing him to absorb more souls. The Astral Tyrant Manual. This profound technique was something that one of the experts whose soul Adam had devoured had uncovered in an ancient ruin of a magical civilization of yore. With every advancement Adam made, he would revolve this technique to also increase the strength of his body. Moreover, all this while he had been following the physique-strengthening system used in the greater universe. He still had to bring the strength of his physical body up to the arcane stage of mana vortex rank. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speculate, this is such a fascinating system. Considering the dual nature of all things in existence, mana is truly such a mystical concept. A sentient being already consists of dual parts, the physical body and the soul body. Yet with the involvement of mana, the duality does not transform into a trinity, but it enhances the two aspects already present. It acts as a bridge between the physical and the spiritual. The raven-haired youth, lost in his own thoughts, arrived in the Bazaar district. It was the center of Han's city and the most happening place. Here, one could find all the items shipped from the neighboring continent of Nahua. Seeing humans from all sorts of backgrounds mingle amongst one another on the long street that etched from the western part to the eastern part of the city, Adam was suddenly reminded of home. He turned east, his eyes flashing with deep emotions. After I finish my work here, I'll come to visit you too for sure. Wait for me just a little longer. He took a deep breath and cleared the emotions swirling in his heart. He had work to do. He couldn't sit idly by and relax when there was so much at stake. As he was thinking about how to proceed with the things secretly unfolding within the city, he suddenly came across a familiar establishment. It was a place he had visited with Edward and Lisa decades ago. Black Pearl, Adam muttered under his breath, his lips involuntarily forming a smile. He headed inside without hesitation. The Black Pearl Tavern was one of the biggest taverns located in the Bazaar district. It was frequented by locals, foreigners, and even wealthy merchants. The reason why so many people of high station according to mortal standards that Iskos to come to this place was solely because of one reason. Black Pearl produced one of the best wines in the Southern Federation. As soon as Adam walked inside the bar, he drew the gazes of everyone inside. Atmosphere gradually turned silent as everyone gawked at him. The current Adam stood out a lot after all. His appearance was striking, to say the least. Not only was his height more than 2 meters tall, but his physique was also lean yet muscular, giving people the feeling that they were in the presence of a huntsman. Adam ignored everyone and walked towards the empty table in the corner of the main floor. On his way, he gazed at the bartender and instructed, "Send a few bottles of Caldera over." "Why yes, my lord," the bald bartender blurted out. Tusk, Adam clicked his tongue in annoyance. As soon as he had entered the tavern, all eyes were on him. Some looked at him curiously, some gazed in apprehension, while others blatantly displayed greed as they saw his fine garments. He turned to the crowd, raised his hands wide, and grinned. "Everyone's next round of drinks is on me." A moment of silence ensued before the tavern burst into applause and cheers. This is the spirit of the Black Pearl. "Cheers to the young man over there. Let us drink till we pass out." With a few simple words, Adam had managed to change the atmosphere inside the tavern. He turned back around and walked towards the empty table, scoffing inwardly as he thought, "Who the hell is going to pay for your drinks? Clearly not me." The youth took his seat and conjured a set of parchments and a feather quill. Then he began writing down the things he had absorbed from the memories of the Devil of Secrets. Firstly, he now had a deep understanding of the language of the 9 hells of Inferno. It was called the black tongue of rulers and betrayers, a tongue of torment, a forbidden speech whispered only in the deepest pits of hell, an accursed language said to burn the throats of mortals, a harsh and guttural tongue born from shadows and flames infernac. Moreover, Adam had also absorbed fragmented memories of advanced rune magic. Combined with the knowledge about runes that he already possessed, he had exponentially increased his understanding of this arcane art. Finally, the most valuable thing that the youth learned from the devil's memories was his magic. It was a magic born from secrets, a forbidden art of bending others through unseen bonds, soul puppetry. Adam's eyes flashed with a mysterious light, and he repeated the words that the devil of secrets had once said, "Why break the body when you can whisper to the soul?" A vile and ancient form of magic, created by the insidious devil of secrets, soul puppetry allowed a caster to implant arcane parasites into their target's soul, threading invisible cords through their thoughts, emotions, and will. The victim often remained unaware, believing every action was their own until it was too late. Or in other cases, the soul body of the victim was completely replaced by the parasite, allowing the caster to control them from afar. Just thinking about what the devil of secrets had done in his life to create such a form of magic caused Adam's back to be drenched in a layer of cold sweat. He had seen many things in the devil's memories, most of them making him almost want to vomit. Adam had seen the devil of secrets invading countless planets, slaughtering all of its residents, and collecting their souls to experiment on his magic. Soul puppetry was the arcane art formed after ruthlessly murdering billions of lives and going through trial and error for tens of thousands of years. But now the fruits of the devil's labors had fallen right into Adam's lap. However, despite having access to the entirety of soul puppetry, it didn't mean that Adam could outright use it. This was an extremely high-level magic, and Adam was a mere mana vortex rank magus. In Tron, he may be considered a powerhouse, but in the grand schemes of the magus universe, he was nothing but one of countless pebbles at the bottom of the river. Recalling all the memories pertaining to soul puppetry, Adam couldn't help but marvel at its ingenuity. He could now understand why the devil of secrets was overcome by greed when he learned about what the eternal soul lotus was truly capable of. The devil's greed was so deep that he even thought of betraying one of the most powerful existences in the 9 hells of Inferno, the ruler of the 5th layer of hell. Adam's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he couldn't help but think, it's almost as if soul puppetry was made for the wielder of the White Lotus. This superior arcane art consisted of splitting a part of the caster's soul, then converting the split soul into a parasite through a very lengthy and holistic process, and finally having the soul parasite infest the spirit sea of the target. From there on, the caster could choose to have the soul parasites operate in one of 2 ways. First, it could subtly influence the target to act in ways that would be beneficial to the caster. This method was a subtle form of manipulation, where the victims would end up carrying out tasks without even knowing they're no longer free. Second, the soul parasite would take a much more ruthless approach by infiltrating the target's spirit sea, devouring its soul body, and permanently replacing it. This magic art focused on the school of enchantment and the school of summoning. But there was one thing that Adam realized. The biggest and most critical flaw of the soul puppetry directly affected the caster. The act of splitting one's soul was far more dangerous and far more painful than splitting one's flesh. Furthermore, 8 out of 10 times, the caster would have no way of healing their soul. Out of the remaining 2 times, one could be used to consume a magical ingredient that could heal their soul, but even then the damage done could never be fully repaired. The last option was to consume others' souls to replenish their own, an act that the devils of hells were known to do. That is why only a resident of the 9 hells of Inferno could create such a secretive and devious form of magic. But herein lay the problem. Consuming others' souls was highly detrimental, as it could change the consumer's personality and individuality, leading them down a path of madness from which there was absolutely no return. Devils, on the other hand, were born with a unique physiology that negated some of the harmful effects of consuming others' souls. They were cold, apathetic, and vicious creatures to begin with. For power, they would do anything, as the primary personality trait for any devil was ambition, so it didn't matter to them how many tens or hundreds or thousands of souls they consumed. Firstly, it barely affected their already twisted and vindictive nature, and secondly, it served as a means to an end. But with the eternal soul lotus, the main flaw of soul puppetry could be mended. This was the reason why the devil of secrets was so hellbent on acquiring this legendary artifact. Just thinking of the infinite possibilities that Adam had now access to with the White Lotus and soul puppetry in his possession, he couldn't help but loudly gulp. 4 bottles of caldera for you, my lord. Right at that moment, a curvy, middle-aged woman approached the youth with a tray of wine gourds. She placed the gourds on the table and deeply looked at Adam. She could tell that this person was a man of means just by looking at his clothes and appearance, but seeing that Adam hadn't even cast a glance at her, she pursed her lips and walked away with a harumph. Meanwhile, Adam gazed at the notes he had jotted down on the parchment paper with narrowed eyes. With a simple thought, the paper lit up in flames and burnt to ashes within a moment. He absent-mindedly uncorked the gourd and poured the wine into the flat cup. But there is another reason why the Devil of Secrets got his name, he thought as he brought the cup to his mouth and took a light sip. Soul puppetry was one aspect, but the main reason why he was even able to carry out this magic was because of another form of magic. This form of magic wasn't something he created, but something that he found in one of the inheritances left baying in a primal ruin by an ancient powerful magus. This magic had no name because it was a secret. The very essence of this form of magic revolved around secrecy and concealment. Applying this magic to other types of magic can help conceal it from prying eyes. Moreover, this form of magic could not only be used on other types of magic, but also on tangible things. Such a fascinating form of magic. Adam's eyes glowed with a brilliant light, and he thought, however, this is still something that I cannot use at my current strength, but at the very least, I can use my spiritual energy and utilize an embryonic form of soul puppetry. Splitting my soul to form parasites is not something that I can afford to do right now. Despite possessing the White Lotus, it would still take a considerable amount of time for my soul to completely heal. He turned towards the window and gazed at the twin moons. He took another sip from the wine cup and thought with narrowed eyes. When the city falls asleep later tonight, I shall go and investigate the underground tunnel with my newfound knowledge. This time, I'll uncover whatever it is the Cult of Bones is hiding. Selene and Luna were high in the sky, casting their ethereal glow over the city of sails. It was past midnight and most of the residents had fallen asleep, except for the few shops and taverns that remained open late at night and the group of night guards patrolling the city. Everyone had drifted off to slumberland. Under the dark cover of the night, Adam, dressed in all black, appeared at the mouth of the cobbled alley that led to the underground tunnel. It was guarded by several rank 1 mana foundation magi from the Clover Academy. However, none of them could sense the raven-haired youth's presence. After having cast a dingy illusion on himself, it was extremely easy for him to deceive the senses of others. Compared to his last trip here as a child, the place surrounding the alley had greatly changed. For one, the nearby residential and commercial buildings had been changed into barracks that were used by the magi of the academy. It was evident that the Clover Academy placed a very heavy emphasis on this area specifically, the underground tunnel and the vampire's lair. As Adam walked past the oblivious guards, his eyes narrowed and he wondered, the reason why the academy was interested in this place, could it just be a magus curiosity? Or perhaps there's more than meets the eye. Ever since he had begun fighting the forces of the Cult of Bones, he realized that things were more than they always seemed. The cult leader was a cunning man. It was evident that he had been scheming in the shadows for centuries, and his grand plans spanned the entire globe. But what were his plans for Tron? What were his plans for Ulier? What were his plans for Hand City? These were the questions that kept bothering Adam, keeping him awake at night. But now he was finally going to get some answers. He arrived at the end of the alley. Before him lay an unassuming brick wall, but it was anything but ordinary. Without pausing his footsteps, Adam passed straight through the wall. A momentary sense deviation affected his equilibrium. It was for a split second before everything returned to normal, and he had arrived at the black and white tunnel. Adam's eyes narrowed and he wondered, when I was a Mana Foundation magus, I couldn't sense much when I arrived here, but now that I see it. He scanned the entirety of the tunneled walls, the ceilings, the floor, and couldn't help but think, it seems very profound. Even as a Mana Vortex magus, I can only barely understand these strange arcane symbols. I'm afraid if it weren't for my newfound understanding of Infernac, I wouldn't have understood anything at all. Behind him was a dead end, but there were still runes carved on the wall. Their size was so minuscule that if it weren't for his sphere of resonance, he wouldn't have been able to fully observe them. Only a Mana Vortex Maguser above would be able to see them with their superior observational capabilities. Without waiting a moment longer, he began studying the runes etched on the walls. At the same time, he started jotting down notes on the parchment paper, trying to decode them. While he delved into the mysteries behind these runes, several guards had come and gone in the tunnel, switching positions several times. The moons and set and the sun had risen. The cycle repeated twice until Adam finally arrived at the end of the tunnel leading to the vampire's lair. Adam rested with his back against the wall, and around him lay several pieces of parchments all scribbled with his notes. He hadn't left the tunnel in 2 days and had only slept a couple of hours in total. Despite that, he wasn't all that tired mentally or physically. The youth ran a hand through his hair, pushing his bangs aside as he gazed at the parchment. His eyes narrowed and he wondered, these runes. They whisper the echoes of magic from the School of Enchantment, there are also hints of magic from the School of Illusion. Yes, it is as I had guessed. These runes alter the perception of anyone who approaches them. The purpose of this rune magic is to divert the target from the truth, however. Adam's eyes narrowed and he shifted his attention from his notes to the walls. The magic here must be significantly strong, especially illusion magic, for even my eyes to be unable to see through it. One of the passive abilities of the Eternal Soul Lotus was to allow its caster to see through illusions and falsehoods. But the fact that Adam wasn't able to see through the illusion cast by the runes meant that this was very highly advanced rune magic, more so than he had expected. If that is the case, he muttered under his breath and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they shone with a holy white light. A pair of beautiful lotuses bloomed on his dark pupils, allowing him to see through the deception. Ever since he had traveled to the River of Fate and met up with the mysterious butterfly, he had never once activated his greatest trump card, fearing what would happen to him if he overused it. But now he finally did. Although activating the White Lotus for such a minor purpose wouldn't do him any harm, the world around Adam changed when he looked through the lens of the Eternal Soul Lotus. When he gazed at the tunnel now, he was startled. Then, his lips curled into a wry smile and he thought to himself, as expected, "This is some high-level enchantment and illusion magic. I finally understand the true purpose of these runes." Once he had activated the Lotus, he noticed that the tunnel wasn't black and white anymore. This was just a facade brought about by magic spells and the runes carved on the walls. The fact that he would have to activate his Lotus to see through the illusion meant that the one to cast the spell and carve these runes was an extremely powerful magus, and there was only one person Adam could think of. The cult leader of the Cult of Bones, he thought as his eyes narrowed. The main purpose of these runes was to deceive the people into thinking that the tunnel had a connection to Shadowmere. He rose to his feet and walked inside the vampire's lair, his eyes flashing with resolve. "Now, let's see what the true hidden purpose of this tunnel is," he thought solemnly. And just like that, a silent war had begun between Adam and the cult leader. Upon entering the cave, Adam was reminded of the time he had to fight with the vampire spawn about 20 years ago. That was his first major fight against a magus. Although he had managed to defeat the spawn in the end, the true owner of the lair, the slumbering vampire, had awoken. That was also the first time he had seen the Blackie's true battle prowess. Now, when he thought about it, Adam felt like Blackie's strength level should be at least the mana vortex rank. Pushing these thoughts to the back of his mind, the youth walked around the edges of the underground chamber, brushing his fingers against the wall. He had already deactivated the Lotus. He had no need for it now. Also, he had promised himself that he would only use it when absolutely necessary, for if he overused it for every little matter like he used to before, then he wouldn't be far from dying, just like in the vision the butterfly had shown him. These runes are vastly different from the ones in the tunnel, Adam thought to himself. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to diligently study these runes. Unsurprisingly, he found out that trying to decipher these runes was, in fact, helping him strengthen his own knowledge about rune magic. Adam continued to use concealment magic spells, only deactivating them when the lair was devoid of any people. During the daytime, several professors from the academy would arrive, trying to comprehend the mysteries that this place provided. However, this was just a facade erected by the cult leader to keep these people from finding the truth. 3 more days passed until Adam finally finished studying all the runes carved in this cavernous underground chamber. His expression was dark, to say the least. Glancing at all the parchments laid out before him on the ground, his eyebrows twisted into a knot. These runes are not at all related to the school of enchantment and the school of illusion, he thought. Instead, they are deeply related to the school of summoning. His expression turned extremely grave as he leaned back on the wall. He couldn't help but wonder in alarm, just what are these cultists planning? First, it was the runes related to enchantment and illusion in the tunnel that prevented people from finding out the true purpose of this place. Not to mention the runes were translated into Infernac, making it near impossible for any magus of Tron to decipher them. Perhaps in this whole world, apart from the cult leader, only I can decode these foreign runes. Such levels of precautions were astounding, to say the least. Adam speculated that whatever it was that the cult was planning to do here, it was very important to them. Adam gazed at the walls and ceiling of the vampire's lair, thinking to himself as fear gripped his heart, and these runes contain the essence of summoning magic. Considering the cult's history with the devils of hell, I can't help but assume the worst. He subconsciously gulped, continuing his train of thought. If it is as I think it is, then. Adam didn't dare to think any further, afraid of the terrifying conclusion he would arrive at. He rose to his feet and started pacing around. His back was drenched in a layer of cold sweat, and he couldn't help but start to panic. Damn it, just what are these cultists thinking? Or wait. He stopped in his footsteps, thinking of another possibility. Could it be that most of them don't know about this? Perhaps only the cult leader and his most loyal followers are privy to his plan. I can't help but think the vast majority of the cultists would rise up in protest if they knew what their leader was truly planning. Damn it all, just what is that bastard thinking? He stopped in his footsteps and took several deep breaths, trying to calm down his wildly beating heart. He then turned towards the vampire's personal chambers where his coffin lay. The runes around that area were the most detailed. The arrangement of the geometrical patterns there was complex and precise, acting as the stabilizer of power. Adam knew that was the source of it, all the heart of this expansive runic formation. He retrieved all the parchment scattered on the ground and made his way towards the vampire's personal chamber. Soon, he arrived at the coffin that occupied the center of the room. It was still there even after all this time, completely unmoved. While all the other items inside the chamber had been taken away, only this remained. This point alone made it very suspicious to Adam, who was already on the cusp of unraveling the truth. With bated breaths, he walked towards the obsidian coffin and pushed the lid aside with little effort. As expected, he thought. The runes inscribed inside the coffin are heavily detailed. This has to be the heart of the runic formation. His eyes flashed with a bright light, and he reached out to press the bottom of the coffin. No, to be more precise, the heart of the formation lies underneath the coffin. Just as his hand was about to push the bottom of the coffin, he suddenly paused. He then hurriedly drew his hand back. Something's wrong, he thought. Although he had never met the cult leader before, based on the man's actions, Adam knew that he was a highly cautious man. This was evident based on the fact that the man had taken so many precautions to hide the true purpose of this place. There were multiple layers of security to conceal his plans. What if Adam thought to himself as he activated the white lotus again? His pupils flashed with a brilliant white light and beautiful flower patterns surfaced on them. Now, when he cast his gaze inside the coffin, his heart turned cold. He now found additional runes that had been concealed with the help of high-level illusion magic. After studying these hidden runes for a few minutes, he finally understood their purpose. The youth couldn't help but subconsciously gulp, thinking to himself, if I had pushed the bottom of the coffin just now, it would have alerted the cult leader. He took a deep breath as a drop of cold sweat trickled down the side of his forehead. His lips involuntarily formed a slight smirk, and he wondered, Cult leader, you are truly a very cautious man. But so am I. Now that he knew about the existence of these hidden runes, it was fairly simple for him to bypass them without alerting the one who carved these runes, the cult leader himself. After another 30 minutes, he was able to circumvent the runes and finally push the bottom of the coffin. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind brushed against Adam's face, causing him to be stunned. Such strong density of mana. He first took a look around the underground chamber and even spread his senses towards the tunnel. After ensuring that there wasn't any immediate danger, he dove inside the coffin. The youth had made sure to keep the lotus activated in case there were other traps. He was now much more vigilant than before. After traveling through a narrow, dark tunnel that descended further underground, he finally arrived at a cavern that was about half the size of the vampire's lair above. The moment Adam's feet touched the ground, a cold chill crawled down his spine. He turned towards this feeling of danger, and his gaze locked onto that thing that occupied the center of the dark cavern. Adam's heart skipped a beat as he froze in place, his entire being seized by terror. His worst fear now stood before him. Alive and real. A dark and ominous portal floated at the center of this underground cavern, occasionally releasing wisps of blackish-red energy. Adam's back was drenched in a layer of cold sweat when he saw the size of the portal. So this is the true purpose, this is what the Cult of Bones has planned for Hand City, he thought in alarm. The youth had the lotus still activated, and as such, his gaze could pierce through several layers and see just what it was that lay on the other side of the portal. To be more precise, he could feel just what lay on the other side. Adam's expression grew dark, very dark. That fucking madman, he cursed inwardly. Just what is the cult leader thinking? Does he not have any clue just what this could lead to? The sheer density of mana radiating through the portal suggested that whatever it was on the other side was a realm far greater than Tron. So this is what those summoning runes carved in the vampire's lair were about, he thought. He took a step forward and walked closer to the ominous portal. The closer he got, the more the density of mana became. This greatly shocked Adam, and he couldn't help but wonder, if I were to practice mindfulness here, my advancement speed could be astounding. Perhaps I could even. His eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, but he quickly shook his head. No, I can think about such things after I've dealt with the Cult of Bones. This organization is, by far, the greatest enemy I have come across, and the cult leader. He had several speculations regarding this mysterious person's strength and goals. After coming here, Adam was able to remove the veil and see the truth, but this caused him to be even more terrified of the cult leader. He learned that in terms of strength, he was no match for him, but in terms of wits, he may yet have a chance. A very small chance. It was possible as long as he didn't give up. His eyes flashed with resolve, and he walked to the boundaries of the cavern, making sure to keep the lotus activated. After what happened earlier, he was afraid that he might mistakenly activate some defense mechanisms that the cult leader may or may not have put in place. This is getting far more dangerous than I had imagined, he thought to himself as a drop of sweat trickled down the side of his forehead. The only reason he had come to Hand City was based on a hunch. His intuition had pointed out to him about the great discrepancy in this place. Moreover, this idea was further solidified when he felt the same discrepancy in Blackshore. But even he, in his wildest imagination, would not have thought that coming here would lead him to unravel a huge conspiracy that the cult leader had set in place centuries, maybe even 1,000 years ago. Adam found a hint of comfort in knowing that whatever it was that the cult was planning, it would take a long time to come to fruition. After all, the portal behind him was still far from complete. 100 more years, perhaps 150, I don't know, the youth thought to himself as he retrieved his parchment papers and quill from his earrings. His expression turned extremely grave. But I must know the difference between what I can control and what I cannot. I can only focus on my own actions and judgments. External events are beyond my control, and I must treat them with equanimity. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he began studying the runes on the walls, while at the same time he revolved the 5 elemental codex. The density of mana here was astonishing. It was a rare opportunity he simply could not pass up. Moon City, Nightingale Kingdom. Professor Godfrey led Anna and her group through the streets of the South Ward, towards the skyport, a place where the flying ships docked and took off. She glanced at the red-haired young woman with a look of amusement. Then she turned towards Caspar, the old rank 3 mana vortex magus, and then finally at the 2 other rank 2 mana liquefaction magi. All 4 of them still had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They could not believe that the Dark King, that entire continent was talking about, actually turned out to be the person they had come here for. Is it so shocking, dear? The old headmistress turned to Anna and let out a chuckle. Anna snapped out of her daze and looked at the old woman with an incredulous expression. Magus Godfrey, do you mean to tell me Adam becoming a mana vortex magus by the age of 35 is normal? Headmistress Godfrey let out a hearty chuckle. Well, when you put it like that, then no. But if you take into account what Adam has done throughout his time at the academy, then it might not seem all that surprising. Lady Godfrey, would you mind explaining? Caspar politely asked. That child, even when he was only 15 years of age, showed great analytical skills, Headmistress Godfrey began. He wasn't good at the theoretical aspect of the arcane arts, but ironically, he had a deep understanding of magic, far more than any of his peers and even the professors. How could that be possible, my lady? Ada Bray asked with a tilt of her head. How can one have a deep understanding of the arcane and have great analytical skills while not be proficient in its theoretical studies? Oh, it is possible. Headmistress Godfrey nodded with a faint smile. It's highly difficult for a 15-year-old child, but it is certainly possible. Caspar York thought of something and his eyes widened. Lady Godfrey, you don't mean? Yes, the old headmistress nodded. Even as a mere child, Adam showed a profound understanding of the philosophy of the way. How can that be? Darrell Quinn was stunned. Magi begin to study the profundities of the way when they arrive at the mana vortex rank, or at least close to becoming one. How can a mere child understand such an esoteric concept? There are always things in this world that defy logic, said the old headmistress, her gaze distant. Perhaps Adam is one of those rare souls born to become magi. She paused for a moment, her eyes flashing with a peculiar light, before she added softly, it's almost as if he didn't choose magic. Magic chose him. The group stood before one of the many towering flying dirigibles in Moon City's skyport. Since the Grand Magus tournament was less than a year away, many people from the city had already departed for Ravenfell. This was a grand event that took place every 30 years and drew the attention of people all over the Ulier continent. In this tournament, several young magi rose to fame, carving their names in the annals of Ulier's history. Moreover, it was also very rare for the 4 pillars of the empire to gather in one place. During the Grand Magus tournament, the people would get to see famous magi from these renowned institutions. It was needless to say, the most famous and powerful magi of Ulier would be in attendance in the city of Ravenfell. Other than the Grand Magus tournament, there was one other reason why people from all over the continent were traveling to Ravenfell, the Dark King. They wanted to witness the glory of being in the presence of the greatest genius of Tron, a young man who became a mana vortex magus before the age of 35. In fact, some would argue that the prestige of the Dark King has surpassed that of the Grand Magus tournament, and that he was the main reason why people were going to Ravenfell. Hearing the people around her excitedly talk about the Dark King while boarding the dirigible, Anna's eyes flashed with conflicting emotions. She was full of pride, no doubt. But somewhere deep in her heart, she still couldn't come to believe that her little brother was the Dark King. The same little brother who refused to study as a child was now hailed as Tron's greatest genius. Perhaps she would not believe it until she saw it for herself. Oh, you don't have to mention it, dear. Headmistress Godfrey waved her hand with a warm smile. This is the least I can do for Adam's family. Caspar stepped forward and asked curiously, Lady Godfrey, are you certain that you would not like to travel with us? You would also get to meet Adam. The old man tried to persuade her, as she had told him earlier that she wouldn't be going to Ravenfell. The old headmistress smiled apologetically. I'm afraid I would have to stay back and look after the matters regarding Clover Academy. She paused for a moment, recalling something. I also have to make a visit to Han City and oversee a few things there. So I'm afraid I cannot come. Ah, that's a shame. Caspar shook his head. He had come to find the headmistress's company quite delightful. Very well then, he revealed a light smile. If fate wills it, we shall meet again. Farewell, said the headmistress with a warm smile. She then turned to Anna and added, I hope your reunion with Adam is filled with love and joy. Please do send him my regards when you meet him. Tell him that Clover Academy is proud of him. With that, she and the rest of the Magi in her group boarded the dirigible. Within the next few minutes, all the passengers were on board, and soon the metal behemoth took flight. Headmistress Godfrey patiently watched the dirigible disappear into the clouds before turning around and heading out of Moon City, her next destination, the City of Sails. Caliport Akkadian Empire. One of the most famous landmarks in the empire, Caliport was known for its thriving and bustling city that was second only to Akrian. Other than that, this place was also the home to one of the four pillars of the empire, the Tower of Daybreak. Inside the secret plane owned and operated by this arcane institution, several students ranked 2 mana liquefaction magic had gathered under a giant birch tree, talking with one another excitedly. Today's finally the day we leave for Ravenfell. Have any of you been there before? Yes, I have. I went there with my elder brother when I was young. How is that place? Is it like Caliport? Not quite. Ravenfell has a very antiquated vibe. When you arrive there, it feels like you've traveled back in time. Oh, and there are also countless ravens there. Tusk, here I thought the city would be as modern as Caliport, but it has its own beauty, I tell you. You'll know once you arrive there. Soon the conversation shifted from the city of Ravenfell to one of its most famous residents. Hey, do you think we'll get to meet the Dark King? I'm not sure why would a mighty mana vortex magus want to meet us. Besides, he's hailed as the greatest genius in not only Ulir but the whole of Tron. Do you really think he would meet us? Haven't you heard the rumor? What rumor? The group of students came closer to each other, speaking in hushed tones. One of them pointed at the blonde young woman in the distance, who was surrounded by several other women, all of whom were students. There was also an enormous white fox slumbering beside the blonde woman. They say the Dark King is her friend. Is that true? Yes, it is the truth. I've heard that she and Professor Turner's grandson grew up alongside the Dark King. All 3 of them are close childhood friends. Sai, how come these 3 people from the Federation turned out to be more talented than we who were born and raised in the Empire? Not to mention that one of them is already a mana vortex magus. The other is at the peak of mana liquefaction magus, and she also isn't very far. All 3 are monsters. Screech. Suddenly, the sound of a griffin tore through the skies and drifted into the ears of all the students below on the grassy plain. An enormous black griffin flapped its wings and landed near the white fox. Atop the griffin sat a tall and muscular young man with black hair and blue eyes that seemed to flash with lightning. When the man alighted from the griffin, all the students gathered around him, gazing at him with respect and admiration. This young man was considered to be the greatest genius in the history of the Tower of Daybreak. He was only 35 years old, yet already at the peak of the mana liquefaction rank. If it wasn't for the Dark King, this young man would have surely become the youngest person to have advanced to the great mana vortex rank. The blue-eyed young man greeted his fellow students with a polite smile and approached the strikingly beautiful blonde woman who was sitting on the ground, resting her back against the white fox. Lisa, said the young man with a smile as he offered his hand to her. Are you ready? Lisa gently clasped his hand and got to her feet. She didn't let go of his hand, however. Instead, she gently squeezed the man's hand and nodded. She then asked with a warm smile, and you, Eddie, are you excited to see him? Edward grinned from ear to ear, his piercing blue eyes flashing with excitement. I cannot wait to meet that drunkard. Numerous prominent magi from the Southern Federation and countless distinguished magi from all over the Akkadian Empire made their way to Ravenfell to take part in the Grand Magus Tournament and to witness the grandeur of the Dark King. But the man in question was relentlessly working himself to the bones deep underneath the City of Sails, trying to uncover what could possibly be the greatest conspiracy to have ever ensnared this continent. Adam had been studying the runes in the cavern underneath the vampire's lair for exactly a week now. During that time, he had made great progress in several areas, 3, to be more precise. First, he had now deepened his understanding of rune magic by leaps and bounds. Second, he had greatly forged ahead in his arcane path, meaning the advancement he had made in this cavern in 1 week was greater than what he would have made if he practiced mindfulness above ground for 1 month straight. The density of mana in the cavern was simply that astounding. It continued to gush out of the portal, but strangely enough, it was contained within the cavern. Not a single speck of it leaked outside. Thirdly, and most importantly, he had now understood more or less what the Cult of Bones was planning, and the conclusion he had arrived at was highly concerning. Adam stood before the dark portal with his hands crossed and a deep frown etched on his face. His gaze seemingly pierced through the veil and landed on the world on the other side. This cannot be allowed to happen. He turned to the runes carved on the wall. The complexity and the efficiency of it were mind-blowing. He couldn't help but come to admire the prowess of whoever it was that carved these runes, and he had enough reasons to believe that it was none other than the cult leader. After studying the runes inside the cavern, he learned that they focused on the school of summoning. Furthermore, they also served to stabilize the portal and prevent the mana coming from inside from leaking above ground. The difference in mana density between this cavern and the vampire's lair above was like the difference between night and day. It's serving as the fuel to keep the portal activated. To fully form, Adam thought to himself, if the mana disperses, the portal will take much longer to form and completely stabilize. But how was the cult leader able to create this portal? The knowledge and the resources required for it are astronomical. Could it be? Yes, that must be it. There's no other explanation. He must have had external help, and considering where the portal led, Adam was certain who had helped the cult leader. Just what was the cult leader promised? For him to go to such great lengths, Adam sank into deep thought, wondering what could cause a man as powerful and knowledgeable as the cult leader to resort to such means. Regardless of his intentions, that man was not only Adam's enemy, but an enemy to the entire world. The raven-haired youth's expression darkened. He needs to be stopped, no matter what. As he walked around the edges of the cavern, running his hand across the surface of the wall, a plan started to form inside his mind. It was an enormous plan and required the utmost finesse and secrecy, but if he was able to pull it off, he just might be able to save a lot of people. After studying the runes etched on these walls for a week straight, he learned that this place, Hand City, was but a cog in the wheel, a part of a greater whole. He surmised that just like this cavern, this vampire's lair, this city, there were 5 other places in Tron that served the same purpose. Meaning, if Adam's speculations were right, then there were 6 portals located throughout the planet. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became of what the cult leader was planning. These portals, these must be scattered all across the planets, he thought with a grave expression. These 6 portals around the planet, and the rune magic surrounding these 6 portals, it's like a grand runic formation enveloping Tron. He began to pace around the portal, thinking of several possibilities and coming up with solutions. One by one, he started to discard the solutions and started thinking of new ones. After several hours, he finally came to a conclusion. His eyes darted around the cavern, from the portal to the runes on the walls, as if he were weighing the pros and cons of his plan. Yes, he mumbled to himself. It seems doable, but... His gaze drifted to the complex geometrical patterns on the wall, his eyes narrowing into slits. These runes were already so difficult to comprehend despite my knowledge of rune magic. To alter them without alerting that man, I would need more knowledge, and I cannot do it alone. I need a team of people I can trust. But who? His expression turned dark, and his eyes flashed with conflicting emotions. After realizing that there may be a possibility that Headmistress Godfrey might be working with the Cult of Bones, Adam felt lost and helpless. He was now up against an insurmountable opponent, and the people he trusted and once looked up to could very well just be pretending to be his allies, waiting for the right chance to stab him in the back. He didn't know who to trust. Once the seed of doubt was planted in his heart, he couldn't help but wonder about another possibility. Several years ago, when I had sent a letter to the Brotherhood's headquarters in Ulier, asking them about their research on the advanced runes found in this tunnel. My request was rejected. After that, I sent a letter to the Mana Vortex Magus, the dwarf who had visited Ravenfell, Crummer Grimriver, and asked him to help me with this request. But his access was also denied. Adam's expression grew extremely solemn, and his heart gradually turned cold. At the time, I thought the value of these advanced runes found in the tunnel was so great that the Brotherhood didn't allow him or Crummer Grimriver to study it, he thought. But after what I've come to realize, since coming to Hand City, a terrifying possibility emerged in Adam's mind. What if the Cult of Bones has already planted one of their own among the Twilight Brotherhood's upper echelon? About 100 miles off the coast of Hand City, Adam found a small islet commonly known as an ileto settled down temporarily. In order to confirm his speculations regarding Headmistress Godfrey, he chose to remain here and wait till she arrived. Only after he had personally caught her in the act would he entertain the notion of her being the enemy. To Adam, she meant far too much for him to label her as an enemy without substantive evidence. Instead of staying within the city, he chose to come to this secluded place because he wished to practice the astral tyrant manhwarecaps thing that would attract a lot of attention. He sat cross-legged at the center of a large runic formation. The rays of the evening sun bathed his bare upper body in an ethereal glow. His muscles rippled with energy and seemed to come to life every time he breathed in. Every inch of his skin, tendons, and ligaments was brimming with vitality. The waves crashed against the islet, splashing water over it. But strangely enough, not a single drop landed on Adam. In fact, not a single drop of water managed to enter the area within the runic formation. He had made it so that nothing disturbed him while he went through the critical transformation. This was a special runic formation carved by him for the sole purpose of boosting his physical prowess to the next level. Now that he had become a mana vortex magus, it was also time for his physical body to take the next leap. Unlike Tron, the magical civilizations in the greater universe have had countless millennia to research, analyze, and experiment on their arcane system. The vast majority of the magi in those planets had access to another magical system other than mana extraction. Taking inspiration from the creatures of the spirit world who strengthened their soul bodies, the magi of the greater universe developed a system that developed their physical bodies. This system fell under the internal mana system and was generally known as physique enhancement. Mana was the ethereal fabric that ran throughout the universe, touching every corner of its existence. As such, magi developed two ways to access the mana in their surroundings and tap into its potential. The external mana system consisted of manipulating mana to achieve desired effects. It could be categorized into magic spells and mana combat techniques. The internal mana system comprised of extracting mana from the surroundings and subsequently elevating one's essence, resulting in strengthening oneself and advancing through ranks. It was further categorized into physique enhancement and mana extraction. The former consisted of strengthening one's body, while the latter required one to gather mana and methodically expand one's reserves. The Astral Tyrant Manual, of course, had a physique enhancement techniquion that Adam had been using ever since he embarked on the path of a magus. The first rank for both physique enhancement and mana extraction was the same. Mana was extracted from the air and used to nourish the flesh, muscles, bones, organs, and the neural in that specific order. From rank 2 onwards, the two systems diverged. While the second rank of mana extraction was called mana liquefaction, where gaseous energy flowed through mana channels and condensed in the stomach region, the second rank for physique enhancement was but a repetition of the first rank. So was the third rank and the fourth and the fifth. For every rank of the physique enhancement system, one had to nourish their flesh, muscles, bones, organs, and the neural. It was a simple system, yet extremely difficult. The difficulty level increased exponentially with each rank. Moreover, a physique enhancement technique that contained a well-developed runic formation was required to even embark down this path. That is why none of the residents of Tron, or any other planets in the outer universe, for that matter, ever went down the path of physique enhancement. One minor mistake, one small deviation of an angle on the runic formation, or misuse of the smallest of details would result in extremely dire consequences. Although the risks of practicing physique enhancement techniques were great, the outcome was equally fruitful. Going down this path would allow a magus to develop a sturdy physique that would be unaffected in the face of magical spells. Practiced to the highest order, the physique enhancement system could allow a magus to develop an indestructible body, or so the legends claimed. In the greater universe, one would always find many magi who chose to go down the path of physique enhancement, unlike in Tron, where magi were only restricted to the path of mana extraction. And that is why the magi from the greater universe were far superior to their counterparts from the outer universe. However, because of the extreme difficulty of the physique enhancement path, many choose to abandon it further down the line and focus solely on the path of mana extraction. But the ones who dared to walk both paths earned the right to be called titans among men. Adam sat calmly at the center of the runic formation. For the time being, he stopped thinking about all the external problems plaguing him. For the time being, he removed the heavy weight that bore down on his young shoulders. He breathed in and breathed out, breathed in and breathed out. Slowly, he became one with the mana in his surroundings, and gradually, the runic formation on the ground started to light up. The shapes and symbols on the runic formation served as conduits for the mana in the surroundings, focusing and directing it for a specific outcome. It was complex and precise, allowing for a stronger and more refined magical impact. Time around Adam seemed to have come to a standstill, and even the waves seemingly quietened down for what was to come. A gentle gust of wind blew by, flipping Adam's raven hair to the side. Soon, the 5 magical ingredients each, belonging to one of the 5 fundamental elements of nature, lit up with a resplendent light, and then Adam began. Circle, the foundation of all rituals, represented containment, protection, and the unity of mana. Triangle, the stabilizer of power, was used in summoning and binding rituals. Inverted triangles signified the descent of magical forces. The square symbolized order and permanence. It was also used in creating protective barriers. Pentagram, the 5-pointed star, governed balance over the 5 fundamental elements that made up the world. These were just the 4 basic geometric forms in ritual magic. There were countless more, each more difficult to incorporate than the previous. The arrangement of these shapes within ritual circles influenced effects. Interlocking patterns, for example, nested circles and layered triangles, created compound effects, while fractals and spirals attuned rituals to the primal forces of nature. Ritual magic relied on precise geometry, runes, and astrological alignments to channel mana for powerful, large-scale effects. The model component of a spell was technically a form of ritual magic materialized on a compact scale. For his advancement in physique enhancement, Adam had carved a simple ritual magic detailed in the Astral Tyrant Manual. He had inscribed a runic formation on the ground consisting of a triangle, a square, and a pentagram, all contained within a circle. At each of the points of the pentagram, he had placed different magical ingredients and carved complex runes around them. One ingredient belonged to the element of fire, another to the element of water, and so on. Most of them were precious ingredients that he had received as gifts from the various factions of the Brotherhood. The runic formation on the ground lit up with a brilliant light, as did the 5 magical ingredients. Soon, the 5 ingredients slowly disintegrated under the effects of the ritual magic. They transformed into pure mana particles that represented each of the 5 elements. The 5 elements of nature levitated in the air and soon gathered around Adam, who was sitting at the center of the runic formation. They swirled around him, slow at first, but gradually picked up speed. Then, under the effects of the ritual magic, they merged into one and formed something pure. This was similar to the effects brought about by the 5 elemental codex. The mana fused from the 5 elements slowly enveloped Adam's body, covering every inch of his flesh. Adam couldn't help but grimace in pain as the pure mana thoroughly started to wash his flesh. It seeped into the pores, making its way towards his muscles. The pain was agonizing, and within moments, Adam's body was covered in a layer of blood. But soon, the blood evaporated under the effects of the fused mana as it drilled further into his pores. After several hours of this bloody torture, the mana finally penetrated through all the pores in his body. Now, the flesh had thoroughly absorbed all the mana and allowed it to reach the muscles. The mana, now much less in quantity than before, began to nourish every inch of Adam's muscles. Now the level of pain increased exponentially for the youth, but he gritted his teeth and continued to revolve the Astral Tyrant Manual. He wouldn't stop until the effects of this ritual magic had been completed. Adam's body was once again covered in blood from head to toe. Yet he persisted. Every time his flesh and muscles were torn apart, they became stronger and more resilient than before. As the pure mana from the 5 elements healed these destroyed parts, they became tougher and full of power. After another few hours of the repetitive cycle of destruction and repair, the pure mana had managed to nourish every inch of Adam's muscles before finally being used up. Adam finally opened his eyes and looked at the state of his body. It was covered in blood stains, dead skin, and black impurities. However, the ritual magic had done its job. In one sitting, he was able to completely nourish his flesh and muscles. Now all that remained were the bones, organs, and the neural. Now his physique enhancement rank was equivalent to his mana extraction rank. He lowered his head and looked at the ghastly state of his body. It looked like he had just emerged from a life and death battle. Every inch of his flesh and muscles ached, but at the same time, he could feel newfound power coursing through them. His lips curled into a wide grin, making him look like a pit fiend who had just emerged from the bloody depths of hell. His clothes had been ripped to shreds due to the intensity of the ritual magic, so without hesitation, he leaped off the islet and dove into the ocean. Several minutes later, he emerged from the waters, looking completely different than before. He climbed the islet and then stretched his limbs. The light of Selene and Luna illuminated his muscular body that pulsed with strength and vitality. The gifts from the old fogies of the Brotherhood came in pretty handy, he muttered, resting his hands on his waist. I was able to complete 2 stages of physique enhancement in one sitting, but the pain was equally bad. However, it was worth it. The Astral Tyrant Manual was truly a one-of-a-kind physique enhancement technique. Altered his body to a cellular level with each advancement, making him stronger, faster, and healthier. It adjusted his body to perfection, allowing him to develop the most optimal physique. With this latest advancement, not just his physical appearance, but even his temperament had changed. After Adam's transformation now facing him, one would feel that he was mysterious, powerful, a being that surpassed all common sense. The raven-haired youth clenched his fists and felt his newfound strength. I've grown a little taller and more muscular than before, he muttered under his breath. He grasped his hair, that was reaching till his waist now, and couldn't help but chuckle. It's strange that my hair would grow so long every time I enhance my physique. The youth flicked his free hand, conjuring Night Hollow from his earrings, and cut his hair with one swift motion. Now it reached his shoulders. Glancing at the strands of his hair, he thought for a few moments before storing them away. He could use them as material components for a new spell that he had in mind. He conjured a set of white robes and donned them. Then he sat down on the rocky ground, thinking back to ritual magic just now. The Astral Tyrant Manual's effects were similar to the effects brought about by the 5 Elemental Codex. However, the Astral Tyrant Manual revolved around an element that was more ancient than even the 5 fundamental elements that made up the universe. Adam's dark eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he muttered, "Space." Legend has it that in the beginning, when everything was in disorder and raw mana ran rampant throughout the universe, 5 fundamental elements emerged that would go on to shape the world. Air, a gentle yet powerful force, brought forth movement and change. Water, a force soft yet firm, filled the cracks and crevices left by the element of air. Earth emerged after, solid and steadfast, providing the very foundation for life to take root. Fire brought light and warmth to the world. Finally came wood, the element of vitality and growth. As the 5 elements came together, life emerged. Out of chaos came order. Yet the 5 fundamental elements were not the first to emerge. More esoteric legends hold that in the beginning, before even the raw surge of mana, there were only 2 elements, space and time. Space was the great canvas, infinite and formless. Time was the silent pulse, ever flowing and ever watching. Together they birthed the primordial stage upon which all things would unfold. From nothingness came a living world. Yet above it all, beyond even the 5 fundamental elements, space watches, and within it time marches on. That would explain why the Astral Tyrant Manual has some similarities with the 5 Elemental Codex, Adam thought to himself as he stood atop the islet. That would also explain why the Hand of Doom techniques incorporate the usage of gravity. After all, the true nature of gravity is space itself. Just thinking about the mysterious origins of the Astral Tyrant Manual and the expert who had come across it in the ancient ruin belonging to a magical civilization of yore, Adam slipped into deep thought. Just what sort of magus could create such an astonishing technique? Their understanding of space must be unfathomable. And what civilization did he belong to? Where did the civilization go? Did it become extinct? There were so many questions in his mind, but the answers to them all lay in the distant stars in the universe. Adam raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the cosmic ocean. A look of yearning flashed in his eyes, and he muttered under his breath, "One day. One day I will uncover the secrets of the stars. I will journey to every corner of existence." A grand adventure awaited him in the greater universe. Adam knew that very well, but before he could learn to fly, he had mastered how to walk and run. He lowered his head, turning towards the city of sails in the distance. His eyes narrowed, and he recalled the problems he was currently facing. Until and unless he solved the problems here on Tron, he would never be able to journey to the greater universe. His expression gradually turned grave when he thought of the cult's conspiracy that spanned the entire globe. He sat down cross-legged on the rock and conjured a large ceramic bowl. He then added several magical ingredients, some spring water and some wine, of course. After about 10 minutes of preparation, he had made an extremely potent healing tonic. This would be perfect to recuperate his body, which had just gone through so much. The tonic would also boost his health rapidly. He sipped from the large bowl from time to time. The healing potion was strong, and even he, with all his physical enhancements, could not drink all of it in one go. If a regular magus were to even sip it, their bodies would be unable to take it. The youth silently sat on the islet, sipping on the healing potion, his gaze fixed on the distant lights of Hand's city. His eyes narrowed not from fatigue but thought. If Headmistress Godfrey is indeed in league with the Cult of Bones, then when did she join them? Was it after I joined the academy, or was it long before, if it was before? Adam's heart turned cold as he tried to speculate on the series of events that he had participated in ever since joining the Clover Academy. He stripped each moment of emotion, analyzing only what could be known, deduced, and reasonably assumed. Suppose her allegiance predates my enrollment. That would mean the cult leader placed her in the Federation deliberately. But to what end? The portal. Yes, she was meant to oversee it. Adam's eyes flashed with a peculiar light, and he continued down his train of thought. Then what of the vampire who made his lair above the portal? Could he also be working for the cult leader? A coincidence, most likely. A more rational event would be that the vampire happened to find that place by accident and made it its lair. The cult leader must have known, yet he did nothing. Why? Because the vampire posed no threat. Yes, that is likely to be the case. That was until the vampire grew greedy. Until he spawned his kin and began harvesting the lives in Hand's city. That would have exposed the cult's plans. So the cult leader acted, not directly but through the headmistress. But why didn't the cult leader take care of the vampire by himself? Adam wondered. Could it be that such a thing was beneath him, or that the cult leader was preoccupied with some other matter? Still, the matter of dealing with the vampire was left to Headmistress Godfrey. And it just so happened that Hand's city had also requested help from the academy to deal with the widespread disappearances happening in the city at the time. Now, that begs the question. Adam's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and he thought, did the headmistress know the true strength of that vampire before she sent me and my team to deal with it? It's likely that she did, assuming that the cult leader must have informed her. Yes, she must have known. If so, then why did she send a weak bunch of mana foundation magi to deal with a powerful existence such as that vampire, who was very likely a mana vortex magus before he went into slumber? Although after awakening, his strength was nowhere near his prime. At the very least, the vampire's strength should have been at least that of a mana liquefaction magus. Despite that, the headmistress sent me, Eddie, and Lisa to our deaths. Why, what was her plan? Adam thought for a very long time before it finally started to dawn on him. The pieces of the puzzle started to seamlessly fit together inside his mind. Right, she wanted us to fail. She sent me and my team, hoping for the worst outcome. Then she would send another team, and another, and another. A slow escalation until finally she would be forced to intervene herself. A perfect cover to clean up the mess and ensure no one discovered the cult's schemes. However, neither she nor the cult leader expected me to take care of the vampire. If my speculations are correct, then that would mean. Adam's expression turned dark, and his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. His lips parted, and he whispered a voice of realization. The cult leader has had his eyes on me ever since that incident in Hands City 20 years ago. Over a month had passed since Adam arrived at the City of Sales. He had been anticipating Headmistress Godfrey's arrival. He wanted to see with his own eyes what she did when she entered the tunnel. Until and unless he confirmed this, he would never act on his speculations, no matter how bizarre or reasonable they seemed. Being as cautious as he was, the youth chose to camp out in the hills on the outskirts of the town. He wasn't going to risk being in the same place as the headmistress. She has been a mana vortex magus for a long time now and was sure to have numerous spells up her sleeves. Whereas Adam had only just advanced to this rank, he would never risk being found out by the headmistress. On the off chance that he came face to face with the old woman, he wouldn't know how to explain himself. His being in Hand City would raise alarms in the headmistress' mind if she were truly a part of the cult. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. I was planning to visit Moon City and meet everyone there, but now. If the old headmistress was truly his enemy, then it was imperative that he remained in the shadows. Any wrong move, and the cult leader would be alerted. He took shelter inside a cave as rain continued to fall outside relentlessly. The sound of the rainfall and the crackling of the firewood in front of him created a tranquil atmosphere. For the last few weeks, he had been relaxing inside this cave. Practicing mindfulness here amidst nature was peaceful. As for Valerian, Adam had thrown him into the jungles below, telling him to learn how to hunt and survive on his own. It was about time the little guy learned some survival skills. He was a dragon, after all, not a cat. Before him lay a small runic formation. At the center of the formation was a tiny caterpillar, restrained by magical means. It was Adam's test subject. Over the past weeks, he had diligently studied the soul puppetry based on his memories, written its teachings down on paper, decoded them, and had finally created a spell that mimicked this insidious technique. The main reason why he was even able to replicate this advanced form of magic was because he had all of the Devil of Secrets memories and experiences regarding it. This allowed him to create a much milder version of the technique. Soul puppetry consisted of splitting a tiny part of the caster's soul, then converting the split soul into a parasite through a methodical process, and ultimately having the soul parasite infest the target. But there was no way Adam was going to do that. Not now, anyways. Despite having the White Lotus that would allow him to completely heal his split soul and perhaps even strengthen it, in the process would have to go through a tremendous amount of pain that would leave him incapacitated for a long period of time. Considering the current situation, this wasn't at all feasible to him, and thus, he created a technique that created the parasite with spiritual energy instead of his split soul. Again, this was only possible because his mastery and control over his spiritual energy far exceeded that of his peers. After countless trials and errors, he was finally able to create this new spell. After weaving a series of hand seals, a small magic circle lit up above his palm. However, instead of fueling it with mana like he usually did, he used spiritual energy. Rank 2 spell, Adam's Spirit Parasite. The magic circle lit up with a dim light, and then a tiny maggot made out of the youth's spiritual energy was formed. Adam gazed at the tiny white maggot on the palm of his hand and revealed a smile. With a simple command, the maggot crawled out of his hand and towards the caterpillar in the center of the runic formation. Within a few moments, the ethereal maggot seamlessly crawled inside the caterpillar. Seeing this, Adam's smile deepened. Then he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his perspective had changed. Everything appeared bigger. He turned to the side and saw a giant figure draped in black robes sitting with his eyes closed and his back against the wall. Success, he thought, or rather the caterpillar thought. He turned his body around, taking in everything from his new perspective. Movement seems weird. I'm not used to this body, understandable, he mused. He turned around and crawled towards the mouth of the cave. Needless to say, it took him a long time to cover that small distance. Whoa, he exclaimed inwardly when he saw the breathtaking view outside. The The stars in the night sky appeared bigger and much more beautiful than before. Beautiful, Adam mused. After what seemed like forever, it finally reached the dense underbrush. Even the blades of grass seemed like towering trees to him. Adam willed the caterpillar to move around as he experimented with the spell. However, only a little more than an hour had passed before his connection with the spirit parasite started to wane. Another 15 minutes later, the spell had completely ceased to exist. The spirit parasite inside the caterpillar dissipated into nothingness. As for the caterpillar, it too had ceased to exist. Back in the cave, Adam opened his eyes and his brows gradually creased together. But a few moments later, his expression returned to normal. "I see, so that's what happened," he murmured. The caterpillar had perished not because of his spell. Well, not technically. It died because it was unable to withstand the pressure of Adam's spiritual energy, which was in the form of a maggot. He surmised that if he infested his spirit parasite, say, into a bird or a slightly bigger animal, then this problem wouldn't occur. Adam leaned back against the wall as he conjured a wine gourd from his earrings. He poured the wine into the flat cup and sipped from it, his eyes drawn to the fire burning before him. The spirit parasite pales in comparison to the soul parasite, he thought. For one, the spirit parasite comes with a time limit. Without a definitive power source, it will cease to exist, whereas the soul parasite does not have such a flaw. This parasite is made of a split soul that continuously generates power in the form of spirit energy. Adam placed the cup down beside him. His eyes flashed with a peculiar glint as he thought about the other difference. While the spirit parasite requires my active control to manipulate its host, the soul parasite is different. Once it infects a being, it acts independently because it is a fragment of me. In other words, once the soul parasite fully takes hold. The raven-haired youth's lips curled into a smirk. The host becomes no different than my avatar. 2 weeks later, Headmistress Godfrey finally arrived at the gates of Hans City. When the guards stationed there saw her, they were greatly taken aback. They hurriedly approached her and respectfully greeted her. "Good day, my lady. Please allow me to inform Count Hans of your arrival." The old headmistress waved her hand dismissively. "There's no need for that." She stepped foot on the wild cobblestone streets of the city and looked around with a faint smile. "Has anything worthwhile happened while I was away?" The city guards looked at one another before one of them stepped forward and said with a deferential bow, reporting to the lady, "Nothing major has happened in the past few months." He paused for a moment, recalling something, and added, "There was, however, a pirate ship that had tried to dock at the harbor, but they were swiftly taken care of and handed over to the city's law enforcement. Although in name, the city of Sales was the domain of Count Hans. In truth, however, it was now governed by none other than the headmistress of Clover Academy. The Count was merely a Mana Foundation magus, whereas the headmistress was a mighty Mana Vortex magus, so there was no question in the hearts of those who worked in the city about who the current overseer of Hans City was. Ever since the existence of the underground vampire's lair had been brought to light, the Clover Academy had openly made its presence known in the city. The upper echelons of Hans City had changed ever since then, and its true ruler, Count Hans, had been reduced to little more than a figurehead. Still, there was nothing he or anyone else, for that matter, could do about it. In front of the might of a rank 3 Mana Vortex Magus, nothing mattered. This was a world where strength was respected above all. In the end, might becomes law. Headmistress Godfrey nodded ever so slightly before proceeding towards the heart of the city. First, she made a quick stop at the Academy's branch, making sure things were in order. She held a brief meeting with all the Mana liquefaction professors, ensuring that the academic year was going on smoothly and that there were no hiccups. After settling all the matters at the Academy building, she headed towards the alleyway that was being guarded by the Magi of the Academy. When those Magi saw her, they greeted her with the utmost respect. This was the mighty head of the Clover Academy, after Allah figure who was at the top of the power structure in the Southern Federation. "Did you find anything suspicious?" she asked the head of the guards. "No, my lady," the man respectfully answered. "No one other than the Academy professors and a handful of Magi from the city's nobility that you gave permission to have entered." The elderly woman hummed, nodding her head ever so slightly. "Did they find anything peculiar in the tunnels, or in the lair?" "No, my lady," the man confidently answered. Headmistress Godfrey silently nodded before entering the alley, leaving behind her parting words. "Make sure no one enters while I'm inside." "Yes, my lady." All the guards standing at the mouth of the alley responded in unison. Unbeknownst to them, a dragonfly buzzed past them, entering the alley. It hovered mid-air, watching the old headmistress walk through the wall on the other end. After several minutes had passed, the dragonfly made its move and unhesitatingly dove inside the wall. In the black and white tunnel, Headmistress Godfrey observed the runes carved on the wall with narrowed eyes. She then walked towards the vampire's lair, ensuring that none were inside other than her. Inside the dimly lit chamber, she found a few professors of the academy trying to study the mysteries that permeated the air. She even found an old man sitting on the ground and practicing mindfulness. A scoff escaped her lips. "Everyone, please leave for the time being," she instructed. The few magi were taken aback by the sudden arrival of the headmistress, but soon they did as told. After they had left, the elderly woman walked around the lair, scrutinizing every inch of the place. She then walked towards the vampire's chamber where the obsidian coffin lay. Her gaze lingered on the coffin for a little while, her eyes narrowing ever so slightly. But soon her expression returned to normal. "Helene, you must never enter the heart of the cavern." The headmistress recalled the order of the mysterious figure she had met centuries ago. She cast one final glance at the coffin, which covered the entrance to the heart of the cavern, before turning around and walking back towards the tunnel. She then stopped before a particular section of the wall. This was the place she had last worked on. The following moment, she conjured an object that resembled a chisel as well as a quill. This was an item used by runesmiths to carve runes. Its importance to a runesmith was equivalent to how a cauldron was to a herbalist. Then, she conjured a leather-bound book. She flipped it open to a certain page and noticed the otherworldly and ominous characters on it. It caused a chill to crawl down her spine, but she was used to it by now. Her eyes flickered with a strange light before she began copying the characters in the book onto the wall of the tunnel. She diligently carried out the instructions she was given by the mysterious figure. The characters and symbols on the pages of the book were written in the language of the devils. It was in Fernac, and what the headmistress Godfrey was inscribing on the wall was no different than strengthening the runes that had already been in place for centuries. Several meters away from her, an unassuming dragonfly perched on the wall, silently gazing at her. Suddenly, headmistress Godfrey stopped inscribing the runes on the wall. She slowly turned her head and gazed in the direction of the dragonfly. The elderly woman's cold gaze landed on the unassuming little creature, but soon her expression returned to normal, and she muttered under her breath, "Just an insect." She turned back around and resumed her work, but the dragonfly, it remained still, its gaze seemingly flickering with anger, disbelief, and the sting of betrayal. The Hands Clock Tower was the tallest structure within the city. It was taller than even the lighthouse. It was built when the ancestor of the Hands family first settled down in the city that would go on to be known as the City of Sails. The clock tower had been there for hundreds of years and had witnessed countless events. Standing atop the belfry, the upper part of the tower, where the large bell was housed, a tall figure dressed in black robes and a pointy hat gazed at the sprawling city's skyline. Countless emotions flickered in Adam's dark, abyss-like eyes as he methodically went over the memories of the dragonfly he had parasitized. Shock, denial, anger, and betrayal. What he had feared the most had come to pass. The headmistress of the Clover Academy, Helene Godfrey, was indeed working for the Cult of Bones. Adam had caught her red-handed. Furthermore, he had even seen that mysterious book that the old headmistress carried, the one from which she copied the runes onto the wall. The raven-haired youth found himself at a loss for what to do. His shoulder involuntarily slouched, and his heart was a turmoil. He found himself heartbroken and helpless. The magus he looked up to as a child and someone whom he greatly respected and admired actually turned out to be an enemy. His lips quivered, and the winds carried his whisper, "What do? I don't know." The sun gradually set beyond the horizon, dyeing the evening sky in a shade of red and orange. The backdrop of the sunset cast a blanket of melancholy over Adam. Despite all that he had just witnessed, he still tried to justify the headmistress' actions, because deep down in his heart he did not want to label her as his enemy. Is she truly part of the cult? He wondered, his heart gripped by sadness. A flash of hope flickered in his eyes, and he thought, what if she's being controlled by the cult? What if she's unaware of her actions? What if she's being made to carry out these tasks against her will? Yes, that could also be the case. But the truth remained. Helene Godfrey was his enemy. Adam clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in frustration and anger. "Damn it," he roared, his thunderous voice drowned by the cries of the seagulls and the bustle of the dockside. "There's still a chance she's being controlled by some kind of enchantment spell," he thought. "I cannot rule out that idea since the cult leader seems to have a deep proficiency in the magic from the School of Enchantment. Regardless if she's doing this of her own volition or if she's being controlled, I cannot make a move on her now. Yes, I cannot." His eyes narrowed, and his gaze landed on the elderly woman dressed in magus robes, surrounded by professors of the Clover Academy, making her way out of the city. It would appear that Headmistress Godfrey's work here was done, for now at least. Adam gazed at the old headmistress, departing figure with complicated emotions. He would refrain from confronting her at the moment or any time in the near future, for in doing so, he would inevitably alert the cult leader. He couldn't risk that, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be keeping an eye on her. He was planning to put in place several arrangements to spy on her. At this point, he couldn't even trust the people from the Brotherhood. He had reasons to believe that this ancient organization may have already been infiltrated by the Cult of Bones. But Adam always liked to be cautious regarding such matters. I can only trust the old man, he thought, his expression turning grave. A gust of wind blew by, whipping up the hems of his clothes. The youth heaved a helpless sigh. Tumultuous waves rose in his heart and his mind was a mess. He felt lost. Make sure the kids are properly tended to, Headmistress Godfrey sternly instructed the professors as they made their way to the city gates. Although this is just a branch of the academy, the children should not feel lacking. Is that understood? Yes, Headmistress, the group of professors around her respectfully answered. The old woman nodded her head. Make sure to transfer the brightest students of the first and second years to Moon City. This should serve as enough motivation for the new kids. Suddenly the words got caught in her mouth and she hurriedly turned her head around. She gazed in the direction of the Hands Clock Tower, her eyes narrowing. Her gaze shifted to the top of the clock tower, but she didn't find anything or anyone. Strange, she thought. Headmistress, is something the matter? The old woman turned back around and revealed a faint smile. She shook her head and spoke in jest. Yes, I think I am starting to grow senile. Adam walked through the crowded cobblestone streets with a large gourd of wine in hand. Needless to say, he was in an extremely terrible mood. In his mind, he kept debating whether the headmistress was truly a cultist or if she was being forced by those heinous magi. Even after several hours had passed since the elderly woman had left the city, he was still unable to believe what he had witnessed in the underground tunnel. As he was drinking large mouthfuls from the gourd, he noticed a middle-aged woman in khaki robes standing in front of him, blocking his way. Seeing that the person still wasn't moving as he closed the distance, Adam appeared visibly frustrated. Move to the side if you're planning to stand there all day, woman. With that said, he walked right past her, shooting an annoyed look at her. However, right at that moment, the woman's voice drifted into his ears. No, to be more precise. Her words echoed inside his mind. In twilight, we find truth. Adam froze in his footsteps and instantly willed the lotus to clear his mind. His eyes shone with a sober glint as he turned to look at the khaki-robed woman. In shadows, we seek wisdom, he answered through Mind Whisper. When the woman had cast Mind Whisper, he had noticed the mana fluctuations radiating from her. A rank 2 mana liquefaction magus. The brunette woman turned around and cast a curious glance at the youth. Her nose wrinkled ever so slightly from the pungent smell of alcohol wafting from Adam. The rumors were true, she thought. The Dark King really is a drunkard. What do you want from me, miss? Adam sent a mental transmission, his tone polite. Greetings, my lord. The woman pressed her hand against her chest and gave a respectful bow. She conjured a scroll and handed it to Adam with both hands. My lord, I have been instructed to give this to you, she said politely. Who's the sender? Adam's brows furrowed. I am unaware, my lord. The woman shook her head. After a brief pause, she added, all I know is that it is related to the town of Constantine. Adam's eyes narrowed. Constantine. You mean yes, my lord, the woman said with a respectful nod, her eyes flickering with admiration. Your presence is requested there at once. At an unknown location in Ravenfell, inside a dimly lit room, 3 hooded figures gathered. Their faces were hidden beneath the shadows of their hood, making it difficult to ascertain their appearances. However, 2 of them knew each other, while the last person was new and his identity was unknown. So then why go so far to cover their faces? Not to mention, there were mysterious runes carved in the fabrics of their hoods. Such a high level of caution was warranted. After all, the School of Divination specialized in seeing the unseen, and for what these men were planning to do, they wouldn't risk being seen by a magus specializing in divination, not when they were so close to achieving their goal. Well, Blackshire was a fucking disaster, said the new person, his tone laced with amusement. You find it funny, do you? Another one spoke up, his voice cold. The first man turned to him, gazing at him for a few moments before answering with a smile. This is something we had to do. Otherwise, those counselors would never have left the city walls. And how did that work out for you? The third person sneered. Only one counselor perished, the weakest one no less. And your people, all of their deaths were worse than street dogs. The first person did not take offense at that comment. Instead, he heaved a sigh, nodding his head ever so slightly. Yes, an unexpected variable arose. A highly unexpected variable. His lips curled up into a deep smile, but that's what makes it all the more interesting. No wonder the cult leader has shown such interest in him. The second and third figures looked at one another and could see the confusion in their eyes. The latter couldn't help but say, I see why your leader would have a vested interest in him. He paused for a moment, as if hesitant to speak the next words. Even I have to admit the boy is nothing short of a genius. Not just any genius, the first person corrected. He's a magus the likes of which Tron has ever seen. Is that the reason why you sent 4 mana vortex magi to go after him when he was still a mana liquefaction magus? The second figure flatly asked. The third person chimed in, his tone filled with ridicule. Did the cult think it couldn't take care of a single mana liquefaction magus and sent 4 mana vortex magi? Malcolm Morgan was a very cautious fellow, said the first figure, and as you can see his prudence was justified, but even then he and the others weren't able to take care of the boy. So what now? Asked the third figure. We continue with the plan, yes. Oh yes, of course. The first person waved his hand nonchalantly. Nothing has changed at all. We have enough powerful magi in our organization. The death of a handful won't stop us from achieving our grand mission. Once again, the second and the third figure glanced at one another. They could see the discomfort in each other's eyes. To talk about the deaths of manhwarecaps like they were the deaths of mortals made them wonder just how strong the cult truly was. The second figure asked solemnly, "All the renowned magi of Ulir are gathering in the city. Just what are you planning? Do you wish to kill them all and weaken the Empire's forces?" The first person turned to him and gazed at him coldly. A few moments later, he revealed a polite smile, completely ignoring his question. "How are the preparations coming along?" he asked instead. The second figure, who had earlier asked the question, now leaned back in his chair, completely detached from the conversation. However, he continued to coldly stare at the first person. "The preparations are just fine," said the third figure. "No matter how much Benton increases the security, I still have my ways. I wield far more influence than her. Besides, we've been planning this for a very long time. We will not fail. Careful now, my friend," said the first person jokingly. "I'm sure Alan Barrett and Malcolm Morgan thought the same. Look at them now." The third person's expression darkened. "Then what do you want me to say?" he roared. "Do you expect me to take an army of mana vortex magi to take him down? Quit passing snide remarks when it was your side who failed over and over again." First person chuckled, finding the man's reaction very amusing. "I jest, my friend, I jest." But the next moment his eyes narrowed and his voice turned cold. "But this time the boy won't get away. I can assure you that. Powerful magi are crossing the Galestein Ocean as we speak, and they are far stronger than the likes of Alan Barrett and Malcolm Morgan." "You mean?" The third person spoke in disbelief, while the second person's eyes narrowed. "Yes," the first person nodded, his lips curling into a smirk. "How many of them are coming?" The second person finally spoke up after remaining silent for so long. The first person turned to him and shook his head. "Although you are now our allies, that does not mean I'm inclined to tell you about every tiny detail of the plan, am I?" The second person's eyes narrowed. "How do you expect us to cooperate with your people if you keep us in the dark? Do you not trust us?" "My friend, it is not about trust," said the first figure, his tone calm and polite. "If we didn't trust you, you wouldn't be sitting here at the moment. Rest assured, you will be given critical intel at the right place at the right time. That should be more than enough." The third person chimed in. "What of the distribution in the aftermath?" "Haha, rest at ease, my friend," the first person chuckled. "The cult does not have any interest in Ravenfell." Good, very good." The third person grinned, his eyes flashing with a greedy light. "What of the children who participate in the tournament?" The second figure asked in a low voice. The first person turned to him, then at the other hooded person, and spoke with a malevolent grin. "You don't have to worry about that. You may leave the small details to us." He paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with cruelty. "This grand Magus tournament will be unlike anything the continent has ever seen." It had been a few weeks since Adam left Hand City, heading for his next destination. Ever since then, he had continued to read the scroll given to him by the agent of the Brotherhood. He read it over and over again, trying to make sense out of it. But despite all the knowledge he possessed, he was still unable to. He rode atop Luna, and Valerian comfortably sat before him, playing with the horse's mane. The trio moved across the grassy plains as the wind brushed against them. Luna, for one, was thrilled to run freely. Valerian, on the other hand, continued to count the gold coins in his leather satchel over and over again, with a foolish grin on his furry face. The young dragon's love for gold far surpassed his brother's. As for Adam, his face was plastered with disbelief as he read the contents of the scroll. It had to be noted that it had already been 2 weeks since he came across this information. Still, he found it difficult to believe what he was reading. His eyebrows creased together, and he thought incredulously, "So the ash tree I planted there over a decade ago has grown up to be more than 20 meters tall. That's twice what a regular ash tree would grow to in that span of time. But that's not even the main issue." Adam's brows creased even further. "The ash tree has begun showing abnormalities, and the scholars and researchers of the Brotherhood stationed in that town are shocked by their findings. Just what the hell did they find? Why didn't Hudson write in detail? No, more importantly, just what the heck happened to that ash tree?" He recalled that at the time when he had planted the seed of the ash tree, he had carved mysterious runes on the ground around it. At the time, he didn't know what those runes were. He had only seen in the memories that the herbalists would carve those runes around plants and trees that he grew. Adam stroked his chin, deep in thought. With his much deeper knowledge of rune magic, he now knew what those runes symbolized. But those runes are only supposed to increase the fertility of the soil and boost the growth of the tree, he thought. That could be the reason why the ash tree grew to such a height in only a little over a decade. But the agents there mentioned a bizarre situation that was different from the growth of the ash tree, so they immediately called for me, thinking I would know something about it since I was the one who planted the seed. But what could it be? In ancient legends, it was stated that the universe was supported by a divine pillar known as the World Tree. Its branches and roots extended to every corner of existence. It is said that the World Tree manifested itself in the form of an ash tree. It was also said that all ash trees in existence were extensions of the World Tree. Herbalists believed that the world tree would give them her blessings if they planted an ash tree in their herb fields. And that was precisely the reason why Adam had planted that seed there. Although that place wasn't his herb field, it was going to be named after him by the people who settled there. As such, the place was dear to him. Thus, he hoped that planting an ash tree there would be symbolic of that settlement, holding a special place in Adam's heart. The world tree was indeed something of great value and admiration for herbalists. Some legends claim that the world tree was the source of the rarest magical herbs in the world. Others believed it to be the wellspring of ancient herbalism knowledge. Regardless of whether these legends were true or not, Adam knew that the world tree, in fact, existed. By the native inhabitants of the greater universe, the world tree was known as the Great Mother Yggdrasil. Adam suddenly recalled something else, causing his eyes to narrow. Right, after planting the seed and carving the runes, I did pray to the Great Mother. But that was just a ceremonial act. Could that have caused some changes? I don't know, I'll have to go there and see it for myself. As far as he could remember, he had only made that prayer in passing, asking the Great Mother to bless the seed and allow it to protect the people of that settlement. At the time, he didn't think much of it, but perhaps something had happened when he made that prayer to the ancient existence. After all, he knew that the world tree was a sentient life form and was one of the oldest, if not the oldest, entities to exist in this universe. Could it really be? He thought, his eyes flashing with shock. Brother, look, Valerian suddenly pointed at the town that had come into view in the distance. Is that our destination? Adam snapped out of his deep thoughts and turned to look in the distance. Gazing at the familiar buildings within the town walls, his lips curled into a faint smile. Yes, he softly muttered, this is Behal town. Through the familiar connection they shared, Valerian could instantly tell that something was wrong with Adam. The young dragon turned around and looked at his big brother with beady eyes. He could tell that although Adam showed a calm expression on his face, in truth, his heart was churning with tumultuous waves. Valerian had never seen Adam go through such feelings before. The young dragon got on his hind legs and gently tapped Adam's chin. Brother, are you all right? Adam lowered his head and warmly smiled at Valerian. Of course, why wouldn't I be? Valerian's lips quivered. You're lying. Adam's gaze softened and he gently ruffled the young dragon's furry head. Little Val, this is the town I grew up in. Really? Valerian was pleasantly surprised. Brother, this is your birthplace. Adam chuckled. Yes. He then directed Luna to take the dusty path that ran adjacent to the town, leading out to the outskirts. Little Val, I'll introduce you to someone, he said in a slightly emotional voice. Who? Valerian asked excitedly. Adam's lips curled into a gentle smile. My mother and my father. A young Adam rested under the oak tree, leaning his back against the trunk and taking shelter under it. It was a warm, sunny day, and the shade under the oak tree felt especially refreshing. However, there wasn't a pleasant expression on the boy's face. He hugged his bruised knees, bringing them close to his chest, and silently sobbed. As pearls of tears trickled down his cheeks, he mumbled, Why won't they let me play? The young boy wiped his tears, but more fell. They're so mean. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. He panicked as he knew that his mother was coming. He quickly wiped the tears and snot away and pretended to sleep. Adam's mother, wearing a long and loose-fitting gown that reached to her knees, walked towards him with her hands hidden behind her back. Her expression suddenly shifted when she noticed the fresh bruises on her son's elbows and knees, as well as his swollen right cheek and reddened ear. The woman's dark eyes, which greatly resembled Adam's, flashed with immense sorrow. She knew that her frail and timid son would get bullied by the kids in town every time he went there. Her lips quivered for a brief second, but soon she forced a radiant smile. Adam, Mama has brought something for you. Adam's eyelids trembled ever so slightly, but he still pretended to be asleep. I know you're awake, said the woman, taking a step closer. The raven-haired boy opened his right eye just a little bit and pursed his lips. What is it, Mama? Did you go to town again? Asked the woman, her voice laced with concern. No, Adam lied sheepishly. I've been here all day. Then where did you get those bruises? The woman sat down beside her son, gently running her hand through his messy raven hair. Adam's eyes darted around as a drop of sweat trickled down the side of his forehead. Yes, I fell down. The woman gently hugged him and softly said, You don't have to lie to me. The moment he heard those words, a proverbial dam broke inside Adam's heart and all his emotions came pouring out. Tears streamed down his face yet again and he started to cry. Mama, those kids are very bad. I just wanted to play with them and they. Hush now, my dear boy. The woman gently patted Adam's back. It's okay, I'm sure they didn't mean it. Then why do they bully me every time I want to play with them? Adam cried out loud. They mean it, Mama, they really do. Don't cry now, you're a big boy. The woman gently reprimanded. Big boys don't cry. MHMM. Adam tried to forcefully stop his tears from flowing, but his heart just wouldn't listen. I brought something for you, said the woman, her voice gentle and full of love. Adam wiped his tears away and excitedly asked, instantly forgetting about the pain in his heart, What is it? What is it? The woman brought her hand forward and presented the boy with a white flower. She smiled gently and said, "This is a daffodil. What does it do?" Adam grasped the flower with both hands. "Can we eat it?" The woman started to chuckle. "No, silly, you can't eat it." She then gently explained, "These flowers grow by the nearby pond only during springtime." "Mama, why does this flower only grow there, and only in spring?" the boy asked with a tilt of his head. "They're special," said the woman, gently stroking Adam's head. "They only bloom when the cold has passed and the earth is ready to wake up again. So they sleep during winter?" Adam asked with a silly chuckle. He brought the flower close to his face and took a light sniff. "Wah, it smells nice, Mama." "Yes." His mother nodded with a warm smile. "These flowers sleep through the winter. And when spring comes, the daffodils wake up. That is why they mean hope." "Hope?" The woman nodded. Her eyes turned slightly teary when she recalled the hardships she and her family were currently facing. Her next words were as much of a comfort to herself as they were to her beloved son. "They remind us that no matter how long the darkness lasts, warmth will return. Things will always get better even after the harshest winter." Adam pulled the white daffodil close to his heart and spoke softly, "Okay, Mama, then I'll keep this one so it can give me hope." Mounted atop Luna, Adam and Valerian arrived at the edge of the golden field of wheat crops. His eyes moistened when he recalled that memory of his mother buried deep inside his heart. Brother Valerian called out to him. He could feel Adam's emotions deeply and couldn't help but feel emotional as well. "We're here, Val." Adam revealed a faint smile and got off the horse. He gently patted Luna's head and whispered, "Go for a stroll, girl. Come find me later." The nightmare nudged her head against Adam, deeply looking into his eyes. Then she departed, galloping towards the vast fields in the distance. Adam took a deep breath and began walking towards the oak tree. His strides were slow, and he found himself involuntarily clutching his fists. As he walked across the meandering path through the field of wheat crops, his breathing turned heavy. His shoulders trembled ever so slightly, and an invisible weight started to bear down on his heart. Valerian remained silent as he followed alongside his brother. He had never seen his brother like this before. Young as he was, the dragon understood how much this place meant to his brother. Thus, he didn't utter a word and simply followed along. "Big boys don't cry." Adam recalled his mother's words as he tried his best to stop his tears from flowing. He took deep breaths, trying to control the raging emotions inside his heart. A few minutes later, he arrived beside the oak tree. It looked the same as before. Nothing had changed. He silently stood before his parents' grave, his lips quivering and his heart churning with boundless emotions. A gentle gust of wind blew by, causing the hems of his clothes to flutter gracefully. The wind caused the leaves on the ground to swirl around him in a beautiful dance. The raven-haired youth took off his pointy hat and longingly gazed at his parents' grave. The weight became too much to bear, and at last, tears began to stream down his face. "Mother, father," he muttered softly, "I'm home." Adam's ears twitched, and he wiped his tears away when he heard the sound of a door creaking behind him. The hut that he used to call home in the past still remained. It had been thatched, and the walls had been mended properly. However, its inhabitants had changed. Adam didn't need to turn around to see who these people were and how many of them were there. He had already sensed their presence when he had arrived here. Moreover, when he saw that his parents' graves had been well maintained, he knew that it was the work of the people who currently lived in the hut. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline stepped out of the hut. He wore modest clothes, and so did his family. His wife and his two kids, a boy and a girl, stood behind him, gazing at Adam and Valerian with curiosity and fear. "Do you clean the graves regularly?" Adam's flat voice drifted into the ears of the middle-aged man. The man flinched when he heard Adam's voice. The latter's presence was unlike anything he had ever felt. From a single glance at his robes, he could tell that the raven-haired youth was a man of means. And then there was the pointy hat. Although he had never seen someone wearing it, he had heard in tales growing up that mighty spellcasters would sometimes wear them. The man stepped forward, shielding his family behind him. He gathered the courage and spoke nervously, "Why, yes, my lord. When I moved in here, these graves were already present, and He paused for a moment before meekly adding, "I could not bear to get rid of them, so I've been taking care of them ever since." Adam's lips curled into a warm smile. He turned around and walked towards the hut. When the family of four saw him walking towards them, they panicked. Not only was Adam wearing fine garments, the likes of which they had never seen before, but his appearance was also very refined and noble. Add to that his height and build, the family of four couldn't help but give rise to the idea that they were in the presence of a king. They found themselves involuntarily lowering their heads as their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They couldn't help but wonder just what Adam would do to them. But much to their astonishment, Adam stood before them and placed his right hand over his chest. Then he sincerely bowed to them. My lord." The middle-aged man was stunned, and so was the rest of his family. The man hurriedly knelt on the ground, followed by his family. His heart was overcome by panic, seeing a man of such stature bow before him. Please, my lord, please, you don't have to bow. I only did what was right." Adam stood back up and gazed at the man with a faint smile. With a simple motion, he conjured Magus' hands and lifted them up gently. "If you don't mind, I would like to spend some time alone with my parents," he said with the same smile. He then shifted his gaze towards the man's wife and continued, "Would that be all right with you too?" The woman yelped in panic, being suddenly spoken to. She quickly hid behind her husband and pulled her children behind her. Adam couldn't help but awkwardly touch the thick beard on his chin. "Am I really that scary?" My lord, please forgive her," the middle-aged man hurriedly said. "And yes, please take as long as you need. We were heading into town anyway." Adam silently nodded. He then cast his gaze towards the little boy and girl and found that they were curiously looking at him. He then winked at them, causing them to giggle. The family of four soon took a few items from inside the house and hurriedly left. The man stopped midway, hesitating whether to tell Adam about a group of magi who had arrived here a few months ago. In the end, he chose to tell Adam afterwards. Adam watched them disappear amidst the sea of golden crops. It was nice of them to maintain the graves, he thought. "Brother, is this where you lived when you were young?" Valerian pointed at the thatched hut. Adam turned towards the hut and nodded. "Yes, this is where I was born. It is also where I lived for the first 15 years of my life." Valerian, curious as always, entered the hut. Adam followed behind him with a heart filled with emotions. The interior was the same, except for the addition of a few items. From a cursory glance around the room, Adam could tell that the family of four was only barely getting by. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and conjured a large wooden trunk from his earrings. He then placed the trunk in a corner of the room before turning around and exiting the hut. Valerian stared at the trunk for a few moments before following after Adam. He then sat on the ground and silently watched as his brother grabbed a broomstick from nearby and began cleaning the area around his parents' grave. The young dragon had never seen Adam act so emotional and humble before. After several minutes, the raven-haired youth had finished cleaning. He then sat down on his knees before his parents' grave. "Val, come and pay your respects." "Yes, brother." The young dragon jogged towards the grave and gracefully sat down beside his big brother. He then saw Adam conjure a small plate of fruits, a bowl of water, and 2 incense sticks. As the raven-haired youth burned the tip of the sandalwood incense sticks, Valerian couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what is all this for?" "In mortal culture, this is seen as a way of honoring the dead," Adam patiently explained. "In several traditions, the deceased are believed to partake in the spirit of the food and water, and incense sticks create a sacred and peaceful atmosphere." Valerian understood that the only reason why Adam would stick to these traditions was because his parents were mortals. Otherwise, Adam, as a powerful magus, would have never even thought about such ceremonial rites. The young dragon knew that this meant a lot to Adam, so he silently closed his eyes and lowered his head to the ground, paying respects to his parents. At the same time, a thought emerged in his mind. "I wonder if my parents are alive." Kneeling before the graves of his parents, Adam was overwhelmed by sadness. When he recalled the times he had spent with them, he couldn't help but tear up again. "Father, like I promised you, I have become a magus," he said softly. "I've become a man who people look up to. I'm sure you would have been very proud of me." He turned towards the grave on the right. His lips quivered and he continued, "Mother." Pearls of tears trickled down his cheeks and he found it difficult to speak. A long time later, he showed a radiant smile. "Mother, I have made lots of friends. They're people I can trust and rely on. If you were here, I'm sure you would have liked them." Seeing his brother cry, even Valerian couldn't help but begin to sob. "Brother." Adam wiped his tears away and turned to Valerian. He gently lifted the young dragon by the shoulders and placed him on his lap. He then turned to his parents' grave and chuckled. "This is Valerian and he's like my little brother. He may not look like it, but he's actually a dragon. Mayu, I am a mighty dragon." Valerian wiped his tears away. He introduced himself while puffing out his chest. "You both need not worry because I, the great Valerian, will always protect him. He is my big brother after all." Hearing the young dragon say such words, Adam felt his heart warm. He gave the little guy a tight hug and kissed him on the head. "Val, do you want to see something exciting?" What? Valerian looked up with curious eyes. Adam weaved a series of hand seals as he explained, "I wanted Mother to see this spell first, so I had never cast it before." "A spell?" Valerian's eyes shone like the brightest of stars. Show. Adam smiled warmly. After he had finished weaving the physical component of the spell, a large magic circle covered the ground in a radius of over 100 meters. Then, white flowers started to gradually emerge from the ground before blooming under the splendor of the bright sun. Valerian's eyes widened at such a beautiful sight. The field of white flowers reminded him of the field of lotuses that Adam had once created in his battle against the Gracie Patriarch. These flowers were different, however. They radiated a warm and pleasant feeling, filling one's heart with hope. "What are these flowers?" Valerian reached out with his paw and gently touched the pristine white petals of one of the many flowers that grew before him. Although the young dragon instinctively knew that it was an illusion, it felt so real to the touch. Not just that, he could also smell a fragrant aroma. The illusion was no different from reality. "Daffodils," Adam said with a reminiscent smile. "My mother's favorite flower." He plucked one of the flowers growing before him and gazed at it with a gentle smile. There were many problems plaguing him in his life at the moment. Headmistress Godfrey had turned out to be someone who was working for his enemies. The Cult of Bones was planning something heinous, and he still didn't know what it was. His mentor, Berger, was still in the mountains, attempting to advance to the next rank. He didn't know what the outcome of that would be. All these problems weighed down on his shoulders, each one heavier than the last. He had felt alone and helpless. But after visiting his parents' grave and letting all his cooped-up emotions out, he finally felt free. He felt light. He felt at ease. The spirits of his deceased parents, wherever they may be, were proud of him off what he had become. Adam knew that well. He rose to his feet and stood before his parents' grave amidst the sea of daffodils. His back was straight and his shoulders wide. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he recited a beautiful poem. Standing amidst a sea of white, the sun sets proudly on my back. Its warmth, a whisper from the past, a voice I knew when days were dark. I hear my mother's voice once more, soft as springtime's return. No matter how the darkness stays, the sun will rise, the cold will burn. So now I stand, and now I proclaim, let all who listen know my name. Hardships strengthen resolve, adversity builds character. Though today I walk through shadowed earth, tomorrow I shall soar through the bright heavens. Mark this moment, mark it well. I vow upon both stone and bone. I shall become, by will alone, the greatest magus the world has ever known. After spending some time beside his parents' grave, Adam finally called for the family to whom this land currently belonged. He noticed that all four of them were standing in the distance, patiently waiting for him to finish. The middle-aged man walked up to Adam and spoke meekly, "My lord, there is something I wish to say." "Go ahead," Adam said with a faint smile. He was in a much better mood now. He sat at the base of the oak tree, resting his back against the trunk. Meanwhile, Valoran had climbed the tree and was lazily lying down on one of the branches. My lord, the middle-aged man, thought of the right words to speak and then finally gathered the courage. "A few months ago, a group of people came here to visit your parents' grave." Adam's eyes narrowed. "Were the Magi?" "I'm not sure, my lord." The man shook his head. "But there were four of them, and all seemed to be wearing luxurious clothes." Adam couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, who else would visit my parents' grave other than me? Who are these people? Right at that moment, the man added, "One of them was a woman, my lord, and she even placed fresh flowers on the graves." Adam's expression froze and his body involuntarily trembled. "This woman," he began, his voice slightly shaky. "What color was her hair?" The middle-aged man hadn't noticed the sudden change in Adam's expression or tone, but he truthfully answered, "Red." Sitting under the shade of the oak tree, countless thoughts swirled inside Adam's mind. His heart was churning with tumultuous waves as a result. "Anna," he softly muttered, his lips curling up into a smile. "So she's returned." Meanwhile, Adam was ecstatic at the discovery. He turned to the middle-aged man and asked eagerly, "When did you say she came here?" "Almost 3 months ago, my lord," the man answered truthfully. "And she was in a group?" "Yes, my lord." The man nodded. 2 men and 2 women. Although one of the men was very old, Adam lowered his head, sinking into deep thoughts. The people with her should be from her kingdom, her retinue perhaps, and this old man, he's very likely to be her protector. Anna was a princess of a magus kingdom in Europa, after all. It was normal for her to go around with her retinue and even have a protector with her at all times. If she was here almost 3 months ago, then she should have already reached Moon City by now, he thought. She knows that I went to Clover Academy, and that would be the best place to look for me, assuming she thinks I'm still at the academy. Wait. The academy? Adam's expression turned dark in a matter of moments. The Clover Academy was no longer the haven that he thought it was. To be more precise, it was no longer run by the same person whom he thought he knew. If she's gone to the academy, I'm sure she's met Headmistress Godfrey by now. What if? He couldn't help but assume the worst. No, I have no way of knowing that. Besides, Anna had 3 more people with her. Perhaps all of them are mana liquefaction magi. But the strange feeling in his heart wasn't alleviated in the least. He couldn't help but think that Anna might be in danger if she really did go to Clover Academy. After all, he had confirmed personally that Headmistress Godfrey was in league with the Cult of Bones. He also knew that the cult leader, for some reason, was very interested in him. This could be seen when that mysterious person had sent 4 mana vortex magi to capture him in Blackshore. Even the cultists had claimed so when they fought him. The headmistress knows of my relation with Anna, Adam thought, if she tries to do anything to her in order to capture me. Adam's dark eyes flashed with blazing flames of anger. He wasn't planning on going to Moon City because he wanted to avoid the headmistress and stay in the dark for the time being. But on the off chance that his speculations were true, then he would truly not hesitate to take down the headmistress and save the person who was the closest thing to a family to him. My lord." The middle-aged man had fallen to his knees, his body drenched in sweat. The sudden burst of emotions from Adam had caused his heart to be gripped by terror. He wondered if something he had said had ticked the youth off. He was even beginning to think that he wouldn't get to live past sunset. The demonic expression on Adam's face caused a severe chill to crawl down his spine. Realizing what he had involuntarily done, Adam immediately retrieved his aura. The higher a magus advanced, the more their thoughts, intents, and emotions reacted with their own mana. This resulted in a form of aura that was almost tangible in nature. "Apologies," said the raven-haired youth. He rose to his feet and turned towards the distance. There he saw Luna happily galloping across the fields. A loud whistle pierced through the air, instantly catching the nightmare's attention. The next moment, she turned towards the source of the whistle and saw Adam beckoning to her. Adam then turned to the middle-aged man who was still kneeling on the ground and gasping for air. "I will be on my way then," he said. "Why, yes, my lord." The man got to his feet and sincerely bowed. He had never been so happy about the departure of another person. After this young magus left, he would finally be able to breathe in relief. Adam deeply looked at the man, then he turned his attention towards his family, who were standing at the entrance of the hut. They looked utterly terrified of him. This caused Adam to feel bitter in his heart. The world of mortals and the world of magi are indeed disconnected. These people will always fear what they do not understand, he thought. Please, my lord, please don't bow to the likes of me. I am just a farmer," the middle-aged man said in a panic. Adam shook his head ever so slightly, finding the man's reactions quite amusing. "And I am the son of a farmer. What's the point you're trying to make?" he mused. When Luna arrived, the man was petrified by the aura of terror she radiated. But there was nothing anyone could do about it. This was the innate ability of the nightmare species. Adam mounted Luna, ready to depart. The following moment, Valerian jumped from the branch of the tree and gracefully landed before Adam. Luna stood on her hind legs, neighing excitedly. Adam turned to the middle-aged man and nodded. "Farewell." With that said, Luna galloped towards the horizon. Within a few moments, the group had already disappeared from sight. What a fast horse!" the middle-aged man exclaimed as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Who would have thought that those graves would belong to the parents of such a mighty figure? The man's wife approached him from behind. The middle-aged man revealed a dry smile. "We should be fortunate that the magus did not outright kill us. I have heard stories about how they—" "Papa, Mama, look," the little girl's voice interrupted their conversation. The couple hurriedly turned around, fearing that something might have happened to their children. They immediately rushed inside their hut. Upon entering, they saw the little boy and girl kneeling before a wooden chest. "What is it?" The middle-aged man approached them in panic. "Why did you—" But his words got caught in his throat when he saw the contents of the chest. "This am I seeing things?" Even the woman had her eyes wide open. "This can't be real." "Papa," the little boy called out, his eyes gleaming with happiness. "Did that man leave this for us? Is this a parting gift? Who else could it be?" The little girl giggled. She looked at the contents of the chest and beamed. "We won't have to worry about food for the rest of our lives now. Yay." Tears trickled down the man's cheeks when he heard his daughter speak those words. He gave his wife a warm hug and whispered, "Everything will be all right now." Yes, everything will be all right. His gaze never once left the wooden chest, for it was filled to the brim with bronze and silver coins. Nightmares were one of the fastest land creatures in the Ulier continent. As such, the time it would have taken Adam to journey from Behal town to Moon City was cut in half. On this rainy day, Adam, mounted atop the majestic black horse, rested under the shade of a tree inside a grove about 100 miles away from the city known as the Jewel of the South. His gaze seemingly pierced the long distance and landed on the city walls. A reminiscent look flashed in his eyes as he recalled the time he had spent with Edward and Lisa in that city. He recalled the herbalism lessons he had taken in Berger's potions shop. He couldn't help but murmur, "Time flies." The youth wasn't planning to come to Moon City because of the presence of Headmistress Godfrey, but now he had no other option. He took a deep breath and mused inwardly, "Anna, I truly hope that you are all right, if not." A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. If her older sister had so much as a scratch on her, even he couldn't say what he might do to Headmistress Godfrey, or to Moon City for that matter. Adam closed his eyes and took deep breaths, trying to calm the raging emotions bubbling in his heart. He knew very well that anger clouded the mind and dulled the blade. He needed to be calm, cold, and ruthless in his actions. When the raven-haired youth opened his eyes again, they were calm and indifferent. He gently stroked Luna's mane and stated, "I cannot take you into the city with me. It would draw a lot of attention." The nightmare snorted in slight displeasure, but in the end she nodded. Adam revealed a faint smile, "Good girl." He then hopped off of her and landed on the ground. He gently patted the horse's head and instructed, "Run anywhere you like, but do not get any closer to the city, understood?" Luna nodded yet again, rubbing her head against Adam's face. The youth couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He then conjured an unassuming pendant and tied it around the horse's neck. The stone hanging from the pendant was marked by Adam's spiritual energy. He had taken inspiration from the Soulmark lantern to create this. As long as Luna was wearing this, he would be able to track her. Of course, there was a distance limit as well as a time limit, but it was nothing too extreme. "Go on now," Adam smiled, "or do you wish for the rain to?" He didn't even get to finish his words as Luna excitedly stood on her hind legs and sped off into the distance. Seeing this, Adam could only shake his head ever so slightly. She's got quite the love for running, that one, he remarked, half in awe and half in exasperation. Adam then turned to Valerian. Your turn now. Don't come out until I say so. Okay. Valerian's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he turned into a gray flash of light before diving into Adam's spirit sea. And then there's this one, the youth thought to himself as he conjured a mat and placed it on the ground before sitting cross-legged on it. I wonder what his fascination with the lotus is. Could it perhaps be related to the dragon species he belongs to? Adam quickly cleared his mind of such thoughts, focusing instead on his current situation. There are 2 mana vortex magi in Moon City, he thought with a solemn expression. The head mistress of the Clover Academy, Helene Godfrey, and the king of the Nightingale Kingdom, Arnold Nightingale. I'm sure that they've placed several arrangements in place that would notify them if any powerful magus arrived in the city, and I must not enter the city without properly disguising myself. Or else, if word of my arrival spreads in Moon City, then it will be quite troublesome for me. The sound of raindrops splattering against the underbrush of the grove drifted into Adam's ears, involuntarily making him loosen his shoulders. A calm and tranquil environment was highly conducive to making plans. I have to employ magic spells to disguise myself, but the moment I do that, my mana fluctuations will alert the higher-ups in the city. But there is one thing I can do to mitigate this problem. Adam dove into the depths of his mind, recalling the memories of the powerful magus he had just recently absorbed. In the greater universe, the mana density was so high that it reacted with the mana contained within magi, resulting in their mana to always radiate around them. Unlike in Tron, where magi emitted mana only when they cast spells. In the greater universe, however, the magi would be constantly radiating mana. As such, others could always tell how strong they were just by sensing their energy fluctuations. The Devil of Secrets knew of a technique to suppress his mana, making himself appear weaker than he was. This allowed him to lower his opponent's guards and strike them when they least expected. It was truly an insidious and underhanded technique, but this was nothing compared to the Devil's other technique that Adam had come across. However, for now, he only needed to use the technique that suppressed his mana. After a few minutes, he was able to disguise his mana fluctuations, making them appear no different from a mana foundation magus's. Then he weaved a complex set of hand seals. Following that, his skin was covered in an intricate magic circle, enveloping every inch of his skin and even his hair. Rank 3 spell, Alter Self. This was an advanced version of a rank 2 spell of the same name. This spell granted the caster 3 categories of transformation. First, allowed the body to adapt to aquatic environments, helping the caster to sprout gills and webbing between their fingers. The second category allowed them to transform their body parts into weapons. They could grow claws, fangs, horns, or any natural weapon of their choice. The final category allowed the caster to transform their appearance completely. The caster could decide what they looked like, including altering their height, weight, facial features, sound of their voice, and other distinguishing characteristics. And that was exactly what Adam needed at the moment. By the time the effects of this spell had taken place, he was no longer the person he used to look like. Now, he looked completely different. He had become someone else. Despite the heavy rainfall, the guards continued to patrol the city walls, constantly looking out for any dangers. Suddenly, one of the men standing guard at the city entrance pointed towards a figure walking on the wide road and slowly approaching them. "Hey, someone's coming," he said, alerting his comrades. "Be on guard." A few minutes later, the guards found themselves subconsciously loosening their grips around their weapons. "Old sir, why are you traveling in such weather? You'll catch a cold." One of the guys ushered the old man into the small outpost by the towering city gates. The old man sported white hair and beard. He had a hunched back that made him appear much shorter than he actually was. His face was covered in wrinkles and age spots, making him appear frail and harmless. Hearing the guard's comment, the old man reprimanded. "Who are you calling old? I am a mana foundation magus, and still in the springtime of my youth." Yes, my lord," the guard muttered in exasperation. "Now please write your personal information in the register." "HMPH, I am still young," the old man harumphed. He put down the items he was carrying and wrote his information with a shaky hand. Seeing his feeble actions, the guards in the outpost glanced at each other awkwardly. One of them stepped forward and asked, "My lord, what brings you to Moon City?" "I am a traveler, young lad," said the old magus. "I have been traveling the Federation for the last decade. Moon City is the last on my list." He flashed a warm and gentle smile. "I wish to see the splendor of the lunar bridge before I die." Hearing those words, the guards present couldn't help but feel complicated emotions. The respect and pride they had for their city seemed to have increased significantly in that moment. After registering his personal information, the old man turned around to leave. One of the guards stopped him. "Sir, how long are you planning to stay in the city?" "A few days at most," said the old man. With that, he walked out of the outpost. "Sir," again another guard called out to him. "What? The old man snapped, furiously staring at the guard. The guard pointed to the table and spoke sheepishly, "You forgot your things." "Ah." The old man tapped his head and laughed awkwardly. "I am starting to grow senile, ho-ho." He walked towards the table and strapped the satchel around his shoulder. Then he grabbed the black pointy hat and put it on his head. The wide brim of the hat masked the mischievous smirk that formed on the old man's face. He then glanced at all the guards present and bid farewell. "All right, lads, I shall be on my way to the lunar bridge." With that, he turned around and exited the outpost. As he walked past the city gates, he muttered under his breath, just loud enough for the guards to hear, "I've heard rumors that the Dark King has placed an inheritance near the lunar bridge. Perhaps I can get lucky in my old age. Ho-ho." Hearing his words, the guards stationed at the city gates couldn't help but chuckle amongst themselves. In the past few months, there had been a sudden influx of tourists in the city. Some came here, claiming to be relatives of the Dark King. Some came here, wanting to see the city that this renowned magus spent his academic years in, while others, much like this old magus, came here hoping to find secret inheritances left behind by the Dark King. They did not know just where rumors such as that originated from, but something like this was inevitable considering the wide fame of the Dark King. In the end, such rumors helped boost the economy of Moon City as countless people from across the Southern Federation flocked towards the city. Standing on the familiar cobbled streets of Moon City, Adam, now under the disguise of a decrepit old man, looked around at the roadside stalls and the residents with a reminiscent look in his eyes. It has been a while, he thought, but his expression soon turned grave. It wasn't time for sightseeing. He needed to investigate Anna's whereabouts, and for that he had to be prudent in his actions. He had already planned on how to do that. He only needed to be patient. He lowered his head, allowing the brim of his hat to conceal the peculiar light flashing in his eyes. "Anna, I truly hope you're okay." Soon, he disappeared amidst the sea of people. He patiently waited for the moment to strike. The same night, the head of the city guards, Dion, finished his night duties and headed towards the heart of the city with his subordinates. "Boss, let's go for a drink, shall we?" said one of the guards excitedly. Dion smiled. "Not today. I have to get back home to my family." It took the guard captain a few minutes to convince his subordinates before he was able to go his separate way. His life had become quite hectic ever since word started to spread that the Dark King hailed from Moon City. Since then, tourists from all over the Federation swarmed towards the city, thus increasing his workload. "At least the royal family has increased our weekly wages," he said while yawning out loud. It was past midnight and the streets were relatively empty. He couldn't wait to go home and dive into the warm embrace of his wife. Thinking of that, his lips curled into an eager smile. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze. For a moment, his expression twisted, then returned to normal. His eyes glazed over, and without a word, he changed direction and headed into a nearby dark alley. Dion walked until he reached the dead end of the alley. Then he simply stood there in a daze. In the next moment, a pair of aged hands emerged from the darkness and softly clasped his head from behind. Then, a silhouette of a figure wearing a pointy hat appeared behind the city guard. Dion's expression shifted, and in the next instant, the face of a stunning woman with crimson hair was reflected in his eyes. Then, a cold and emotionless voice slithered into his mind. "Tell me, have you seen her?" Adam sat in the outer seating arrangement at one of the many cafes near Moon City's skyport. "Sir, this is the meat pie you ordered." A teenage girl who worked for the cafe brought the steaming dish and placed it on the table. The teenager smiled warmly at him before heading back inside the cafe. The moment she left, Adam's expression changed. He absent-mindedly started eating the meat pie as he thought back to the results of his investigation last night. After interrogating over a dozen city guards with spells from the School of Enchantment, he learned that Anna, along with 3 other magi, had indeed come to Moon City. He also learned that after staying in the guest house within the Clover Academy's campus grounds for about a week, Anna and her group were personally escorted to the city's skyport by headmistress Godfrey. It's strange, he thought. By all rights, the headmistress should have made a move on Anna. Since I've confirmed that she is working for the cult, I can assume that she already knows about the cult leader's interest in me. If so, then she should have captured Anna and tried to deal with me, but she didn't. That could only mean 2 things. Adam conjured a large gourd of wine and a flat cup from his earrings and placed them on the table. With a deep frown on his face, he poured the wine into the cup and sipped from it from time to time. First, the headmistress does not know about the cult leader's interest in me, and thus she did not act. However, I find this to be rather unlikely. He grabbed the flat cup and took another sip from it. His eyes narrowed, and he thought of the second possible outcome. There is a powerful magus traveling alongside Anna. If my guess is right, it should be that old man. Adam thought this was likely to be the case. If there was a rank 3 mana vortex magus traveling with Anna, then the headmistress would be wise enough not to act. After all, in a battle against a mana vortex magus and 3 mana liquefaction magi, it was highly likely that she would fail. He turned his head in the direction of Clover Academy. His eyes narrowed further and a vicious glint flashed past them. No, I must be patient. I cannot act now. Adam shook his head and turned towards the skyport again, seeing the many flying dirigibles docked at this section of the city, as well as the ones that were taking off every hour. He couldn't help but be moved. The Grand Magus Tournament is a far bigger event than I had expected, he thought. People from all over the continent are headed towards Ravenfell. I wonder how everyone is doing there. His expression turned grave when he thought about another important point. The most renowned magi will be gathering in Ravenfell. Moreover, the brightest students of the four pillars of the empire, the future of the continent, will be participating in the tournament. I cannot think of a better time to attack if I were the enemy, he thought, and I'm sure if I can think of this, then so can the headmaster as well as the old fogies of the Brotherhood. I have a bad feeling about this. The Grand Magus Tournament is no longer a competition between the four pillars of the empire, but something far greater. It is a clash between two ancient and powerful secret organizations. Adam placed the cup on the table and leaned back in his chair. He gazed at the lazy clouds drifting in the blue sky and couldn't help but sigh. This was the only moment of respite he was going to get. He knew that once he reached Ravenfell, he would be diving headfirst into a brutal war between the Twilight Brotherhood and the Cult of Bones. He needed to be prepared for that moment. But there are still a couple of places I need to visit before returning to Ravenfell, he thought to himself as he got up from his seat. He placed a silver coin on the table and left. Now that he had confirmed that Anna had, in fact, safely left Moon City and departed for Ravenfell, he was greatly relieved. Now he could carry out his other tasks with a peaceful mind. He wasn't in a hurry to meet Anna, for he knew their meeting was inevitable. He would first finish what he had come here to do and then return to Ravenfell. As the figure of the hunched old man gradually moved towards the main gate of South Ward, he momentarily stopped in front of a store in the market district. The store's exterior was in disrepair and looked utterly decrepit. Moreover, the entrance was secured with heavy chains. It seemed like the store had been shut for several years. Adam's gaze drifted upward to the wooden plaque above the doorway. Two simple words were carved into it. Herbs more, Adam whispered, his voice laced with emotion. His footsteps only halted for a moment before he continued in the direction of the city gates. It was time he traveled towards his next destination. As Adam exited the city gates, he turned back around and gazed in the general direction of Herbs Moor. Hang in there, old man. The hunched figure finally turned and walked off into the distance, leaving the jewel of the South behind. Glassford Southern Federation. 2 weeks later, Adam finally arrived at his destination. This city was located in the western part of the Federation. It was a one-of-a-kind city and was jointly established and governed by the four major races in the Federation. There was only one main reason why this city didn't come under the rule of a single race, and that was because it was directly tied to the well-being and strength of the Federation's economy. Glassford was home to the only secret plane in the Southern Federation. Mounted atop Luna, Adam moved towards the central square. Night had fallen, and the light from Selene and Luna cast a dim glow over the city. The sound of hooves tapping on the cobblestones echoed throughout the area, yet no one nearby could hear it. Adam had cast a concealment spell on himself and Luna, after all. The pair arrived at the center of the cobblestone square. Adam instructed Luna to halt as he expanded his sphere of resonance, ensuring that there wasn't any danger nearby. After confirming that it was indeed safe, he flicked his hand and conjured an ivory playing card from his earrings. Seeing the image of a joker intricately carved on the card, Adam's lips curled into an expectant smile. The next moment, he injected his mana into the card, causing it to glow with blinding light. Then the space around him started to subtly distort, causing Luna to flinch in alarm. Moments later, the distortion intensified, twisting and turning until it engulfed them completely, and just like that, they were gone. At the exact moment Adam infused mana into the calling card and vanished from the material world, a mystical ripple spread across the spatial barrier of the soaring river's secret plane. Sensing this disturbance, an ancient yet oddly whimsical existence in the heart of the secret plane suddenly opened his eyes. It took but a moment for the being to sense the newcomer's arrival within the secret plane. Upon confirming the newcomer's identity, a wide grin gradually stretched across his face. Fafafa. The prodigal son returns. When Adam opened his eyes, he found that the scenery around him had changed, but the first thing he did was gently pat Luna and calm her down. It was the first time the horse had experienced teleportation, and as such, she was greatly panicking. After a few minutes, Adam finally managed to calm her down. "Good girl," he gently whispered. The following moment, a gray light flashed, and Valerian appeared before Adam, looking around with wide-eyed curiosity. "Brother, isn't this?" "Yes," Adam said with a light smile. "We are inside the soaring river's secret plane." He then looked around at the magical place they had teleported to and spoke with reminiscence, "And this is the mushroom forest." All the mushrooms in this forest appeared the same. They only differed in size. Their stems were an earthy brown, and their caps were red with blue spots on them. The most fascinating thing about these mushrooms, however, was their gills. They were neon green in color and pulsated from time to time as if they were breathing. "This sure brings back memories," Adam murmured. He then directed Luna to move forward. As far as he remembered, the mushroom forest was expansive and was home to goblins and hobgoblins. Although neither could pose a threat to him, he still didn't wish to waste his time on them here. A few days later, Adam finally made it out of the mushroom forest. He had a deep frown etched on his face, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Something's off about this place." The last time he was here, around 20 years ago, the creatures inside the secret plane were no stronger than manhwarecaps. But while making his journey through the mushroom forest this time around, he had already disposed of several hobgoblins whose strength was no weaker than that of a manhwarecaps. Could it be a possibility emerged in his mind, but his thoughts were quickly interrupted by Valerian. "Brother, look, look." The young dragon excitedly pointed his paw towards the sky. After exiting the forest, the group arrived at a cliffside facing a great valley. Towering mountains filled with greenery stood on either side. Moreover, a long river meandered through the middle of the valley. In the skies, however, something more spectacular remained. It was the reason why this secret plane got its name. The rumbling and splashing of waves came from high up above as countless streams of water stretched across the skies, intertwining with one another and floating in mid-air. The blue skies of the secret plane were not just home to clouds but also rivers. Adam turned towards the distance, his gaze seemingly piercing past the valley. At the center of the secret plane lay an enormous pyramid made of playing cards. That was his destination. "All right, let's take a detour and find our way down," said the raven-haired youth as he guided Luna to tread along the cliffside, slowly making their way down. The nightmare's eyes flashed with wonder and excitement when she saw the scenery before her. The vast green plains and valleys were very much to her liking, and she couldn't wait to run freely across them. They beckoned to her. She stood on her hind legs, neighing in excitement. This caused Adam and even Valerian to be slightly taken aback, wondering what had suddenly come over the horse. Before long, Luna galloped across the rocky terrain, taking the shortest route possible. On the way towards the center of the secret plane, Adam witnessed several things, some that he had previously seen, and others that were new. In one area, he saw a grove of trees flourishing with vitality. Their leaves, however, were crimson red and greatly resembled blood. In another area, he saw an expansive swamp which was home to crocodiles. This was also the place where magical mangroves grew. At another location, he saw an enormous tree that had colorful eggs growing on it. Adam remembered this tree to be a sacred site for the Peach Baboon tribe. Currently, he was moving through a forest of cherry blossom trees. The pink petals swirled in the air and drifted past him, causing him to reveal a gentle smile. "This is such a nice place," he murmured. "When I have settled everything outside, I'll definitely come here to relax and drink wine." He could have done so now too, but he was on a tight schedule. The Grand Magus tournament was soon approaching, and he had to return to Ravenfell on time. Finally, after exiting the cherry blossom forest, he had arrived at his destination. At the center of the soaring river's secret plane was a pyramid of massive proportions. Its height was close to 150 meters, and the length of the base on each of the four sides was about 230 meters. The spell that Adam had cast in Blackshore paled in comparison to the structure before him. Just how powerful was Matthias the Free for him to be able to conjure such a titanic structure? Adam marveled. And not just that, his spell remained active, enduring even long after his passing. He was truly a splendid magus. Adam landed softly on the ground and turned to Luna. "Go ahead, run to your heart's content. I'll come find you once I'm finished." The nightmare did not wait for even a second before excitedly running into the distant plains. Adam turned his attention to the large house of cards before him, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light. "I was right to come here," he thought. Matthias the Free was no doubt a very powerful magus if he was able to create this structure and even this secret plane. He had ventured into the greater universe and visited many magical civilizations in the past. The only reason he returned to Tron was because he realized that his death was soon approaching. He wanted to return home and leave behind his legacy for the residents of this planet. The soaring river secret plane was the legacy he left behind before his passing. Adam took a few deep breaths and walked towards the entrance of the towering pyramid. "If there's anyone in this world who can give me clues to leaving this planet, then it has to be the Joker," he thought to himself. After all, he's the only one who knows everything about Matthias the Free. The youth pushed open the card door and finally entered the heart of the secret plane. In the depths of the House of Cards, there existed a grand library unlike any other in the Southern Federation. No, considering the profound background of this secret plane, as well as its creator, it was safe to assume that all other libraries in the entirety of Tron would pale in comparison. The moment Adam entered the pyramid, space enveloped him and directly teleported him to the heart of the structure. This was also the core of the soaring river secret plane. Gazing at the familiar scenery before him, Adam's eyes flashed with fascination. Even though he had already experienced this before, he still couldn't help but marvel at it. Truly beautiful, he softly murmured. The library contained countless books, and the shelves that housed said books seemed to defy gravity. They were suspended in midair, gently rotating and gliding as if they were being pushed by unseen hands. Adam was truly mesmerized by this magical scene. The air was filled with the scent of old books and thick parchments, further adding to the mystical and vintage atmosphere. The rows of floating bookshelves stretched into the distance and disappeared into the smoky horizon. The youth couldn't help but wonder just how many books this library could even contain. This was the true treasure trove for any magus. Moreover, from what he had learned the last time he was here, this library, also known as the Soaring Library, served as Magus Mathia's personal study. Adam looked around the magical place with childlike curiosity. He moved forward along the pathway and finally arrived before the railing. Before him lay a deep chasm covered in darkness, but he could faintly make out the outlines of towering bookshelves hiding beneath. Just as he was admiring the place, the floating bookshelves near the air above adjusted their aerial trajectory, seemingly making way for someone's arrival. Then a bright and jolly voice echoed throughout the soaring library. Fa-fa-fa. The secret plane doesn't open for another 10 years, so I was wondering just who had come. The moment Adam heard this voice, his lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. He turned towards the direction of the voice, and his gaze landed on a hazy figure that was slowly emerging from the darkness. Gradually, the figure's appearance finally came into view. He was draped in a vibrant color of deep crimson. His tunic was bright red stitched together with golden threads. Loose stripped pantaloons ballooned around his legs, finally ending in curled and point shoes. On his head was the unmistakable jester's hat. It was a two-pronged hat shaped like a pair of floppy horns, each ending in a small golden bell that jingled every time he moved. His face was painted a ghostly white. Black paint framed his eyes, drawing them out in exaggerated and comical curves, while a painted-on smile stretched across his cheeks. When Adam saw the person's complete appearance, he smiled brightly. He rested his hands on his hips and grinned from ear to ear. "Sir Joker, did you miss me? Ha 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 fa fa fa." The Joker arched his back and laughed along with Adam. For a few moments, the strange laughter of the two echoed within the confines of the soaring library. The Joker then deeply looked at Adam, taking in his appearance, and smiled. "Lad, oh lad, you sure have changed. I'm afraid if it wasn't for the calling card, I wouldn't have identified you at all." The overseer of the secret plane flew through the space of the library and hovered before Adam. He stroked his chin and squinted his eyes. But this change in appearance is rather drastic. He floated around the raven-haired youth, observing him with the same squinted eyes. "How long has it been? 20 years, and you've grown so tall and burly in that short span of time. Fa-fa-fa. Lad, how many magical potions did you consume?" The Adam that Joker remembered was a short brat with no manners whatsoever who always found an excuse to dig his nose. But the Adam standing before him made him feel as if he was standing before a mountain. Such a drastic change in Adam's presence truly surprised the Joker, but nothing could have prepared him for what he was about to find next. As the Joker continued to float around the youth, mumbling incoherent words to himself, he suddenly froze in the air. His eyes squinted to narrow slits, and a moment later, they gradually started to widen as a bizarre thought emerged in his mind. "Lad," he said incredulously, "release a little bit of your mana, will you? I wish to see something." Adam gave the man a knowing smile. Then he released just a tiny bit of his mana, allowing the Joker to read his energy fluctuations. The Joker was slightly stunned, unable to believe his senses. But soon, reality dawned on him and he realized what he was witnessing. The Joker's eyes popped out of his sockets. No, they quite literally popped out of his sockets. Then, from that pair of eyes, another set of eyes sprouted and popped out as well. His tongue unfurled from his mouth like a carpet rolling down a staircase. Seeing such a bizarre expression from the Joker, Adam couldn't help but retreat several steps and involuntarily yell in shock and alarm. This was completely illogical, and he couldn't help but wonder just what kind of physiology the Joker had for him to react in such an exaggerated way. A few moments later, the Joker's pair of eyes drew back inside his sockets, and his tongue too retreated inside his mouth. His feet touched the ground, and he looked at Adam like he was some kind of monster. Coincidentally, the youth was also giving him the same look. Lad, the Joker finally gathered his senses and spoke. "Just what did you experience in these 20 years? How are you already a mana vortex magus? No, more importantly, how old are you? You shouldn't be that old, yes." Adam, too, calmed down after that strange experience. "I've just turned 35, he answered. 35, the Joker muttered in a daze. Under Adam's dumbfounded expression, he saw the Joker turning pale. Not just him, even his clothes and accessories were turning pale. Just what the hell is this guy? He thought to himself with an incredulous look on his face. The color on the Joker's skin and garments finally returned. His expression did a complete 180 as he turned to look at Adam again. He took a deep breath, causing his chest to literally inflate like a balloon. Then he roared at the top of his lungs, "Fafafa, I've finally found the one, master." Adam had a vague idea about what the Joker was referring to, but he chose not to ask him about it. Not at the moment anyway. That wasn't what was important. After the Joker had finished laughing till he was content, he turned towards the raven-haired youth and praised, "To become a mana vortex magus before the age of 35 is truly spectacular. I must say, your talent in the arcane arts far surpasses even my master." Adam revealed a faint smile as he shook his head. "I dare not compare myself to Matthias the Free." "Fafafa," the Joker laughed out loud, his voice laced with surprise. "Would you look at that? It would appear that you have picked up some manners along the way. How very shocking." Adam's lips twitched and he couldn't help but ask, "Was I really such a brash kid back then?" "Heh," the Joker sneered. "Need I remind you, young lad?" He snapped his fingers and conjured a high-backed purple leather chair out of nowhere. He took his seat and gracefully crossed one leg over the other. With another snap of his fingers, he conjured a giant ceramic teacup. He then grasped the handle of the cup, his pinky finger jutting out in a comical manner, and began sipping on the tea. "Let's see," said the figure with an arched eyebrow. "I remember you picking up a fight with me on several occasions. I also recall you being a terrible liar. Oh, and let's not forget how often you would dig your nose, searching for booger." "Okay, that's enough," Adam hurriedly interrupted him. His cheeks had reddened from embarrassment after being reminded of his past. "Come to think of it, I severely lacked manners as a kid," he mused. Seeing the raven-haired youth turn red from embarrassment, the Joker laughed out loud. "Fafafa." He then cast an inquisitive gaze at the youth. "So, dear lad, what brings you to my home?" Then he started sipping on the warm tea that he had conjured seemingly out of thin air. It had been a while since he had company, so he was greatly enjoying the moment. Adam's expression turned solemn. He decided to be completely upfront with the Joker since the latter knew everything about the topic. There was no point in beating around the bush. Moreover, he trusted the Joker to keep what was spoken between them, especially after hearing his previous remark. "Sir Joker, I wish to learn from you the method to leave Tron," he said solemnly. "In my recent travels, I have found clues pointing to Selene and Luna. I have come to learn that they hold the key to the greater universe." He paused for a moment, allowing the weight of his words to settle, before adding, "I have also found clues regarding our solar system and the planetary alignment. However, I do not yet know their true significance. I hope you can help me." Adam didn't even have the time to finish his words when he was viciously interrupted. The Joker spat the tea from his mouth straight onto him. Strangely enough, the tea continued to pour out from the Joker's mouth like a waterfall for several seconds before it finally stopped. "You sure have stumbled onto great secrets, lad." The Joker was stunned. These were secrets that were only known to the rank 4 Mana Core Magi of Tron. Perhaps most of them didn't even know about it. Their knowledge regarding this only scratched the surface. Yet Adam, as a Mana Vortex rank of 35 years of age, had already learned about such secrets. The youth in question was completely drenched in tea. For a moment he couldn't believe what had just happened. Before he had the time to even react, he heard the sound of fingers snapping. Snap! In a moment, the tea sticking to Adam's clothes and body had vanished, and everything had returned to normal. In fact, his robes were now cleaner than before. Once again, Adam was taken aback. He couldn't help but come to think that the Joker's magic was the most bizarre out of everyone he had met. He turned towards the man and continued, "You mentioned last time that Matthias the Free had traveled to the greater universe and visited many planets there. You also mentioned that he returned to Tron later on." Adam's eyes flashed with hope, and he added, "That means he must have left behind a method to leave this planet, yes. And since you technically know everything he knew, then you must also know the way to venture into the greater universe." The Joker looked at Adam's dark eyes that seemed to be shining brighter than the brightest stars in the galaxy. Seeing that, he revealed a faint smile. Such was the trait all great magi possessed: boundless curiosity. "Firstly, dear lad," he began, "I must inform you that information regarding other magical civilizations in the universe is strictly confidential in Tron. Such information is unknown to any magus below the Mana Core rank. Do you know why?" Adam solemnly nodded. "To prevent panic and chaos amongst the masses." "Indeed," said the Joker, sipping tea from the giant cup. His eyes narrowed and a mischievous glint flashed in them. "It is exactly like you have said. The twin moons, Selene and Luna, indeed hold the key to venturing into the greater universe." He paused, swirling the tea in the cup, before continuing, "It is also true that the journey to the greater universe is heavily reliant on the astrological alignment in our solar system." Adam's breathing turned shaky, and his heartbeat sped up. Having someone else confirm the veracity of the Twilight Brotherhood's founders' journals filled him with hope. The Joker rose to his feet and waved his hand, causing the high-backed chair and teacup to disappear. He clasped his hands behind his back and started to slowly walk around Adam. "My master journeyed to the greater universe several thousand years ago. He visited many planets there, learned the countless arcane arts, and ascended to ranks that a magus from Tron could never hope to achieve. He turned to Adam, his lips curling into a smirk. Just like you've said, lad, my master has indeed left behind a method to leave Tron and journey towards the myriad magical worlds in the depths of the Magus universe. Adam waited with bated breath, eager to learn about these invaluable secrets. Finally, the questions that had been keeping him up at night would be answered, but the Joker leaned forward and grinned from ear to ear. Why should I tell